Reborn in a mystical realm for 3 years. What sensation does it evoke when the system arrives 3 years late? What feeling accompanies the compensation of imperial cultivation at the outset? Lin Kai has experienced all of this. The system's tardiness of 3 years, coupled with the compensation of imperial cultivation, has rendered him invincible across the myriad realms. The subsequent rewards are increasingly extravagant and defy the heavens. Chapter 1. The system arrives 3 years late, bestowing imperial cultivation. On Tianxian continent, within Taishan Sect, 3 years prior, Lin Kai was unexpectedly transported to this realm of cultivation, becoming a mere named disciple of Taishan Sect. With a humble identity, Lin Kai, after 3 years, found himself lacking in talent and accomplishments, having never even glimpsed the legendary system, thus becoming a target for bullying by other disciples. Sighing deeply, he recalled 3 days ago when the outer sect disciple Xianxiafan, accompanied by a few sycophants, had inexplicably beaten him and demanded he turn over all the medicinal pills allocated for the month, leaving him despondent. Failing to deliver those pills would inevitably lead to another round of brutal beatings. For Lin Kai, this was akin to being driven to a dead end. Without those pills, how could he cultivate? His inherent talent was already poor, and he possessed no exceptional qualities. If he surrendered this month's pills, he would have no room for advancement, ultimately leading to abandonment by the sect. At that point, he would be unable to even maintain his status as a named disciple, let alone gain entry into the outer sect. In this sect, no one cared about him if he were to perish. No one would even bother to collect his remains. Resistance? How he wished to. Yet Tianxian continent was not like the blue star of his previous life here. Strength reigned supreme, and power equated to everything. Any attempt at forceful resistance would lead only to death. Am I truly destined to continue compromising with them? He pondered. If I cannot break through this time and am expelled from a sect, where shall I go? Alone in his thatched cottage, Lin Kai muttered to himself, his eyes hollow and devoid of life, resembling a mere shell of a person. Ding! System activation in progress. Ding! Sensing the host's suicidal thoughts. Binding initiated. Ding! System binding successful. Reward. Imperial cultivation autonomously merging with the host. Ding! System's delayed arrival of 3 years. Additional rewards being compensated to the host. Ding! Reward. An unparalleled god-slaying sword. Ding! Reward. An unparalleled technique, god-slaying art. Ding! Reward. An unparalleled concealment technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a spatial divine ring. The rewards have been delivered to the host sea of consciousness for personal review. A series of mechanical voices echoed within Lin Kai's mind, abruptly snapping him out of his despair. System? Imperial cultivation? Am I not dreaming? He immediately checked his condition and indeed felt an overwhelming aura surging within him. He could distinctly sense the immense power flowing into his body. Still slightly incredulous, he pinched his thigh hard. Why the heavens? It's real, the system has truly arrived. Lin Kai turned his gaze to his sea of consciousness, where a fierce sword appeared, shimmering in a silvery hue, radiating a chilling light as if infused with boundless killing, intent, and majesty. The hilt bore 3 characters. God-slaying sword. Excellent, splendid. This is an exquisite sword, tailored just for me. Lin Kai nodded in satisfaction. He then observed 2 tomes floating in his sea of consciousness, both techniques autonomously merging. He began to grasp the concept of unparalleled techniques and weapons. Both techniques and weapons were devoid of level limitations, their strength determined solely by the wielder's capabilities. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon Lin Kai, and he wielded the god-slaying sword, unleashing formidable techniques that instilled fear. Fortunately, this was within his sea of consciousness. Had it been outside, the entire Taishan sect would likely have been suppressed by his aura. Just as Lin Kai reveled in his newfound power, several uninvited guests approached the thatched cottage. Lin Kai, come out. We are here for the medicinal pills. Hey, you deaf little brat. Hurry up and crawl out. If you don't come out, do you believe we'll demolish your doghouse? 5 individuals shouted wildly outside Lin Kai's door. This group consisted of those who had previously demanded the pills, with none other than Xianxiafan at the forefront. Having called for Lin Kai for some time without a response, their irritation grew. They could not fathom why Lin Kai dared to ignore them after such a beating, leaving them feeling humiliated. Impatient, Yang Fan gestured to his companions. Go, tear down this doghouse. Let's see how long he can hide like a turtle. Without hesitation, his underlings prepared to kick the door down. Creak. The door opened slightly. Upon seeing Lin Kai appear, the group instinctively retreated to Yang Fan's side. What do you want? Lin Kai initiated the conversation. Yang Fan and his companions were momentarily taken aback by Lin Kai's calm demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous self, who would have exuded timidity. Shaking his head to dispel the surprise, Yang Fan dismissed his thoughts. Have you forgotten what I said 3 days ago? Hand over the medicinal pills immediately. With no room for pleasantries, Yang Fan directly stated his intentions, issuing a command. Exactly. Hurry up. Don't waste our time. Hand them over quickly, and you might avoid some pain. Don't force us to take action. What are you hesitating for? Bring out the pills. His underlings echoed in agreement. Hearing their demands, Lin Kai remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. I have none. What did you say? Yang Fan and his companions were stunned, their ears struggling to comprehend. This notorious waste dared to speak to them in such a tone? You can leave. Lin Kai reiterated. Brat, who do you think you're talking to? Good lad, it seems you haven't learned your lesson from the last time. Reckless. You'll learn the consequences of your insolence. The group clenched their fists, their teeth gritted in rage. Let's go. With a command, they swiftly encircled Lin Kai. Ding, mission released. Mission details. Eliminate Yang Fan and others. Mission reward. A random gift package. This unexpected mission prompt ignited a spark of excitement within Lin Kai. Just as someone lunged towards him with a punch, Lin Kai did not evade, but met the attack with a punch of his own. Bang! A figure was sent flying that it was one of Yang Fan's underlings. Despite Lin Kai not exerting even a fraction of his power, he effortlessly obliterated the assailant into a mist of blood, reducing bones to dust, scattering into the wind. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, yet he quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts, attributing the defeat to his underlings' weakness and underestimation. Confident in their numbers, he deemed Lin Kai had no chance of survival. In Yang Fan's eyes, Lin Kai had to die. Otherwise, how could he face the world? The esteemed Outer Sect disciple had been humiliated by a mere named disciple. Attack together. Leave no survivors, kill him. With a command, the remaining 3 subordinates exchanged glances, steeling their resolve before charging at Lin Kai. Lin Kai observed the approaching trio, choosing not to waste words. He unleashed a punch that sent forth a shockwave. In an instant, the 3 figures were torn apart by a savage force, exploding into clouds of blood mist. This scene happened to be witnessed by other disciples, who were left dumbfounded, questioning whether they were experiencing an illusion. Isn't that Yang Fan? They have come to trouble Lin Kai once more. This is the end for Lin Kai. Yang Fan is a prominent figure in the Outer Sect. How dare he offend him? I never expected Lin Kai to actually kill a disciple from the Outer Sect this time. Such strength cannot merely be the result of a nominal identity. Most likely, he possesses extraordinary fortune and has acquired some sort of opportunity. Sigh. He exposes himself before he has fully developed his wings. This lad is doomed. Naturally, with a temperament lacking stability, he becomes arrogant with a hint of power, destined for a short-lived journey. The onlookers directed their disdainful glances at Lin Kai, clearly unconvinced of his prospects. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, observing the complete defeat of his companions, each one eliminated without exception, furrowed his brow with intensity. He had not anticipated that Lin Kai would not only dare to retaliate, but also significantly enhance his strength. Nevertheless, with his elder brother still present, Yang Fan did not dwell on it too much. Surveying the crowd, his gaze fell upon Lin Kai once again. That I never imagined you could conceal your true abilities so deeply this time. I concede defeat. As Yang Fan mused to himself and prepared to leave, Lin Kai interjected. Who said you could go? Both the spectators and Yang Fan were taken aback, astonished that Lin Kai would audaciously provoke him even after Yang Fan had decided to spare him for the moment. What do you mean? Do you still intend to kill me? Yang Fan's tone turned severe, questioning him. Yang Fan genuinely did not believe Lin Kai could pose any threat to him. His departure was not out of fear, but rather a decision to return and seek reinforcements, adopting a more prudent approach to eliminate Lin Kai and establish his authority. Without uttering a word, Lin Kai summoned the Shirshin's sword into his grasp. Sensing the aura emanating from the Shirshin's sword, Lin Kai felt a surge of excitement, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. What do you intend to do? My elder brother is a prodigy of the outer sect, someone you cannot contend with. I advise you against making foolish decisions. Xianxiafan cautioned, his eyes flashing from the glare of the sword, filled with anxiety. Lin Kai remained silent, resolutely swinging his sword towards him. As the terror brought forth by the Shirshin's sword enveloped Xianxiafan, he attempted to utter further words, but the sword's energy swiftly pierced through his body. With a resounding crash, Xianxiafan transformed into a cloud of blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Following Xianxiafan's demise, Lin Kai disregarded the onlookers and returned to his chamber. The spectators remained entranced in astonishment, unable to fathom the event that had just transpired. They were profoundly shocked, and upon catching Lin Kai's sidelong glance, instinctively retreated several steps, their hearts pounding with fear. Initially, they had not regarded Lin Kai highly, viewing him merely as a lowly nominal disciple who would undoubtedly shy away from confronting the powerful Xianxiafan. Yet, Lin Kai had ultimately delivered a resounding slap to the face of everyone present through his actions. It is crucial to remember that the sect had established a rule against harming fellow disciples outside the designated arena. Failure to comply would result in the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from his sect. As for why Xianxiafan dared to act so brazenly, it was simple. Unlike the isolated Lin Kai, Xianxiafan had a brilliant elder brother, a distinguished disciple of the outer sect. One must ponder, even if he did slay Lin Kai, would the sect truly jeopardize their relationship with the two brothers over an inconsequential nominal disciple? Clearly, that was not a possibility. After all, this was an era where martial prowess reigned supreme. Lin Kai has surely sealed his own fate. Indeed, as a nominal disciple, how dare he murder an outer sect disciple? Had he refrained from such actions and relied on his innate talent, he might have had a chance at entering the inner sect. That it is truly a self-destructive act, a squandered opportunity. He would have been better off handing it to me. The sentiments echoed throughout, with all firmly believing that Lin Kai's chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Xianxiafan's prodigious elder brother would not let him off easily, and the sect would likewise not spare him. Neither of these formidable forces was within Lin Kai's capacity to contend with at present. Little did they know, Lin Kai's true strength was that of an emperor. Chapter 2. Seeking Revenge? A Sword to Annihilate All. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Rewards are now being issued. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a grand gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million supreme spiritual stones. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 bottles of D-Dan. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a complete set of the Emperor's attire. All rewards have been issued. Please check them at your convenience. As the system's voice faded, Lin Kai examined the rewards he received. The Emperor's attire automatically adorned him, merging seamlessly with his form, crafted entirely from rare imperial-grade materials. It transformed into a long robe as white as snow, its sleeves fluttering in the wind, as if merging with the surrounding air. His handsome and resolute visage, paired with eyes sharp as cold stars, emanated an awe-inspiring majesty. In that moment, Lin Kai resembled a monarch of a bygone era, exuding an aura that commanded respect and instilled fear. Indeed, possessing the Emperor's tier elevated my appearance significantly. Lin Kai scrutinized himself and nodded in satisfaction. Tai Shinzong. Outer Sect Disciple Peak. Brother Yang. A grave matter has arisen. A figure rushed towards the residence, his demeanor frantic, shouting loudly. Inside the residence, for individuals were reveling over drinks, unaware of the event that had stirred such excitement, their faces adorned with smiles. The man seated at the head of the table, upon hearing the commotion outside, furrowed his brow. He did not expect anyone to intrude upon their merriment, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure. He was Yang Hao, the elder brother of Xianxiafan. The others accompanying Yang Hao noticed his expression and simultaneously set down their cups, turning their gazes towards the door. Enter. A cold voice emanated from the loft. The disciple outside cautiously opened the door. Creak. The moment he stepped inside, he felt four piercing gazes fixated upon him, making it difficult to breathe. What has transpired? Why such haste? Do you not see that I am entertaining friends? Yang Hao's eyes bore into the newcomer. He recognized Zhang Tian, whose brother Zhang Lin ranked among the top 10 outer sect disciples and was also a close ally, often bringing Zhang Tian along to familiarize him with their circle. Brother Yang, something terrible has happened. Yang Fan has been killed. Zhang Tian stammered. Bang. What did you say? Repeat that. Yang Hao crushed his cup in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity as he stared at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian, under Yang Hao's intense gaze, found himself paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Why Yang Fan has been killed, along with all his friends. Seeing that Zhang Tian appeared sincere, Yang Hao could no longer remain seated, delivering a powerful punch to the table. Bang! Who did this? Do they not know that Yang Fan is my brother? How dare they take his life? A potent aura of peak foundation establishment erupted from Yang Hao, causing the entire residence to tremble under its weight. Heavenly Xian continent realms, body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, returning to void, integration, great ascension, tribulation crossing. How could a weakling in the body refinement realm, like Zhang Tian, withstand this overwhelming pressure? Fortunately, Yang Hao's companions swiftly intervened to alleviate the pressure, allowing Zhang Tian to breathe more easily. Brother Yang, calm yourself. Let us first ascertain the situation before acting. Indeed, we are still unaware of the identity of your brother's murderer. Logically speaking, Yang Fan and his companions ranked among the lower tiers of the body refinement realm. Even a peak body refinement practitioner should not be able to eliminate them all. The words of the three had a slight calming effect on Yang Hao, though his fury remained palpable. Speak. Who killed my brother, and what is their cultivation level? Yang Hao inquired, directing his gaze at Zhang Tian. In response, Brother Yang, the assailant is named Lin Kai, a registered disciple at the 4th level of body refinement. Even as Zhang Tian spoke, he dared not meet Yang Hao's gaze. The notion that a 4th level body refinement practitioner could slay 3 at the 5th level and 2 at the 6th level seemed utterly impossible. Yet, this was the reality he had witnessed, and the scene had left him in shock for quite some time. Little did Zhang Tian know that Lin Kai's true cultivation was not that of a mere 4th level body refinement practitioner, but rather that of the Emperor realm. His own lowly status prevented him from perceiving Lin Kai's true prowess. 4th level of body refinement. Are you certain? Even in a desperate struggle, it would be impossible for him to kill 5 individuals, let alone 2 at the 6th level. When did 4th level body refinement practitioners become so formidable? Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, the other 3 could hardly believe their ears. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Yang Hao's voice turned icy. Even Yang Hao found Zhang Tian's claims absurd. A mere 4th level body refinement novice appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. Zhang Tian then recounted everything he had witnessed in meticulous detail. As the 4 listened to the unfolding events, they furrowed their brows, concluding that Lin Kai must have acquired some extraordinary fortuity. Otherwise, it was utterly implausible for a 4th level body refinement practitioner to kill Yang Fan and his companions. Let us head to the registered disciple peak. Regardless of the opportunity he has seized, in the face of absolute strength, everything is but an illusion. The 5 hastened their pace towards the registered disciple peak, quickly drawing the attention of several onlookers. Who are they? They do not appear to be registered disciples. What do they seek? Do you not see their attire is that of outer sect disciples? You do not even recognize them? The leader is none other than Yang Hao, the elder brother of the one killed by Lin Kai. What? The Yang Hao from the top 10 outer sect rankings. Witnessing their fierce demeanor, Lin Kai sensed impending trouble. Under Zhang Tian's guidance, Yang Hao and his companions arrived before Lin Kai's humble abode. Bang! Yang Hao gazed at the thatched cottage before him, and without a word, unleashed a strike. In an instant, the entire cottage was obliterated, revealing a figure before the onlookers. At that moment, Lin Kai was seated on his bed, absorbed in his cultivation, when a sudden gust of wind startled him. Lin Kai surveyed his surroundings, realizing his cottage had vanished, leaving him exposed. Until his gaze met Yang Hao's. You are the murderer of my brother? Yang Hao questioned, his tone icy. Your brother? Lin Kai felt utterly bewildered. He had been quietly meditating within his dwelling, while this individual indiscriminately destroyed his home. Scoundrel! You killed my brother, yet remain unperturbed. Do you not know that Yang Fan is my brother? Just as Yang Hao prepared to confront Lin Kai, a man clad in black stepped in front of him. Brother Yang, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? If you slay this youth, you will not escape responsibility. Indeed, wanton slaughter of fellow disciples within the sect is a grave offense, and even knowing the perpetrator, the matter must be referred to the law enforcement hall. Of course, there exists another method, to seek the sect's consent to ascend the life and death platform, where both parties may agree to settle the matter themselves. Brotherly, what do you propose? Yang Hao regarded the man before him. You, young man, must have obtained some fortuity that rapidly enhanced your strength, leading to the deaths of Yang Fan and his companions. I offer you an opportunity. Relinquish your fortune and self-destroy your cultivation. Li Chang directly articulated his thoughts. If they could acquire Lin Kai's fortune, their own strength could be elevated once more. Perhaps they might even ascend to the inner sect. A possibility not entirely out of reach. Fool. Lin Kai dismissed him with 2 curt words. Upon hearing Lin Kai's tone, Li Chang was incensed. Turning to the other disciples present, Lin Kai has slain fellow disciples. Whoever can capture him shall receive 50 body refinement pills. Li Chang sought to entice the onlooking disciples into action against Lin Kai, hoping they would probe his strength, allowing them to devise an appropriate response. Li Chang's declaration immediately piqued the interest of the spectators. 50 Shuatai Dan, a remarkable quantity amassed over several months, unexpectedly offered in such abundance by Li Chang. 50. I shall certainly claim these elixirs. Lin Kai found himself in a precarious situation, facing a multitude. With such a trove of pills, should they come into my possession, I would undoubtedly ascend to the refining cheese stage. Ha ha ha, what a tremendous opportunity. Lin Kai, do not hold it against me. After all, you sought your own demise by provoking those from the outer sect. The entire Jimming Peak was abuzz with excitement, as eager eyes fixated on Lin Kai, allured by the prospect of the 50 elixirs, while their lofty rhetoric seemed refreshingly unique. These individuals appeared entranced, their gazes glinting with fervor, encircling Lin Kai. Observing this absurd scene, Lin Kai shook his head with a wry smile. Soon after, a group charged at Lin Kai, one after another unleashing their martial techniques upon him. Ding, host under siege detected, task activation in progress. Ding, task issued. Task details, eliminate the attackers, task reward, a random gift package. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Lin Kai's consciousness. Regaining his focus, Lin Kai grasped the god-slaying sword and effortlessly cleaved through the onslaught of vibrant techniques. Where the sword light flickered, enemies were reduced to mere blood mist, their bodies obliterated. The gruesome spectacle instilled terror in the remaining onlookers, who began to regret their avarice. Yang Hao and his companions' expressions darkened. They had not anticipated Lin Kai's formidable strength. Li Chang, too, was secretly alarmed. His intention to eliminate Lin Kai through others had backfired spectacularly. Lin Kai's icy gaze swept over the crowd, devoid of compassion. Are you prepared to meet your end? Lin Kai cast a glance at Yang Hao and his companions. Sensing Lin Kai's overwhelming power, they doubted their own perceptions. Unwilling to believe that Lin Kai was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, they hastily drew their weapons, locking eyes with Lin Kai. Simultaneously, they covertly dispatched a communication talisman for reinforcements. What? Do you still wish to kill us? We are not to be compared with these feeble disciples. Everything you have done has already been reported to the outer sect elders. Prepare to meet your doom. I advise you to lower your sword and bow in apology. Perhaps, in doing so, you might receive a few kind words from the elders. Lin Kai paid them no heed, uninterested in their demands, and once more swung his sword towards Yang Hao and his group. Boom. In an instant, Yang Hao and his companions were obliterated, transforming into swirling blood mist. Suspended in the air. How dare you? Lin Kai was about to sheath his sword when a booming roar echoed from afar. Chapter 3. The sword array emerges. Unilateral annihilation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sign-in gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Lin Kai silently commanded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme, unranked immortal technique. Ding. Thank you for acquiring the unranked time-space tower. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an unranked imperial weapon, the Fontion Divine Halberd. As the system concluded, 3 rewards materialized before Lin Kai. He glanced briefly at the supreme immortal technique and the imperial weapon, placing them into his spatial ring. But the time-space tower piqued his interest. The temporal flow within this tower seems significantly accelerated compared to the outside world. One day outside equates to 10,000 years inside. How exaggerated. Lin Kai was slightly taken aback. If a pig were to be placed inside for a few years, it would surely emerge as a formidable emperor. If this artifact were to be placed in the outside world, those powerful beings would surely wreak havoc to seize the time-space tower. However, Lin Kai currently possessed the strength of an emperor, rendering this artifact somewhat trivial to him, for he had already become invincible. Should he ever consider establishing a sect, the time-space tower would indeed serve as an excellent sanctuary for cultivation. Of course, such considerations were for another time. After securing the time-space tower, Lin Kai's consciousness returned to his body, where a resonant roar reached his ears. In the blink of an eye, an elder clad in a green robe appeared not far from Lin Kai. He was Fong Tai. The outer sect elder Li Chong had communicated with, a formidable figure at the 7th level of Yuaning. To his astonishment, even the outer sect elder had arrived. Lin Kai was undoubtedly doomed. Yang Hao and his companions ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect, possessing a chance to enter the inner sect. Yet they had been ruthlessly dispatched by Lin Kai. Behold, the wrath of the outer sect elder. Lin Kai shall surely be obliterated. Lin Kai was indeed deserving of death for slaying so many of his fellow disciples, his crimes unforgivable. Lin Kai, however, remained composed, observing Fong Tai as he stood his ground. You wretched beast, do you comprehend the grave sin you have committed, murdering your fellow disciples? The death penalty is inescapable. Fong Tai's eyes blazed with fury. Oh, and what do you intend to do? Lin Kai replied coolly. Seeing Lin Kai's nonchalant demeanor, Fong Tai was nearly driven to the brink of rage. To have killed so many yet maintain such an attitude was the mark of a merciless demon. Very well, little beast, it seems that if I do not eradicate you today, I shall not honor the memory of the deceased disciples. Fong Tai launched an attack, intent on subduing Lin Kai. His grasping hand extended towards Lin Kai, pushing forth. Lin Kai, observing Fong Tai's assault, leisurely extended his own hand to meet the incoming attack. Disperse. The gray mist dissipated, and Fong Tai's strike was effortlessly neutralized. How is this possible? The elder's attack failed? Am I dreaming? That was an outer sect elder. Not to be compared with Yang Hao and his ilk, yet he could not subdue Lin Kai. Could it be that the elder was holding back, intending to intimidate Lin Kai? Why do I feel that Lin Kai's strength has surpassed that of the elder? The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. They had expected Fong Tai's grasping technique to easily capture Lin Kai, yet it was effortlessly dismantled. Even Fong Tai stared incredulously at the scene before him. As a 7th-level Yuaning cultivator, he had failed to subdue a mere disciple in the body refinement stage. Impossible, Fong Tai thought, suddenly shifting his line of questioning. Are you not at the body refinement stage? Lin Kai offered no response, his gaze fixed steadily on Fong Tai, calm and unflinching. Fong Tai was taken aback that Lin Kai dared to disregard him. After all, he was an elder, yet here was a mere disciple ignoring his presence. Well done. Young man, you possess some skill. However, it matters not. I shall now allow you to truly experience the disparity in strength. Fong Tai struck again, this time unleashing his renowned martial technique, the blade shadow slash. Thousands of blade shadows surged forth, animated as they emanated a terrifying intent, hurtling towards Lin Kai. Witnessing this scene, those present believed that Lin Kai could not evade this lethal blow, their faith in him utterly diminished. Indeed, this was the might of the elder. It was evident that Lin Kai was doomed to perish, reduced to nothing but bone fragments. Such a person was unworthy of being a disciple of the sect. It would be best to eliminate him swiftly. Fong Tai noted that Lin Kai remained unmoved, thinking he must have been stunned by his own attack. Now, let us see how you escape, Fong Tai sneered. Yet, the next moment left Fong Tai and the others in utter astonishment. Disperse. A voice rang out, and Fong Tai's assault began to dissipate, revealing Lin Kai standing before the crowd. How is it possible he is not dead? The elder should not have shown such leniency. Is Lin Kai truly favored by the heavens? If it were me, I would have perished 100 times over. An ominous premonition crept over the onlookers. Lin Kai seemed different somehow. Even the elder's expression shifted. Could it be that he had not held back? A chorus of doubts arose, and even Fong Tai felt a flush of embarrassment. As a formidable Yuaning master, he could not even subdue a mere registered disciple. If word got out, he would surely want to find a hole to hide in. Youngster, your strength is certainly beyond the body refinement stage. You are concealing your true power. Fong Tai asserted confidently. All he received in return was Lin Kai's derision. If you wish to know, then you ought to kneel and beg. Fong Tai understood that Lin Kai would not divulge his secrets and ceased his inquiries. He realized that Lin Kai's capabilities were far from ordinary. The current situation had exceeded his expectations. He could not subdue Lin Kai alone. No matter how strong you are, this is Tai Xian Zone, not a place for your reckless antics, Fong Tai declared, taking precautions by retrieving a message talisman to summon the law enforcement hall. I have reported the situation to the law enforcement hall. Just wait. Lin Kai appeared oblivious to Fong Tai's words, meditating in silence. Observing this, Fong Tai, in a fit of rage, could barely contain himself. Before long, a formidable group arrived at the registered disciple peak, exuding a terrifying aura. Leading them was a young man clad in black robes, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. This was xianxia, the captain of the law enforcement hall. Who is Lin Kai? Step forward to receive your punishment. xianxia's voice echoed across the peak. The law enforcement hall had arrived. How could Lin Kai possibly turn this situation around? This individual was known for his unwavering authority within the law enforcement hall, and Lin Kai's fate seemed sealed. It was unexpected that this particular individual was leading the charge, Tales of his cruel methods were notorious. Even if Lin Kai survived, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Offending this man could yield no favorable outcome. Those present were intimidated by Xianxia's imposing presence, fearing to meet his gaze. In the sect, he was known as the Little King of Hell, and even those within the inner sect dared not offend him lightly. Captain Xing, it is an honor to have you lead this time. This is the Lin Kai who slaughtered his fellow disciples, Fong Tai said, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly. A dignified outer sect elder bending to a disciple of the law enforcement hall illustrated the latter's formidable authority. Xianxia followed Fong Tai's gesture, finding Lin Kai still in meditation, unmoving. Impudent. Do you not see the law enforcement hall has arrived? Xianxia bellowed. Yet, Lin Kai remained as steadfast as a mountain, unaffected by the intimidation. Why did you kill your fellow disciple? Do you not understand this is a grave transgression against the sect? Xianxia questioned again, seeing Lin Kai's silence. Is might a justification for bullying the weak? When the weak were oppressed and demanded to surrender their elixirs, where was your law enforcement hall? Lin Kai countered, his voice resonating with defiance. Now you speak of justice and sect rules. Do you not find that absurd? His barrage of questions elicited no response from Xianxia. To him, these matters were irrelevant. He only knew Lin Kai had killed a sect disciple, regardless of the reasons. Being weak was not a crime, but killing a fellow disciple was unforgivable, and that was an issue that concerned him. Come quietly with us, he ordered. Lin Kai scoffed at Xianxia's words, unyielding and resolute. Do you wish to challenge the authority of the law enforcement hall? Seeing Lin Kai's indifference, Xianxia frowned, realizing Lin Kai was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This is no time for banter. If you seek battle, then battle it shall be, Lin Kai retorted. Recognizing the dominance of strength in this world, he understood that true power was not merely spoken but forged through might. So be it. I shall witness whether your strength is as formidable as your words. Altogether, life and death shall be disregarded. Xianxia commanded his companions. Kill, kill, kill. A wave of murderous intent surged towards Lin Kai, intent on tearing him apart. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Kai's mind. Ding. Host has been provoked. Mission activated. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Lin Kai thought. Ding. Mission issued. Mission content. Eliminate all foes. Mission reward. 1 random gift package. In an instant, the members of the law enforcement hall surrounded Lin Kai, with 10 individuals leading the charge. Lin Kai calmly drew his god-slaying sword, facing the oncoming attackers with a single, seemingly ordinary swing. Yet, this strike unleashed an unfathomable sword intent. With a thunderous boom, the haze dissipated, leaving no trace of the 10 assailants, who were reduced to ashes. Obliterated in an instant. This display left Xianxia momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. All out, leave nothing, he commanded, realizing that Lin Kai posed a significant threat that must be dealt with swiftly. Kill. Night Spirit Sword Technique. Mountain Shattering Strike. Earth Fiend Blade Technique. Purple Extreme Thunder Movement. A torrent of martial techniques surged forth, all aimed at Lin Kai. Amidst this onslaught, Lin Kai, wielding the god-slaying sword, began chanting incantations, conjuring sword shadows that materialized in a swirling vortex above him. 10, 100, 1,000, tens of thousands. Soon, over 1,000,000 sword shadows took shape, transforming into a storm of blades that rained down upon the law enforcement hall. God-slaying technique, kill, Lin Kai roared. As the onslaught approached, every member of the law enforcement hall felt as though they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper, witnessing the deluge of blades imbued with terrifying power and destructive intent. No. How can this be? I do not wish to die. Save me. Save me. The air filled with anguished cries as they resonated throughout the registered disciple peak. Unable to endure the horrifying spectacle, the onlookers were left in shock. In the blink of an eye, all were annihilated, a torrential rain of blood falling, accompanied by what seemed like cries of lamentation. Lin Kai observed this scene with a stoic expression, turning to face Xianxia and Fong Tai. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? The incredulity on Fong Tai and Xianxia's faces revealed their shock. They had never anticipated Lin Kai's strength to be so formidable. The previous attack was something they themselves could not withstand, and it dawned on them that they had gravely underestimated Lin Kai's capabilities. Quickly informed the outer sect's grand elder. We face a dire threat, Xianxia instructed Fong Tai. He then swiftly launched an offensive towards Lin Kai, attempting to buy Fong Tai some time. Fong Tai, meanwhile, took out a message talisman, sending it flying from the registered disciple peak, feeling a sense of relief as he observed Lin Kai remaining passive. As long as reinforcements from the sect arrived, Lin Kai would undoubtedly be trapped. As Lin Kai perceived Xianxia's attack approaching, he shattered it with a single stroke, targeting both Xianxia and Fong Tai. Quick, defend! Xianxia shouted. A scream pierced the air as Xianxia's arm was severed. and a sword pierced through his skull, sealing his fate. Fong Tai, having heard Xingjia's warning, prepared to draw his weapon, only to find a blade poised against his forehead. Lin Kai wasted no words, swiftly severing Fong Tai's neck with a single stroke, his head dropping to the ground. Destined to meet the king of hell, Lin Kai remained resolute from beginning to end, gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and the dilapidated surroundings. Devoid of any lingering attachments, the system chimed, announcing the completion of his sign-in task and the commencement of reward distribution. Congratulations, host, you have received a special gift pack. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, he chose to open it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a palace of the highest level. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of unparalleled offensive and defensive formations. Congratulations, host. You have received a wisdom tree. Satisfied with his rewards, Lin Kai resolved to depart from the sect, deeming this morally ambiguous place unworthy of his remembrance. However, just as he was about to step away from the designated peak, a sharp and piercing voice rang out once more. You think you can leave after killing our elder? Chapter 4, Relentless Slaughter. Summoning card. Lin Kai observed a formidable crowd emerging ahead, understanding that his departure today would not be so simple. Yet, to Lin Kai, the number of people mattered little. Leading the charge was a young man, the Outer Sect's senior brother, Li Xianfei, accompanied by several Outer Sect elders and a throng of disciples. Lin Kai, how could you mercilessly slay so many of your fellow disciples, including an elder? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. An elderly figure stepped forward, reprimanding Lin Kai. To lay blame, one must find pretexts, Lin Kai retorted. Seeing Lin Kai's demeanor, Li Xianfei quickly asserted, Elders, allow me to handle this trash. You need not involve yourselves. Li Xianfei aimed to leverage this opportunity to win the elders' favor, intending to use Lin Kai as a stepping stone. The elders, pleased with Li Xianfei's initiative, nodded in approval. Gaining their consent, Li Xianfei's lips curled into a smirk. You should never have killed your fellow disciples. Today you shall pay for your sins. This move of mine has been honed over 5 years, and none among my peers have survived it. Today, you will be my first target. In that moment, Li Xianfei was brimming with arrogance, unaware that the formidable Fong Tai and Xingjia had previously perished at Lin Kai's hands. With Li Xianfei's current golden core strength, he stood no chance against Lin Kai. Nevertheless, he was confident in his performance before the elders. The system chimed in Lin Kai's consciousness, detection of provocation. Task activated, sign in progress. Task issued. Objective, eliminate all opponents. Reward, a random special gift pack. The system's voice echoed within his mind. Meanwhile, Li Xianfei, believing Lin Kai to be dazed and intimidated by his aura, taunted, watch closely. This technique is called the Blade of Cold Shadows. To perish by it is your honor. With a loud command, countless blades of light surged towards Lin Kai. Kill. This move is so swift that you won't even feel pain, huh? Li Xianfei laughed. Unsurprisingly, had this technique been aimed at anyone else, they would surely have met their end. Yet now, Li Xianfei faced Lin Kai, for whom no attack could prove effective. Fool. Lin Kai uttered lightly. Seeking death. Li Xianfei retorted coldly. Grasping the god-slaying sword, Lin Kai effortlessly countered the incoming assault with a single swing, shattering Li Xianfei's attack. Before anyone could react, Lin Kai appeared before Li Xianfei, his sword slicing across the young man's neck. In your next life, refrain from employing such flashy techniques. Lin Kai spoke calmly. Li Xianfei stumbled back, sensing something amiss with his neck. A touch revealed the crimson liquid, his blood. In disbelief, he gazed at the unfolding scene. How is this possible? How could I be defeated? With that, he collapsed, his head severed from his body. Impossible. Lin Kai defeated senior brother Li? How can this be? Am I seeing things? Senior brother Li is dead, but how did he die? I didn't even witness it. Panic ensued, with Li Xianfei's demise. Who among his peers could rival Lin Kai? The crowd was stunned into silence, akin to a graveyard, unable to utter a word. They had anticipated Lin Kai's downfall. Yet the one who fell was their own senior brother. Even the elders failed to comprehend how Lin Kai had executed the strike. You dare commit murder before us? Several elders roared, unleashing their cultivation, sending waves of murderous intent crashing towards Lin Kai. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige, Lin Kai proclaimed. Raising the god-slaying sword once more, executing the god-slaying technique. A terrifying sword aura surged forth, imbued with annihilating energy that cascaded down the mountain. Under this overwhelming force, the elders' spirits were suppressed. As the oppressive aura enveloped them, all present felt an overwhelming dread, as if they were plunged into an abyss. It dawned upon them how feeble they truly were. What manner of power is this, so utterly terrifying? You shall not escape judgment for the lives you have taken. The sect will not forgive you. It's over. I am doomed here. A demon. He must be a demon. Save me. Help. I am still young. I do not wish to die. Cries of desperation echoed across the designated peak. The elders had never encountered such a terrifying presence and realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. My life is forfeit. How could I perish at the hands of a junior? Quick, notify the sect. I must buy time. Even if I die today, I will take you with me. Their power was far exceeded by this aura, rendering them incapable of resisting. They could only rely on burning their lifeblood to forcibly elevate their strength. Lin Kai would not grant them any further chances. He had grown weary of their incessant provocations. 2 breaths later, the designated peak fell silent, the mist dissipating, leaving no soul alive. All had been obliterated, their bodies reduced to mere blood mist. Even the onlookers among the disciples met the same fate. This could not be blamed on Lin Kai, for their weakness was evident. Observing the ravaged designated peak, now a desolate wasteland, Lin Kai remained composed, feeling no remorse. From this moment onward, Tai Xianzong had no connection to him. Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in task, and rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received a brand new upgraded gift pack. Would you like to open it? A brand new upgraded gift pack. Let us open it. Lin Kai paused at the system's announcement, pondering what this new gift pack might hold. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 Quasi-Emperor summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 Tribulation Stage Warrior summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 Fusion Stage summoning cards. Note: 10 Quasi-Emperor cards can be combined into 1 Emperor card. 100 Tribulation Stage summoning cards can be combined into 10 Quasi-Emperor summoning cards. 20 Fusion summoning cards are required to exchange for 1 Tribulation summoning card. After the system's explanation, Lin Kai remained contemplative for quite some time. This gift pack indeed provided him with unexpected delights. With Lin Kai's current strength, he could easily establish a sect that would stand as the most powerful force across the entire Tianxian continent. With a framework for his future plans forming in his mind, he resolved to continually refine and enhance them. Chapter 5. Encirclement. Tai Xianzong. In a loft within the outer gate, an array of life tokens lay scattered, not only belonging to disciples, but also to elders. At this moment, all these life tokens had been shattered, with less than a third remaining. The loft was guarded by a young disciple known as Adai, who was blissfully unaware of the anomaly, fast asleep in a corner. Mine, all mine, Adai murmured, lost in a delightful dream. Achio, alas, just a dream. If only it could come true. Anyway, I should get up and patrol the area to avoid being caught slacking off and facing punishment, he muttered to himself. Rising, he stretched lazily and inadvertently glanced at the life tokens behind him. What the? Adai exclaimed, as if confronted by some unbelievable sight. Rubbing his eyes, he turned slowly to face the life tokens once more. Oh no, how could this happen? Adai exclaimed in a panic. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and in a flurry of anxiety, he rushed outside the loft to a bronze bell, taking a hammer to strike it forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. The resonating sound of the bell quickly reverberated throughout the entire outer gate and even reached the inner gate. Within moments, every member of the Taishian sect was drawn to the tolling bell, their gazes directed toward its source. Isn't that the loft where the life tokens are stored? What has happened? Why is the bell ringing out of nowhere? They murmured, perplexed. Amidst the crowd, an elderly man residing in a loft within the inner gate, known for his ethereal demeanor and youthful appearance, was none other than the Grand Elder Feng Qingyang. The sound of the bell stirred him from his slumber, and he used his spiritual sense to pierce through to the happenings in the outer gate. Soon enough, he discovered a young disciple striking the bronze bell with fervor, his expression one of sheer panic and fear. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qingyang appeared outside, standing before Adai. What is all this commotion about? He inquired. Startled by the sudden appearance of the Grand Elder, Adai was momentarily taken aback. Oh. When he realized who it was, he forced himself to regain his composure. Grand Elder, they are all dead. All dead. Adai exclaimed with a quivering voice, pointing toward the life tokens within the loft. Feng Qingyang hastened into the loft, his gaze falling upon the multitude of shattered tokens, his fists clenching tightly. Damn it! Who did this? Who is responsible? He shouted furiously, astonished that so many, including elders, had perished without anyone noticing. If the sect leader were to learn of this, he would surely unleash his wrath. Mobilize the sect, find the culprit. Feng Qingyang's voice echoed throughout the sect. Meanwhile, Lin Kai had just exited the designated peak, maintaining a low profile, while others remained oblivious to the events unfolding within. Lin Kai heard Feng Qingyang's urgent summons, but chose to disregard it. Just as he was about to step beyond the mountain gate, a voice rang out. Halt! No one is allowed to leave. Those intending to depart, like Lin Kai, halted in unison, a murmur of confusion rippling through the crowd. What is happening? Has something occurred? Could it be that someone is declaring war against our sect? They pondered, bewildered. Shortly thereafter, several groups arrived, patrolling with intent. It's him. Capture him. Called out an elder clad in white robes, the second elder Lu Wensong. Everyone followed Lu Wensong's gaze, focusing on a young man. Before long, Lin Kai found himself surrounded, encircled by figures intent on revenge. You think you can simply walk away after killing so many of our Taishan sect? Lin Kai met Feng Qingyang's gaze calmly. He understood that battle was inevitable. Despite his desire to leave quietly, he found himself unwillingly embroiled in conflict. Had there been anyone with sense before, this situation would not have escalated to this extent. All of you attack together. Do not underestimate him. Feng Qingyang commanded. Soon, a dozen disciples stepped forward, wielding their life weapons, rushing toward Lin Kai. Ding. Host detected to be surrounded. Mission activated. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Mission issued. Task: eliminate all opponents. Reward: a random gift package. The Shijian sword lay quietly in Lin Kai's palm, its blade shimmering with an ominous, chilling light. The aura of the sword surged like a tumultuous tide, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill. Its presence instilled both fear and reverence, threatening to engulf anyone who dared approach carelessly. Feng Qingyang observed this scene, realizing he could not fathom the nature or level of the Shijian sword. Amused by this thought, Feng Qingyang found it laughable that he was intimidated by a mere sword. As the disciples surged toward him, Lin Kai decisively unleashed a wave of sword energy. In an instant, all those who had charged at him were annihilated without a chance to react. That sword is problematic. Go all out. Everyone, attack together. Lu Wensong recognized the threat, feeling an unsettling vibe emanating from the sword. In that moment, all disciples unleashed their ultimate techniques, aiming to subdue Lin Kai. This time, over 100 disciples mobilized, intent on dismantling Lin Kai piece by piece. Unsurprisingly, this new wave met the same fate, falling victim to Lin Kai's swift blade. Who is this hero, so formidable, killing so many with ease? What level of power does he possess? One exclaimed, "This is bad. So many of our comrades have perished. Should we flee?" Yet, among the disciples, some remained fearless, urging their companions to stand firm against the so-called demonic cultivator. Indeed, as members of the sect, we cannot cower in the face of danger. Attack. While some trembled with fear, others embraced courage, though a small faction quietly resolved to escape. They reasoned that anyone who could slay so many with a single strike was not to be trifled with. Kid, I advise you to relinquish your sword and any other opportunities. If you comply, I may overlook your previous actions and even consider taking you as my disciple. Feng Qingyang proclaimed, viewing himself as superior, convinced that Lin Kai's strength stemmed from extraordinary fortune. In his mind, with his own cultivation at the 9th level of the transformation stage, he could easily mentor Lin Kai. Lin Kai, capable of such feats, would undoubtedly elevate his standing within the sect. How foolish to think such a lowly proposition could sway me. Lin Kai scoffed at Feng Qingyang's suggestion. Upon hearing Lin Kai's retort, Feng Qingyang's face flushed with rage. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his aura, enveloping his fists as he launched a devastating attack toward Lin Kai. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chapter 6. The sect leader emerges. As Feng Qingyang unleashed a flurry of assaults against Lin Kai, the onlookers began to involuntarily praise the Grand Elder. Now this is commendable. With the Grand Elder's intervention, this youth stands no chance of survival. He is a menace for having slain so many of his peers. He deserves to be punished. The Grand Elder is indeed a formidable master at the transformation stage, and it seems this disciple is destined to meet his end today. Relishing the flattery from the crowd, Feng Qingyang savors the moment. Since Lin Kai has willingly sought his demise, he does not intend to intervene. After all, aiding in one's growth is a virtue. As Feng Qingyang launches his attack, he envisions Lin Kai being utterly obliterated by a single strike. The onlookers share the belief that Lin Kai cannot possibly survive the force of Feng Qingyang's blow. However, reality starkly contrasts with his expectations. As Lin Kai sees Feng Qingyang's fist approaching within mere inches, he swiftly extends a hand to block the impending strike. With a deft motion, he wields the xianxiaaudiobooks and, in an instant, severs Feng Qingyang's arm. The anguished cries erupt, leaving the spectators in shock at the unfolding scene. Before they can comprehend the situation, Lin Kai swiftly advances, wielding the xianxian, and with one stroke, decapitates Feng Qingyang. A single stroke to annihilate. Even Feng Qingyang, still reeling from the loss of his arm, fails to react in time. Only after Feng Qingyang collapses does the crowd gradually regain their senses. How could this be? The Grand Elder has been defeated? With the Grand Elder slain, who remains to challenge him? This is disastrous. When the sect master emerges and witnesses this scene, how will he respond? Gazing at Feng Qingyang's lifeless body, severed from his head, the other elders, including Lu Wensong, begin to feel trepidation. What shall we do? If even the Grand Elder has fallen, what hope do we have? Lu Wensong inquires. The other elders fall silent, realizing they could barely withstand a few moves under the Grand Elder's guidance. Moreover, they are now confronted by the ruthless individual who so effortlessly dispatched the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, within a certain pavilion of the inner sect, life tokens belonging to disciples and elders lay scattered, the majority shattered, with only a fraction remaining intact. The disciple guarding the pavilion, upon hearing the commotion, hastens to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene of destruction, he trembles, disbelief evident in his eyes. How could this be? Even the Grand Elder's token has shattered? In contrast to the fool, this disciple remains composed. Soon, the bronze bell outside the pavilion tolls once more, coincidentally marking the moment the sect master, who had been in seclusion, emerges. Hearing the sound from the pavilion, he steps forward to investigate. What has transpired? Yi Lingtian inquires of the disciple. Prior to his emergence, he felt an ominous twitch in his eyelids. Having significantly advanced in cultivation and successfully breaking through to the Void Return realm, he had intended to gather the elders and share his joyous news, only to be interrupted by the bell from the inner sect pavilion. Reporting to the sect master, the disciple stammers. All the tokens of the Grand Elder and others have shattered. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian says nothing further and swiftly enters the pavilion. As he surveys the numerous shattered tokens, he holds his breath in shock. Then, consumed by fury, he bellows, "Who dares to act thus? I shall ensure you pay in blood for this transgression." Yi Lingtian's wrath erupts, his cultivation at the Void Return realm radiating an overwhelming aura that seems poised to shatter the very pavilion. The guard disciple stationed outside is sent flying 10 meters away by the force of Yi Lingtian's aura, spitting blood. Fortunately, the disciple manages to defend himself in time, consuming a healing pill. Otherwise, he would have surely perished under that overwhelming pressure. In the inner sect, at the law enforcement hall, Hall Master Qin Kambwa senses the terrifying aura that erupts following the sect master's emergence and hastily makes his way to the pavilion. Upon arriving, he feels the oppressive force emanating from Yi Lingtian and realizes the gravity of the situation. As he approaches Yi Lingtian, he quickly comprehends the scenario upon witnessing the expanse of shattered life tokens. His gaze fixates on one particular token, that of his most favored disciple, Xianxia. How could this be? Even Xianxia has fallen? Qin Kang's eyes redden in an instant. Sect Master, allow me to handle this matter. I assure you, I will bring the perpetrator to justice. Qin Kambwa volunteers eagerly. Yi Lingtian, sensing Qin Kambwa's determination, nods in acknowledgement. I shall await your report in the main hall. Uncover the truth swiftly, Yi Lingtian commands, before vanishing from the pavilion. After leaving the pavilion, Qin Kambwa gathers the law enforcement personnel to interrogate the situation. Hall Master, it seems a significant incident has occurred at the mountain gate. Numerous elders and disciples appear to be besieging an individual. At that moment, a disciple rushes to Qin Kambwa, reporting his observations. Upon hearing this, and recalling the earlier events witnessed in the pavilion, Qin Kambwa clenches his fists in frustration. Such a multitude has perished unnoticed, and even a powerhouse like the Grand Elder has fallen in succession. Let us proceed to the mountain gate, Qin Kambwa commands. In no time, several hundred individuals gather. Following Qin Kambwa's lead, at the mountain gate of Taishan Sect, Lin Kai stands, holding aloft a severed head, the head of an elder. As he resembles a harbinger of death, all present freeze, holding their breath in fear. The might of Lin Kai renders them powerless. After a series of battles, they have suffered losses, and now Lin Kai appears unscathed, without a single wound. Shortly thereafter, Qin Kambwa arrives with hundreds of followers. He immediately notices Lin Kai, or rather, the head he clutches. That is his close friend, Lu Songqing. Suppressing his grief, he signals for everyone to encircle Lin Kai, preventing any chance of escape. Given the previous events, despite the disciples' belief that the law enforcement hall could surely apprehend Lin Kai, their repeated humiliations have left them hesitant, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. You vile creature, you have repeatedly slain your fellow disciples. Today, I shall ensure you face justice. Qin Kambwa roars in fury. All of you attack. Execute without mercy. At Qin Kambwa's command, every member of the law enforcement personnel springs into action, launching another offensive against Lin Kai. Upon hearing those words, Lin Kai's gaze hardens, and without a hint of hesitation, he resolves to eliminate those who seek his death. Upon detecting the repeated ambushes against the host, the system announces, reward upgrade initiated. Upon annihilating all adversaries, 3 mysterious gift packages shall be awarded. Host may proceed with the slaughter. Surprised by the system's announcement, Lin Kai, still holding Lu Qingsong's head, casually tosses it towards the attackers. Very well, let the massacre commence. At this moment, Lin Kai embodies the essence of a divine being, unleashing the xianxiaaudiobooks, the supreme celestial technique. In mere moments, blood sprays forth, and bodies fall apart, witnessing Lin Kai's one-sided slaughter of the hundreds from the law enforcement hall. The onlooking disciples tremble in fear. Some collapse to the ground, utterly unprepared for Lin Kai's capacity to once again eliminate all in a single stroke. The scene has transformed into a horrific spectacle, with heaps of corpses and rivers of blood. As Lin Kai stands atop the mountain of bodies, he resembles an incarnation of a death god. Chapter 7. The Guardian Array. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards are now being dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 gift packages. Would you like to open them? Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Peerless xianxiadrama. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Peerless xianxiamo Tower. Congratulations, host. You have received a Peerless Imperial Vessel. Congratulations, host. You have gained the Peerless Technique, Tianxianzhang. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded the Peerless Xianxiaodao. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Peerless Xianxiajuan. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Peerless Gong Fa. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Unparalleled Body Technique, Shua Di Chengxiyuan. Lin Kai gazed at the multitude of rewards before him, utterly dazzled by the unexpected bounty bestowed by the system. He promptly began to stow each item into his divine ring, knowing he had pressing matters to attend to and could examine the rewards in detail later. Standing amidst countless corpses, Lin Kai surveyed everything around him, contemplating a silent departure. However, those present insisted on provoking him into a massacre. Why do you seek death? Is living not preferable? Lin Kai questioned in bewilderment. Hearing Lin Kai's tone, Xianxiaodobooks fell into silence. What had initially been a trivial affair had escalated into this gruesome scene. Xianxiaodobooks understood that further words were futile. The key issue was that the disciples of the sect had been decimated by Lin Kai, a prestigious sect, thrown into disarray by a mere junior disciple, and unable to contain him. What a disgrace for Taishian's sect. Humph, no matter how strong you are, let me inform you that within Taishian's sect, an ancient ancestor is stationed. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Form the formation, Xianxiaodobooks commanded, addressing those beside him. 2 elders and a host of disciples immediately began to weave hand seals, channeling their spiritual energy to initiate the formation. Illusory killing trapping formation, activate. Within mere breaths, a grand array was established. As the name suggests, the illusory killing trapping formation is a composite of illusory, killing, and trapping arrays. Within this illusion, reality intertwines with fantasy, filled with visions of one's deepest desires and greatest fears. Memories of pain and joy ensnare individuals, rendering them unable to escape. When these 3 formations converge, their potency multiplies, making escape nearly impossible. Naturally, such a formidable array requires vast amounts of spiritual energy to maintain. Thus, it is reserved for repelling formidable adversaries. Today, they intended to trap Lin Kai within this illusory killing formation. This array was discovered by our sect's ancestors in a hidden realm and has since become one of our protective formations. Experience despair within it, Xianxiaodobooks asserted confidently. This formation had undoubtedly earned countless accolades for Taishian's sect, with the number of lives claimed under its power reaching into the hundreds of thousands. You, brat. Dying within this formation would be your fortune. Ha ha ha. Cherish the time you have left. Do not perish too swiftly, having slaughtered so many of our sect. The power of the illusion will only increase. This time, I do not believe you can emerge unscathed. Several elders taunted as they observed Lin Kai trapped within the formation. Lin Kai's prowess had instilled profound fear in them. They were oblivious to the opportunities he had seized. How could a mere body refinement cultivator transform into such a formidable force? They even speculated that Lin Kai was no longer the Lin Kai they once knew, likely having been possessed by an ancient powerhouse or a reincarnated demon. If Lin Kai was not eliminated today, Taishian's sect could face annihilation. Hence, Lin Kai must die. Feeling the formation's shifting energies, Lin Kai remained undaunted. A mere formation attempting to slay him was the epitome of naivety. The illusory, killing, and trapping arrays held little sway over him now. From the moment the system deemed him an emperor, everything had changed. Observing their fixation on the notion that this formation could vanquish him, Lin Kai shook his head in resignation. Without wasting breath, he retracted the god-slaying sword and placed a hand upon the formation. The onlookers assumed he intended to break the formation through brute force. Huh, think you can break the formation? Such delusions. One scoffed. He must be out of options. I admit his strength is formidable, but the protective formation is no trifling matter. Watch closely as he struggles within the array, his life force waning. Even Xianxiaodobooks and the 2 elders could not suppress their disdainful smiles at this scene. How naive! If the formation could be so easily broken, Taishan Sect would have ceased to exist long ago. As Lin Kai's hand met the formation, the killing array activated first, unleashing a torrent of sharp swords aimed at him. In an instant, tens of thousands of flying swords coalesced. Yet Lin Kai paid them no mind, allowing them to strike him. Upon impact, every blade was repelled back. This spectacle left those outside the formation aghast, their smiles evaporating as they gaped in disbelief. Heavens, what is happening? Is the formation failing? Why is it ineffective against him? They murmured. Could it be that even the protective formation cannot contain him? Humph, he must be utilizing some treasure. Let us see how long he can withstand this, they speculated. Many still unwilling to believe that Lin Kai could dismantle the array. Break. A clear, resonant voice followed. Suddenly, a visible crack appeared on the formation's diagram. Bang. The sound of shattering rang out. In the blink of an eye, their prideful protective formation crumbled before their eyes. The crowd's faces flushed, akin to being struck by an invisible hand. Just a moment ago, they had confidently proclaimed that this formation could easily eliminate Lin Kai. Yet the outcome was starkly contrary to their expectations. This formation of yours seems rather ineffective, Lin Kai remarked, disappointment lacing his tone. Chapter 8. The Sect Master takes action? Still suppressing. As the formation collapsed, those who participated in its construction suffered the backlash of its power. At the moment Lin Kai shattered the formation, they spat blood, their breaths waning. In haste, they consumed healing elixirs to stabilize their injuries. The legend of the illusory killing trapping formation being unbreakable had been ruthlessly shattered. It was utterly inconceivable. Feeling the mockery emanating from Lin Kai, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others found their faces burning with shame. This brought to mind a scene from over a decade ago, when Taishan Sect had offended a significant figure, and Yilingtian had led a host of elders to establish a formation. The same array had left that formidable individual powerless, ultimately requiring the combined efforts of Yilingtian and the ancestors to defeat him. Following that battle, Taishan Sect's protective formations gained renown, and few sects dared to provoke them. However, everything happening today had completely upended their expectations. A single individual had effortlessly shattered their protective array. This instilled an unprecedented fear of Lin Kai within them. Should we summon the Sect Master? If this continues, the Sect will truly be finished. His strength has surpassed our control. Only the Sect Master and ancestors can eliminate him, suggested two elders beside Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face contorted with discomfort, recalling the vows he had made before Yilingtian to bring the culprit to justice. Following this battle, his confidence had evaporated, leaving him feeling helpless. Soon, a transmission talisman appeared in Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand, which he activated, sending a pulse of spiritual light soaring toward the sect's main hall. Do not be so smug. Although you have shattered our protective formation, it does not imply you possess the strength to contend with Taishan Sect. Unbeknownst to you, the Sect Master has recently reached the returning Void Realm. To slay you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised his voice deliberately, attempting to intimidate Lin Kai. Lin Kai remained unfazed, unperturbed at the prospect of eradicating any future threats. Meanwhile, within Taishan Sect's main hall, Yilingtian sat upon the Sect Master's throne, immersed in cultivation, having long since dismissed earlier events. He believed that Xianxiaaudiobooks had no reason to be unable to deal with a mere nobody like Lin Kai. At that moment, Yilingtian sensed a trace of spiritual energy and opened his eyes to see a message talisman flying towards him. He deftly entwined his fingertips with the golden light and pressed it against his forehead to swiftly grasp the situation. Realizing that matters were dire, he hurriedly prepared to set off for reinforcements, anxious to prevent further losses. Before the mountain gate of Taishan Sect, although Xianxiaaudiobooks' threats were incessant, Lin Kai remained unfazed. What of the return to Void Realm? Even an emperor of the same realm would not pose a challenge to him. After all, the system had directly elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Were it not for the limitations of this world, Lin Kai's cultivation would be far beyond that of an emperor. In an instant, a formidable aura rapidly approached the mountain gate. Upon sensing the terrifying yet familiar pressure from the approaching figure, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others finally felt their hearts settle. They were well aware that the sect leader had arrived. This time, they were determined to ensure Lin Kai faced the consequences. Leader, you have arrived. Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forward to greet him. Yilingtian nodded, focusing his gaze on Lin Kai. After a careful observation, he discovered that Lin Kai's bone age was under 20. Most alarmingly, Yilingtian was unable to discern Lin Kai's true strength. This was rather unsettling. Regardless of his own status as a master of the Return to Void Realm, it was unthinkable that he could not see through a mere junior. This could only indicate that Lin Kai's power surpassed his own. How could a lad of under 20 outshine a cultivator who had spent centuries honing his craft? The thought left Yilingtian hesitant to pursue further contemplation. It was simply unheard of. Even among the four great sects, The foremost youth of Haotian sect had barely reached the transformation stage. Subsequently, Yilingtian adopted a different demeanor, even altering his address. Fellow cultivator, might you be interested in joining our Taishan sect as a core member? I can take responsibility for previous matters and let bygones be bygones. What say you? As Yilingtian uttered these words, not only Qin Konghua and the disciples present were taken aback, but even Lin Kai himself was momentarily stunned. He did not expect Yilingtian to extend an invitation to join Taishan sect. Such a sect, with its inclination for bloodshed, could hardly be a fit for someone like him, especially as a core member. Indeed, sect leader, he has slain so many of our brethren. Can we simply let this go? Is it not unfair to the deceased disciples and elders? Could it be that even the sect leader is not his match? The discussions among the crowd reached a fever pitch. In truth, Lin Kai's prowess was undeniably formidable. If he were to align with their sect, other factions would think twice before taking action against them. Hearing the murmurs, Yilingtian's aura erupted, and with a commanding shout, he silenced everyone. Enough. Who here is the sect leader, you or I? When did it become your place to speak out of turn? This group seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Without experiencing the burdens of leadership, how could they comprehend the value of resources? Fellow cultivator, should you join our sect, with your strength, I can grant you the position of elder. What do you think? Yilingtian's gaze was fixed on Lin Kai, eager for his response, believing that he had no reason to decline. Should Lin Kai agree, the sacrifices of the fallen disciples would not be in vain, and the sect would gain a powerful ally rivaling Yilingtian himself. At worst, they could recruit new disciples later, quickly restoring the sect to its former stature. After all, this world was never short of people. It was the strong that were always in short supply. Lin Kai stood still, locking eyes with Yilingtian. Not interested, he replied decisively, unwilling to lower himself to such a minor sect with his current strength. He could easily seize Taishan's sect if he wished. Why would he need to rely on others? At these words, Yilingtian sighed. Since persuasion had failed, he would have to resort to force. He was mentally prepared to summon the ancestor at any moment. Despite his pride, Yilingtian was not foolish. He was acutely aware that Lin Kai's strength likely surpassed his own, and he could not afford to be complacent. Those who bring calamity upon themselves shall not live. Yilingtian brandished his weapon, a long sword named Tianyan. Seeing his movement, the elders and disciples behind him readied themselves for battle. Lonely Sky's sword shadow. Yilingtian struck first, unleashing his full strength in an attempt to gauge Lin Kai's depth. The disciples behind him could hardly contain their excitement at seeing Yilingtian's legendary technique, which had claimed the lives of countless cultivators. Yet, their hopes were swiftly dashed. With a mere flick of his hand, Lin Kai effortlessly dismantled Yilingtian's attack. Alarm surged through Yilingtian. His prideful trump card had been so easily neutralized by Lin Kai. He hastily unleashed another wave of sword energy, attempting to stall Lin Kai, while frantically retrieving a token to send a message. Ancestor, save me. Yilingtian was no longer displaying the demeanor of a sect leader. Lin Kai's strike had instilled in him a profound sense of fear and despair, as if a demon from the abyss had come to claim his life. Fortunately, Yilingtian managed to sidestep in time. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as those lifeless bodies strewn on the ground. Calmly observing the hundreds of dead, Lin Kai's expression remained serene, as though he were merely attending to a mundane task. His gaze swiftly locked onto Yilingtian, whose seemingly unperturbed countenance evoked a deep-seated terror within him. In a single step, Lin Kai appeared before Yilingtian, gripping his neck with one hand. The speed was so remarkable that Yilingtian had no time to react, his pupils dilating in disbelief. His eyes revealed his unwillingness. After breaking through the return to Void Realm not long ago, his future had seemed so promising, only to dissolve into nothingness. Let me go, I beg you. Spare my life. With a sharp crack, Lin Kai disregarded Yilingtian's pleas, mercilessly snapping his neck and sending him to meet the Buddha in the west. Witnessing their sect leader perish so abruptly, the remaining few scattered like frightened mice, fearing Lin Kai would turn his attention to them next. Little did they know, Lin Kai had never regarded them as anything more than insignificant outsiders. Rather than concerning himself with them, Lin Kai was far more invested in the system panel before him. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Rewards are now being issued. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving a special gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 non-fusible Emperor summoning cards. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 non-fusible quasi-Emperor summoning cards. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving 100 non-fusible integration stage summoning cards. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Upon seeing the rewards from the system, Lin Kai fell into deep contemplation. It appeared the system was guiding him towards a clear path, the establishment of a powerful faction of his own. Lin Kai did not dwell on it for long. With his current emperor-level strength, he could easily found an invincible sect. Once established, it would become the most formidable power across the entire Tianxian continent. Of course, Lin Kai was not preoccupied with such thoughts at the moment. These matters required careful planning. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of Taishan Sect, within a forbidden area, countless formations, killing arrays, sealing arrays, and protective arrays were set up, seemingly suppressing something of great significance. At the center, several terrifying auras were concealed, each radiating a potent energy, all being experts of the great Ascension stage. A dozen individuals sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling runes in the air, all converging towards a singular direction. At the very center, an ordinary-looking pagoda concealed a shadow curled within, emanating a thick black mist, exuding a sinister aura. An elder opened his eyes, having sensed something. The gaze between those eyes emanated an endless terror. Anyone of lesser cultivation who dared to meet his eyes would undoubtedly perish instantly. This elder was none other than Yixuanji, one of the revered ancestors of Taishan Sect. He also served as the public spokesperson for the sect, while the other sects remained oblivious to the fact that they harbored over a dozen formidable beings within their forbidden grounds. Even the deceased sect leader, Yi Ling Tian, was never privy to this secret until his dying breath. Old Yi, what has transpired? Among the group of elders, one named Li Baoyuan, also an ancestor of Taishan Sect, inquired. The boy Ling Tian has sent word that our sect is facing a grave enemy, with countless casualties among our members. The sect is on the brink of annihilation, Yixuanji explained. What? This is utterly intolerable. How despicable. If I were not bound to stay here for too long, I would make those outsiders pay dearly, Li Baoyuan exclaimed in anger. Known for his fiery temper, he could hardly accept the injustice inflicted upon their sect, especially when they were unable to retaliate against such a formidable foe. Nonetheless, amidst their complaints, they remained aware of the gravity of the situation, should they abandon their posts. The entities suppressed within the tower could unleash devastation upon Taishan Sect, or even the entire Tianxian continent. Old Yi, you must go at once. The sooner you return, the better, for we cannot afford to be away for too long, another elder advised. Whenever significant events occurred within the sect, Yixuanji took charge, managing all affairs personally. He had grown accustomed to such responsibilities and, upon leaving the formation center, hurried toward the sect's entrance. At the gates of Taishan Sect, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the forbidden area behind the mountain, the surviving disciples and a few protective elders were filled with excitement. They knew their ancestor had emerged. Oh, ancestor, our plight is dire. We have encountered a truly wicked individual who threatens to obliterate our sect. Our leader has perished. We beseech you to take action and vanquish this foe. Ancestor, you must deliver justice for us. As Yixuanji appeared before them, the disciples began to voice their accusations against Lin Kai, enumerating every conceivable charge against him, fearful that the ancestor might overlook him. Observing the tearful disciples resembling wronged maidens, Yixuanji's lips twitched in irritation. What a disgraceful display of weeping, he admonished. Following their directions, he spotted a youth standing motionless, devoid of any fear. Curious. I cannot see through this individual, Yixuanji mused to himself, increasingly unsettled by the thought. The fact that a mere boy could instill a sense of dread within him was absurd. If this were to be made public, it would surely invite ridicule upon him. A master of the great Ascension stage, intimidated by a mere child. Who are you? Who grants you the audacity to slaughter at will within Taishan Sect? Yixuanji questioned coldly. Lin Kai appeared oblivious to the inquiry, remaining silent. Before Yixuanji could speak further, one of the protective elders leaped forward, exclaiming, You insolent wretch! Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear our ancestor address you? Beep. Host has been provoked. Task activation in progress. Beep. Task issued. Task details. Eliminate all present. Reward, a random gift package. Upon receiving the task, Lin Kai opened his eyes and, with blinding speed, launched an attack so swift it was nearly imperceptible, aimed at the protective elder. Silence, Lin Kai declared, and the elder collapsed lifelessly before the astonished crowd. It took a few moments before the onlookers could process what had just occurred. What? How is this possible? When did that elder meet his demise? My heavens, what speed of attack is this? It was too fast. I couldn't even see his movements. Even Yixuanji could not help but gasp in astonishment, feeling an unsettling sensation wash over him, deeming the situation exceedingly bizarre. At that moment, another protective elder, emboldened by the presence of the ancestor, stepped forward and angrily scolded Lin Kai. You scoundrel, how dare you commit such an atrocity before our ancestor? Seemingly eager to gain favor with Yixuanji, this elder summoned several others to surround Lin Kai. The others quickly comprehended his intent, drawing their weapons and locking onto Lin Kai. As the group advanced, Lin Kai, wielding the god-slaying sword, swept his blade effortlessly, his mind undisturbed. Xuanji's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this scene. "Retreat," he shouted, but it was too late. The group had already met their demise. The remaining individuals, witnessing the unfolding events, were left in a state of shock, their expressions unable to convey the depth of their disbelief. The disciples, already speechless, stood in mute horror. Chapter 10. The Unsealing of the Evil Beast. Every remaining disciple and elder found themselves engulfed in despair. Lin Kai's overwhelming power rendered them helpless, akin to a deity of death. No, he was indeed a deity of death. They could not fathom who might be capable of restraining Lin Kai. All eyes turned toward their ancestor. Only Xuanji possessed the strength to avenge their fallen comrades. Xuanji glared at Lin Kai with fury, astonished that he would dare to slaughter so many of Taishan Sect's members before him. The speed of his attacks was such that even he could not react in time to save anyone. How dare you act with such madness? Alas, however, seeing your formidable strength and acknowledging that you were once a disciple of our sect, if you agree to swear an oath of blood and pledge loyalty to me, I am willing to overlook your past transgressions, Xuanji commanded Lin Kai, his tone not one of negotiation, but of an ultimatum he expected to be followed. His reasoning was clear. Minimizing Taishan Sect's losses was paramount. Killing Lin Kai would not bring back the deceased. The other elders were bewildered by Xuanji's decision. With most of the sect's disciples and elders nearly wiped out, how could the ancestor invite Lin Kai to become the sect leader? Were they not afraid he would turn on them once in power? They certainly did not wish to live under the same roof as a merciless killer, fearing they could be next. Of course, they dared not voice their objections to Xuanji's words. Once the ancestor had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Lin Kai found amusement in Xuanji's proposition. Not interested, he flatly declined without a second thought. Xuanji's face twitched in irritation. Yet he suppressed his frustration for the greater good. Once Lin Kai assumed the role of sect leader, he had numerous methods to mold him, rendering him a pawn in his game. Even if one did not suffice, there were still over a dozen others in the forbidden area behind the mountain. Xuanji could not believe that a mere teenager could defy him, a being who had lived for centuries. Youth, should you agree to become the sect leader, I shall turn a blind eye to all but the most egregious of matters, Xuanji offered, granting Lin Kai what seemed to be a great deal of power. Upon hearing this, the disciples and elders beside Xuanji were left in disbelief. Ancestor, this. One elder attempted to speak, only to be silenced by a warning glance from Xuanji, causing him to retreat in fear. Noticing Lin Kai's continued silence, Xuanji mistakenly believed him to be wavering and pressed on. Young friend, what say you? Enough with the prattle. It's like listening to a nagging mother. I have no time for your nonsense, Lin Kai retorted, frustrated by the excessive chatter surrounding a mere confrontation. Xuanji's expression darkened, nearly choking on his own indignation. After pouring out his heartfelt counsel, it seemed Lin Kai had absorbed none of it, akin to seeking death in the most foolish of manners. Xuanji's demeanor shifted to one of fierce hostility. Intransigent and obstinate, since you refuse to drink the wine offered, you shall face the consequences. Prepare to meet your demise, Xuanji declared with fury. A tempest of 3,000 swords materialized above him, an overwhelming sword intent enveloping the entire Taishan sect. Imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood, poised to pierce Lin Kai's heart with countless arrows. Sensing such a terrifying aura, the disciples and elders of Taishan sect retreated in haste, for the magnitude of this pressure was beyond their capacity to withstand. In the blink of an eye, the deluge of 3,000 swords engulfed Lin Kai, obscuring his form beneath a cloud of dust, rendering the situation within invisible. 3 breaths later, when no reaction was forthcoming, the onlookers presumed Lin Kai had been obliterated by Xuanji's assault, and they began to cheer in unison. Ha ha ha, this demon has finally perished. The heavens have seen justice. They exclaimed. Oh, brothers and sisters, did you see? Our ancestor has avenged you. Brother, may your spirit rest peacefully in the heavens. May your next life be free from this turmoil. Long live the ancestor. Observing the jubilant crowd, Xuanji's gaze remained fixed on the spot where Lin Kai had stood. Unlike the others, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. His restless heart did not find solace, and his eyelids twitched incessantly. It seems you all rejoice a tad too soon. A voice resonated throughout the mountain gate. All eyes turned in disbelief toward the source of the voice. From the dust-shrouded position emerged a radiant shield of golden light, dazzling in its brilliance. Within this protective aura stood none other than Lin Kai himself. What? He survived? Is our ancestor's attack truly so feeble? How can this be? The ancestor is not just any sect leader. How could he fail to vanquish this scoundrel? Gasps of shock, confusion, fear, and resentment filled the air as Lin Kai's formidable presence became apparent. Xuanji, equally astonished, realized the strength Lin Kai possessed. Few could withstand the might of the 3,000 swords in this realm. Resolute, he thought, if one strike is insufficient, then let me unleash several more. He could not fathom failing to eliminate such a trivial opponent. Just as Yi Xuanji prepared to strike again, a wave of dread washed over him, as if sensing an impending calamity. In the distance, Lin Kai brandished a sword radiating an even more fearsome aura than before. As Lin Kai pointed his sword at Yi Xuanji, the Divine Slayer's sword flew from his grasp, hurtling toward its target. Confronted with such an overwhelming presence, Yi Xuanji sought to defend himself, but the Divine Slayer's sword offered him no reprieve. With a swift thrust, it pierced his heart, clean and decisive. Without a hint of hesitation, little did Yi Xuanji anticipate that he would meet his end at the hands of a junior. In his final moments, he gasped, recognizing the futility of resisting such a terrifying strike, and resorted to invoking a secret technique to summon allies from the rear mountain. Young one, do not rejoice too soon. We shall meet again shortly, Yi Xuanji uttered before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain, a transformation unfurled the instant Yi Xuanji's message was dispatched. Countless array patterns began to collapse. At the heart of the forbidden domain, a group of over a dozen individuals, upon hearing of Yi Xuanji's fall, were struck with disbelief. How could a master of the Great Ascension stage perish so easily? Who is responsible for this? Who possesses the power to slay old Yi? They clamored, let us seek vengeance for his demise. The sorrow over Yi Xuanji's death weighed heavily on them, for he had been a companion for centuries. Moreover, with his passing, their ability to maintain the sealing array was severely compromised. In unison, they resolved to abandon their posts as the array began to crumble and hastened toward the mountain gate. Moments later, a shadow within the tower seemed to sense the upheaval, unleashing a furious roar that reverberated throughout Taishan Sect. In an instant, the skies darkened, the earth fractured, and the shadow broke free from its confinement, howling into the heavens as if heralding the end times. Shortly thereafter, a cadre of figures appeared before the mountain gate, each radiating a terrifying aura, leaving the disciples and elders in disbelief at the sight. They beheld over a dozen formidable beings, akin in strength to their ancestor, emerging from the rear mountain. Before inquiries could be made, these masters of the Great Ascension stage fixed their vengeful gazes upon Lin Kai, their enmity palpable. You are the one who killed old Yi. Prepare to pay with your life. Among them, Li Baoyuan was the first to strike, grim and taciturn, charging at Lin Kai. Lin Kai, unyielding, wielded the Divine Slayer's sword. And in the blink of an eye, Li Baoyuan was slain before he could react. Coincidentally, as Li Baoyuan fell, a grotesque shadow appeared from the rear mountain, a hideous and malevolent beast. Its malevolent aura caused several disciples tainted by the black mist to perish on the spot. The remaining masters of the Great Ascension stage were taken aback by the speed at which the ferocious beast broke free from its seal, sparking a sense of urgency among them. As the saying goes, foes meet with fierce enmity. The evil beast charged toward the gathered masters, its power undiminished even after centuries of confinement. In mere moments, half of the Great Ascension experts lay dead or wounded, as the beast sought to unleash centuries of pent-up resentment and humiliation. One elder surged toward Lin Kai, the others following suit, intent on dragging him down with them, believing him to be the root of their misfortune. The beast too had its sights set on Lin Kai, perceiving him as a significant threat that must be eliminated first to avert future calamities. Observing the two advancing factions, Lin Kai smirked cynically. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? He promptly directed a powerful punch at the leading beast. With a thunderous impact, the beast was obliterated in an instant, its body disintegrating into fragments of flesh and torrents of demonic blood. Chapter 11. The Beast Tide. Before the mountain gate, the ground was littered with the remnants of the vanquished beast, drenched in its blood, the stench overwhelming. Those who remained were left reeling, as if they had traversed through hell. Before the beast's emergence, its roar had already unsettled the onlookers, but upon its appearance, despair gripped their hearts, for they had never encountered such a terrifying entity. With the number of Great Ascension masters dwindling, they began to doubt whether this was indeed their final day. Then, they witnessed the beast's swift demise at Lin Kai's hands, and in a heartbeat, they were transported from despair to hope. Is it over? What has transpired? Where did this beast even come from? Such a horrifying aura, especially that black mist, it spells doom. Surely, the commotion had been felt by other sects. The turmoil would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Tianxian continent. Meanwhile, after dispatching the beast, Lin Kai's gaze turned toward the remaining 5 Great Ascension elders. As they felt the piercing intensity of Lin Kai's gaze, fear gripped their hearts, as if they were being hunted by some unspeakable terror. Lin Kai's prowess left them awestruck. Despite being masters of the Great Ascension stage, on par with ancestors of other sects, they had not anticipated that Li Baoyuan, a fellow master, would fall so easily to Lin Kai's blade. Young friend, might we negotiate for our lives? We are but pawns in this game. One of the elderly men clad in a black robe began to plead for mercy, disregarding any semblance of dignity, as survival had become his utmost priority. The previous assault by the malevolent beasts had decimated their ranks, leaving them gravely injured with little combat strength remaining. Observing one individual capitulate, the others swiftly followed suit, beseeching Lin Kai for forgiveness. Witnessing the revered elders of the Great Ascension period kneeling in supplication, the remaining elders and disciples were equally distressed, fearing that Lin Kai might extinguish their lives with a single strike. Unmoved by their desperate gestures, Lin Kai understood that leaving this place promptly was of paramount importance. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he tore through the fabric of space, heading directly to the treasure vault of Tai Xianzong, which he swiftly emptied, leaving nothing behind. After a brief moment, Lin Kai reappeared before the onlookers, who assumed he was there to exact vengeance, and they prostrated themselves in terror. With an expression of cold indifference, Lin Kai uttered a thought to annihilate them, fully aware of the wisdom in eradicating the root of the problem before it could regenerate. Subsequently, he lingered no longer, once again tearing through the void to depart Tai Xianzong, having sensed an influx of individuals converging towards the sect. It was not that Lin Kai was afraid. Rather, he wished to avoid complications, as trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. Engaging with insignificant foes was exceedingly tiresome. After leaving Tai Xianzong, Lin Kai alighted in an area known as Fengshan Ping Yuan, where it was time to review the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task, rewards are now being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 billion spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a complete sect service. Note: the acquired cultivation can be cumulatively utilized in the current continent. The Emperor Realm is the ultimate limit. Note: the complete sect service refers to a fully equipped sect. Simply select the dragon vein and establish it directly. After tallying the rewards from the system, Lin Kai picked up a small model, representing the complete sect service awarded by the system. As for the 100,000 years of cultivation, Lin Kai felt it was of little significance for him at this juncture. The Emperor Realm was already sufficient. Having stored away the rewards, Lin Kai found a suitable location and sat cross-legged. After departing Tai Xianzong and calming his mind, a segment of memory began to crystallize in his thoughts. The image of a frail woman in distress materialized before him. This was none other than his mother. Tianfu City. Within his memories, Lin Kai located the whereabouts of his family, a considerable distance from his current position, just as he prepared to retrace the path back to his clan. The ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Lin Kai ascended into the air to assess the situation, discovering countless demonic beasts, seemingly bewitched, advancing in a singular direction. A beast tide? The only possibility that crossed his mind was that the blood of the malevolent beast he had previously vanquished had triggered this phenomenon. While the blood of that beast was harmful to humans, it was a boon for these unrefined creatures, potentially allowing them to evolve into similar malevolent beings. However, Lin Kai chose not to intervene, as the strength of this beast tide was insufficient to pose a threat to other cultivators. As Lin Kai continued onward, several figures soared through the air on swords, approaching him. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. Halt! Which sect do you belong to? Do you possess any information regarding this beast tide? Speak quickly. One of the men stepped forward to inquire, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Lin Kai, wishing to avoid further entanglements, shook his head. At that moment, the white-clad man at the center of the group gestured for the others to step back. Are you ignorant or unwilling to speak? I suspect that this beast tide was incited by you. In this vicinity, you are the only one present. Could you be a demonic cultivator? Jing Tianyu continued, adopting a confrontational stance against Lin Kai. Step aside. Lin Kai's gaze turned icy as he cast a glance at Jing Tianyu. Do you know who I am? Daring to speak to me in such a manner? You seek death. Jing Tianyu, filled with rage, prepared to strike at Lin Kai. Ding. Provocation detected. Task activated and signing in. Ding. Task issued. Task details. Eliminate all individuals. Task reward. A random gift package. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Kai's mind. The onlookers, Jing Tianyu's companions, regarded the situation with indifference, dismissing Lin Kai as inconsequential, should he perish. They were well aware of Jing Tianyu's temperament, which did not tolerate interference. Jing Tianyu, wielding his treasured sword, charged at Lin Kai, his sharp attacks swiftly closing in. The expressions of the onlookers twisted into smug anticipation, convinced that Lin Kai had become a mere ghost under Jing Tianyu's blade. Yet, unexpectedly, just as Jing Tianyu's attack was a mere inch away from Lin Kai, It abruptly halted, and his eyes dimmed as he collapsed, devoid of life. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, as they had anticipated Lin Kai's demise at Jing Tianyu's hands, only to witness their senior brother fall instead. Momentarily stunned, their expressions shifted from astonishment to fury. You killed Jing Shixiao. Do you know who he was? You are finished. Jing Shixiao was a direct disciple of the outer sect elder of our Hao Tian zone. You dare to slay him. They rallied together, vowing vengeance for Jing Shixiao and to capture Lin Kai for the elders. As the four drew their weapons and advanced on Lin Kai, he acted first, unleashing a palm strike against the three male cultivators. With a thunderous crack, the swift strike reduced them to a mist of blood. Ah, don't kill me. The lone remaining woman, witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of her companions, was consumed by terror. Instinctively crying out, upon meeting Lin Kai's frigid gaze, she fell to her knees, pleading for mercy, crawling toward him. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you ask, and I will not reveal what has transpired here. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Eliminating you would yield the same outcome, Lin Kai replied, swiftly delivering a fatal strike to her throat, devoid of hesitation. The woman, taken aback by Lin Kai's directness, could hardly fathom his lack of sympathy, even as a seemingly delicate beauty. Hao Tianzong will not let you go. Lin Kai paid no heed to her words and was preparing to depart when a powerful, aged voice resonated across the plain. Halt! An elder materialized above Lin Kai, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon him. Recognizing the attire of the newcomer, which mirrored that of the slain individuals, Lin Kai surmised he was another member of the same sect. The elder's fury intensified upon noticing the corpses behind Lin Kai. You dare to slay my Hao Tianzong disciples? Who gave you the audacity? Speak. Who incited you to do this? Reveal it, and I may consider leaving you with a complete corpse. Upon realizing Lin Kai's indifference, the elder's frustration boiled over. Fool, do you not see I am speaking to you? You seek death. Enraged, the elder launched an attack at Lin Kai. With a wave of his hand, Lin Kai dissipated the elder's assault effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he teleported before the elder, piercing his forehead with a single finger, instantly penetrating his skull. The elder had no time to react, succumbing to Lin Kai's lethal touch, his head exploding. Thud! The elder's lifeless body crashed to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Kai remained silent, as though engaged in an ordinary task of little consequence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are now being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10 Emperor Summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 50,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 billion spirit stones. Lin Kai's spirits soared upon witnessing the system's rewards, having acquired 10 summon cards ripe for fusion. On the Tianxian continent, the Haotian sect stands as the premier among the 4 great sects, though this is merely a fade. Had the Taishan sect not been vanquished by Lin Kai, it would have remained unrivaled by the other 3 sections. The Haotian sect is nestled upon a dragon vein, its spiritual energy abundant, with each mountain peak exhibiting distinct levels of aura. From the Mingming Peak, outer sect, inner sect, core, disciples, elders, to the sect leader's peak, the hierarchy is clear-cut. Thus, while the Haotian sect is publicly acknowledged as the foremost sect, its disciples indeed possess far superior cultivation compared to those of other sections. At this moment, within the outer sect of Haotian, a figure, swift as lightning, raced towards the elder hall. An alarming announcement echoed. A disciple and an elder had perished. Within the elder hall, a male disciple sought an audience, and shortly, an elder appeared. Have I not instructed you to act with decorum? Speak. Who has fallen? The elder approached the disciple, his expression grim. It was Jing Tianyu and several of his companions, along with Elder Zhang Chong, the disciple stammered, unable to meet the elder's gaze. Upon hearing the name Jing Tianyu, the elder's pupils widened, akin to a startled bird, as shock coursed through him. What? Tianyu is dead? Who dares to slay my beloved disciple? I shall have your life. The elder, Duan Wenyuan, was indeed the master of Jing Tianyu, one of the outer sect elders. His furious roar reverberated throughout the elder hall and outer sect, leaving those unaware puzzled by the sudden commotion. What has transpired? Who has died? I do not know. Did not someone from the Mingpai Pavilion just enter? We shall inquire shortly. Did you not hear Elder Duan's voice? Who was his beloved disciple? Have you forgotten? How can you be so oblivious at such a young age? What? Who are you referring to? Elder Duan's disciple? That must be Jing Tianyu. A group of disciples gathered outside the elder hall, murmuring among themselves. Inside, the male disciple from the Mingpai Pavilion hurriedly explained the recent beast tide incident at the Fengshan Plain, where a few disciples had voluntarily ventured out to investigate, leading to the current calamity. Hearing of the beast tide, Duan Wenyuan's fury intensified. How dare such beasts harm his disciples? Gather 100 disciples immediately. We shall investigate the site. Alive or dead, I want to see them, Duan Wenyuan commanded. A moment later, 100 outer sect disciples assembled outside the Elder Hall. Duan Wenyuan swiftly activated the teleportation array, and upon entering, they were transported to Fengshan Plain. After Lin Kai had slain Zhang Chong, he thoroughly searched the fallen elder's belongings, stowing them away in his spatial ring. Subsequently, he incinerated the bodies of Zhang Chong and the female disciple, departing without a backward glance. At that moment, a spatial tunnel materialized above Lin Kai, and over 100 individuals began to appear before him, led by Elder Duan Wenyuan of the Haotian sect. Upon his arrival, Duan Wenyuan sensed his surroundings and soon locked eyes with Lin Kai, who stood amidst the still smoldering remains. After a careful examination, he discerned these were indeed members of his sect, and through the dense blood mist, he recognized the aura of his disciple, Jing Tianyu. Overcome with rage, Duan Wenyuan's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Kai. You wretch, did you kill these people? Do you not realize they are from the Haotian sect? Lin Kai remained unfazed, internally bemused by the unfolding events. Having dispatched 5 individuals, now an elder had arrived with a retinue. It felt as though he were caught in a never-ending cycle. Seeing Lin Kai's silence, Duan Wenyuan assumed acquiescence. Without further ado, he turned to his disciples. You lot. Eliminate him. Chapter 13. Consecutive slaughters. Shocking the entire sect. Beep. The host has been provoked. Task activation initiated. Beep. Task issued. Task details. Eliminate all adversaries. Task reward. A random gift package. The system had also issued a task, which did not surprise Lin Kai. At that moment, a disciple emerged from behind Duan Wenyuan. Elder, allow me to handle this. There is no need for multiple brothers to join forces against just one. If outsiders were to witness this, they might think the Haotian sect is bullying the weak, lowering our stature. This disciple, Feng Xiao, was among the top 100 talents of the outer sect. Duan Wenyuan, pleased with Feng Xiao's eagerness, subtly nodded in approval. With the elder's response, Feng Xiao's lips curled into a confident smile, relishing the opportunity to showcase his prowess before the elder. Previously, he had heard the elder declare Lin Kai as the murderer of the elder and several others, a claim he found hard to believe. To him, Lin Kai was nothing more than a mere qi refining stage fish, while he, Feng Xiao, stood as a towering figure in the foundation establishment stage, easily capable of dispatching a qi refining practitioner. You are unfortunate to encounter me, kid, Feng Xiao boasted, striking a flamboyant pose. The other disciples of Haotian sect averted their eyes, embarrassed by his antics. Even Duan Wenyuan's cheeks twitched. He had merely asked them to fight, not to display such foolishness. Soon, Feng Xiao returned to the matter at hand, pointing his sword at Lin Kai. His demeanor instantly transformed to that of a celestial swordsman descended from the heavens. Sword pointing to the clouds, Feng Xiao launched an impressive attack towards Lin Kai, his astonishing martial skill leaving the 100 disciples of Haotian sect awestruck. Wow, Brother Feng's move is so cool. What a domineering attack. I love it. When did this showy side of him emerge? I never noticed before. All right. I shall also show off upon returning to the sect. Feng Xiao paid no heed to the comments from his fellow disciples. This was his chance to shine before the elder. Duan Wenyuan nodded repeatedly, impressed by Feng Xiao's ability to wield a seemingly simple technique with such potency. He was indeed a promising talent. As for Jing Tianyu, he was gone. The focus must shift forward, for one disciple had perished, and another could easily be found. After this incident, Duan Wenyuan would undoubtedly take Feng Xiao as his new disciple. Meanwhile, Lin Kai remained as composed as ever, only momentarily taken aback by Feng Xiao's ostentatious display, nearly sullying his vision. Was it truly necessary to be so distasteful? A grown man indulging in such theatrics? As for Feng Xiao's attack, Lin Kai dismissed it entirely, merely glancing as it was effortlessly dismantled, dissipating into nothingness. Once the dust from the dissipated sword energy settled, the scene left the disciples of Haotian sect, including Duan Wenyuan, profoundly shocked. What is happening? How can the attack vanish before even making contact? This was utterly unheard of. Is this lad not merely at the qi refining stage? Could it be a fade? Or was Feng Xiao's attack ineffective, merely for show? Only Duan Wenyuan understood that Feng Xiao's assault had been obliterated in an instant. Feng Xiao, momentarily stunned to see his attack vanish, quickly regained his composure. You little rascal, I underestimated you. But don't get too proud. This next move will be your end. Feng Xiao unleashed another technique, named Tian Sha Jianling, charging at Lin Kai. This time, Lin Kai chose not to dismantle Feng Xiao's strike directly. Instead, he deftly evaded the attack and closed in on Feng Xiao himself. With a swift motion, Lin Kai grasped Feng Xiao's neck and twisted forcefully. A distinct crack echoed. followed by silence as Feng Zhao's life extinguished in an instant, departing peacefully. Lin Kai swiftly dispatched Feng Zhao with lightning speed, leaving the members of Hao Tianzong in a state of shock. They could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. What? Feng Zhao is dead? Such astonishing speed. No way. This person doesn't seem more formidable than I am. How could this happen? Oh no. Could it be that I have encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing? Feng Zhao's arrogance led to his demise. Damn it, let's eliminate this scoundrel. While the crowd was oblivious, Duan Yuan's face was etched with murderous intent. The death of Jing Tianyu was one thing, but to slay the mastermind and restore his honor was imperative. Now, even Feng Zhao had fallen to Lin Kai's single strike. This was utterly unforgivable and must be avenged. Lin Kai must die. All of you, attack without reservation. Duan Yuan bellowed. Upon hearing his words, 100 disciples of Hao Tianzong surged forward, launching an assault on Lin Kai. Numerous attacks manifested, each distinct with different runes, artifacts, and martial techniques. In Duan Yuan's eyes, even if Lin Kai possessed formidable strength, there was no way he could survive such an onslaught. In an instant, Lin Kai ruthlessly dismantled the barrage of attacks. This time, he showed no mercy. The Shashin Jian materialized before him, and he swung it toward the multitude, unleashing an overwhelming aura of destruction that engulfed the entire plain. In the blink of an eye, all 100 were obliterated by a single strike, their forms exploding into a mist of blood. The once vibrant green plain transformed into a crimson hell, stained by their blood. Duan Yuan, who was still observing from the air, nearly plummeted to the ground at this shocking sight. Over 100 lives extinguished before him by Lin Kai's sword. What kind of power was this? Even he, a master in the transformation stage, could not achieve such a feat. It was important to note that among those 100 were not only Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples, but also several prodigious golden core talents. All lost in an instant. If the sect leader of Hao Tianzong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly pursue Lin Kai with a vengeance, holding Duan Yuan accountable as well. At this moment, chaos erupted within Hao Tianzong. The sudden loss of over 100 elite disciples was highly unusual. Soon, the news of the casualties reached the ears of the inner sect elders and the sect leader. Understanding the gravity of the situation, sect leader Jia Ruilong personally led a contingent to the sealed mountain plain. Hao Tianzong mobilized another 100 disciples, this time comprised entirely of the sect's most formidable members. Upon their arrival at the sealed mountain plain, all eyes were drawn to a single youth. Realizing the situation, their fury escalated as they witnessed Elder Duan Yuan felled by this youth's sword, meeting a tragic end. Unforgivable. Cease this at once. An inner sect elder shouted at Lin Kai in a fit of rage. His name was Li Tiangang, a longtime friend of Duan Yuan's. Had it not been for Duan Yuan's previous mistake, he would not have been relegated to the outer sect. Driven by a desire to rescue his friend, Li Tiangang disregarded everything else and launched an attack aimed at killing Lin Kai. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Kai turned to face Li Tiangang and unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, Li Tiangang was reduced to a mist of blood. Slain in the blink of an eye, Lin Kai withdrew the sword from Duan Yuan's body and calmly regarded the members of Hao Tianzong. Li Tiangang's death left them utterly stunned. When had Li Tiangang become so weak that he perished from a single strike? Let us unite and attack together. This boy is not to be underestimated, one of the inner sect elders urged. Several elders swiftly joined forces, charging at Lin Kai without uttering a word. Predictably, they too met the same fate, slain by Lin Kai's sword before they could react. With Li Tiangang's demise still fresh in their minds, the death of multiple elders sent shockwaves through the remaining members of Hao Tianzong. All of this unfolded before the eyes of sect leader Jia Ruilong and the other elders. While they were awed by Lin Kai's prowess, their predominant emotions were anger and hatred. Sect leader, this person, though young, possesses extraordinary strength. He must be a nefarious cultivator. We implore you to issue a decree for his eradication. An inner sect elder boldly requested. Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Jia Ruilong, awaiting his command. Chapter 14, Frenzied Annihilation. Jia Ruilong pondered for a moment. If he mishandled this situation and word got out to other sects, it would tarnish Hao Tianzong's reputation and undermine his authority as sect leader. Lin Kai's strength astonished him, especially as he had just bested an inner sect elder. A flicker of appreciation for talent arose within him. After all, it was no small feat to put an inner sect elder in such peril. Nevertheless, Lin Kai had killed so many disciples and elders of Hao Tianzong. As the sect leader, he could not remain indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, Jia Ruilong resolved to heed the elder's counsel. Since such a person could not be of use to him, he had no choice but to annihilate him. Elder, I entrust this matter to you, he declared, turning to the Grand Elder. Shizheng Guang, upon receiving Jia Ruilong's directive, promptly accepted. Yes, sect leader, I assure you it will be executed flawlessly. Subsequently, Shi Zhenguang led a contingent of elite disciples to hunt down this rogue Lin Kai. As Shi Zhenguang and his followers encircled Lin Kai, the other disciples of Hao Tianzong began to jeer. Huh, how dare he kill our sect's disciples? This fool knows not the gravity of his actions. Indeed, what audacity! We must show him the reality of his situation. With the Grand Elder leading, this brat has nowhere to escape. We must ensure he suffers greatly, avenging our fallen comrades. If it weren't for our limitations in strength, I would relish tearing this scoundrel apart myself. In full view of the hundreds observing, Shi Zhenguang and his companions cornered Lin Kai, leaving him no avenue of escape. You young one, having slain so many of my sect, I grant you the opportunity for self-termination. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action myself, Shi Zhenguang threatened as those behind him laughed derisively at Lin Kai, looking down on him with disdain. Allowing Lin Kai to take his own life would be a mercy. Ding. The system has detected that the host has been provoked multiple times. Rewards are doubled. Eliminate all enemies. At that moment, Lin Kai heard the system's voice resonate in his mind once more. An unexpected boon. A smile graced Lin Kai's face. The system truly had a sense of timing. On the other hand, seeing Lin Kai's indifference to his threats and the hint of a smile on his face, Shi Zhenguang felt his authority had been challenged. All of you attack. Shi Zhenguang commanded several disciples. Yes, Grand Elder. Moments later, 10 disciples confronted Lin Kai. Having witnessed Li Tiangong's fate, they dared not underestimate him. Form a formation, one of them called out. Instantly, the 10 began to arrange themselves, aiming to ensnare Lin Kai with a formation for a coordinated assault. Infeng formation. Activate. In no time, a massive formation emerged, and within its confines, fierce winds howled, accompanied by crackling thunder and an array of razor-sharp winds coalescing into curved blades. Lin Kai found himself trapped within the formation, yet he observed everything with composure, unperturbed. Outside the formation, the 10 controlled the array, launching attacks at Lin Kai. From a distance, the remaining disciples of Hao Tianzong struggled to discern the situation within. Even sect leader Zhao Ruilong understood the thoughts of these disciples. He then produced a copper mirror, infusing it with a wisp of spiritual energy. The mirror soared into the air, rapidly enlarging to reflect the happenings inside the formation. Soon, everyone beheld the sight of countless terrifying winds assaulting Lin Kai. Ha ha ha, this boy is finished. The power of these winds is such that even a master in the transformation stage would not dare confront them lightly. Quickly eliminate this scoundrel. Let him understand the consequences of offending Hao Tianzong. Had I known today would come to pass, I would have acted differently from the outset. In the next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. The members of Hao Tianzong gazed at Lin Kai, surrounded by the howling winds. Believing his demise was inevitable, it is known that the more individuals involved in the Infeng formation, the greater its power. The ferocity exhibited by 10 participants was already terrifying. With hundreds, it could potentially annihilate even a formidable master of the Great Ascension stage. As the onlookers observed, Lin Kai was encircled by a whirlwind of sharp gales within the formation. In an instant, a golden protective shield enveloped him, while countless curved blades collided against the barrier, creating a dazzling display of sparks, yet failing to breach the luminous shield. This sight left the disciples of Hao Tianzong utterly astounded. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Could it be that they were deliberately holding back? Surely this young man was cheating. How could the winds be so feeble? Was he truly invincible, rendering all their efforts futile? The members of Hao Tianzong were incredulous as they witnessed the unfolding events within the formation. Just then, as if to heighten their astonishment, Lin Kai's actions took them by surprise once more. Break! A resounding voice emerged from within the formation. Immediately, numerous fissures appeared, and in the span of a breath, the entire array shattered. With a crack, Lin Kai reappeared before them, his demeanor as striking as ever. How could the formation have been dispelled? Was it due to this youth's overwhelming strength, or was the formation itself too fragile? The Infeng formation, which could eliminate formidable masters, failed to inflict any harm on him. This was impossible. It must be an illusion. Not only the disciples of Hao Tianzong, but even the elders and the sect leader drew in sharp breaths at the sight. Lin Kai's displayed power left them baffled. He had achieved victory with a single strike, and they could not discern the limits of his abilities. Younger generation, your prowess indeed surpasses my expectations. But do not underestimate Hao Tianzong, said Shi Zhenguang. With Lin Kai's strength now undeniable, they could not afford to be careless. Everyone, attack together, hold nothing back. Shi Zhenguang commanded his disciples once more. This time, every disciple was fully alert, the previous failure instilling a sense of caution. Kill! Charge! Let us vanquish him! The fervent cries erupted across the plains, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the skies, as if an army were advancing. Attacks, techniques, and artifacts rained down upon Lin Kai, who appeared as a mere speck in the face of such overwhelming force. To the oncoming disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lin Kai calmly grasped the Shurshan sword, transforming into a decisive harbinger of death. At the moment the Shurshan sword manifested, the malevolent aura above Xianxiaaudiobooks was ruthlessly suppressed by the sword's fierce intent, dissipating into nothingness. The momentum of Xianxiaaudiobooks crumbled instantly. The Shurshan sword soared from Lin Kai's grasp, ascending above him, as he bellowed with conviction, "Sword, come." In an instant, the Shurshan sword multiplied into countless replicas, transforming into a torrential rain of blades that surged toward the advancing disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the assault, the disciples had no time to defend themselves, swiftly becoming riddled with blades. "Ah, help me. How can this be happening? Someone save me. Elders, sect leader. I was wrong. Spare me." In mere moments, countless wails filled the air as they truly experienced fear, helplessness, dread, and indignation. 3 breaths later, under the relentless barrage of sword rain, none survived. They were all obliterated, reduced to a crimson mist. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are now being issued. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unparalleled Zhuxian sword formation, Zhuxian sword, Luxian sword, Xianxian sword, and Zhuexian sword. Note: the Zhuxian sword formation can be utilized to set up formations, or the 4 swords can be wielded individually. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine herb, Baizhu. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 celestial herbs. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring divine rare soil. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Dedeo divine tree. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 Emperor summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 Quasi-Emperor summoning cards. Chapter 15, Blood Soul Formation. What? They are all dead. Shi Jingguang could hardly believe his eyes. Over 100 individuals had transformed into blood mist in the blink of an eye. In that instant, he was momentarily disoriented. Lin Kai's power had likely surpassed that of everyone present, including Jia Ruilong, the sect leader. Not only was Shi Jingguang shocked, but Jia Ruilong and others were equally taken aback. Lin Kai had once again annihilated over 100 individuals with a single strike. This number represented a formidable force, not merely a rabble. Fuming, Jia Ruilong smashed a nearby mountain peak in fury, cursing vehemently. Losing several hundred inner disciples in one fell swoop was a grievous blow to the sect's strength. He yearned to dismember Lin Kai into 1,000 pieces immediately. Who dares to challenge? Who will claim this boy's head? Jia Ruilong cast his gaze upon the elders, hoping someone would step forward to eliminate Lin Kai. However, after surveying the elders, he found none willing to take action, deepening his frustration. "A bunch of useless fools," Jia Ruilong exclaimed in ire. The disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks fared somewhat better, but the elders, upon receiving Jia Ruilong's scorn, turned red with shame. They remained silent, acutely aware that even the more powerful elders had been dispatched by Lin Kai in a single move. What chance did they stand against him? It was not entirely their fault. Lin Kai's exhibited strength instilled a profound fear within them, rendering them powerless. A youth so young had already surpassed their centuries of experience, evoking a desire to vanish into the earth. In the distance, Shi Jingguang sensed Jia Ruilong's wrath and was about to approach him to offer apologies when Lin Kai intercepted him. "Wish to leave? You are better off staying." Lin Kai struck at Shi Jingguang with a palm, causing a rift to appear in the sky above him. A colossal hand emerged from the void, descending with an oppressive force that stifled Shi Jingguang's instinct to flee. "No, I am an elder of Xianxiaaudiobooks. You cannot kill me." Terror filled Shi Jingguang's eyes as he sensed the call of death, unable to break free from Lin Kai's palm technique. The members of Xianxiaaudiobooks had not anticipated Lin Kai would directly target Shi Jingguang. Upon witnessing this scene, Jia Ruilong unleashed an attack aimed at Lin Kai's massive hand. "Boy, do you dare." However, Jia Ruilong's assault proved utterly ineffective, dissolving upon contact with the giant hand. With a resounding thud, the hand descended, crushing Shi Jingguang into a bloody mist. As for Jia Ruilong, Lin Kai paid him no mind. Unless he willingly released someone, no one could take anything from him. "You dare to kill my sect's disciples and elders? I shall rend your body to pieces." Fury surged within Jia Ruilong, a murderous intent rising like a dark tide. "Everyone, form the array, blood soul formation." Jia Ruilong initiated the incantation, summoning a massive formation disc that soared above Lin Kai. Subsequently, he forced out a drop of his essence blood into the formation. The others of Xianxiaaudiobooks followed suit, with some of the weaker individuals turning pale after forcing out their blood, appearing exceedingly frail. Fortunately, they had blood replenishing pills, which they hastily consumed to stabilize their condition. restoring some color to their faces. In an instant, hundreds of individuals once again established a formidable array, encircling Lin Kai within its confines. The xianxiafans, as its name suggests, is an intricate formation that combines essence blood with array power to conjure numerous souls, specifically designed to assault the very essence of one's being. Jia Long, well aware of Lin Kai's formidable prowess, believed that no physical attack could harm him. However, he doubted the strength of Lin Kai's spiritual energy. Thus, he meticulously prepared this array against him. Thousands of souls emerged, and under Jia Long's control, countless specters surged towards Lin Kai, infiltrating his conscious realm. Inside Lin Kai's consciousness, the souls manipulated by Jia Long were able to share visual perspectives, granting them clarity of vision within Lin Kai's realm. Upon stabilizing the spirits, Jia Long was profoundly astonished by the vastness of Lin Kai's consciousness. How could this be? No individual's consciousness could possibly be so immense. This revelation surpassed Jia Long's understanding, leaving him feeling minuscule, akin to a mere grain of sand in the boundless ocean, while Lin Kai's consciousness appeared infinite. With no discernible end in sight. You are simply too weak. A voice echoed in Jia Long's ear. Suddenly, a diminutive figure materialized above him, a miniature version of Lin Kai, representing his soul. Upon witnessing Lin Kai's manifestation, Jia Long instinctively retreated a few steps. However, realizing that he was within Lin Kai's consciousness, he cast aside his hesitation. Extinguishing Lin Kai's consciousness would conclude this battle. You think that even if your consciousness is powerful, I cannot prevail? If I detonate these souls, you are doomed, Jia Long declared, gaining confidence as he realized that the dissipating souls would inflict minimal damage upon him, merely requiring a period of recuperation. Upon hearing Jia Long's words, a smile crept upon Lin Kai's lips, inviting Jia Long to make his move. Eager to observe the tricks this adversary would deploy, this unexpected reaction left Jia Long bewildered, as he had never encountered anyone so nonchalant about their own consciousness, an essential aspect of one's being. Should any harm befall it, the consequences could be dire. Yet, Lin Kai appeared entirely unfazed. Jia Long, refusing to concede, believed Lin Kai was merely toying with him, underestimating the dangers of human nature. The more he felt this way, the more determined he became to act. Soul explosion, he bellowed, commanding countless souls to implode within Lin Kai's consciousness. Initially, hundreds of souls erupted, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, only to dissipate into nothingness moments later. Jia Long observed Lin Kai. Noting the absence of any change in his demeanor, Lin Kai's expression remained tranquil, his gaze steady, and a faint smile graced his lips. This behavior unsettled Jia Long, who felt as though Lin Kai was mocking him, as if to say, "Are you truly capable? Detonate, detonate, detonate." Under Jia Long's command, thousands of souls self-destructed, generating a terrifying force of spiritual energy. In the consciousness of a weaker practitioner, such a cataclysmic explosion would likely lead to instantaneous obliteration. Contrary to expectations, the souls Jia Long detonated inflicted no harm upon Lin Kai. Instead, their energies amalgamated into Lin Kai's consciousness, enhancing its strength. "Is this all you have?" Lin Kai mused, directing his gaze towards the last remaining soul under Jia Long's control, pointing decisively at its brow. "No. Jia Long screamed as the final soul disintegrated, and Lin Kai withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Outside the array Pu, Jia Long, the sect leader, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale, tinged with anger. Several elders hurried to support him. Meanwhile, Lin Kai returned to his physical form, gazing at the array above, and with a single gesture, shattered it. The disciples of the Hao sect once again spewed blood, and some, unable to withstand the backlash, perished on the spot. "This child possesses extraordinary capabilities. It seems I must resort to the Qianxiaquan seal," Jia Long stated. Left with no choice, he felt a sense of urgency, as Lin Kai's strength evoked a palpable threat. The elders, witnessing their leader's intention to employ the Qianxiaquan seal, rejoiced. For this treasure was reserved solely for the sect master. They believed that with the seal's invocation, Lin Kai would undoubtedly meet his demise. Fully aware of the seal's terrifying power, Jia Long prepared himself and executed a secret technique, summoning a massive seal from the depths of the Hao sect. Shortly thereafter, a colossal imprint appeared above him, the Qianxiaquan seal, adorned with the likeness of 9 dragons, each appearing vividly lifelike. "Qianxiaquan, heavens and earth, suppress!" Jia Long shouted as the Qianxiaquan seal expanded, transforming into a miniature world that descended upon Lin Kai. However, the seal was effortlessly shattered by Lin Kai's fist. The rapid sequence of events left everyone stunned, unable to react to the shocking sight. Subsequently, Lin Kai grasped Jia Ruelong with a mere gesture, seizing his throat, rendering him breathless. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, still reeling from the shattering of the Qinquan seal, never expecting that even their sect leader would not escape unscathed. "Child, I am the sect leader of the Haotian sect. Do you dare to kill me?" Crack. Before Jia Ruelong could utter further threats, Lin Kai effortlessly snapped his neck, marking his demise. Chapter 16, Lu Shan. Witnessing their leaders fall before their very eyes, the elders and disciples of the Haotian sect were left in utter shock. The sect leader is gone? How is this possible? A master of the harmonization stage has fallen just like that? It's over. Who could possibly challenge him now? He won't stop at killing the sect leader. He may come for us next. In the midst of their panic, an elder stood forth, proposing to summon powerful reinforcements. To avoid further calamity, they planned to split into two groups to seek assistance, adhering to a principle that if their leader had perished, other sects should also suffer losses to restore balance. Upon reaching a consensus, one elder boldly called out towards Lin Kai, "Young one, you have slain our sect leader. We acknowledge our inferiority. If you have the courage, wait here while we fetch powerful reinforcements from our sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Kai nodded graciously. Since they were willing to come to their demise voluntarily, he saw no reason to decline. It would save him the trouble of chasing them down. "Hurry back. I shall await your return." The elder, elated by Lin Kai's response, feared he might refuse. 3 elders activated the teleportation array and swiftly returned to the Haotian sect, while the other 2 set off to recruit aid from other sects. Having already concocted a rationale, Haotian sect. In a cave on the back mountain resided a guest elder, a venerable figure and friend of the previous sect leader, who had remained in seclusion within the Haotian sect. He only intervened during significant events. Under ordinary circumstances, his presence was seldom felt. The 3 inner sect elders soon arrived at the cave's entrance, where the spiritual energy was palpably abundant, almost tangible. Truly, this elder's sanctuary boasts spiritual energy several times that of our inner sect. One elder marveled. The disparity between their own dwelling and this place was stark, akin to comparing a grandfather to a grandson. "Have I not warned you not to linger outside my abode? Do you not comprehend human speech?" A resonant and authoritative voice emanated from within the cave. The 3 elders trembled involuntarily upon hearing these words. The voice that emanated seemed to possess an enchanting power, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Lu Qianbei, there is grave news to report. The sect leader has been slain." One elder bowed deeply, clasping his fists in reverence, fearful of provoking this esteemed figure. Upon hearing the elder's words, those within the cave abode dispelled the protective formations outside, and soon, a swirling vortex of void materialized before the 3 men. "Enter." The 3, understanding the gravity of the situation, stepped into the vortex. Inside the cave, they swiftly arrived at an elegant pavilion, where they beheld an elderly man clad in white, engrossed in a game of chess. This was the esteemed guest elder of their sect, Lu Shan, a formidable presence at the threshold of transcending tribulation. "Speak, what transpired?" Lu Shan inquired, continuing his game. The 3 elders recounted the events in detail, embellishing their narrative with a plethora of disparaging remarks about Lin Kai. "A group of imbeciles. Not only has our sect suffered heavy losses, but we have also lost a sect leader. This is an unparalleled disgrace." Lu Shan's hand slammed down, shattering the exquisite stone table crafted from top-tier spirit stones into countless fragments. The 3 elders, overwhelmed by Lu Shan's erupting aura, gasped for breath, too intimidated to meet his gaze. "I shall confront this individual and ascertain if he is indeed as formidable as you claim," Lu Shan stated, his icy stare fixed upon the trio. Upon hearing Lu Shan's words, the elders' faces lit up with joy. If he were to intervene, Lin Kai would surely meet his end. Subsequently, the 4 departed from Haotian sect. Meanwhile, in the Tianxian continent, in the western region, lay the renowned territory of Wanfo sect, home to countless devotees who came daily to pay their respects. Almost every household honored a statue of the Buddha, and the entire sect radiated immense power of faith. Basking in the luminous glow of the Buddha, it resembled a perfect realm where everyone exuded a divine aura, devoid of any taint of corruption. Even the most heinous individuals would find redemption in such an environment. In the grand hall of Wanfo sect, 2 elders from Haotian sect arrived and recounted their plea for assistance from beginning to end, once again embellishing their tale. They depicted Lin Kai as exceedingly malevolent and cruel. "Esteemed friends, having traveled such a distance and faced such calamity within our sect, as righteous individuals, we cannot remain indifferent," one elder from the Buddhist faction proclaimed. The 2 elders of Haotian sect were elated and exchanged pleasantries with the members of Wanfo sect. Subsequently, one elder from Wanfo sect led a cadre of elite disciples, and accompanied the 2 elders of Haotian Sect to Fengsin Plain. At Fengsin Plain, over 100 disciples of Haotian Sect gathered, alongside the 3 elders who had sought assistance, now accompanied by Lu Shan. The disciples listened intently to the explanations provided by the elders, gaining insight into the esteemed guest elder. They were eager to witness how Lin Kai would perish at the hands of such a powerful individual. They had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable figure within their sect. Hope surged within them. According to the elders, this esteemed elder was a master at the threshold of transcending tribulation, 2 great realms above their sect leader. Such a powerhouse was rarely seen, and today they were fortunate to behold one. Ha ha ha, with such a strong presence, that brat is surely doomed. Indeed, how dare he kill so many of our sect members, including the sect leader. He is unworthy of mercy. Humph, no matter how strong he may be, can he surpass a master at the threshold of transcending tribulation? In the distance, Lin Kai had also taken note of Lu Shan. He sensed that Lu Shan's strength far surpassed that of anyone he had encountered before. However, even this did not pique Lin Kai's interest. No matter how formidable, such an ant could never withstand a single blow in his presence. Young man, this is our sect's pinnacle powerhouse, the esteemed elder Lu Qianbei. One inner elder of Haotian Sect boasted proudly, exuding confidence as he regarded Lin Kai. Lin Kai remained expressionless. This scene did not escape Lu Shan's attention, and an expression of displeasure crossed his face. What is the matter with this youth? Does he look down upon me? Junior, such disrespect towards an elder is unbecoming. How were you raised? Lu Shan admonished. Lin Kai, unfazed, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Lu Shan with a provocative demeanor. Enough. Lu Shan's countenance darkened at Lin Kai's words, and he chose not to engage further in idle chatter. This sharp-tongued youth would soon learn the consequences of speaking to him in such a manner. Lingxi finger. Lu Shan unleashed an attack towards Lin Kai, intending to impart a lesson about respect. In the next moment, before Lu Shan's attack could reach Lin Kai, it was effortlessly dispelled with a wave of Lin Kai's hand. There's no need for tests. Show me your true prowess. Lin Kai scoffed at Lu Shan's attempt. Lu Shan was caught off guard. Although the Lingxi finger was not a particularly powerful technique, it was not something just anyone could withstand. The fact that Lin Kai had effortlessly neutralized it left Lu Shan's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had underestimated Lin Kai. In the next instant, Lu Shan's expression darkened, and a surge of fury welled up within him. If that is the case, then behold this move. Lu Shan declared, launching another assault, the 9 heavens divine thunder seal. The sky above darkened ominously, fierce winds howled, and countless strands of thunderous power coalesced into a colossal seal. As expected, Lu Shan's 9 heavens divine thunder seal was again effortlessly dispelled by Lin Kai, causing Lu Shan to suffer severe injury and spit a mouthful of blood. Is that all? Lin Kai taunted Lu Shan once more, provoking him to cough up another mouthful of blood in frustration. You seek death. Lu Shan, regaining his composure, summoned a sharp blade into his hand and charged at Lin Kai without a moment's hesitation. The aura of the half-step, transcending tribulation master erupted fully, shattering the very ground of Fengsin Plain, leaving no semblance of intact earth. Lin Kai sensed Lu Shan's wrath and, as the elder approached, raised a hand, locking onto him with an overwhelming force. What is happening? Why can I not move? Lu Shan panicked. In the next moment, Lin Kai grasped Lu Shan by the throat. With a sharp crack, Lu Shan's neck was snapped, and a half-step transcending tribulation master fell just like that. This scene stunned all members of Haotian Sect present. They could hardly fathom that even a transcending tribulation master was no match for Lin Kai, who had dispatched him with a mere strike. The elders, in particular, were rendered speechless with fear, desperate to flee, only to find Lin Kai's gaze fixed intently upon them. Spare us, spare us. We beg you to let us go. Indeed, we are merely in the void return realm. If you spare us, we shall serve you faithfully. If you must kill, then let it be them. They are of no use to you. The elders pleaded desperately, with one shamelessly suggesting that Lin Kai take out his fury on other disciples of Haotian Sect while sparing them. The disciples of Haotian Sect were left speechless. Lin Kai had witnessed the essence of shamelessness. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the 3 elders fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 17. The Fall of Haotian Sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are now being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 bottles of premium divine soul pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 bottles of premium resurrection pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 bottles of premium blood restoration pills. Shortly after receiving the task rewards, Lin Kai descended upon Haotian Sect. As a powerful sect in the southern region and the foremost among the 4 sects, Haotian Sect presented an imposing facade. Upon Lin Kai's arrival, countless individuals emerged from within Haotian Sect, led by the sect's guardian elder. The elder of the protective sect spoke. You, a mere junior, have slaughtered countless members of our clan, and now you dare to return? Do you truly wish to continue your rampage, leaving no survivors? They were acutely aware of the recent events and understood that any attempt to assist would have been tantamount to courting death. Especially after the demise of both the sect leader and the esteemed elder. Their presence would merely serve to bolster numbers. What they did not anticipate was that Lin Kai would audaciously approach the sect. It appears you are not entirely foolish, Lin Kai remarked with a smile. This remark incensed the elder, causing him to grit his teeth in fury. Junior, act with restraint, leave a path for future encounters. The Hao Tian sect you behold is but a fraction of our power. Behind us stand formidable forces. I advise you not to court your own destruction. Ding. Detected that the host is underestimated. Task self-initiated. Task content. Eliminate this individual immediately. Reward. 5 tribulation period puppets. Lin Kai momentarily paused at the system's reward. He had not expected the reward to be specifically puppets, and particularly 5 tribulation period ones. With a swift gesture, he pointed towards the protective elder. His fingers tracing an arc in the air, the murderous intent extending forth, penetrating the elder's skull at lightning speed. The members of the Hao Tian sect were left in stunned silence, unable to react to Lin Kai's sudden strike, before their astonishment morphed into anger and resentment. What elder has perished? Such speed. How dare he? Did he not hear the elder's warning? We have powerful protectors behind us. They exclaimed. This brat seeks his own demise. Does he take our sect for fools? Such audacity. It is as if he disregards the Hao Tian sect entirely. Lin Kai paid no heed to their chatter. The system's reward was his primary concern. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards being dispensed. Ding. 5 puppets have been issued. Host, please check. As the system's voice faded, 5 puppets materialized before Lin Kai, visible only to him. Upon inspection, he found these puppets remarkably easy to control. Operable simply with high-grade spirit stones, and with control solely in Lin Kai's hands. He mused that this would greatly simplify future battles, allowing him to send the puppets forth to slay while he observed from the sidelines. After stowing the puppets, Lin Kai's gaze shifted back to the Hao Tian sect. Shortly thereafter, another protective elder emerged, his eyes cold as he regarded Lin Kai. Activate the protective formation. Under the collective effort of the sect members, a formidable defensive array enveloped the Hao Tian sect. They intended to use this formation to eliminate Lin Kai. As they coordinated to unleash its power, a barrage of attacks surged towards him. Just as the members of the Hao Tian sect anticipated Lin Kai's demise, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Their so-called protective formation, along with the incoming attacks, was shattered with a single palm strike from Lin Kai. The array began to show visible fractures. 1, 2, 3, crack. The array disintegrated at a terrifying pace, and at that moment, the entire sect was left coughing up blood, having been rebounded upon by their own formation. How is this possible? The protective formation is broken. They cried in disbelief. Curse it, can we not even kill him with the protective formation? This is disastrous. Without it, who can stand against him? Will we perish here today? They remained incredulous that their sect's protective formation could be so feeble, crumbling under a mere palm strike. Do you truly wish for a fight to the death? The earlier protective elder demanded, now unable to ensure his ability to contend with Lin Kai without the formation. And if I do? Lin Kai retorted, embodying a rebellious spirit. The elder clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage, yet it bore no fruit. As the elder contemplated self-detonation to resolve the crisis, a voice resonated from afar. You presumptuous junior, how dare you create chaos in my sect? All eyes instinctively turned towards the source, where 2 venerable elders, accompanied by dozens of shaven-headed monks clad in robes, appeared. Indeed, these 2 were the elders who had previously sought aid from the Western Wanfo sect. C and 2 had returned, still alive. To their astonishment, the 2 elders had summoned reinforcements from Wanfo sect. This is splendid. We are saved. I have heard that the defenses of Wanfo sect are formidable. I wonder if they can withstand his onslaught. The members of the Hao Tian sect erupted in cheers, buoyed by the hope of salvation. C and 2 led a contingent from Wanfo sect back to the Hao Tian sect, forming a new defensive array. This time, it was the indestructible array, laid out by the formidable forces of Wanfo sect, renowned for its resilience. Lin Kai unleashed a single strike from his heavenly palm, and the so-called indestructible array crumbled just as swiftly as the Hao Tian sect's formation had. With another palm strike aimed at the disciples of the Hao Tian sect, hundreds fell in an instant. Benefactor, your murderous intent is too heavy. It will hinder your path to enlightenment. Why not lay down your blade and take refuge in the Buddha? Implored a strong figure from Wanfo sect. Silence, Lin Kai retorted, launching a punch at the Wanfo sect elder without an ounce of hesitation. The elder, caught unprepared, was obliterated by Lin Kai's attack, reduced to ash. The members of Wanfo's sect, witnessing their powerful comrade's demise, twisted their expressions into grotesque masks of rage, contrasting sharply with their usual benevolent demeanor. Wanfo Chaozong, indestructible Buddha, great light spell. A flurry of Buddhist martial techniques erupted, all aimed at ensuring Lin Kai's demise. Ding, detected that the host is being provoked, task activated. Ding, task has been issued. Task content, eliminate all adversaries, reward, a random gift package. The system's timely task brought Lin Kai satisfaction. However, in response to their attacks, Lin Kai's answer remained a singular strike from his heavenly palm. As it neutralized their onslaught, the massive palm obliterated both men and sect, reducing thousands to the realm of the departed. Obliteration. Not a single soul survived, leaving Lin Kai as the sole living being. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewards being dispensed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an unranked artifact, the Soul Summoning Banner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unranked Buddha Palm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a volume of Emperor Scriptures. Following the distribution of rewards, Lin Kai tore through the fabric of space, heading straight for the treasure vault, armory, and alchemy room of the Haotian sect to claim all the treasures within, ensuring he left no stone unturned. Just as he prepared to depart, he encountered a group barring his path. Their presence exuded a strength far surpassing that of the earlier monks, and they donned attire similar to that of the Haotian sect disciples. Chapter 18. The ancestor of Haotian sect, Chun Xianshan. The leader was none other than Chun Xianshan, the ancestor of the Haotian sect. He had been absent from the sect to attend a conference of the Sacred Domain Alliance, only to return and discover his clan in ruins. Chun Xianshan surveyed the remnants of the Haotian sect, rage boiling within him. I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. His gaze turned towards Lin Kai, the fury in his eyes intensifying, as if they could slay. Chun Xianshan commanded the two elders by his side to eliminate Lin Kai, demanding that he pay for the destruction of the sect with his life. Kill him. The two elders stepped forward, their eyes burning with martial intent. Ding. Detected that someone intends to kill the host. Task activated. Ding. Task has been issued. Task content. Eliminate the opponent. Reward. A random gift package. The system's task delighted Lin Kai. Observing the advancing elders, he took the initiative, unleashing a palm strike at them with blinding speed. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the two elderly men before Chun Xianshan turned into a mist of blood, mercilessly slain by Lin Kai. A notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lin Kai pouted, taken aback by the meager amount he received. Meanwhile, Chun Xianshan looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene, astonished that his two companions had been effortlessly obliterated by Lin Kai with a mere palm strike. The attack had exuded no spiritual energy, manifesting as sheer brute force, which only intensified Chun Xianshan's shock, prompting him to mutter, "How is this possible? This young man is truly extraordinary." Regaining his composure, Chun Xianshan suddenly launched an offensive against Lin Kai, utilizing only 50% of his strength. Yet, Lin Kai effortlessly neutralized the attack with a single hand, leaving Chun Xianshan even more astounded. As a cultivator on the brink of the tribulation phase, he was nearing perfection. One more step, and he would become a true master. Such a display of power should have posed a significant challenge to even a great vehicle stage expert. Yet it had no effect on Lin Kai whatsoever. Moreover, Lin Kai's youth instilled a sense of fear in Chun Xianshan, leading him to suspect that the young man had formidable figures backing him or perhaps belonged to a prominent family. Indeed, the adage "don't judge a book by its cover" rang true. Youngster, regardless of your background, for the lives taken from my sect, you shall pay with your own. Chun Xianshan declared, unleashing his full power, his terrifying aura sending shivers down spines. A notification resounded once more. Detection shows the host is dissatisfied with the previous rewards. Task reactivated. Task initiated. Eliminate this individual for a grand reward. Following the system's announcement, Chun Xianshan instructed his companions to form a protective barrier, determined to personally avenge the fallen members of his sect by slaying Lin Kai. With a thunderous roar, Chun Xianshan summoned his life weapon, a square cauldron that morphed into a colossal mountain, crashing down upon Lin Kai. The sheer force shattered the surrounding landscape into ruins. At that moment, Lin Kai appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust beneath the immense cauldron. Gazing upwards, he caught a glimpse of the descending artifact, and his eyes gleamed with a golden light as a terrifying thought struck the cauldron. With a resounding crack, the cauldron began to fracture, splintering into countless shards in an instant. From a distance, Chen Xianshan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly diminishing. How could this happen? What kind of divine ability is this, shattering my life weapon? His eyes trembled with disbelief, never having witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. The three companions, equally astonished, felt a deep unease as they realized their ancestral leader had been defeated, losing his life weapon in the process. They gasped in shock, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Our leader has fallen? This young man's strength is truly terrifying and unfathomable. Chen Xianshan swallowed a medicinal pill to stabilize himself, his complexion regaining some color, but his expression turned grim, his eyes icy. He unleashed his full power once again, launching a palm strike at Lin Kai, only to find himself hurled away by Lin Kai's mere wave, colliding violently with a mountain. Gasping for breath, Chen Xianshan found himself trapped in the crevice of the rocks, blood pouring from his mouth. Leader! 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 The three elite members of Haotian Sect cried out in concern, rushing to rescue him. Chen Xianshan's aura waned further, his frustration mounting as each attempt to assault Lin Kai resulted in his own injury, leading him to seriously question whether his cultivation was indeed that of a true tribulation phase expert. In his usual capacity as a revered leader, the entire sect had bowed to his overwhelming might, unable to resist. Yet now, he found himself stripped of his life weapon and gravely injured, devoid of the dignity befitting a sect leader. Pushing the three aside, Chen Xianshan glared at Lin Kai with a vengeful intensity, wishing to extract his very essence. His expression darkening ominously. Before the assembled crowd, he produced a crimson pill emanating a sinister aura. The demon soul powder, a forbidden and malevolent elixir, could instantly amplify a warrior's power at the cost of rendering them a cripple. Such concoctions had been universally banned, yet Chen Xianshan possessed one. The three elite members of Haotian Sect were taken aback, horrified that their leader had secretly stored such a vile substance. Should the Alliance discover this, he would face dire consequences. However, they dared not voice their concerns, realizing that even if the Alliance remained unaware, their fate was already sealed. In full view, Chen Xianshan swiftly swallowed the demon soul powder. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. His body began to transform, morphing into an embodiment of evil, engulfed in dark demonic energy, fully succumbing to its influence. As the rumors had foretold, Chen Xianshan's power surged to the tribulation phase, continuing to rise until he reached its pinnacle. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his newfound might, obliterating the three companions nearby into a cloud of blood. Fixing his bloodshot gaze upon Lin Kai, he charged forward, a demonic figure materializing behind him, intent on annihilating Lin Kai. Inevitably, chaos was about to ensue. As Chen Xianshan advanced, Lin Kai conjured a massive hand from thin air, grasping him firmly. Chen Xianshan writhed in agony, feeling as if he were on the verge of being crushed. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Kai's ears, commanding, "Stop." At that moment, several figures appeared in the distant void, their formidable presence unmistakable, clad in attire distinct from the previous sections. The garments bore the insignia of the Holy Domain. They were the powerful figures backing Haotian Sect. As the members of the Holy Domain Alliance recognized the individual in Lin Kai's grasp as Chen Xianshan, they quickly regained their composure, issuing a high-handed warning. "Young man, be wise and release him. He is one of us in the Holy Domain Alliance, not someone you can simply slay." Lin Kai, unimpressed by the sudden intruders, coldly snapped Chen Xianshan's neck before their eyes. With a sickening crack, Chen Xianshan was instantly extinguished, devoid of life. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards are now being dispensed." "Congratulations, host. You have received 100 bottles of Great Vehicle Stage Elixirs." "Congratulations, host. You have received 50 bottles of Tribulation Phase Elixirs." "Congratulations, host. You have gained 30,000 years of cultivation." Chapter 19, Tianfu City. The leader of this group was an envoy from the Holy Domain Alliance, named Zhang Qian. He was taken aback by Lin Kai's audacity to disregard his authority, brazenly executing Chen Xianshan before him, an affront to his status as an envoy. Zhang Qian was engulfed in rage, feeling his dignity had been challenged. "Fool, did you not hear my words? Do you wish to make an enemy of the entire Holy Domain Alliance?" In response to Zhang Qian's words, Lin Kai shrugged nonchalantly, displaying indifference. This only served to further infuriate Zhang Qian, who turned to his companions, signaling for them to teach Lin Kai a lesson. Subsequently, two individuals emerged behind Zhang Qian, casting disdainful glances at Lin Kai, exuding an air of superiority. "You dare oppose the Xingyu Alliance and disregard our leader?" Truly ignorant of the grave consequences. As soon as the words left their mouths, one of them launched an attack at Lin Kai. With ease, Lin Kai neutralized the assault, only for another to follow suit, attempting to unleash a martial technique upon him. Unsurprisingly, Their efforts were effortlessly thwarted once more. In the next moment, Zhang Qian's two subordinates suddenly felt an overwhelming chill, their pupils dilating in terror. With a thud, after a brief 3 breaths, both collapsed lifelessly, as if unseen specters had claimed their souls. Awakening from his stupor, Zhang Qian's gaze towards Lin Kai turned grave, realizing the enigma surrounding him was far too unsettling. You insolent fool. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to be reckless. Today, you'll learn the true meaning of overwhelming power. Zhang Qian bellowed, summoning a colossal avatar behind him, which he hurled towards Lin Kai with a mighty punch. A voice echoed in Lin Kai's ears, indicating a mission activation due to an assassination attempt against him. Mission activated. Task: eliminate the assailant for a random reward. As the immense avatar bore down upon him, Lin Kai raised a hand and pointed at it. Halt! The law he uttered manifested, stopping the avatar in its tracks. This spectacle left Zhang Qian utterly astonished. Soon thereafter, cracks began to appear along the avatar's arms, one after another, until it ultimately disintegrated. As the avatar dissipated, Zhang Qian was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. Lin Kai's strike had inflicted damage upon his very being, which was the most terrifying aspect of the encounter. Flustered and at a loss, Zhang Qian had not anticipated Lin Kai's formidable prowess, feeling as if he had been soundly slapped in the face by his previous boasts. He had spoken of demonstrating the might of superiority, yet here he was, utterly humiliated. In that moment of uncertainty, the urge to flee arose within him. It would be foolish to feign strength when one knew they were outmatched. Before he could act, Zhang Qian executed a diversionary tactic to conceal his intent to escape. You have guts. Let's see if you can handle another strike. He remained stationary, hands gesticulating as a colossal avatar materialized once more behind him. Demon God transformation. Zhang Qian roared, transforming the avatar into a half-demon, half-god entity that charged towards Lin Kai. However, to Lin Kai's astonishment, while the avatar hung suspended in midair, Zhang Qian tore through the fabric of reality and vanished. Lin Kai shook his head in disbelief, a smirk creeping onto his lips. With a wave of his hand, the formidable demon god avatar dissipated, and he swiftly pursued Zhang Qian. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian ran while glancing back, only to halt in his tracks. Realizing no one was in pursuit, breathing heavily, he thought to himself, thank goodness I wasn't followed. That kid is simply inhuman, utterly terrifying. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. Are you speaking of me? Suddenly, a voice whispered in Zhang Qian's ear, causing him to involuntarily shudder as if death itself were murmuring close by. Gradually, he turned to face the source of the sound, his pupils widening in fear. Before him stood a youth, smiling, and Zhang Qian's heart sank. You dare to be so aggressive? Leave a thread of mercy for future encounters. Before he could finish, a gigantic hand reached out and grasped him. With a resounding crash, Zhang Qian was crushed into a mist of blood, dissipating into nothingness. Who would wish to meet you again? Lin Kai scoffed from a distance. Congratulations, host. For completing the mission, rewards are being issued. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 cards for summoning at the Great Ascension stage. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 cultivation techniques for the Great Ascension stage. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. After collecting his rewards and retrieving Zhang Qian's belongings, Lin Kai tore through the space and departed through the void passage. Unbeknownst to Lin Kai, in his final moments, Zhang Qian had used a secret treasure to project the events occurring here back to the headquarters of the Xingyu Alliance. The Xingyu Alliance, located at the intersection of 2 major states within the Tianxian Empire, is a long-established sacred ground. Within this holy domain, countless gifted individuals reside, with the holy sons and daughters being the most distinguished among them. At this moment, in a grand hall of the Xingyu Alliance, several elderly men glared at the final moments of Zhang Qian's demise, their faces darkened with fury. They had witnessed the fate of Zhang Qian and his companions, and anger surged within them. This insolent brat shows utter disrespect to our Xingyu Alliance. Immediately issue a bounty for his capture. He is to be deemed an evil cultivator with a reward of 100,000 spirit stones. Indeed, this rogue must be eradicated, lest he wreak havoc upon the entire alliance. The elders reached a consensus and proceeded to draft a wanted notice for Lin Kai. Lin Kai, of course, remained oblivious to all of this. He was presently navigating towards the location of his family, Tianfu City, guided by the memories in his mind. Tianfu City lies within the eastern state, governed by the Tianxian Empire. The empire comprises 5 major territories: East State, South State, West State, North State, and the central capital. In Tianfu City, the local governance is overseen by the city lord's mansion and 5 prominent families, all of which control the economy, thriving in prosperity. The 5 families are the Bai, Li, Fong, Wang, and Lin families. Lin Kai belongs to the Lin family. He arrived at the Lin family residence, guided by his recollections. As Lin Kai was about to enter the Lin family estate, a guard obstructed his path. This is the Lin family residence. Outsiders must leave at once, the guard lazily remarked, casting a cursory glance at Lin Kai. However, the moment the guard recognized Lin Kai's face, his entire body trembled involuntarily. Why, you are the third young master. You are still alive? Lin Kai was taken aback that the guard recognized him. In the next instant, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a condescending attitude as he glared at Lin Kai. Humph, what nonsense, young master. You have been cast aside by the Lin family, a discarded pawn. And yet you dare return. The sudden change in the guard's attitude left Lin Kai momentarily stunned. What was happening? How dare such a lowly servant speak to him in such a manner? The guard, seeing Lin Kai still lingering at the entrance, once again urged him to leave. Why are you still here? There is no place for you here. The Lin family now belongs to the eldest young master, and you are nothing. The guard aligned himself with the so-called eldest young master. Lin Kai disregarded the guard's words, unleashing a thought-based attack to eliminate him. It was not the guard's words that incensed Lin Kai, but rather the audacity of such a lowly individual to shout at him, which irked him greatly. It would be better to silence him for peace's sake. At this moment, Lin Kai's only desire was to see his mother. Chapter 20. The Shrew. Lin Kai stealthily entered the Lin family courtyard, recalling his memories, and soon arrived at a particular section of the estate. Upon opening the door, he beheld a woman seated at a vanity, applying makeup. Unable to contain his excitement, he called out, "Mother!" Lin Kai's sudden call of mother startled the woman in front of the vanity, who had been deeply engrossed in her painting and had not heard the door open. Turning around, she was taken aback to find a young man staring at her. "Who are you? How dare you enter my room?" she exclaimed, her face filled with anger, astonished that someone would dare intrude upon her private space. "Who are you? I remember this is my mother's room." Lin Kai furrowed his brow, puzzled by the presence of this woman. "Your mother? Who the hell is your mother? Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm still so young?" the woman retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. Lin Kai began to question whether he had indeed entered the wrong room. Yet upon closer inspection, everything matched his memories perfectly. "My name is Lin Kai, and my mother is of the Shangwan clan." Upon hearing Lin Kai introduce himself, the woman appeared slightly taken aback. But then, a mocking glint flickered in her eyes as she spoke. "I thought who it was. Turns out to be a discarded child. You actually returned alive." Lin Kai did not comprehend her words. Did she expect him to have died and returned as a corpse? "I want to ask where my mother is. Tell me." He pressed on. The woman glanced at him disdainfully, adopting a superior demeanor as she scrutinized Lin Kai. "Your mother is not here. Hurry up and leave. Don't dirty my eyes." When Lin Kai opened his mouth to speak again, she shouted towards the door, Someone! There's a thief attacking." Almost immediately, a figure dashed into the room. It was the woman's personal guard. "Miss, do not fear." The guard drew his sword, pointing it at Lin Kai. "Who are you to dare invade the young lady's chamber?" Before Lin Kai could utter a word, the woman unleashed a torrent of insults upon the guard, who appeared helpless. Having not noticed an intruder enter the courtyard, "Quickly kill this thief. He must not be given a chance to live," she commanded her guard, complying with her orders. The guard lunged at Lin Kai with his sword, but Lin Kai deftly evaded the attack. "Be careful not to damage my belongings," the woman cautioned. The guard then sheathed his sword and approached Lin Kai, throwing a punch. Seeing this, Lin Kai no longer held back and retaliated with a powerful palm strike. A sharp crack resonated as his hand struck the guard's chest, the sound of breaking ribs echoing in the air. The guard was then sent crashing against the courtyard wall, lifeless. The woman, who had been hiding in the corner, was struck with shock, unable to believe that her personal guard had been killed by Lin Kai in a single blow. "Waste. I've raised you for nothing." Lin Kai brushed off his hands and slowly turned around, a chilling murderous intent radiating from him, directed at the woman cowering in the corner. She stumbled back in fear, her eyes reflecting an overwhelming terror that nearly brought her to tears. "What do you want?" "I am your father's woman. I hold great importance to him. I have the support of the Fong clan. I am Fong Yuding, the second miss of the Fong family," she proclaimed, attempting to assert her significance as the woman linked to Lin Kai's father. However, Lin Kai was indifferent to her claims, focused solely on discovering the whereabouts of his mother, concerned for her safety. After all, it was she who had instigated this confrontation, and he felt compelled to respond. He could not simply stand by as she threatened him. Despite knowing that her strength posed no real threat, he could not allow himself to be passive. "I shall ask again. Where is my mother?" A glint of frost flashed in Lin Kai's eyes, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent. No, don't kill me. I will tell you," Fong Yuding screamed, terrified that Lin Kai might strike her down. Just as she was about to reveal the circumstances, a thunderous voice echoed through the courtyard. "Stop! Both Lin Kai and Fong Yuding turned to see a group of individuals swiftly approaching the courtyard gate, led by a middle-aged man. "Li Guanjia, save me!" Fong Yuding cried out, her voice filled with desperation upon seeing the newcomers. Li Guanjia raised his hand, signaling those behind him to advance, surrounding Lin Kai. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Fong Yuding. "Who are you? Do you know where you are? How dare you act violently in the Lin family?" He scrutinized Lin Kai from head to toe. Who else could he be but the son of that wretched woman, the discarded child of the Lin family? Daring to threaten me, I shall make him wish he were dead. Fong Yuding quickly shared Lin Kai's background with Li Guanjia, who was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her words. "Ah, I see I was mistaken. It is indeed the third young master. Pray tell, what brings you back?" Li Guanjia's demeanor shifted to one of forced cordiality, feigning innocence, as if to imply loyalty to Lin Kai. Lin Kai recognized the facade and chose not to answer, instead fixing his gaze upon Fong Yuding, who scornfully replied, "You little bastard, I won't tell you anything. What business do you have returning here? You are nothing but a worthless child, just as useless as your mother." Her insults stung, yet Li Guanjia felt the strain of her words buzzing in his ears. Knowing well that she was notorious for her sharp tongue, all he could do was endure silently, suffering the consequences of her vitriol. While Lin Kai could tolerate a great deal, he could not abide by any disparagement of his mother. With a sharp slap, a crisp sound echoed as Lin Kai struck Fong Yuding across the face, leaving her stunned and gasping in pain. "Ah, my face. Who did that?" she cried, bewildered. Li Guanjia turned to her, eyes wide with shock as he registered the redness on her cheek. Who could have struck her without him noticing? He scanned the surroundings, finding no suspicious figures, and his gaze finally settled back on Lin Kai. Confusion etched across his features. "You? Was it you who did this?" Fong Yuding, now enraged, unleashed a torrent of insults. "You are a worthless spawn, born of a mother who bore you but did not raise you. You seek your mother's whereabouts? Let me tell you, she is dead. You should join her in death, and then you too can be reunited." Her venomous words reverberated in the air, causing unease among those present. Li Guanjia could no longer tolerate her tirade and barked, "Enough. You have spoken too much. There's no need to waste breath on someone like this." Fong Yuding flinched at his reprimand, falling silent to preserve her standing. "Let me remind you, I call you young master out of respect. Do not overestimate your worth." Li Guanjia warned Lin Kai, then gestured for his subordinates to seize him. "Take action." Chapter 21, Lin family's guests. The group surged forward, as Li Guanjia aimed to bolster his standing in the Lin family through Lin Kai's demise. However, those who attempted to surround Lin Kai were swiftly annihilated, their forms dissolving into clouds of crimson mist under his overwhelming might. Li Guanjia and Fong Yuding's expressions shifted rapidly, revealing the terror that overtook them as they realized that the abandoned child of the Lin family possessed such formidable strength. How can this be? This power is simply terrifying. He truly is the discarded young master of the Lin family? Immediately, Steward Li forcefully reassured himself to remain calm, believing that Lin Kai was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, having cultivated a modicum of spiritual energy, which would not pose any challenge to these low-tier ants of the body refinement and chi refinement stages. Steward Li, now a consummate foundation establishment cultivator, found it hard to believe that Lin Kai could possibly surpass him in strength. "Boy, you have some strength. However, the one who has slain my kin shall not leave this place alive today." With that, Steward Li swiftly lunged towards Lin Kai, delivering a powerful punch. Lin Kai nimbly evaded, positioning himself behind Steward Li, and before Li could turn, Lin Kai instinctively kicked him, sending him sprawling out of the room. Bang! Steward Li landed in an undignified heap, disheveled and missing several teeth. Unwilling to accept defeat, he thought Lin Kai had merely outpaced him, cleverly dodging his attack. "Boy, do not be arrogant. The confines of this room hinder my abilities." Ocean Sword. A colossal sword of spiritual energy materialized above Steward Li, pointing ominously at Lin Kai. The immense sword descended upon Lin Kai. Indifferent to the attack, Lin Kai made no effort to counter, and when the giant sword struck him, it was akin to striking an indomitable iron. Crack! The sword splintered into countless fragments, dissipating instantly. Seeing his assault was ineffective, Steward Li began to panic. Anyone capable of withstanding his strike must possess greater strength than him. He could hardly believe that Lin Kai had genuinely returned with such prowess. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through, causing him to shiver. Yet, recalling that the Lin family had a formidable guest in residence, he quickly regained his composure. "Boy, do not think that learning a little skill makes you superior. Just wait." At that moment, Steward Li resembled a rabbit fleeing for its life, darting off to summon the Lin family's guest to deal with Lin Kai. Lin Kai observed the retreating figure of Steward Li with a calm demeanor, having no intention of obstructing him. His gaze then shifted to Fong Yuding, who shrank back under his penetrating stare. Terrified, she hoped that Stewardly would hasten to bring the Lin family's guest to eliminate Lin Kai. She had never endured such humiliation throughout her life. Just wait. You will regret this. Though Fong Yuding spoke softly, Lin Kai heard her, yet chose to ignore her, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Shortly thereafter, Stewardly reappeared, bowing and smiling, accompanied by a portly, unscrupulous middle-aged man. Hearing the commotion, Fong Yuding peeked out and felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Fu Hao, the Lin family's guest, known for his insatiable greed and lasciviousness, had been retained for precisely these traits. As such individuals were easy to manipulate. They were not feared for their greed, but rather for their lack of it. After all, only then could they be trusted to row in the same boat. Senior, this is the one. Please eliminate him, Stewardly implored, casting a beseeching glance at Fu Hao. Meanwhile, Fu Hao, leisurely sipping wine from a jug, glanced sideways at Lin Kai, dismissively stating, "Just a little thief. This will be a piece of cake. And afterward, you know what to do." He threw a lecherous glance at Stewardly, taking another swig of wine. Seeing Fu Hao readily agree, Stewardly nodded vigorously. "No problem, Senior. You will be satisfied." As Fu Hao noticed that his jug was empty, he stowed it away and turned his gaze back to Lin Kai. "Boy, you can only blame your misfortune for crossing paths with the Lin family." As he spoke, Fu Hao began to twist his body, clearly preparing to unleash his power. Uft, uft, uft. To everyone's surprise, Fu Hao passed gas 3 times in quick succession. Stewardly nearly fainted from the unbearable stench. Fu Hao stretched lazily, conjuring a pagoda in his hands, quickly forming hand seals as the pagoda soared towards Lin Kai, trapping him within. "Did I not say? A matter of mere moments," Fu Hao proclaimed with a self-satisfied grin. Seeing Lin Kai subdued, Stewardly finally felt a sense of relief. In the room, Fong Yuding stepped forward. As expected, Fu Hao's roguish eyes roamed over her, filled with lewd intent. "Ugh, if you don't stop staring, I'll have your eyes gouged out." Fong Yuding shot a disdainful glance at Fu Hao. Aware of her identity, Fu Hao refrained from overstepping but indulged himself in the view. "Cough, cough," Stewardly interjected, breaking the awkwardness. "Senior, your skills are remarkable. Truly a master. You subdued this young man with a single strike." "I am in awe." Stewardly's flattery pleased Fu Hao immensely. Just as Fu Hao was about to retract the pagoda, cracks appeared all over it, followed by a deafening explosion. Bang! The pagoda shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Lin Kai reappeared before the three. My pagoda, Fu Hao lamented, his heart aching for the treasured item he had always cherished, now lost merely for the sake of showmanship. "Boy, I will have your life." Fu Hao unleashed his full power, a surge of nascent soul energy erupting from him, sending both Stewardly and Fong Yuding hurtling backward several meters. A small white sword made of jade materialized in Fu Hao's grasp, his second magical artifact, the Ice Jade Sword, inscribed with ancient runes and possessing formidable destructive power. It was indeed a rare treasure. "Kill!" Fu Hao bellowed. The Ice Jade Sword shot from his hand, darting towards Lin Kai with lightning speed. Ding! Detecting an assassination attempt on the host, task activation in progress. Ding! Task issued. Task details. Eliminate the opponent. Reward: a random grand gift package. As the system's voice resonated, Lin Kai sprang into action. With a swift motion, he summoned the Ice Jade Sword to his hand. And as he fixed his gaze upon Fu Hao, the latter began to cough up blood. Lin Kai severed the connection between Fu Hao and the Ice Jade Sword, rendering it a weapon without a master. "Oh, no, wait. To be precise, the Ice Jade Sword now belongs to me. I wonder how it feels to be killed by your own treasure?" Lin Kai manipulated the Ice Jade Sword, a murderous intent emanating from it, and in an instant, it pierced through Fu Hao's skull, erupting into a mist of blood. A headless corpse lay quietly on the ground, appearing remarkably serene. Witnessing this, Stewardly could no longer remain composed. Realizing Lin Kai was far more formidable than he had anticipated, he turned to flee, only to be seized by an unseen force, lifting him off the ground. "Boy, I am the second young master's man. You cannot kill me. Release me at once." Stewardly continued to threaten Lin Kai, attempting to invoke his backing. Lin Kai paid him no heed, exerting his grip and crushing him into a mist of blood. The splatter of blood drenched Fong Yuding, who shut her eyes tightly, trembling. Chapter 22, Wu Sunzi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 million spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a complete set of top-tier spirit gathering array. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 jars of Millennium Celestial Brew. With the system rewards credited, Lin Kai turned his gaze toward Fong Yuding. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, her legs turning to jelly, She could hardly fathom that Lin Kai dared to kill on the Lin family's territory, even slaying one of their guests. Please, do not kill me. Please. Fang Yuding pleaded desperately, now fully aware of her fear. Regarding Fang Yuding's request, Lin Kai would naturally not let her off the hook, especially since this woman had insulted his mother, making it even less likely for him to show her mercy. Just as Lin Kai was about to strike a decisive blow against Fang Yuding, a group of people appeared outside the small courtyard. You scoundrel, stop right there. A sharp voice pierced Lin Kai's ears. Leading them was a youth, none other than the second young master mentioned by Butler Li, Lin Dong, who was also the son of Lin Kai's second uncle. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Dong rushed over with several companions to assess the situation. To his astonishment, he saw a stranger preparing to do harm to Fang Yuding. When the man turned around, Lin Dong was equally surprised to discover that Lin Kai had returned. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the Lin family's discarded child. What are you back for? Lin Dong's expression was one of arrogance as he looked at Lin Kai. Lin Kai was somewhat taken aback to see Lin Dong. What a twist of fate. In his memories, Lin Kai had often been bullied by Lin Dong and his lackeys, enduring humiliation because he was considered worthless. You bastard, what are you staring at? Not convinced. Lin Dong glared at Lin Kai with disdain, irritated by Lin Kai's gaze. He gestured to his companions to attack and eliminate Lin Kai. Kill him. He's just a discarded child. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Upon receiving Lin Dong's command, his followers drew their swords and charged at Lin Kai. Among the 10 of them, the highest cultivation was merely at the Golden Core stage, inferior even to Fu Hao, who was a Yuan Ying stage expert. As Lin Dong watched, his followers approached Lin Kai, who simply lifted a foot and stomped on the ground. Instantly, the 10 men were sent flying back by the overwhelming aura Lin Kai exuded, turning into a mist of blood. What? When did this kid become so strong? Lin Dong gasped in disbelief. However, he quickly composed himself, reasoning that Lin Kai's cultivation was not high, and he merely had some strength. It seems the waste has improved a little, but still a waste. Lin Dong sneered. With a sudden surge, he unleashed the aura of a 5th-level golden core, his face radiating pride. See, this is my 5th-level golden core strength. Don't think you're the only one with power. I haven't wasted these years. Lin Kai remained unfazed, his expression one of indifference, which embarrassed Lin Dong. You pretender, die? Lin Dong roared, launching an attack at Lin Kai to vent his anger. With a vicious expression, he envisioned Lin Kai's brutal demise under his strike. However, to his dismay, Lin Kai did not perish under Lin Dong's assault. Instead, he effortlessly deflected the attack. Is that all you've got? Lin Kai remarked calmly. Lin Dong's fury escalated. He was being mocked by someone he deemed a waste, especially with Lin Kai's eyes seeming to convey sympathy. I want you dead. Lin Dong could no longer tolerate Lin Kai's demeanor, unleashing a barrage of terrifying attacks. All his power was unleashed, without holding back a single move. Yet, much to Lin Dong's astonishment, Lin Kai faced no pressure, countering each of his attacks with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Kai stood before Lin Dong, swiftly reaching out to grasp Lin Dong's throat. How do you wish to die? Lin Kai casually inquired, tightening his grip. Lin Dong, choked and on the verge of gasping for air, pleaded, You scoundrel, let go of me. He struck at Lin Kai's arm, hurling insults without a hint of desperation. Let go of me. I will have my master kill you. Lin Dong threatened, invoking his master. In the next moment, Lin Kai released him, and Lin Dong gasped for breath, his eyes revealing resentment and fury. I will give you a chance. Summon your master. Lin Kai dismissed Lin Dong's glare, encouraging him to call for his master. If that so-called master dared to come, they would face annihilation together. Lin Dong wasted no time and produced a communication talisman, chanting incantations as the talisman flew into the distance. 10 breaths later, an elder descended from the sky into the courtyard. The elder exuded an aura of immortality, carrying 2 swords on his back. With a short, stiff mustache and deep-set brown eyes, his disheveled gray-white hair gave him the appearance of a venerable sage. He was Lin Dong's master, known as by Hu Lao Dao, Wu Xuanzi. Upon the arrival of his master, Lin Dong could no longer contain his desire for vengeance. Master, it's this little brat. He must be killed. If he isn't, my Dao heart will be unstable. Lin Dong clung to Wu Xuanzi's leg, crying out as if he had suffered great injustice. Wu Xuanzi, feeling pity for his disciple, comforted him. Do not worry. Your master is here. In the next moment, Lin Dong changed his demeanor, taunting Lin Kai. You bastard. My master is a peak Yuaning expert. Killing you is as easy as swatting an ant. Prepare to die. Meanwhile, Fang Yuding approached, glaring at Lin Kai with a pitiful expression. Senior, you must kill this scoundrel. He even sought to humiliate me. Indeed, a woman's face changes faster than turning pages in a book. Wu Xuanzi had not anticipated Fang Yuding's presence, and her demeanor suggested she had suffered a tremendous grievance. Rest assured, madam, I will seek justice for you, Wu Xuanzi promised. Young one, you heard that my disciple's Dao heart is unstable because of you. How dare you disrespect Madam Lin? Today you must die? Wu Xuanzi's gaze bore into Lin Kai. What a pretext to accuse. Lin Kai extended a hand towards Wu Xuanzi, beckoning him to strike. Wu Xuanzi, angered by Lin Kai's insolence, thought it absurd that such a mere insect dared to act so brazenly before him. Wu Xuanzi wielded his fingers like a sword, controlling the two swords on his back to attack Lin Kai. The swords danced unpredictably, inscribed with terrifying runes. Empowered by the runes, they fused into an indestructible divine sword. Kill! Wu Xuanzi commanded. The divine sword tore through the void, launching a powerful attack aimed at Lin Kai's head, intending to deliver a fatal blow. However, Lin Kai was not to be underestimated. He raised a hand, gently touching the tip of the divine sword. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Wu Xuanzi and the others, the divine sword disintegrated inch by inch at Lin Kai's fingertip until only the hilt remained. My sword? How is this possible? How did this brat do it? Wu Xuanzi's heart bled at the sight. That sword had taken him considerable time and resources to commission from a master blacksmith, and now it was gone in an instant. You destroyed my treasured sword. You shall die? Wu Xuanzi charged at Lin Kai, intent on avenging his sword. Stop! A single word immobilized Wu Xuanzi before Lin Kai, rendering him unable to move. Lin Kai lifted his hand and lightly tapped Wu Xuanzi's body. In the next second, a look of profound terror filled Wu Xuanzi's eyes as he transformed into white smoke, vanishing from the world. Chapter 23, A Mother's Plight. Witnessing Wu Xuanzi's effortless demise at Lin Kai's hands, Lin Dong and Fang Yuding were utterly terrified. Lin Dong believed he must be hallucinating. His master was a peak yuaning expert. How could he be slain by Lin Kai, a discarded waste? Yet, reality was cruel, and facts spoke louder than words. How could you possess such strength? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Dong yearned to flee, convinced that this world had descended into madness. However, to his astonishment, after barely taking a few steps, he felt an immense force pulling him back, rendering him incapable of advancing any further. With a swift motion, Lin Kai seized Lin Dong by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. This time, Lin Dong had no opportunity to seek assistance. You cannot kill me. I am your second brother. We share blood. Before Lin Dong could complete his plea, Lin Kai mercilessly snapped his neck, granting him a death that could be deemed dignified, at least preserving his corpse intact. Lin Kai reflected on the times Lin Dong had wronged him in their youth. One particularly egregious incident involved Lin Dong and several accomplices, who had mercilessly kicked Lin Kai into a lake while he was playing by its edge, even going so far as to urinate on him. This cruel act contributed to Lin Kai's timid disposition, making him a target for bullying. Yet, that was all in the past. The current Lin Kai was the most formidable entity in this world, impervious to harm. At the moment of Lin Dong's demise, a fragment of Lin Kai's lingering obsession dissipated as well. He then turned his gaze towards Fang Yuding, who was attempting to escape, yet was perplexingly unable to move her legs. Lin Kai approached Fang Yuding. As she opened her mouth to speak, he offered her no chance. My head hurts so much, please no. Fang Yuding screamed in agony. Lin Kai was currently probing her soul, eager to uncover the whereabouts of his mother. The act of searching brought forth a revelation that rendered Lin Kai's expression frozen in shock. With a resounding crack, Fang Yuding's head was crushed in Lin Kai's grip, evidently revealing something that incited his wrath. After eliminating the two, Lin Kai's consciousness enveloped the entire Lin family estate, swiftly locating the information regarding his mother extracted from Fang Yuding's memories. He tore through the fabric of space, stepping forth. Once Lin Kai departed, in a loft within the Lin residence, a middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes as if sensing something. The rear mountain of the Lin family, there stood a dilapidated house, appearing as though it could collapse at any moment. A ripple passed through the void, and Lin Kai materialized from thin air. He surveyed the wretched state of the house before him, his eyes ablaze with fury at the indignities inflicted upon his mother by the Lin family. Meanwhile, Lin Fu remained oblivious to it all, as if none of it concerned him. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, Lin Kai straightened his attire, preparing to enter and meet his mother. However, before he could fully cross the threshold, he overheard a woman's voice pleading for help from behind the door, followed by a man's lascivious taunts. The man's words were laced with vulgarity, threatening to force himself upon the woman if she did not comply. Despite her desperate pleas, he remained unyielding, continuing to snicker lewdly. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Lin Kai trembled involuntarily. It was unmistakably his mother's voice. Without hesitation, he burst through the door, never before having experienced such fury. Even having reached the realm of the great emperor, his composure faltered in this moment. With a powerful kick, he shattered the wooden door, revealing a young man poised to assault a beautiful woman. The woman appeared gravely ill, her condition visibly deteriorating, and Lin Kai sensed the presence of poison ravaging her vitality. This woman was none other than his mother. Upon Lin Kai's entrance, the man halted his actions, turning to face him. Upon recognizing Lin Kai, a glimmer of realization crossed his features, yet he remained dismissive, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I thought you were someone formidable. Turns out, it's just you, the worthless one, returning, he sneered. This man was Lin Jia, one of those who had tormented Lin Kai alongside Lin Dong in their childhood. A loyal lackey to Lin Dong. The Lin family was divided into two factions, the direct line and the collateral line, with Lin Jia belonging to the latter. He regarded Lin Kai with open contempt, believing him incapable of retaliation, as Lin Dong was his backing. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong had already descended to hell, never to return and support him again. Speak. How do you wish to die? Lin Kai stood resolutely, his gaze icy. Lin Jia, startled by Lin Kai's fierce demeanor, quickly regained his bravado, becoming even more arrogant. You little bastard, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Lin Jia shouted, picking up a wooden stick and advancing menacingly towards Lin Kai. He swung the stick forcefully, yet to his astonishment, it shattered into splinters before it could reach Lin Kai. Stumbling backward, Lin Jia stared incredulously at Lin Kai, his thoughts racing. Has this kid grown so bold? He tried to convince himself that Lin Kai had merely acquired some superficial strength through training over the years, dismissing him as nothing to fear. Very well. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. Under Lin Kai's piercing gaze, Lin Jia began to invoke a low-tier spell he had learned. His movement sluggish and the spell incomplete. After several breaths, he was drenched in sweat as a translucent sword materialized in the air, its power feeble and fragile. Lin Jia, lacking talent, had stagnated at the second level of body refinement for over a decade. He took pride in the ethereal sword he had summoned, reveling in his accomplishment. See this? This frost sword was bestowed upon me by brother Lin Dong. You probably have never encountered such a sophisticated artifact. Lin Jia boasted, unable to contain his arrogance. Lin Kai regarded him with the bemusement one might reserve for a fool. Sophisticated? As he spoke, Lin Kai conjured an identical frost sword, but unlike Lin Jia's incomplete technique, Lin Kai executed the complete frost sword technique. Witnessing Lin Kai effortlessly manifesting the same spell, yet significantly more powerful than his own, Lin Jia rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? It must be an illusion, he exclaimed, shaking his head in denial as he gazed upon Lin Kai's frost sword. Lin Kai dismissed Lin Jia entirely, manipulating the frost sword to penetrate Lin Jia's skull. With a thunderous crack, his head erupted. Chapter 24, Acquiring a Residence. After dealing with Lin Jia, Lin Kai hurried to his mother's bedside, intending to smooth her disheveled hair. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks mistook Lin Kai for another Lin Jia, resisting fiercely. Stay away, stay away. Witnessing his mother in such a state pained Lin Kai deeply. He crouched before Xianxiaaudiobooks, placing a finger on her forehead. In an instant, her body underwent a profound transformation. The toxins within her vanished, and a healthy glow returned to her face, her spirit gradually revitalizing. Mother, it's all right now? Lin Kai called out. Xianxiaaudiobooks, huddled in a corner, regained her senses and stared at the young man before her, momentarily lost in disbelief. Is that you, Xiao Kai? My son. Once she regained her composure, she immediately enveloped Lin Kai in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, Lin Kai, too, shed a couple of tears, discreetly wiping them away. Mother, it's me. I've returned. I'm sorry for the suffering you endured. The mother and son embraced for what felt like an eternity, Xianxiaaudiobooks reluctant to release him, fearing it might all be a dream from which she would awaken to find her child gone. Lin Kai gently patted her back, offering solace. When Xianxiaaudiobooks finally let go, she cupped Lin Kai's youthful face in her hands, berating herself for failing as a mother. My child, I am so sorry for the hardships you faced. Lin Kai shook his head, tenderly wiping away her tears. Madam, who has brought you to this state? And what is my so-called father doing? Lin Kai expressed his indignation, wishing he could confront the Lin family immediately to settle this score. Xianxiaaudiobooks gently patted Lin Kai's hand, signaling him to remain calm, assuring him that as long as he was safe, that was what mattered. Lin Kai nodded. Since his mother did not elaborate, it was clear she was concerned for his well-being. This debt would eventually be repaid, and now that he had returned, there would be ample time ahead. The immediate priority was to take his mother away from this place and improve her living conditions, to prevent others from detecting their presence. Lin Kai concealed their auras and led Xianxiaaudiobooks away from the back mountain of the Lin family estate. At the Lin family manor, the sudden demise of so many had undoubtedly stirred the higher-ups of the Lin family. In the conference hall, the family head, Lin Jiangwo, along with several elders from both the direct and collateral lines, sat with grim expressions, the atmosphere palpably tense. Each voiced their speculations on who could have perpetrated such a silent massacre against the Lin family. Lin Jiangwo, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. The others fell silent, pondering his words. In Tianfu City, aside from the city lord's office maintaining order, the 5 prominent families rarely experienced significant conflicts, merely engaging in minor disputes over interests. No one was idle enough to resort to murder for amusement within other families. Among the 5 families, with the Bai family remaining neutral, the Lin and Fang families were connected through marriage, while the Li and Wang families maintained an alliance. Such actions would be unwise. Could it be an old enemy seeking revenge? At that moment, an elder seated in the first position to Lin Jiangwo's left suggested. This notion resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Regardless of the culprit, it was imperative to identify the murderer swiftly. The death of Fang Yuding would inevitably reach the Fang family, inciting their wrath and demands for accountability from the Lin family. Lin Jiangwo contemplated the elders gathered, knowing that if the Fang family learned of Fang Yuding's murder, they would be furious and hold the Lin family responsible. Only by apprehending her killer could the Lin family provide an explanation. At that moment, the Lin family initiated a lockdown, preventing anyone from leaving, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous as nearly everyone was interrogated. The results were uniform. No one possessed even a shred of useful information. Just as the Lin family members were growing impatient, an inconspicuous servant appeared before them. Report to the family head, the individuals imprisoned in the back mountain are gone. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Lin family were taken aback. Who would rescue a sickly individual with mental issues? Could it possibly be him? One of the direct elders cautiously inquired. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward him. Surely, you haven't forgotten the incident from 8 years ago? The elder elaborated once more. In that instant, clarity dawned upon all present. However, he shook his head in denial of the elder's assertion. At the time of his departure, Lin Kai was merely 10 years old, a waste with no cultivation. It was inconceivable that he could have grown to such a level in just 8 years. Lin Jiangwo reasoned, unwilling to believe that a waste could annihilate nascent soul experts in such a short span. After a brief interlude, the Lin family dispatched individuals to continue their investigations. Meanwhile, Lin Kai, accompanied by his mother, Xianxiaaudiobooks, arrived at a shop in the city that specialized in selling estates. The sign read, Lumani. As the name suggests, all estate designs guaranteed to satisfy. Upon entering, Lin Kai surveyed the surroundings and quickly identified a luxurious estate. Dear guest, are you interested in this estate? You have indeed come to the right place. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man approached Lin Kai. He was Qian, the owner of the shop. How much? Lin Kai inquired directly. Qian raised a hand, gesturing a figure. 500,000 top-tier spirit stones. Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped upon hearing the sum, astonished at such a high demand. Xiao Kai, perhaps we should look at others instead. It doesn't matter where I live, as long as I am with you. Lin Kai smiled, gently patting his mother's hand to reassure her. The price is fair, it is acceptable. He turned his gaze back to Qian, preparing to make the payment when suddenly, another figure entered. This individual locked his sights directly on the estate Lin Kai had chosen. This estate is mine. Here, take this 500,000. The young man casually tossed a storage bag to Qian. The shopkeeper swiftly changed his demeanor upon recognizing the newcomer. Ah, it is young Master Wang Chong. I did not expect you to grace my humble establishment. It truly shines with your presence. Wang Chong waved his hand dismissively. Lin Kai was taken aback by this unexpected interruption. Listening to Qian, he surmised that this man was likely from the Wang family, one of the 5 great families. Shopkeeper, there should be a matter of first come, first served. Lin Kai protested. Qian appeared helpless. If it were anyone else contesting with Lin Kai, it might have been manageable, but offending Wang Chong was out of the question, given his lineage. Just as Qian was about to suggest other similar estates to Lin Kai, he was interrupted by a voice. Oh, you arrived first? What do you think you are? Wang Chong scrutinized Lin Kai with displeasure, embodying the very image of a spoiled rich kid. An ant? Why should I even know you? Lin Kai retorted, his gaze sharp as he met Wang Chong's. Wang Chong was incensed by Lin Kai's tone, taken aback that someone would dare to speak back to him. Staring at Lin Kai, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It's you? The discarded child of the Lin family. I did not expect you to return. Wang Chong exclaimed, surprised at recognizing Lin Kai. Ha, so it's you. What's the matter? Did the Lin family refuse to take you back? Would you like to join my Wang family? I can offer you a position to serve as a lackey. Wang Chong openly mocked him. Xianxiaaudiobooks, witnessing this scene, felt an immense anger rising within her. However, considering their situation and the recent reunion with Lin Kai, she believed it best to avoid escalating matters. Xiao Kai, perhaps we should let this go, she suggested, attempting to pull Lin Kai away. Lin Kai reassured her, Mother, as long as I am here, there is nothing to fear. Chapter 25. Encountering an old enemy. Ha ha ha. You a waste dare to boast? What can you do? You are utterly useless. Wang Chong laughed heartily at Lin Kai's words. Ding. Detected mockery. Task activating. Ding. Task issued. Task content. Eliminate the opponent. Receive a random reward package. As the system's voice faded, a fierce light flickered in Lin Kai's eyes, a formidable aura emanating from him. Wang Chong, still reveling in his arrogance, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering him breathless. Thud. Wang Chong's knees buckled to the ground, shattering upon impact, and he found himself unable to control his body, prostrating before Lin Kai. This shocking turn left him astounded. How is this possible? How could you possess such strength? Xianxiaaudiobooks, witnessing Wang Chong kneeling before Lin Kai, was equally startled. He had never expected Lin Kai to humiliate Wang Chong so brazenly, clearly disregarding the Wang family, and he felt fortunate not to have offended Lin Kai. Lin Kai saw no need to explain himself to Wang Chong. To deal with such a spoiled rich brat, it sufficed to use force to make him recognize reality. Lin Kai intensified his pressure, causing Wang Chong to experience excruciating pain in his bones, his anguished cries echoing throughout the Lu Mani establishment. What is happening? What is going on? Quick, look, someone is kneeling. Who is it? Isn't that Wang Chong from the Wang family? How could he possibly kneel to another? What? Wang Chong? Could it be? This spoiled brat is facing such humiliation? Bah, that scoundrel deserves it. Had it not been for the backing of the Wang family, he would likely have met his demise long ago. The spectators, reveling in the chaos, hastily condemned Wang Chong at that moment. He was akin to a rat crossing the street, universally reviled. However, these onlookers merely indulged in verbal venting. Should it come to blows, none dared to engage. Primarily out of fear of retaliation from the Wang family. How dare you insult me? I am a scion of the Wang family, Wang Chong declared defiantly. Noticing Lin Kai's indifference, his frustration only deepened. If you do not assist me in rising, and bow to me in repentance, I assure you that the Wang family will not let you go, nor will the Lin family. Seeing Wang Chong's obstinacy, Lin Kai clenched his fingers, and in an instant, Wang Chong's corporeal form exploded, leaving a gruesome display of blood. This shocking turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Lin Kai would actually kill Wang Chong right before their eyes. What? He truly killed him? Is this a formidable being? Some rejoiced, feeling that a scourge had been eradicated from Tianfu City. Others fretted, lamenting that Lin Kai had provoked the entire Wang family over a mere Wang Chong, a foolish exchange. Yet Lin Kai was far more preoccupied with the system panel that only he could perceive. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 Transcendence Period Butler Summoning Card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 20 Ascendant Period Servant Summoning Cards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2 Fusion Period Mates Summoning Cards. After the system's announcements, Lin Kai was somewhat taken aback, pleasantly surprised that the system was so attuned to human nature, providing such rewards. He retrieved a small mountain of spirit stones from his spatial ring and piled them before the astonished Xianxiaaudiobooks. The property deed. Lin Kai gestured to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Still lost in the moment of Wang Chong's death, Xianxiaaudiobooks took several seconds to respond to Lin Kai's words. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze towards Lin Kai shifted, now filled with trepidation. Oh yes, of course. I will fetch it immediately. Recalling Wang Chong's earlier taunts about Lin Kai being a discarded child of the Lin family, and linking it to an incident from 8 years prior, he quickly deduced that Lin Kai was indeed that person. To his astonishment, the so-called waste had transformed dramatically, possessing not only formidable strength, but also considerable wealth. In no time, Xianxiaaudiobooks hurried back, clutching the property deed. Young Master Lin, here is your property deed. I failed to recognize your worth before. Please do not hold it against me. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face bore a contrite smile, clearly eager to curry favor with Lin Kai. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Lin Kai waved dismissively, choosing not to engage. He glanced at the property deed before handing it to his mother. Upon seeing the deed in her hands, Shang Wanshi looked at Lin Kai with a mixture of affection and pride. Her son had truly grown up and was capable of standing on his own. With Xianxiaaudiobooks leading the way, mother and son swiftly arrived at their new home. The house lay at the center of the city, boasting an excellent location. Standing before the entrance, the signboard remained blank, awaiting the owners to inscribe their name. Without hesitation, Lin Kai raised his finger like a sword and carved the 2 vivid characters, Shangwan. He chose his mother's surname for their new home. From this moment forth, they would truly settle in Tianfu City. Shangwan Shi was deeply moved, holding back tears that trickled down her cheeks, turning away discreetly to wipe them away. After the door swung open, Xianxiaaudiobooks guided Lin Kai and his mother on a tour, offering explanations while exchanging pleasantries. Lin Kai remained mostly silent, while Xianxiaaudiobooks occasionally interjected a comment. A quarter of an hour later, with Qian Duoduo's guidance, they had gleaned a substantial understanding of the expansive estate. Given the size of the residence, it felt somewhat desolate with just Lin Kai and his mother, prompting Lin Kai to think of something. Then I shall take my leave. Should you have any concerns, feel free to seek me at the building. Qian Duoduo bid farewell to Lin Kai and his mother. Just moments after Qian Duoduo departed, a commotion erupted in the yard, causing Xianxiaaudiobooks, newly settled, to feel a twinge of fear. Mother, I will go investigate. Please stay in the room. Lin Kai reassured her. Xiao Kai, I know you are formidable, but still exercise caution, Xianxiaaudiobooks advised. The mother and son had only recently reunited, and she feared losing him again. Lin Kai nodded, and upon exiting, he waved his hand, setting up a formidable defensive array of Imperial level outside Xianxiaaudiobooks' room. Once he confirmed its integrity, he departed. Soon, the two parties encountered one another. The leader was a middle-aged man, roughly 40, clad in vivid yellow attire. He was tall and muscular, with a menacing scar running diagonally from his forehead to his left cheek, enhancing his fearsome appearance. At that moment, he emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent, his icy gaze flickering like cold stars, sending chills down one's spine. It is you who killed my son. Chapter 26, Summoning the Ascendant Period Servant. The newcomer was none other than Wang Chang's father, Wang Yaozu, busy with other matters at home. He had rushed to the scene upon hearing of his son's death. Not seeing the perpetrator, he resorted to coercing those present for answers. Once informed, Wang Yaozu swiftly gathered a dozen henchmen from the Wang family and arrived at the location, determined to find the killer of Wang Chang. It was I. Lin Kai boldly acknowledged his role in Wang Chang's demise. It is you. You deserve to die. Attack him. Cut him down. Wang Yaozu issued commands to his henchmen without further ado. Ding. Detection of an intent to kill the host. Task activation in progress. Ding. Task issued. Task content. Eliminate the opponent. Receive a random grand prize. As the system announced the task, the Wang family's henchmen quickly surrounded Lin Kai, forming layers of defense, each brandishing their skills and launching attacks at him. Witnessing the assault from Wang family's henchmen, Lin Kai waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, all the henchmen were dispatched. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100 million premium spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 10,000 years of cultivation. Wang Yaozu, watching this unfold, was left in shock, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Regaining his composure, Wang Yaozu produced a token and sent a message through it. Moments later, a young man appeared, flying in on a sword, landing before Lin Kai's estate. Upon locking onto his target, he descended before Wang Yaozu. This individual was a concealed expert by Wang Yaozu's side, a disciple of a hidden sect outside Tianfu City, known as Jia Quan. Young Master Jia, I implore you to act and eliminate this boy. Wang Yaozu bowed deeply to Jia Quan, adopting a humble demeanor. Jia Quan waved his hand, sporting a confident smile. Fear not. Dealing with such scum requires but a single strike. Jia Quan exuded an air of certainty, convinced that in a place like Tianfu City, no formidable experts could exist. Without delay, Jia Quan dropped his cheerful facade and launched an attack on Lin Kai. Thus began their fierce battle, and witnessing Jia Quan's self-assured demeanor, Wang Yaozu couldn't help but smirk coldly. Humph, for killing my son, you shall regret it for life. As Wang Yaozu envisioned Lin Kai being dispatched by Jia Quan in a single blow, the ensuing scene caused his pupils to dilate in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. The confrontation between Lin Kai and Jia Quan had already reached its conclusion. Regrettably, Jia Quan did not perish at the hands of Lin Kai as Wang Yaozu had envisioned. Instead, he found himself ensnared by Lin Kai, who effortlessly grasped Jia Quan by the throat, lifting him high. One move? Is that all you can muster? Jia Quan was left reeling, utterly astonished by Lin Kai's formidable strength, and his thoughts turned to cursing Wang Yaozu's ancestors. Just as Jia Quan contemplated begging for mercy, Lin Kai's grip tightened significantly. With a resounding crack, Lin Kai crushed Jia Quan's skull, blood splattering everywhere. With a casual flick, the headless corpse was reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. Wang Yaozu stood nearby, aghast, unable to fathom that Lin Kai had not only killed Jia Quan, but had done so in a one-sided display of brutality. As Lin Kai approached, Jia Quan retreated step by step. This kid is a direct disciple of an elder from the Xinjiang sect. If you kill me, there will be no turning back, Wang Yaozu threatened, his voice trembling. Noticing Lin Kai's relentless advance and his evident intent to not spare him, Wang Yaozu concealed a token in his sleeve and crushed it with force. Lin Kai, indifferent to the threat, maintained an impassive expression, transforming his finger into a sword and swiftly eliminating Wang Yaozu with a single strike. Wang Yaozu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that Lin Kai would truly dare to kill him. Subsequently, he fell to the ground, defeated. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are now being distributed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 divine herbs. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 divine vine. After collecting the rewards from the system, Lin Kai retrieved the summoning card he had received earlier. System, activate the summoning card. Before Lin Kai appeared the cards for a tribulation period steward, a Mahayana period servant, an emerging period maid. Beep. Congratulations to the host for using the summoning card. The summon will arrive in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the system's voice faded, 23 individuals materialized before Lin Kai, addressing him in unison, Master, being summoned by the system. This group regarded Lin Kai with unwavering loyalty. Lin Kai instructed them on their respective duties before leading 2 maids to the entrance of the Shangwan residence. Upon opening the door, Lin Kai found Xianxiaaudiobooks in a state of distress. Her anxiety dissipated upon seeing Lin Kai, who approached and reassured her, smiling gently. Mother, I am fine. Lin Kai chuckled helplessly. He turned to the 2 maids behind him. From now on, you 2 will be responsible for taking care of my mother. The maids, understanding their roles, approached Xianxiaaudiobooks and respectfully addressed her as Madam. Xiao Kai, who are they? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired, momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with suspicions that Lin Kai might have coerced them through force. Mother, these are 2 maids I found for you. They are orphans and will be here to assist you in your daily needs. Lin Kai fabricated a kind-hearted lie to ease her worries. He then informed Xianxiaaudiobooks about the other stewards and servants, explaining that such a grand residence required competent management and maintenance. At that moment, at the Wang residence in Tianfu City, Wang Yaozu's last act of shattering the token was primarily to send a message to his family. In the Wang family's conference hall, an elderly man glared at the information transmitted through the token, his face darkened with fury. Scoundrel, you dare kill my grandson. No matter who you are, I shall ensure you pay with blood for this. This elder was none other than Wang Yaozu's father, Wang Chang's grandfather, Wang Chuyan, also the head of the Wang family. Upon learning that the disciple from the Xinjiang sect had also perished at the hands of Lin Kai, without hesitation, Wang Chuyan retrieved a transmission talisman and sent a message, which then soared into the distance. After completing this, he gathered the Wang family members, preparing to hunt down the one who had slain his descendants. Meanwhile, at the Shangwan residence, Lin Kai designated a section of the courtyard and planted the divine vine he had received as a reward. This vine was no ordinary plant. It served as a guardian for the residents, autonomously attacking any intruders. After planting the vine, Lin Kai dripped a few drops of divine liquid onto it, causing it to grow rapidly, overtaking the courtyard as it transformed into a common vine. Just as Lin Kai was about to depart, he sensed the approach of over a dozen unfamiliar auras, all converging towards him. With a loud crash, the main gate of the residence was kicked open, and the first to enter was an elderly man, none other than Wang Chuyan, the enraged head of the Wang family. Wang Chuyan fixed his gaze upon Lin Kai, his expression fierce, consumed by a desire for vengeance for his slain kin. Without hesitation, he unleashed an attack towards Lin Kai, conjuring a claw-like manifestation that hurtled towards Lin Kai's head. As the claw neared Lin Kai's throat, Wang Chuyan wore a smug expression, convinced of Lin Kai's imminent demise. However, to his astonishment, the claw halted mere inches from Lin Kai, suspended in midair. In the next moment, the claw shattered into pieces. You dare to kill my family? I shall eradicate everyone in this residence. Wang Chuyan screamed, his voice laced with madness as he surveyed Lin Kai and the other servants within the abode. Upon seeing the fierce determination in Wang Chuyan's eyes, he rubbed his aged eyes in disbelief. What? When did Tianfu City acquire so many powerful beings? They appear to be mere servants. Wang Chuyan's gaze towards Lin Kai shifted, a flicker of trepidation surfacing in his eyes. He began to suspect that his son and grandson had encountered a formidable adversary. Yet, with so many following him, retreat was not an option, nor was attacking. Leaving him feeling utterly frustrated, 2 reckless descendants had brought disgrace to his name. Then the thought of Jia Quan's death at the hands of Lin Kai crossed his mind, and he felt a surge of confidence that the Xinjiang sect would dispatch powerful allies. I retract my previous words. But you must provide an explanation for the deaths of my son and grandson. Wang Chuyan's tone was noticeably diminished, now seeking to buy time until reinforcements from the Xinjiang sect arrived. An explanation? Huh, die? Lin Kai scoffed coldly. Suddenly, the divine vine, which had been coiled around the walls, began to writhe, its tendrils transforming into razor-sharp weapons. With lightning speed, The vine struck at Wang Chuyan's henchmen, swiftly dispatching them without allowing a single one the opportunity to call for help. Initially, Wang Chuyan believed Lin Kai was instructing the servants to act, keeping a wary eye on them. However, when his own men began to perish, he realized there was more to this residence than met the eye. Wang Chuyan was seething with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Even if I die today, I shall take you down with me. He could no longer contain himself. Vowing to confront Lin Kai head-on, transforming God Palm, Wang Chuyan bellowed, launching a devastating strike at Lin Kai. In the next instant, however, he found himself grasped in Lin Kai's hand. With a resounding crack, Lin Kai crushed his skull. To prevent the Wang family from seeking vengeance again, Lin Kai turned his gaze toward the Wang residence. Before Lin Kai, a void emerged, to which he responded with a swift strike of his palm. Subsequently, the void sealed itself, and Lin Kai chose to set aside this incident as he proceeded towards the residence of the Shangwan family. Meanwhile, at the Wang family, chaos reigned supreme. Their patriarch and the majority of the clan had perished, as if the heavens themselves had fallen. Who dares to commit such an atrocity? The Wang family shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. In the council chamber, a middle-aged man roared in a fit of rage. On the brink of losing his sanity, he was Wang Yaotian, the elder brother of Wang Yaozu and the eldest son of Wang Chuyan. Wang Yaotian had been secluded in the family's secret chamber, striving for a higher realm, and was utterly unprepared for the dreadful news that awaited him upon his emergence. Just as the Wang family was engulfed in turmoil, a dark cloud suddenly loomed overhead, shrouding them in ominous shadows. All eyes turned skyward, a palpable sense of impending doom hanging in the air. Wang Yaotian, too, was drawn to the phenomenon, his brow furrowing in concern. What is that? Suddenly, a member of the Wang clan gasped in astonishment at the sight above. Instantly, every gaze was fixed upon the void, where an enormous hand began to descend towards the Wang territory. The entire clan felt the immense pressure, akin to the weight of death itself beckoning them. In a panic, they fled, desperate to escape. Run! Help! Why can't we get through the gates? It feels as though something is obstructing our path. Wang Yaotian, bewildered, observed the cries of his kin, his eyes filled with a mix of defiance and dread as he gazed at the sky. Everyone, form a blockade. Gathering a group of cultivators, Wang Yaotian summoned a formation in the air, aiming to halt the gigantic hand's descent. One by one, the Wang clansmen unleashed their powers upon the formation, which soon took shape, with Wang Yaotian at its core. Alas, the formation crumbled within mere seconds, shattered by the overwhelming aura surrounding the hand. Even the residual force was insurmountable. I don't want to die? Who will save us? What sin have we committed? The cries of despair echoed through the Wang family as their pleas intensified. Boom! The colossal hand obliterated the Wang residence, erasing it from existence. As light returned to the sky above the Wang family, a tremendous tremor resonated throughout Tianfu City, drawing the attention of all its inhabitants. What transpired there? Isn't that the Wang territory? What could have happened? No way. The Wang estate has vanished. Quick, let us investigate. The citizens of Tianfu City buzzed with speculation, filling every street and alley. Soon, news of the Wang family's demise reached the other four prominent clans, causing widespread astonishment. Who could silently annihilate such a vast family in an instant? What formidable power had the Wang family offended? As the city continued to murmur, another shocking announcement rippled through the air. A reclusive sect, the Xinjian sect, had emerged. Returning to the Shangwan residence, Lin Kai entered his mother's chamber, where the two engaged in light conversation. Lin Kai inquired about the situation of the Lin family. Shangwan knew Lin Kai sought to rectify the injustices done to them. Xiao Kai, it has passed. Some matters need not be revisited, she advised, aware of her son's strength, yet wishing to shield him from further peril. Very well, mother. If you choose not to speak, I shall refrain from asking. Lin Kai acquiesced outwardly, yet inwardly resolved not to let the Lin family escape unscathed. Noticing his mother's fatigue, he urged her to rest, reassured by the presence of two maidservants tending to her. Lin Kai departed the room, and as Shangwan watched his retreating figure, she sighed, understanding her son's unwavering determination. Alas, she could only allow fate to take its course. Just as Shangwan anticipated, Lin Kai, after leaving the room, promptly decided to confront his negligent father at the Lin family estate. They say a day of marriage brings 100 days of affection. How could the Lin family mistreat his mother while he, as her husband, remained indifferent? As Lin Kai approached the estate's entrance, he suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent washing over him. Remaining outwardly composed, he waved his hand, surrounding the entire estate with a formidable formation. Shortly after, a teleportation array appeared above Lin Kai, and over 100 figures materialized before him. Observing the newcomers, Lin Kai noted their attire matched that of Jia Quan. indicating they were indeed the so-called disciples of the Xinjiang sect. These individuals possessed considerable prowess, likely elite disciples. The leader, a middle-aged man, regarded Lin Kai with a cold, unyielding gaze. You, boy, have slain a disciple of the Xinjiang sect. Kneel and accept your punishment. Chapter 28. Re-entering the Lin family. Confrontation. The middle-aged man, a steward of the Xinjiang sect named Jiang Lang, had come with a cadre of disciples to seek retribution for the fallen. Did you not hear Master Jiang's words? Or do you require our assistance? He mocked, laughter echoing among the disciples. This insignificant insect dares to slay our kin. Does he not fear for his life? Sending so many to deal with this child, how grand does our sect perceive the threat to be? The disciples of the Xinjiang sect sneered at Lin Kai, their condescension palpable. In response, Lin Kai merely uttered a single word, insects. The derision he faced from these disciples was of little consequence to him. In an instant, the members of the Xinjiang sect erupted in outrage, unable to tolerate such an insult. They were furious, intent on reducing Lin Kai to mere fragments. What did you say? Who is the insect? How dare you? This insolent child must be taught a lesson. Jiang Lang, as an elder, refrained from direct confrontation to avoid accusations of bullying the young. However, Lin Kai's blatant provocation of the disciples left him with no choice. As Jiang Lang finished speaking, a figure shot forward from the crowd, charging directly at Lin Kai. It was Zhang Tao, known for his impulsive nature. This reckless lad. A voice echoed from the throng. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Zhang Tao, recognized for his fierce temperament and formidable strength, as well as being the most rebellious disciple of the Xinjiang sect. Were it not for his grandfather's influence as a protector within the sect, Zhang Tao would have faced confinement countless times. The upper echelons of the sect had often found him a source of frustration. Yet, his grandfather was a revered elder, affording him a degree of leniency. Under the watchful gaze of the Xinjiang sect, they envisioned the scene of Lin Kai being torn to shreds by Zhang Tao. However, the ensuing spectacle left the entire sect in stunned silence. Before Zhang Tao could even reach him, Lin Kai struck him down with a single palm, reducing him to a cloud of blood. The suddenness of this event left everyone immobilized in shock. A sharp clap from an unseen hand snapped them back to reality. What? Zhang Tao is dead? How is this possible? He must have used some dark sorcery. Panic ensued. The implications of Zhang Tao's demise sending ripples of dread through the sect. This boy must be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhang Tao underestimated him. They clamored, their expressions twisted in disbelief and rage. The talented disciple of their Shun Jianzong was effortlessly slain by Lin Kai, and not merely killed, but eliminated in an instant, which defies all logic. Upon witnessing Zhang Tao's demise, Jiang Lang felt a jolt of apprehension, pondering, this bodes ill. His expression darkened, and a sinister aura began to emanate from him. You insolent brat, seeking death. Everyone attack. The disciples of Shun Jianzong, fueled by fury, unleashed their fists, feet, martial techniques, and spells upon Lin Kai. In Lin Kai's mind, the system's voice resonated, indicating that he had been provoked and a task had been activated. The task was to eliminate all assailants, promising a random reward. Observing each disciple unveiling their ultimate skills, Jiang Lang felt reassured that victory was within reach. Surely, it could not result in defeat against Lin Kai, could it? Yet, reality unfolded contrary to his expectations. The 100 disciples of Shun Jianzong, reminiscent of returning swallows, were once again forcibly obliterated by Lin Kai. In the blink of an eye, the elite cadre erupted into a vast cloud of crimson mist, suspended in the air. How could this be? Jiang Lang could hardly fathom the scenes unfolding before his eyes. If Zhang Tao had fallen due to underestimating Lin Kai, he could comprehend. However, this was a formidable assembly of over 100 talented elites, not merely commoners, dissolving into nothingness before him. Regaining his composure, Jiang Lang hastily employed a transmission technique to report the incident to his sect. Lin Kai's gaze fixated on Jiang Lang as he sauntered towards him. Sensing danger, Jiang Lang trembled at Lin Kai's approach. You wish to kill me? Jiang Lang furrowed his brow, regarding Lin Kai. Despite being a peak cultivator of the Fansu realm, Lin Kai appeared to regard him with utter disdain. Feeling insulted by Lin Kai's disregard, Jiang Lang disregarded the ethics of bullying the weak and lunged at Lin Kai with a knife. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Kai effortlessly deflected Jiang Lang's attack. Die! Lin Kai uttered a single word. Jiang Lang's features contorted, his complexion turned ashen, as a force not his own surged within him, wildly erupting, threatening to exceed the limits of his physical form. No, you cannot kill me. You shall meet a dreadful end. I have already notified the sect's experts. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Lang exploded before Lin Kai, his remains and blood scattering across the ground. Such a scene would likely induce retching in those with weak wills. However, Lin Kai had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. The system announced the completion of the task, bestowing rewards upon Lin Kai. Among these were the unparalleled secret technique, Wu Shi Shui Jing, the unparalleled treasure, Qian Kuan Jing, and a cultivation boost of 20,000 years. After receiving his rewards, Lin Kai made his way toward the Lin family estate. Shunjianzong, located in the realm of Nanzhou, is a place abundant with sects, including many reclusive ones. Within the confines of Shunjianzong, several elders convened in the council hall. Recently, they had received a transmission from Jiang Lang, anticipating that he had eliminated the perpetrator and was delivering good news. However, upon deciphering Jiang Lang's message, disbelief washed over their faces. Every disciple Jiang Lang had taken was dead, without exception. Now, Jiang Lang had ceased his replies, suggesting that he too had fallen victim. Scoundrel! Whoever dares to slay my sect's disciples shall face death. The leading elder, Xiao Juanhao, seethed with rage. He resolved to confront Lin Kai personally. The other three elders followed suit, believing that a minor individual, regardless of strength, did not require the sect leader's counsel, and they could handle the situation themselves before reporting back. Meanwhile, Lin Kai had arrived at the Lin family estate. As he stepped through the gates, the entire household was thrown into turmoil. What? It is he? The castaway of the Lin family, Lin Kai, the son of the third master of the Lin family? Could it truly be him, returned? Might he seek acceptance from the Lin family? Alas, it was a different world now. The Lin family would not welcome a castaway. The members of the Lin family scrutinized the once-abandoned child, now perceived as a waste. Among them were Lin Jiangua, the family patriarch, and Lin Jianbin, the second master, while Lin Kai's father, Lin Jianliang, was conspicuously absent. Upon seeing Lin Kai, they were taken aback, sensing his formidable cultivation, though the specifics eluded them. Considering the recent events concerning the Lin family, they concluded that Lin Kai was undoubtedly connected to the fallen Fang Yuting and others. Boy, I ask you this, did you kill Fang Yuting and Lin Dong? Lin Jiangua confronted Lin Kai, demanding answers without regard for his purpose. The other Lin family members similarly fixated on Lin Kai, eager for a response. If it were indeed me, what of it? Lin Kai coldly retorted to Lin Jiangua. Today you must die? Hearing this, Lin Jianbin's fury ignited, disregarding all decorum as he launched a punch at Lin Kai. Just as Lin Jiangua attempted to intervene, Lin Kai's gaze struck Lin Jianbin, sending him hurtling several meters away. As Lin Jianbin was thrown, a woman accompanied by another middle-aged man approached. The woman, with a venomous glare, fixed her eyes on Lin Kai. It is you, the bastard, who killed my son. I will have your life. The woman was Tian Su, the wife of Lin Jianbin. The middle-aged man beside her was her brother, Tian Pengyi. Ignoring Lin Jiangua's authority as patriarch, she implored Tian Pengyi to avenge her son Lin Dong by eliminating Lin Kai. Tian Pengyi hesitated, wary of the implications within the Lin family. Nevertheless, upon gazing at Lin Kai, his rage flared. After all, Lin Dong was his only nephew, brutally slain by Lin Kai. In the blink of an eye, unable to contain himself any longer, Tian Pengyi lunged towards Lin Kai, executing a palm strike. However, even with such determination, it changed little, despite his speed. He was no match for Lin Kai, who struck first, shattering Tian Pengyi's dantian and causing his blood to erupt from his 7 orifices as he perished. How could this be? Brother, is he dead? Tian Su, trembling in fear, collapsed to the ground. Chapter 29, Slaughter Unceasing. Despair enveloped Tian Su. Her son had been murdered, and now her brother lay lifeless, all under her instigation, a burden too heavy to bear. With a gasp, she spewed blood and fainted onto the ground. Beast, before my very eyes, you dare to act so ruthlessly? Do you truly disregard my authority as patriarch? Lin Jiangua's fury reached its zenith, feeling utterly disrespected. Both Lin Jianbin and the Tian siblings treated him like an inconsequential figure. Now, Lin Jiangua resolved to unleash all his discontent and wrath upon Lin Kai. Lin Kai, unfazed by Lin Jiangua's ire, scanned the vicinity with his spiritual sense, searching for his father's presence when a voice echoed throughout the Lin family estate. You possess some skill. I did not expect this bastard to have truly cultivated to such heights. A figure appeared before the crowd, a young man around 25 years of age, resembling Lin Jiangua. He was Lin Jiangua's eldest son, the eldest young master of the Lin family, Lin Junlin. Lin Kai found the words unsettling, his expression darkening. I advise you to retract your earlier statement. Words can lead to calamity. Lin Junlin erupted into laughter at Lin Kai's warning, exuding arrogance. Haha. What of it if I call you a wild seed? Do not presume to elevate yourself merely because of a modicum of strength. Lin Junlin turned to his companion behind him, an elder who materialized by his side. Shan Xiongxin, at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, hailed from a sect known as Wangman, serving as Lin Junlin's protector. Years ago, this sect recognized Lin Junlin's exceptional talent and took him in as a disciple. Old Shan, are you confident? Lin Junlin inquired. Shan Xiongxin nodded with assurance, claiming he could dispatch Lin Kai with a single move. No problem. I shall demonstrate the art of the elder overpowering the youth. Upon hearing Shan Xiongxin's response, Lin Junlin chuckled, casting a provocative glance at Lin Kai. Wild Seed. Old Shan is a master at the pinnacle of the great Ascension stage. Your meager strength is akin to that of an ant before him. Shan Xiongxin paid no heed to Lin Junlin's flattery, fixing his gaze upon Lin Kai's eyes. Ding. Detection of insult towards the host. Task activation in progress. Ding. Task issued. Task content. Eliminate the opponent. Reward of a random grand gift pack. As the system's voice faded, Shan Xiongxin launched a probing strike at Lin Kai. Yet, before the attack could make contact, it dissipated into nothingness. Surprised, Shan Xiongxin ceased his testing of Lin Kai's strength and unleashed his signature move, the thunderous 9 strikes. Countless bolts of lightning converged above him, transforming into 9 divine thunder pillars. Kill! He bellowed, as the 9 pillars struck towards Lin Kai, each one more formidable than the last. Observing such a terrifying onslaught, Lin Junlin smirked coldly. Just as the Lin family believed Lin Kai would perish beneath the overwhelming thunder, the 9 bolts inexplicably weakened at a visible rate, their might dwindling until they vanished before Lin Kai, leaving the Lin family in utter astonishment. To the shock of the onlookers, Lin Kai took a step forward and effortlessly lifted Shan Xiongxin as if he were a mere chick. With a forceful squeeze, Lin Kai snapped Shan Xiongxin's neck, severing head from body in an instant, causing him to fall lifelessly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards being issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 50 bottles of Tribulation Realm elixirs. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a Quasi-Emperor experience card. Note, the Quasi-Emperor experience card can be gifted to others. Upon witnessing the system rewards, Lin Kai discarded Shan Xiongxin's head and turned his gaze back to Lin Junlin. Lin Junlin had not anticipated the demise of his protector and was bewildered, wondering when great Ascension stage experts had become so feeble. As Lin Kai's gaze locked onto him, Lin Junlin was overwhelmed by a creeping fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. Unfortunately for him, his worst fears were realized. As Lin Kai extended his hand, Lin Junlin felt an immense pull, rendering him immobile, terror etched across his face. Lin Zhangwo attempted to intervene, but was repelled by the overwhelming force. In the next moment, Lin Kai grasped Lin Junlin by the throat, the sensation of suffocation intensifying rapidly. Beast, release him, Lin Zhangwo shouted, rising to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Lin Kai. Lin Kai ignored him, his focus unwavering on Lin Junlin, whose seemingly calm eyes bore an unsettling resemblance to the gaze of a fearsome predator. Spare me, for I am a disciple of Wangman. If you kill me, they will not let you go. Though it appeared as a plea, it carried an underlying threat. Just as Lin Kai was about to act, an unexpected guest entered the Lin family estate. Let go of my son, or you shall not leave the Lin family gates. A woman, accompanied by 2 maidservants and a bodyguard, strode in. She was Pan Xiaoyan, Lin Zhangwo's wife and Lin Junlin's mother. Having returned from visiting her family, she was met with this shocking scene upon her arrival, igniting her ire. Hearing Pan Xiaoyun's slightly angry tone, the bodyguard behind her stepped forward, cautiously fixing his gaze upon Lin Kai. Boy, release the young master, he commanded sharply. On the other side, Lin Zhangwo, seeing his wife return, wished to caution her against provoking Lin Kai. However, a mere glance from Pan Xiaoyun was enough to intimidate him. He was notorious for being under her thumb. The reason Lin Zhangwo ascended to the position of family head was largely due to Pan Xiaoyun's influence. Ah, so it is you, the abandoned child. What? Do you wish to return to claim the Lin family's inheritance? Pan Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Lin Kai, quickly masking her expression with one of disdain. Boy, do not act rashly. Let us discuss matters calmly. We are all family. First, release Junlin. Lin Zhangwo lowered his stance, casting a pleading look at Lin Kai. As he had only one son, with the second son lost, he was desperate to protect his child. Upon hearing Lin Zhangwo's words, Lin Kai erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, family. Then allow me to ask you, why was my mother abandoned alone on the back mountain of the Lin family? Who is responsible for her poisoning and mental turmoil? Who among you has ever treated her as family? As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from within him. The members of the Lin family present felt suffocated under the weight of Lin Kai's overwhelming presence. Confounded, they marveled at how an 18-year-old youth could exude such a fearsome aura. Lin Kai scanned the crowd, quickly grasping some of the circumstances. He still had not located his father's presence, indicating he was likely not within the Lin family estate. A frown creased his brow as he sensed that there were hidden truths yet undisclosed to him. Fixing his gaze on Lin Jiangwo, he noticed the man looking down, avoiding eye contact, as if burdened by guilt. Seeing no one respond, Lin Kai tightened his grip. A sharp crack echoed as a bone shattered, and Lin Junlin's head tilted, signaling his demise. Chapter 30. Forbidden Love. No, my son. Pan Xiaoyan gasped, nearly fainting at the sight of her son's death. Lin Jiangwo swiftly steadied her, administering a calming pill as his face turned ashen, his eyes filled with venomous rage directed at Lin Kai. You wretched boy, having slain my son, I will ensure you pay with your life today. After consuming the pill, Pan Xiaoyan regained some composure, but the loss of her son weighed heavily upon her. I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. I will take his head to accompany Jun Lin in the afterlife. Her gaze was fierce, radiating a hunger for vengeance as she glared at Lin Kai. Lin Jiangwo, disregarding his dignity as family head, exchanged a glance with Lin Jianbin, the second elder of the Lin family. In the next moment, the two brothers launched their attack on Lin Kai. Each strike aimed to be fatal. Yet, they failed to even graze the hem of Lin Kai's garment. Soon, both Lin Jiangwo and Lin Jianbin were sent flying by a single kick from Lin Kai, crashing heavily to the ground. Puff, puff. Both coughed blood. Despite Lin Kai's merely casual effort, they found it unbearable. How can this boy be so strong? Has he trained in some malevolent technique? Lin Jiangwo rose, shocked as he gazed at Lin Kai. Lin Jianbin, equally astonished, reflected on the 8 years that had passed. Could it be true that this boy had indeed mastered some dark, esoteric art? What a waste. With such weak strength, how could you avenge my son? At that moment, Pan Xiaoyan seemed transformed. Witnessing the defeat of Lin Jiangwo and Lin Jianbin by Lin Kai, she mocked them mercilessly. Lin Jiangwo, hearing Pan Xiaoyan's words, clenched his fists in frustration, the depth of his resentment known only to himself. The couple was originally forced into a marriage arranged by their families, harboring little affection for one another. Despite the passing years, Lin Jiangwo remained obedient to Pan Xiaoyan. Even when Pan Xiaoyan inexplicably returned to her parental home from time to time, she did not permit him to accompany her, and Lin Jiangwo made no protest. Disdainful of Lin Jiangwo's submissive demeanor, Pan Xiaoyan turned to her guard. Zhongli, kill him. Upon hearing her command, Zhongli wasted no time and charged at Lin Kai, aware of his prowess but bound by the loyalty that dictated a servant's actions. Armed with 2 curved blades, he unleashed his renowned technique, Dual Soul Blade. The suddenness of his assault was such that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. One blade appeared behind Lin Kai, while the other aimed directly for his head. Witnessing this, Pan Xiaoyan smiled, envisioning Lin Kai succumbing beneath the blades. Zhongli, the wielder of the blades, was resolute, confident in his strike, and mockingly addressed Lin Kai. Boy, watch closely. This strike will be swift, and you cannot block it. In an instant, the 2 curved blades darted toward Lin Kai's head and heart. Clang! The blades struck Lin Kai, yet they inflicted no harm, emitting a jarring sound akin to metal on metal. The blades shattered, and Lin Kai remained unscathed. What? The blades broke? Zhongli gazed incredulously at the fragments in his hands, and as he turned to Lin Kai, his expression shifted markedly. To him, Lin Kai had transformed into an undeniable monster. Even a practitioner specializing in physical refinement would struggle to withstand such a strike. Yet Lin Kai had rendered his blades to naught. Not only Zhongli but Pan Xiaoyan too was taken aback. Despite Zhongli being a formidable expert at the harmonization stage, his strength had earned her family's recognition. However, what Pan Xiaoyan did not anticipate was that even the accomplished Danxing expert, Dan Xiongxin, would prove ineffective against Lin Kai, falling in a single blow. Is this what you call swift? Lin Kai inquired seriously, brushing off the dust from his garments. With a snap of his fingers, the shattered blade fragments, now under his control, reformed, their power amplified. The blades, guided by his will, executed a swift 180-degree turn, decapitating Zhongli before he had a chance to react. Now that is speed, Lin Kai remarked nonchalantly. It was only when Zhongli's body hit the ground with a thud that the occupants of the Lin residence grasped the magnitude of Lin Kai's formidable strength. Witnessing Lin Kai's might, Pan Xiaoyan felt a surge of frustration, pondering whether she would ever be able to avenge her son. Just as she resolved to take action, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her gaze transformed, filled with affection and trust. "Oh good, you're here. Our child is dead," Pan Xiaoyan exclaimed upon seeing the man, Ouyang Bo. He was the one she secretly met every time she claimed to visit her family. Yet, her words inflicted deeper wounds on Lin Jiangwo, causing him to spit blood, his face paling. "What did you say? Junlin is not my child?" The unexpected revelation left the Lin family members in shock. Even Lin Kai paused momentarily at Pan Xiaoyan's declaration. What sort of drama is unfolding now? With the truth laid bare, Pan Xiaoyan boldly acknowledged her long-standing affection for Ouyangbo, asserting that had it not been for her family's misfortunes, she would never have submitted to Lin Jiangwo. Upon hearing Pan Xiaoyan confess, rage surged within Lin Jiangwo, threatening to explode. He had unwittingly raised another man's son for 20 years, blind to the truth while steadfastly believing in Pan Xiaoyan. Ah, you treacherous couple, perish. Unable to endure the betrayal, Lin Jiangwo charged at Pan Xiaoyan and Ouyangbo, consumed by a desire to rend them limb from limb. Unfazed by Lin Jiangwo's advance, Ouyangbo did not spare him a glance. Begone. In the next moment, Lin Jiangwo was sent flying by Ouyangbo's overwhelming aura. Ouyangbo gazed at Pan Xiaoyan with concern. Do not fear, I am here. After uttering those words, Ouyangbo turned his gaze toward Lin Kai, his eyes burning with vengeance. Their son had been slain by Lin Kai, a grudge that could not be forgiven. Ouyangbo not only sought to eliminate Lin Kai, but also intended to annihilate the entire Lin family, believing they deserved retribution for failing to protect his son. Ouyangbo had observed Lin Kai from the shadows, concluding that the other individuals were simply too weak, rather than Lin Kai being exceptionally strong. Moreover, he suspected Lin Kai possessed some formidable artifact that rendered Zhong Li's blades ineffective. Confident in his own strength, Ouyangbo considered himself invincible within his realm. Boy, I advise you to surrender all your treasures and apologize to my lady. I may consider sparing your life. Ouyangbo declared confidently. Before Lin Kai could respond, the system activated a new task. Ding, detection of disrespect toward the host. Task activation in progress. Ding, task issued. Objective, eliminate the opponent and obtain an invincible golden body. With the system's announcement, Lin Kai was momentarily taken aback. An invincible golden body? With his current strength, even those at the Emperor stage and below posed no threat. Was this golden body truly necessary? Yet, he trusted the system had its reasons. Regaining his composure, Lin Kai smiled at Ouyangbo. Come here. Kneel. Ouyangbo, interpreting this as an affront to his dignity, felt a surge of indignation. However, what transpired next sent chills down his spine. He found his body moving against his will. Stepping forward and kneeling before Lin Kai with a thud. Ouyangbo. Lin Kai, with a mocking demeanor, surveyed the kneeling Ouyangbo and asked, "What treasure do you desire?" In that moment, Ouyangbo comprehended the terror of Lin Kai. His words held power, a realization that he had encountered a true powerhouse. Ouyangbo, on the verge of tears, recognized Lin Kai's youthful appearance belied a terrifying strength, undoubtedly the result of some powerful entity's possession. Senior, I was blind to your greatness. I beseech you to spare me, and I shall offer everything. Lin Kai, uninterested in Ouyangbo's pleas, gently tapped his head. Ouyangbo's eyes rolled back as his soul was shattered by Lin Kai's strike, leading to his demise. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the invincible golden body, beginning self-fusion with the host. Ding, invincible golden body fusion successful. Lin Kai felt a transformation within himself. His bones and organs turned golden, and his blood shifted from red to gold. Meanwhile, Pan Xiaoyan, witnessing the deaths of her two closest kin, was engulfed in despair, her ties to this world severed. Grasping a dagger, she charged at Lin Kai, intent on revenge. Yet, Lin Kai restrained her with an invisible grip on her throat, lifting her off the ground. At that moment, another figure cloaked in black emerged from the void, attempting to intervene. You overstep, release her. Otherwise, the wrath of the entire Pan family is not something you can bear. Lin Kai disregarded the figure, opting instead to snap Pan Xiaoyan's neck. Chapter 31, The Truth. Upon witnessing the demise of Pan Xiaoyan, the figure cloaked in black within the void erupted in fury. He had not anticipated that Lin Kai would exhibit such fearlessness, daring to slay Pan Xiaoyan before his very eyes. Now, the black-cloaked man faced an insurmountable predicament. His mission was to covertly protect Pan Xiaoyan on behalf of the Pan family. Very well, if that is the case. I shall take you back to the Pan residence and await your fate. The black-cloaked man produced a magical artifact, a bag known as the whooshing bag. With a sweeping gesture, the whooshing bag detached from his grasp and surged toward Lin Kai, intending to forcibly return him to the Pan family. Observing the formidable force attempting to engulf him from above, Lin Kai cast a glance, shattering the whooshing bag effortlessly. Then, he directed a finger toward the black-cloaked man concealed in the void, and in an instant, the man was pierced through the head from 100 meters away, unable to react before succumbing to death. Meanwhile, the members of the Lin family held their breath, utterly stunned by the rapid succession of events. They struggled to process the gravity of Lin Kai's vengeance and the farcical antics surrounding the matriarch. In the distance, Lin Jiangwo felt a tumultuous swirl of emotions upon witnessing Pan Xiaoyan's death. After all, a A marital bond had led to the tragedy of losing his own child. Once his emotions calmed, Lin Jiangwo approached Lin Kai and, with a sudden motion, knelt before him. "Child, I am deeply sorry, uncle has failed you. I was foolishly deceived by that vile woman's words, resulting in your family's separation." Thereafter, Lin Jiangwo recounted the events from beginning to end, detailing Lin Kai's abandonment, the circumstances surrounding his mother's demise, and how Fang Yuding had become the second wife of Lin Kai's father. Fang Yuding was merely a pawn orchestrated by the Fang family within the Lin household, merely a nominal spouse to Lin Kai's father. All these machinations bore the shadow of Pan Xiaoyan, who aimed to aid Lin Jiangwo in solidifying his position as head of the family. Lin Jiangwo now realized that the intent was to render him unsuspecting, thereby facilitating Pan Xiaoyan's clandestine rendezvous with her childhood sweetheart. "Where's my father? Why is there no trace of him in the Lin residence?" Lin Kai listened calmly to Lin Jiangwo's narration, yet he did not receive the information he desired. "He remains within the Lin estate, albeit in a concealed chamber, protected by a naturally formed barrier of a formation," Lin Jiangwo elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai paused. Intrigued by the existence of a formation even he could not decipher. Subsequently, under Lin Jiangwo's guidance, they arrived at a loft behind the Lin family ancestral hall, standing before a stone statue. Upon activating a mechanism, a stone door gradually creaked open, and Lin Jiangwo led Lin Kai inside. Descending the stairs, they soon reached the entrance of a secret chamber where Lin Kai sensed the presence of a formation. He could vaguely perceive the ruins, which seemed on the verge of vanishing. Upon closer examination, he discovered that this formation was an ancient one, inadvertently acquired by the Lin family's ancestors. Lin Kai mentally noted the formation's design, anticipating its future utility. Once Lin Jiangwo opened the secret door, Lin Kai immediately beheld a middle-aged man, shackled by iron chains. His hair disheveled, obscuring his features. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Kai's being, overwhelming Lin Jiangwo, who collapsed to the ground under the sudden pressure. With a wave of his hand, the chains binding the man fell away, and Lin Kai supported him, gently arranging his hair, revealing a weathered face. "Father." This man was indeed Lin Kai's father, Lin Jianliang. In that instant, Lin Kai comprehended why his mother had faced such dire circumstances and why his father had remained indifferent. He had been imprisoned all along. Lin Kai examined Lin Jianliang's frail body, discovering he had lost all cultivation and appeared emaciated from untold torment. Administering a medicinal pill to Lin Jianliang, he proceeded to heal him. After 5 breaths, Lin Jianliang's hands began to tremble, and his eyelids slowly fluttered open. Upon recognizing the young man before him, disbelief washed over him. "Little Kai, is it truly you? Am I dreaming?" Lin Jianliang reached out a hand, slowly brushing against Lin Kai's cheek. "Father, it is I. I have returned." Lin Kai savored the tender touch of his father. Recalling the years of betrayal and abandonment by the Lin family and the subsequent hardships endured alone over the past 8 years. At that moment, tears streamed down Lin Kai's face. "Little Kai, how did you come to be here? Did the Lin family not discover your presence? You must leave at once. If that venomous woman finds out, you shall not escape." Lin Jianliang's voice grew increasingly agitated, fearing for Lin Kai's safety. "Third brother, I am sorry. It was my folly that caused you so much suffering." At that moment, Lin Jiangwo's voice echoed from outside. Lin Jianliang instinctively turned to look, only to see Lin Jiangwo, bloodied and seemingly gravely injured. "Elder brother." Lin Jianliang gazed at Lin Jiangwo in astonishment, questioning how he had arrived there. Then turned to Lin Kai. "Rest assured, father, all the villains have been vanquished." Subsequently, Lin Kai recounted the events leading to this moment, leaving Lin Jianliang in a state of shock and fury. "Child, I am profoundly sorry for your suffering, and your mother has also been wronged. I have been an unworthy father and husband." After their reunion, Lin Kai escorted Lin Jianliang back to the Lin family estate. Lin Jiangwo, however, succumbed to his injuries, his life force dwindling until he breathed his last. Thereafter, Lin Kai spared none involved in the conspiracy against his parents, erasing them from existence. After a bloody reckoning, amidst the dwindling gaze of the remaining Lin family members, Lin Kai departed the Lin residence with Lin Jianliang. Upon returning to the Shangguan residence, Lin Kai led Lin Jianliang directly to Shangguan's chamber. As the door swung open, Shangguan turned her gaze toward the entrance, momentarily frozen in place. "Shiner, Liang Gu." The couple gazed deeply into one another's eyes, as if centuries had passed since their last encounter. They embraced tightly, savoring each other's presence, fearful that this might be but a dream. Observing this heartfelt reunion, Lin Kai smiled contentedly, opting not to intrude, knowing his parents would have much to discuss. He stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. Suddenly, Lin Kai sensed an unusual presence. Striding forward, he found himself face to face with four ominous elderly figures, accompanied by over 100 young disciples clad in attire identical to that of the disciples he had previously slain from the Xinjiang sect. They were the elders of the Xinjiang sect who had received a message from the steward Jianglang. Leading them was the grand elder of the Xinjiang sect, Xiao Juanhao. With the death of over 100 disciples, he bore a measure of responsibility, prompting him to personally apprehend Lin Kai. You have slain over 100 disciples of our sect. I advise you to forfeit your cultivation and submit to justice. Xiao Juanhao glared at Lin Kai with a grim expression. Lin Kai sneered. You wish for me to relinquish my cultivation? And you believe you have the power to demand that of me? His demeanor was one of arrogance, devoid of any hint of remorse, which only deepened Xiao Juanhao's scowl. From the array, Xiao Juanhao bellowed, initiating the layout of the formation, while the three elders and the gathered disciples collaborated to assist him. In a flash, a grand formation enveloped Lin Kai and the entire Shangwan residence. However, what transpired next left all members of the Xinjiang sect in utter disbelief. The newly established formation was shattered in an instant, and one by one, they were struck by a backlash, spewing blood as they looked in terror towards the residence behind Lin Kai. There, another formation emerged, obliterating the one they had just erected. The formation before them was the offensive and defensive grand array, previously set up by Lin Kai, an imperial-level array. Once the defensive formation was activated, the offensive array simultaneously operated, unleashing relentless assaults towards the members of the Xinjiang zone. There was no need for Lin Kai to intervene personally. A single array was sufficient to annihilate this group. A few high-ranking elders swiftly dodged the attacks of the array, but the disciples were not so fortunate. In the next moment, when Xiao Juanhao and the four elders turned back, there was no trace of the disciples of Xinjiang zone, each having been reduced to remnants under the array's onslaught. Seeing that over 100 disciples he had brought were slain by the array, Xiao Juanhao and the elders were astounded, never expecting that a mere formation could nearly lead to their complete annihilation. Damn it! To have killed over 100 disciples from my sect, it seems I cannot let you live today. A flicker of rage crossed Xiao Juanhao's eyes. He immediately cast a spell to attack Lin Kai, but to his astonishment, the attack was effortlessly neutralized before it could even graze a hair on Lin Kai's head. Xiao Juanhao and the elders were once again shocked. It was hard to believe that an 18-year-old youth possessed such formidable strength. Great elder, I feel this youth's strength is seemingly not inferior to ours. It is rather uncanny. One elder remarked. Indeed, to possess such power at this age is no trivial matter. Perhaps we should attempt to win him over. Another elder suggested. What? Win him over? Are you joking? We have lost hundreds of disciples at his hands. And you suggest we win him over? Are you out of your mind? Upon witnessing Lin Kai's prowess, the three elders each harbored their own thoughts. Xiao Juanhao, upon hearing his companions, pondered deeply. Lin Kai's strength indeed shocked him, and perhaps he had previously been blinded by hatred. Calming himself, Xiao Juanhao reflected on their words and found merit in their reasoning. Since Lin Kai could slay hundreds of disciples from his sect, he could just as easily eliminate an equivalent number from other sects, or even more. A genius holds value only while alive. Once dead, they are worthless. After weighing his options, Xiao Juanhao signaled the three elders to cease. When he looked towards Lin Kai again, his demeanor shifted to one of kindness. I perceive your strength is quite remarkable. If you agree to become my closed-door disciple, I shall overlook past grievances and even provide you with more cultivation resources. This opportunity is but once. What say you? Xiao Juanhao was intent on making Lin Kai his disciple. Despite Lin Kai's formidable strength, Xiao Juanhao was confident in his own abilities as a teacher. If Lin Kai were to become his apprentice, no one could challenge his standing within the sect. Lin Kai flatly rejected Xiao Juanhao's offer, scoffing at the notion of such a person being his mentor. How laughable, Lin Kai thought, bemused. It was absurd that anyone would dare to assume the role of his teacher. If he unleashed his full aura, the entire continent would tremble in fear and chaos. Seeing Lin Kai dismiss his goodwill, Xiao Juanhao felt a sense of indignation. He had extended an olive branch, yet this foolish youth had the audacity to refuse. In contrast, within the Xinjiang zone, disciples would have fought tooth and nail for such an opportunity, eager to have him as their master. With a cold huff, Xiao Juanhao retorted. Do not be ungrateful. Do you feel it an injustice to become my disciple? Noticing Lin Kai's indifference, it was clear he regarded Xiao Juanhao with disdain. Hence, Xiao Juanhao resolved not to retain him any further. If he could not be of use, he must be destroyed. Attack, regardless of life or death. Xiao Juanhao commanded the three elders beside him, no longer concerned about the consequences. The three elders, not lacking in strength, joined forces, and even Xiao Juanhao did not dare to underestimate them. Soon, the four elders entered a state of combat, channeling their spiritual energy and displaying their might. The system promptly notified, ding. Detecting someone bullying the host, task activated. Ding. Task issued. Task content. Eliminate the opponent. A random grand gift package will be awarded. The system's tasks always arrived at the most opportune moments. In the following second, the four elders unleashed their signature techniques, all directed at Lin Kai. Waves of devastating power surged towards him, their residual force threatening to upend the entire Tianfu city. Thankfully, to avoid alarming the masses, Xiao Juanhao and the others had isolated this area from the outside world. Otherwise, the entire city would have been obliterated. For they did not possess the audacity to destroy a city, given the empire's formidable power. Lin Kai stood still, hands clasped behind his back, observing the oncoming assaults with an air of nonchalance. The four elders, seeing Lin Kai's lack of movement, assumed he was paralyzed with fear and ceased their defenses. However, what left them dumbfounded was that Lin Kai had not acted out of necessity. Scatter. With just 3 simple words, all attacks swiftly dissipated above Lin Kai, sending chills down the spines of Xiao Juanhao and the others. What manner of technique is this? How could this be? One elder recalled a passage from an ancient tome stating that ancient beings possess the ability to manifest their will into reality. But how old could this youth be? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? They speculated, growing increasingly absurd in their conjectures. Little did they know, they had encountered a formidable adversary today. Boy, regardless of the tricks you use to neutralize our attacks, do not get too arrogant. I have my methods to deal with you. Xiao Juanhao remained skeptical that Lin Kai was an ancient being reborn, attributing his prowess to some special secret technique or artifact instead. Subsequently, Xiao Juanhao took out a black square box sealed with array patterns before the onlookers. As he broke the seal, a black pill appeared before him. Toxic Soul Pill, a high-grade spiritual pill capable of enhancing one's realm, yet classified as a forbidden drug. Obtainable only through underground black markets and nefarious organizations, with its supply nearly depleted and exceedingly difficult to acquire. The creation process of this pill was heinous, utilizing organs from living beings, combined with a millennium-old toxic soul herb and several other ingredients. This pill posed significant dangers and had been deemed forbidden a century prior, leading to the extermination of those who crafted it and the formula itself. The 3 elders behind Xiao Juanhao gasped in shock upon seeing the pill. Great Elder, how could you possess such a pill? This is a forbidden drug, strictly prohibited by the sect. One elder exclaimed. While consuming this pill may elevate one's realm by a few levels, the after effects could lead to a decline in cultivation or even destabilization of one's foundation. Xiao Juanhao understood the pill's perilous nature, yet he felt he could not return to the sect without subduing Lin Kai, nor could he face the fallen disciples. Enough. I know what I'm doing. Do you have a better plan? The other 3 elders fell silent, realizing that not only had they lost over 100 disciples, but they were also no match for Lin Kai. Unless they contacted the sect for supreme elders to intervene, they could not afford to lose face. In this intensely tense atmosphere, Xiao Juanhao decisively swallowed the toxic soul pill. The next moment, a dramatic transformation occurred within him. Specifically, his realm surged upward uncontrollably. 6th layer of tribulation transcendence. 7th layer. 8th layer. 9th layer. 1st layer of quasi-emperor. Until he stabilized at the 1st layer of quasi-emperor, the imperial laws enveloped him. And Xiao Juanhao felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. I never imagined that the pill would allow me to experience such a realm ahead of time. Indeed, without an emperor present, a quasi-emperor is an invincible existence. Xiao Juanhao reveled in his newfound strength, although it was fleeting. Not everyone had the opportunity to experience such power. The 3 elders behind him felt the overwhelming aura, which far exceeded their own capabilities. Afterward, the 3 elders wisely chose to distance themselves, leaving the battlefield to Xiao Juanhao and Lin Kai. Do you see this power? It may be something you could scarcely aspire to in your lifetime. Even if you are strong, can you surpass a quasi-emperor? Xiao Juanhao cast a cold, mocking gaze at Lin Kai. Lin Kai stood his ground, his expression unwavering. Even though Xiao Juanhao forcibly elevated his realm to the 1st level of quasi-emperor using pills, it did not instill a hint of retreat in Lin Kai. Observing Lin Kai's calm demeanor, Xiao Juanhao was profoundly displeased. Enraged, he thought, let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Prepare to receive my blow. Chapter 33. You are the emperor? Xiao Juanhao let out a cold snort. He then unleashed an attack that pressed toward Lin Kai. Although it was merely a basic strike, Xiao Juanhao was now at the quasi-emperor level, and any attack he launched was imbued with the laws of the emperor. Even a peak tribulation transcender would find it impossible to resist a casual strike from a quasi-emperor. As the attack approached Lin Kai, a mere glance from him rendered the assault utterly null. This scene left Xiao Juanhao in a state of shock. Confusion etched across his face as he regarded Lin Kai. He was now a quasi-emperor, a far cry from the tribulation stage. Thus, despite sharing the same techniques, the disparity in power was vast. Regaining his composure, Xiao Juanhao decided not to hold back this time and unleashed a formidable martial technique. Twin Dragons Break. Two ethereal dragon apparitions materialized, intertwining as they soared toward Lin Kai. Following this, one dragon executed a sweeping tail strike aimed at Lin Kai's head. The other dragon roared at Lin Kai, and in the next moment, a terrifying force erupted from its maw. The timing and coordination were flawless. Yet, such a tyrannical attack left Xiao Juanhao once again astounded. Lin Kai stood encased in a golden light shield that blocked the twin dragon strikes entirely, leaving him unscathed. As the attacks dissipated, the shield vanished, and Lin Kai seized the moment to strike. Quasi-Emperor? Truly weak. Lin Kai pointed a finger at Xiao Juanhao, summoning the complete laws of the Emperor. What? You are the Emperor? The terror in Xiao Juanhao's eyes reached its zenith as he felt the full force of the laws in Lin Kai's attack, a power only a true emperor could wield. Xiao Juanhao could hardly believe that an 18-year-old youth could be an emperor. It was simply unheard of. Unfortunately, no one was there to explain it to him. As Lin Kai's strike swiftly pierced through Xiao Juanhao's skull, his soul had no chance to escape, doomed to remain eternally outside the cycle of reincarnation. At the moment of Xiao Juanhao's demise, the three elders from the Xinjiang sect were so shocked they fell to the ground, their spirits shattered, as if they had lost a significant part of themselves. The battle had been utterly terrifying. Even the quasi-emperor laws unleashed by Xiao Juanhao had rendered them mentally adrift, lost in the clouds. By the time they regained their composure, the battle had already concluded, leaving them bewildered about what had transpired during their moment of distraction. Then, Lin Kai's gaze locked onto the three elders, leaving them with no avenue for escape. Just as he resolved to end the lives of the three elders, a void opened behind them, and a venerable old man with a white beard appeared, exuding an aura of unparalleled killing intent. The three elders sensed the disturbance behind them, turned, and were struck with dread, realizing they had inadvertently alerted a formidable opponent. Fortunately, this presence might spare their lives. Elder Taishang, you have arrived. The three elders bowed and clasped their fists in respect to the Taishang elder. This elder was none other than Zhang Yifeng, the grandfather of Zhang Tao, who Lin Kai had previously slain. Zhang Yifeng had been in seclusion, unable to settle his mind, sensing that a grave event was unfolding. To his astonishment, he felt the mark left on his grandson Zhang Tao vanish. Upon further confirmation, he found that Zhang Tao's soul token had shattered as well. His immense aura erupted, shaking the entire Xinjiang sect. Everyone was bewildered, unaware of the calamity that had befallen them. Zhang Yifeng then used a secret method to locate the source of the disturbance and arrived to find the grand elder of their sect slain by Lin Kai. This little beast has killed my grandson. Zhang Yifeng glared coldly at the three elders, questioning them. Under the pressure of Zhang Yifeng's aura, the three elders nodded in tacit agreement. In the next moment, Zhang Yifeng unleashed a lethal attack toward Lin Kai, uttering not a single unnecessary word. He did not underestimate Lin Kai. After all, one who could kill a tribulation-level Xiao Juanhao was hardly a weakling. Indeed, Zhang Yifeng observed that Lin Kai effortlessly deflected his attack with minimal effort. For a moment, even he could not discern the depths of Lin Kai's power. Form a formation with me. Zhang Yifeng instructed the three elders behind him, intending to suppress Lin Kai with a formation. With their assistance, a terrifying killing formation was swiftly established, bearing down on Lin Kai. Yet, Lin Kai remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain. With a mere snap of his fingers, countless fissures appeared in the killing formation, which was instantly dismantled, sending Zhang Yifeng and the others flying backward. The four of them were propelled several meters away, clutching their chests in disbelief, astonished that even with the Taishang elders' cooperation, they could not subdue Lin Kai. The other three elders fared slightly better. They had already experienced Lin Kai's prowess, but they had not anticipated such an outcome even with the Taishang elders' involvement. Zhang Yifeng, momentarily stunned, regained his senses but furrowed his brow, unable to gauge Lin Kai's realm. He felt as though Lin Kai's strength surpassed his own, prompting him to secretly probe Lin Kai's power with his soul. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Kai sensed Zhang Yifeng's subtle actions and smiled faintly. Since you are so eager to see, I shall grant you a glimpse. Lin Kai deliberately released his cultivation, emanating an aura befitting an emperor. When Zhang Yifeng perceived Lin Kai's active display of power, his heart inexplicably trembled violently. However, upon recognizing Lin Kai's realm, he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed, as if confronted by a towering demon, engulfed by sheer terror. The Great Emperor, as Zhang Yifeng lay on the ground, hearing the words Great Emperor escape his lips. The three elders from the Xinjiang sect were equally rendered speechless, instinctively taking several steps back. What did the Taishang elders say? The Emperor? This youth is an emperor? How could this be possible? Could it be that my conjecture was correct? An emperor? It has been over 100,000 years since one has emerged. How could it be a mere boy? They could hardly fathom that a living emperor stood before them, yet they dared to attack him. It was a path to certain doom. Consequently, the three elders knelt down, fervently bowing their heads in supplication to Lin Kai. At that moment, Xianxiafans' face turned ashen. He had just attempted to strike a living emperor, already resigned to his fate. Lin Kai, having revealed his true cultivation as Xianxiafang desired, disregarded the three elders' pleas for mercy. With a finger as his sword, he delivered a lethal sword chi that claimed the lives of the three elders. Turning his gaze toward Xianxiafang, he found the latter's resolve shattered, his cultivation plummeting from tribulation stage to body refining stage. Lin Kai approached him, placing a hand on his head, granting him release. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being issued. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the level-less technique, Soul Finger. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the level-less technique, Emperor's Breath. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 bottles of quasi-emperor pills. Xinjian Sect. An elder, concealed in the shadows, felt an ominous disturbance upon learning of the demise of several hundred disciples and a few elders, including a revered Taishang elder, within the sect. Hastily, he rode to the secluded location of the Xinjianzong's master, exclaiming, "Master, dire news. A Taishang elder has perished." The elder forcefully interrupted the master's meditative retreat. Soon, a middle-aged man emerged from a cavern. He was none other than Qin Wudao, the master of Xinjianzong. What has transpired? As the elder recounted the events, Qin Wudao's fury ignited, vowing to exact a heavy toll on the perpetrators. Outrageous, regardless of their identity or background. Those who dare to slay our Taishang elder shall face annihilation. Just as he prepared to rally the sect's forces for vengeance, a voice resonated within Xinjianzong. "No need to search. I am already here." A figure shattered the void, appearing in the grand hall of the sect. It was Lin Kai. Upon witnessing Lin Kai's audacious arrival, Qin Wudao did not underestimate him merely because of his youth. "Where's the law enforcement hall? Come forth and slay the enemy," he bellowed. Instantly, a throng emerged from the void, unleashing relentless attacks upon Lin Kai. However, their assaults proved ineffectual, resulting in Lin Kai's merciless counteroffensive. Realizing Lin Kai's strength surpassed their expectations, the elders of the law enforcement hall swiftly executed their combined ultimate technique, summoning a colossal soul suppression tower above Lin Kai, intending to imprison him until death. To their astonishment, Lin Kai effortlessly dismantled their famed technique with a mere flick of his hand. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a single sword strike, obliterating the arriving members of the law enforcement hall before they even had a chance to react. Chapter 34. The Fall of Xinjianzong, the guardian beast of the sect. Witnessing his comrades fall to Lin Kai's single strike, Qin Wudao was struck with profound shock and dread. Particularly after sensing the might of Lin Kai's sword, his body trembled uncontrollably, as if every cell within him were frantically fleeing. Never before had Qin Wudao encountered such ferocious sword intent. Lin Kai, though youthful, exuded extraordinary power, leading Qin Wudao to suspect he was a practitioner of dark arts. This notion, he believed, could elucidate the unfolding events. "Everyone listen. This individual is a practitioner of dark arts. If he is not eliminated, it will spell disaster for our sect." Qin Wudao began to incite the emotions of all within Xinjianzong, casting Lin Kai in a nefarious light. The eyes of the sect members brimmed with righteous fervor as they absorbed Qin Wudao's assertions. Practitioners of dark arts were the scourge of the entire continent, and they had not anticipated encountering one within their ranks. "Despicable dark practitioner, you have slain so many of our brethren. You shall have no resting place," they cried. "Let us avenge our fallen comrades. Yes, avenge, avenge." As their voices echoed throughout Xinjianzong, a palpable aura of battle fervor surged forth. Qin Wudao instinctively nodded. "Activate the sect's protective formation. Follow me to battle." As his command fell, a vast formation rapidly enveloped Xinjianzong, erecting a formidable barrier. This was the sect's protective formation, honed over millennia, imbued with immense power. Inside the formation, Qin Wudao formed seals with his hands, channeling incantations into the protective array. Instantly, the formation blazed with brilliance. Countless mysterious runes flickering upon the shield, followed by piercing beams of light shooting forth like swords aimed at Lin Kai. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Kai's mind. "Warning, detection of threats to host. Mission activation in progress." Mission activated. Task, eliminate all enemies. Reward, random grand gift. Foolish child. No matter how strong you are, beneath this formation, you shall become a wraith. Qin Wudao's gaze hardened. filled with unwavering confidence as he looked towards Lin Kai in the void. Lin Kai, standing firm in the air, cast his gaze upon the radiant beams emitted by the formation, slowly uttering a single word. Ning. In an instant, time and space across the continent froze. Countless creatures, birds, beasts, humans, and sea demons were suspended in that moment. Meanwhile, Lin Kai calmly approached the protective formation of Xinjianzong, placing a finger upon the array. Time and space resumed. In that fleeting second, the protective formation of Xinjianzong vanished. As the members of Xinjianzong regained their senses, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What? When did the formation break? When did he arrive? What on earth happened? Can someone explain this to me? They had been engrossed in the moment the formation's light surged towards Lin Kai, only to find it shattered, with Lin Kai standing at their mountain gate, an enigma incarnate. Qin Wudao, equally bewildered, pondered how such an extraordinary event could transpire in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Capable practitioners of dark arts often employed deceptive techniques to bewilder their foes. You shall not deceive us with illusions, boy. We will not fall for your tricks to obscure the destruction of our protective formation. As Qin Wudao's words echoed, the members of Xinjianzong were left perplexed. What illusions? Could it be that what we witnessed was merely a fade? Is our formation still intact? All were suddenly enlightened. Had Qin Wudao not clarified, they would have genuinely believed Lin Kai had breached their protective formation. So that is how it is. I thought it impossible for the formation to vanish in an instant. They see that at the thought of a nefarious practitioner attempting to deceive them, contemplating the weakness of Lin Kai, who resorted to such lowly tactics. Lin Kai, however, chose not to unravel the intricacies of their misconceptions. Qin Wudao, undeterred, once more invoked his mystical arts, striving to sense the protective formation to eliminate Lin Kai. 1 breath. 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The astonished Qin Wudao continued to form seals, yet he could not perceive the protective formation. How is this possible? Where has the formation gone? Could it truly be destroyed? He murmured, unease stirring within him. This scene left the members of Xinjianzong baffled. Why had their master not unleashed the formation to obliterate their foe after such a prolonged period? No more futile efforts. We shall contemplate our fate in the underworld. A voice rang in Qin Wudao's ear, and he glanced at Lin Kai, who had drawn his finger like a sword, unleashing a torrent of majestic sword energy towards them. Upon sensing the overwhelming sword intent, the faces of the Xinjianzong members turned pale with terror, and defensive measures sprang forth. Under the weight of Lin Kai's sword intent, they felt the chilling call of death, as if the gates of hell were swinging open for them. No. I do not wish to die. Why is this happening? I curse you to an ill fate. I shall await you below. They cried in despair. Ancestor, save me. As the anguished cries echoed, their defenses crumbled before Lin Kai's sword intent, akin to eggs striking stone. In his final moments, Qin Wudao resorted to his last resort, pleading for aid from his ancestor. In an instant, all members of Xinjianzong perished, dissipating into white smoke beneath Lin Kai's sword intent. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a strand of Imperial Dao Essence. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100 drops of Supreme Divine Liquid. Congratulations, host, for gaining 50,000 years of cultivation. Note, the Imperial Dao Essence can assist anyone in merging their cultivation directly to the Emperor Realm. After collecting the rewards from the system, Lin Kai set his sights on the various treasure vaults of Xinjianzong, claiming them as his own. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Kai gathered the last of the medicinal elixirs, the ground of Xinjianzong began to tremble. His consciousness expanded, sensing something emerging from the earth beyond. Lin Kai stepped out of the room, soaring into the skies above Xinjianzong. In the rear mountains of the Shenjiang, a serpentine demonic beast ceaselessly traversed the ground, advancing towards Lin Kai. Soon, the serpent demon arrived before him, its head towering above. Accompanied by an elderly man, an elder of the sect. You wretched fool, you have slaughtered my sect. Today, you shall not escape death, and will serve as sustenance for my pet. The elder was none other than xianxiaaudiobooks, the ancestral master of Shenjiang. The serpentine beast, known as BLNLSH, was the sacred guardian of the sect, having been rescued by xianxiaaudiobooks in its youth, thus earning its place as his companion, equal in status within the sect. Feeling the wrath of xianxiaaudiobooks, BLNLSH let out a ferocious roar directed at Lin Kai, its forked tongue flickering with the swiftness of lightning. Devour him. Chapter 35. The couple ascends to sovereignty. The BLNLSH's neck rapidly expanded, flattening in preparation for its attack. Its fangs glistened with venom, and its tongue darted through the air, ensuring the precision of its assault. Subsequently, It opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Lin Kai with astounding speed. Lin Kai stood resolutely in the void, observing the oncoming BLNLSH as a vortex materialized before him, his sword of divine slaying, SHNGN, firmly in hand. Flash. With a sweeping motion, he aimed for the serpent's vital point, fully aware that one must strike at the heart of a serpent. xianxiaing, perched atop the serpent's head, was struck with astonishment as he sensed the power behind Lin Kai's strike. In the next moment, a defensive barrier manifested before BLNLSH, yet it proved futile against the intent of Lin Kai's sword. A chilling roar erupted as the barrier shattered beneath the force of Lin Kai's blow, cleaving the serpent in twain, extinguishing its life. xianxiaing glared at Lin Kai in fury, witnessing the demise of his companion, who had stood by his side for nearly a millennium. Beast, I shall make you pay with your life. xianxiaing, seemingly bereft of reason, unleashed a formidable aura, his gaze seething with malice as he charged at Lin Kai, forsaking all defensive measures and recklessly sacrificing his own life. Observing the disheveled and irrational xianxiaing, Lin Kai remained unfazed. The SHNGN slipped from his grasp, instantaneously piercing through xianxiaing's body. With a cough, blood erupted from xianxiaing's mouth. As he beheld the wound that marred his form, consciousness returned. How could this be? His words barely escaped his lips before he collapsed, despair etched across his visage. Thus, the ancestral master of SHNGN fell, along with the sect, into the annals of history. Tianfu City. Upon returning home, Lin Kai sought out his parents, for it was time to enhance the physical constitution and elevate the cultivation of Lin and his wife. Xiao Kai, what is this all about? Why the air of mystery? Asked Lin, perplexed. Indeed. Your mother and I have other matters to attend to. What is happening? The couple exchanged bewildered glances as they looked upon Lin Kai. With a smile, Lin Kai reassured them to remain calm. Under their watchful eyes, he produced a porcelain-white pill bottle. The couple, not quite grasping Lin Kai's intentions, were already healed of their ailments by him and had no need for the pills. Xiao Kai, what is this? Lin inquired instinctively. However, Lin Kai's next words left them utterly astonished. This is the imperial pill. Upon consumption, your cultivation shall ascend to the realm of the emperors. Stunned, Lin approached Lin Kai and touched his forehead, turning to his wife in disbelief. This child does not have a fever, yet speaks nonsense in broad daylight. The emperor, the pinnacle of this continent's realms. For Lin and his wife, such figures were akin to mythological beings, not simply attained by desire. What do you mean? They pondered, as their son claimed that the consumption of these two pills would grant them the coveted realm sought by all. Understanding the difficulty in convincing his parents, Lin Kai swiftly ejected 2 pills from the bottle, flicking them towards their mouths. You shall soon believe. Simply sit and cultivate to feel the essence. He compelled them to sit cross-legged. A breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Miraculously, Lin and his wife felt spiritual energy surging within them, rapidly ascending. The stages unfolded. Body refinement realm. Body refinement, first layer. Body refinement, second layer. Body refinement, third layer. Golden core stage. Nascent soul stage. Divine transformation. Returning to void. Harmonization. Pre-imperial third layer. Lin sensed his cultivation had already reached his previous heights, his body quivering with excitement. Not yet finished, remained seated. Lin Kai smiled at his father. At Lin Kai's words, Lin closed his eyes, continuing to absorb the surging power within. After 5 breaths, the couple simultaneously entered the emperor's realm, surrounded by countless imperial principles. Simultaneously, a wondrous phenomenon began to manifest above the residence. In the sky, a dreamlike scroll emerged. Golden flames, multicolored runes, swirling vortices, and mysterious eyes coalesced into a magnificent spectacle. Inside the room, Lin Kai noticed the celestial display and, to shield it from prying eyes, emitted a wave of spiritual energy to obscure the phenomenon. Soon, behind Lin and his wife, divine halos of varying attributes materialized. At that moment, the couple had ascended to become revered emperors. They exchanged a smile, astounded by their newfound status. All thanks to their son. Upon gazing at Lin Kai again, they found his true cultivation inscrutable, leaving Lin perplexed. You rascal. Why can I not discern your cultivation? Despite being an emperor himself, his perception and insight had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yet he still could not fathom Lin Kai's depth. This led him to wonder just how much the boy had concealed. What had transpired in the 8 years of their separation? After all, every individual harbors secrets, and as Lin Kai's father, he would silently support him, with no need for further words. Hee, just a tad stronger than you. Lin Kai teased. Subsequently, he presented them with additional emperor-level techniques, weapons, and pills, imparting various instructions before taking his leave. In Tianfu City, at the F-ing family estate, the patriarch F-ing Ji knew, upon learning of his sister F-ing Ytang's demise, stormed to the Lin family seeking retribution. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the Lin family patriarch and several direct and collateral relatives had perished, leaving only a handful of collateral members to oversee the estate. After grasping the situation, F-ing Ji hurried back to the F-ing family to convene a family meeting. Everyone, this is the sequence of events. How shall we retaliate? F-ing Ji laid out his understanding of the situation, surveying the assembly. The others in the F-ing family felt a chill run through them at his account, reminiscent of the earlier calamities that had befallen the W-ing family. Rekindling their fears. Why not join forces with the L family to demand an explanation? Suggested F-ing Hngwn, an elder of the F-ing family. He believed that the Lin and W-ing families had fallen one by one. If the two families united, they would wield formidable strength. Upon witnessing the consensus among the others regarding F-ing Hngwn's proposal, F-ing Ji nodded. Very well, I shall contact the L family immediately. Chapter 36, The Establishment of the Sect. Hu 11 SHNGD. Tianfu City, L family. At this moment within the Li family mansion, a robust middle-aged man with pronounced brows and large eyes is seated in meditation, the esteemed head of the Li family, Lin Kai. It seems that Lin Kai has sensed something, for he opens his eyes to behold a communication talisman materializing before him, infusing it with spiritual energy. He swiftly comprehends the situation. The Fang family certainly has lofty ambitions. Do they truly consider my Li family to be foolish? Without hesitation, Lin Kai destroys the talisman, realizing that they seek his family's assistance in troubling Lin Kai, which is tantamount to courting death. Even with the Wang family's downfall, the Li family remains undisturbed. They are fully aware that Wang Chong, the wayward son, is the one who provoked Lin Kai. Otherwise, the Wang family would not have faced annihilation. At this juncture, a voice emanates from outside Lin Kai's door, reporting to the head of the family. Young Master Li Huai has once again been severely injured by the second young lady of the Bai family outside the city. With a wave of his large hand, the door swings open, revealing an elderly man in his 60s, the family steward known as Li Lao. How many times is this now? Does that wretched boy truly lack any sense of learning? Lin Kai appears somewhat vexed, a headache brewing. Half an hour later, within the Fang family residence, Fang Jianwei has been anxiously awaiting a response from the Li family, yet no word has come. He understands that the Li family wishes to remain uninvolved in this matter. Now, the Fang family can only place their hopes on the city lord's mansion. If they are unable to advocate for the Fang family, then Fang Jianwei must take it upon himself to intervene. Without delay, Fang Jianwei departs for the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, after leaving his residence, Lin Kai finds himself outside the city gates, unaware of how he arrived there. Now that he has located his parents, he has yet to devise a plan for the future. Thus, Lin Kai contemplates how to map out his journey ahead, as he does not intend to remain in Tianfu City indefinitely. System, please provide me with comprehensive sect establishment services. Beep. Detecting the host's intention to establish a sect. Automatically calculating the optimal location. Beep. Locating a suitable site for the host's establishment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. Location confirmed. Nanzhou, Sandianya. Please proceed promptly, host. As the system's voice fades, a map materializes in Lin Kai's mind, pinpointing his destination, Sandianya. Lin Kai tears through the fabric of space and steps inside. Nanzhou, Sandianya. This place is a veritable dreamscape, a birthplace of spiritual veins. Surrounded by towering mountains, the undulating peaks resemble a slumbering giant dragon sprawled across the earth. Its remote location remains untouched, resulting in abundant resources. From the void above Sandianya, a figure emerges, none other than Lin Kai. Expanding his consciousness, he discovers that this location is indeed rich in spiritual energy, with a supreme dragon vein deep underground. Subsequently, Lin Kai retrieves a miniature model of his sect from his spatial ring and soars towards the location of the dragon vein. Boom. The miniature sect model enlarges in midair, with a resounding crash, taking root atop the dragon vein. A magnificent and resplendent sect stands before Lin Kai's eyes. At the entrance of the sect, a towering stone archway rises to a height of 100 meters. Behind the archway lies a series of stone steps, winding upwards towards the summit. At the peak, palatial structures float in the air, with the main hall of the sect at the center. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully establishing your sect. Please bestow a name upon it. At that moment, the system's voice resonates in Lin Kai's mind. Almost forgetting that a name is essential for the newly established sect, Lin Kai declares, let it be called Xianxiaaudiobooks. Thus, the name is set for his future sect. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully bestowing a name. The plaque for Xianxiaaudiobooks has been issued. Please check. Before him, a plaque materializes, bearing the inscription Xianxiaaudiobooks. Lin Kai affixes the plaque firmly at the center of the archway, gazing upon the scene with satisfaction. Now that the sect is established, all that remains is to gather people. When did a sect come to be here? I don't recall any sect being situated in this location. Suddenly, a voice pierces Lin Kai's thoughts. Turning to see an elderly man clad in black robes gazing greedily at the sacred site, Lin Kai pays him no mind. As long as he does not seek trouble, the black-robed elder scrutinizes the suddenly manifested sect and realizes it is built upon a supreme spiritual vein. He soon discerns that the sect is devoid of any life force, a vacant domain. The elder's heart swells with joy. Such an unexpected fortune has finally come his way. As for Lin Kai, the elder hardly considers him significant, viewing him merely as a young child fortuitously arriving at this place. Kid, this unclaimed sect is mine. As a courtesy for your arrival, I shall grant you a disciple slot. The black-robed elder strides past Lin Kai, intending to ascend the stone archway to take a look. Do I permit you to ascend? Lin Kai's words resonate in the elder's ears. The elder's foot, poised to step onto the stone steps, halts midair. Turning to face Lin Kai, the elder's anger flares. He did not expect a mere child to dare obstruct him. You insolent brat. Do you know who I am? Seeking death, are you? The black-robed elder unleashes his cultivation at the second stage of the tribulation, bearing down on Lin Kai. The elder intends to intimidate Lin Kai with his aura, yet to his surprise, Lin Kai remains unfazed. The black-robed elder, momentarily stunned, observes Lin Kai closely and finds him shrouded in an air of mystery, rendering him inscrutable. Kid, begone. The elder attempts to utter more, but is abruptly sent flying hundreds of meters away by a mere flicker of Lin Kai's energy. How can this be? This aura brings me face to face with death. The elder's pupils dilate, his heart racing as if he has traversed the very gates of hell. You will pay for this. Kid. The elder utters a harsh vow before tearing through the void to escape. Lin Kai pays no heed to the elder's departure. He has no intention of killing him. His primary task now is to utilize the summoning cards previously awarded by the system. Lin Kai ascends the stone steps, traversing a total of 9,999 steps, and with a single stride, he reaches the pinnacle. Upon arriving at the vast plaza, Lin Kai halts. System. Utilize all non-fusible summoning cards. Beep. Detecting the host's intention to employ non-fusible summoning cards. Summoning in process. Beep. Congratulations, host, on utilizing 25 Emperor summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations, host, on utilizing 150 Semi-Emperor summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations, host, on utilizing 100 Integration Phase summoning cards. Beep. All summoning cards have been successfully utilized. Beep. Due to the substantial number, all summoned cultivators will arrive within half an hour. Note: all cultivators summoned through the cards are currently invincible at their respective realms, excluding the host, and are absolutely loyal to the host. Chapter 37. Summoning the Emperor. As the system's voice concludes, Lin Kai senses 5 formidable auras approaching him from the void. Yuan Tianyi, Yuan Tian'er, Yuan Tiansan, Yuan Billion, Yuan Bishuan. We greet the Holy Master. The 5 individuals stand before Lin Kai, cupping their fists and bowing, introducing themselves. All 5 are emperors, 3 males and 2 females, siblings. Lin Kai nods slightly, beginning to assign them tasks. From this moment forth, Yuan Tianyi shall serve as the vice sect master, and you 4 shall be elders. More individuals will arrive later. Please assist with their arrangements. After assigning the tasks, Lin Kai ventures alone to the back mountain of the sacred site. Waving his hand to designate an open area, a small palace materialized in Lin Kai's grasp, a reward from the system, the Emperor's Palace. Soon, the Emperor's Palace was firmly established upon the rear mountain, and Lin Kai set up a formidable barrier, ensuring that none could enter without his express permission. This barrier was none other than the Divine Soul Formation he had encountered in the Lin family's basement, the Shunhun Formation. After confirming that the formation was flawless, Lin Kai cleared several plots of land and generously spread the divine soil rewarded by the system across these designated areas. A sapling appeared in his hands, the revered Wu Dao tree. He cast the Wu Dao tree onto the divine soil, where it began to root itself autonomously. Before the naked eye, The Wu Dao tree gradually grew larger until it transformed into a towering tree, with each leaf exuding a profound aura of the Dao. Subsequently, Lin Kai planted 100 divine herbs and 10 celestial herbs in another cleared space. Once the herbs took root, a fragrant aroma wafted from them, and at that moment, each divine and celestial herb awakened sentience, manifesting humanoid forms amidst their foliage. Finally, Lin Kai planted the Dao divine tree beside the Wu Dao tree, the two divine trees flanking each other like twin guardians. Having completed these tasks, Lin Kai sent a message to Yuan Tianyi, assigning him a mission. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Tianyi arrived at the rear mountain of the sacred land, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. He was greeted by the sight of two massive divine trees emanating strong Dao auras and the ethereal spirits of divine herbs fluttering above. Holy Lord, this is... Lin Kai, understanding Yuan Tianyi's unspoken thoughts, nodded in acknowledgement. These are but trifles I have arranged, nothing of great significance, he replied nonchalantly. Yuan Tianyi's lips twitched at the dismissal. To call such wonders trifles? Just one divine herb alone would incite chaos beyond measure. Not to mention the Wu Dao tree and the Dao divine tree. Following this, Lin Kai presented Yuan Tianyi with the supreme gathering spirit formation, the time-space tower, and the Qiankuan mirror, instructing him to make arrangements. I shall be away for a few days. I hope to return to find our sect transformed, he expressed. Yuan Tianyi, perceiving the extraordinary nature of the items presented, especially the small tower, assured Lin Kai, rest assured, my lord, I will ensure your satisfaction. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Kai dismissed Yuan Tianyi. Lin Kai then surveyed the entirety of the sect with his divine sense. Observing several cultivators summoned by the summoning cards descending upon the Huaxia sacred land, the sect's plans were nearly finalized, and soon they would commence the grand recruitment ceremony for cultivators from across the realm. In the next moment, Lin Kai tore through the fabric of space and stepped forth, departing from the sect. At the Sacred Lands Plaza, Yuan Bilian and Yuan Bishuan recorded the arrival of the incoming cultivators, assigning them their respective positions. As the sect had yet to declare its existence to the world and had no disciples, everything was conducted informally, awaiting further orders. The gathered individuals swiftly dispersed, choosing their own abodes within the sect's grand hall. Half an hour after Lin Kai's departure, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the outskirts of the Huaxia sacred land, led by the previously encountered elder in black robes, Xianxiafan. Everyone, this is the unclaimed sect I mentioned. If we can seize it, we will undoubtedly surpass other sects, Xianxiafan proclaimed to his companions. The others, gazing upon the majestic sect, were instantly awestruck. Xianxiang, are you certain this is an unclaimed sect? Could it be the emergence of some hidden sect? One queried. Indeed, a sect of such grandeur cannot possibly be without a master. Another chimed in. I suspect there must be some scheme behind the sudden appearance of this sect. We should proceed with caution. Upon hearing their remarks, Xianxiafan merely smiled. Fear not. I previously observed this place. There is not a single living presence here, aside from that young man, he scoffed. Mentioning Lin Kai ignited a fire within Xianxiafan. Having been repelled by Lin Kai's overwhelming aura earlier, he had returned to analyze the situation. Convinced that Lin Kai must have employed some formidable artifact to emit such a presence, momentarily unsettling him. Let us advance and take a look. That young man may still be here, and I shall ensure he knows my wrath. Xianxiafan beckoned, striding ahead onto the stone steps, followed closely by his companions. The 9999 steps posed no challenge to these seasoned tribulation phase masters, who reached the summit in mere breaths. However, upon arriving at the Sacred Lands Plaza, they were enveloped by an overwhelming density of spiritual energy, with countless celestial rules and Tao rhythms intertwining. To describe this place as a fairyland would not be an exaggeration. The disparity between this sect and others was starkly revealed. Compared to the Huaxia sacred land, other sects seemed insignificant. Who are you? What brings you to my sacred land? A voice shattered the silence, snapping Xianxiafan and his companions back to reality. A young man approached them, identified as Sun Ming, at the peak of the integration stage. Xianxiang, you said there was no one here. This man hardly resembles the young man you mentioned, one of Xianxiafan's companions remarked. At this moment, Xianxiafan was taken aback. Indeed, he had detected no living presence earlier, so how could someone appear so soon? However, upon observing that the other party was merely at the integration stage, Xianxiafan showed no restraint. I discovered this place first. Why do you occupy it upon my return? Begone at once. Xianxiafan unleashed his cultivation of the second tribulation phase, directly sending Sun Ming flying. Caught off guard, Sun Ming had not anticipated an attack on his first day. This is the sacred land of my sect, not a place for your insolence. Depart at once. Sun Ming glared furiously at Xianxiafan. Xianxiafans scanned the area, but found no sign of Lin Kai. His gaze returned to the furious expression of Sun Ming. Tell me where that young man has gone. Speak further, and I shall strike you down. Sun Ming, bewildered, stared at Xianxiafan. What young man? If you continue, I will summon help. Xianxiafan, unwilling to repeat himself, struck out at Sun Ming, eager to extract the truth through soul-searching. Unbeknownst to them, the events unfolding were being closely observed by the emperors and quasi-emperors hidden within the sacred land. In the next moment, an attack burst forth from the void, instantly neutralizing Xianxiafan's assault. Bold intruders, to trespass upon my sacred land and harm my people shall lead to death. A resonant and powerful voice echoed throughout the plaza. Immediately, Xianxiafan felt an oppressive force, imbued with imperial Tao laws, bearing down upon him. With a thud, he knelt upon the ground, creating a large crater beneath him. Quasi-emperor? Impossible. One of Xianxiafan's companions, named Jia Lu, deduced the source of the pressure. What did you say? A quasi-emperor resides here? Damn it, how can this be? I warned you there was something amiss, and now look where we are. Curse you, Xianxiang, for dragging us into this. Jia Lu and the others collapsed in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they surveyed their surroundings. When they turned back to Xianxiafan, they found he had lost all signs of life. Forgive us, esteemed elder. We were deceived by this man and had no intention of opposing your sect. Jia Lu and his two companions fervently bowed to the void, terrified that a single strike from the unseen entity would annihilate them. Humph, you dare not harm me. Since you have caused no damage to the sacred ground and the culprits have already been dealt with, you may leave. After this voice resonated through the air, there was no further response. The three individuals, kneeling on the ground, expressed their gratitude before hastily departing. Subsequently, tranquility returned to the square, and Sun Ming also left, as if nothing had transpired. The following day, the entire Nanzhou was abuzz. A quietly emerging sect had appeared at Sandianya. This news unsettled certain factions within Nanzhou. What? A new sect has emerged? The spiritual energy there is hundreds of times greater than that of other sects. Hey, have you heard? A new sect has appeared. This will be quite the spectacle. A new sect? What a joke. Who would want to align with them? Other sects could not remain idle. I must quickly join the fray. Sandianya, I shall go and see, for if I am chosen, it could serve as a worthy refuge. Across Nanzhou, upon hearing of the new sect's emergence, discussions erupted in every street and alley. Smaller sects were unconcerned, regarding it simply as an additional sacred ground that had no bearing on them. However, larger sects viewed it differently. The emergence of a sacred ground meant competition for disciples and resources. Consequently, several sects united to confront this newly arisen sacred ground, marking the onset of a crisis against the Huaxia sacred ground. 3 days later, in Dongzhou, Tian Fucheng, Lin Kai had returned home 3 days prior, intending to take his parents to the Huaxia sacred ground in Nanzhou today. However, he was met with a blockade outside the Shangwan residence, surrounded by individuals including guards from the city lord's manor, clearly there with intent. Among them was the Fong family from the 5 great families, who had come to demand an explanation from Lin Kai. Fong Jianwei, the head of the Fong family, had naturally received backing from the city lord's manor. City Lord Ho Junliang, who had been in seclusion, was unaware of the chaos that had erupted in the city upon his emergence. As city lord, he was responsible for maintaining order, yet someone had brazenly committed murder and vandalized property without regard for his authority. Such actions were tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, upon learning of Fong Jianwei's situation, he promptly ordered a small squad of guards to accompany Fong Jianwei in apprehending Lin Kai. You are Lin Kai? The one who killed my sister Fong Yuding. Fong Jianwei glared at Lin Kai, and the two began to confront one another. Your sister? Lin Kai appeared somewhat puzzled. After having slain so many, he could hardly recall the name of a single victim. To Fong Jianwei, Lin Kai's lack of remembrance felt like a personal affront. As he mocked his grief, you brat, you seek death. Fong Jianwei, infuriated, lunged at Lin Kai with a punch. Yet, before he could even make contact, he was sent flying, grievously injured, having only been glanced at by Lin Kai. While Fong Jianwei had survived, his cultivation had dissipated. Ah, my cultivation. You have rendered it useless. How ruthless. Fong Jianwei glared at Lin Kai in fury. The members of the Fong family and the city lord's guards stood frozen, bewildered by how Fong Jianwei had been launched backward without any visible assault from Lin Kai. Presumptuous. You dare commit violence before me? Do you not respect the authority of the city lord's manor? At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from among the soldiers. He was Fei Ruihua, the captain of the city lord's guards. He then signaled for his men to apprehend Lin Kai. Brat, I advise you not to resist. Come with me to the city lord's manor and confess your crimes. As soon as Fei Ruihua's command was issued, a dozen soldiers brandished their spears, attempting to restrain Lin Kai and immobilize him. Boom. The soldiers and their weapons were sent flying, each losing their life in an instant. Upon witnessing the demise of his entire squad, Fei Ruehua stared at Lin Kai in disbelief, never expecting such audacity. Brat, you are finished. Await the city lord's judgment. He produced a signal flare and ignited it, causing it to explode in the air. Boom. A loud crash echoed, and a symbol appeared in the skies. In 5 breaths' time, a middle-aged man clad in dark iron armor descended from the void, the city lord of Tian Fu Cheng, Ho Junliang, whose cultivation was at the transformation stage. City lord, this man has committed murder in broad daylight, and your guards have been slain by him. Please, city lord, eliminate this man and restore peace to the city. Fei Ruehua publicly accused Lin Kai of his crimes. Brat, do you know your sin? Ho Junliang stood in the air, imposing and majestic as he gazed at Lin Kai. What sin have I committed? Lin Kai replied coolly. Without further ado, Ho Junliang drew a massive bow from his back, instantly conjuring a spiritual arrow and shooting it towards Lin Kai. Ding! Detecting an attempt on the host's life, task activation in progress. Ding! Task issued. Task content. Eliminate the opponent. Reward of a random large gift package. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Kai's mind. In an instant, the spiritual arrow, a mere inch from Lin Kai, disintegrated into spiritual energy and vanished. The next moment, Ho Junliang plummeted from the sky, kneeling on the ground. Everyone present was astonished. Witnessing this rare spectacle, I do not have the habit of looking up at others. You may remain on your knees. Upon Lin Kai's words, the crowd gaped in disbelief. Even the city lord was powerless. Ho Junliang, bewildered, attempted to rise but found himself unable to exert any strength. A dark expression crossed his face, filled with a desire to tear Lin Kai apart. You dare insult me? I am the city lord. You must let me rise. As soon as he spoke, Lin Kai responded with a swift strike, his finger becoming a sword, obliterating Ho Junliang's head and body in two. The onlookers, already dumbfounded, were rendered speechless once more as they witnessed the city lord's demise. From Ho Junliang's arrival to his death, it was all over in the span of a tease brew. Chapter 39, Rewarding Imperial Weapons. Imperial Level Techniques. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 cards for the tribulation period that cannot be fused or summoned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pieces of Imperial grade weapons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 Imperial level techniques, including martial skills, spells, secret arts, etc. After the rewards were distributed, Lin Kai withdrew into the spatial divine ring. His gaze swept across the assembled individuals. Under the piercing intensity of his eyes, they felt a profound unease. Fei Ruehua, aware that he could not escape this day, turned to the others from the Feng family. Everyone, it seems we cannot leave today. Let us perish together. Even if we cannot kill him, we must at least strip him of a layer of skin. With that, Fei Ruehua ignited his own blood, charging towards Lin Kai in a self-destructive assault. The Feng family members understood that they could not leave alive. Thus, they resolved to confront Lin Kai in this manner. Damn it, let us die together. Indeed, it is better to be a hero after 18 years than to live in cowardice. Ignite my blood, explode my body, kill. One after another, they fervently burned their blood, trading their final strength. 1, 2, 3. They surged forward, encircling Lin Kai, as a ferocious aura enveloped the area before the Shangguan residence. All of it would be in vain. Lin Kai shook his head and extended a hand, making a gesture of clenching his palm tightly. In an instant, everyone was obliterated by Lin Kai's single motion, without even a chance for self-detonation. Without looking back, Lin Kai entered the Shangguan residence. Little did he know, in the distant Zhongzhou imperial capital, within a tower that governed the life tokens of all city lords in the empire, an elder known as Jiang Lao was on watch. Upon witnessing the shattering of the life token belonging to Ho Junliang, the city lord of Tianfu City in Dongzhou, Jiang Lao's gaze became fixed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Had Ho Junliang fallen? Who possessed such audacity to slay a city lord? Jiang Lao had guarded this tower for a century, and such an event had never occurred. City lords were personally appointed by the empire. Regardless of any sect, all must adhere to the rules within a city. Any disobedience was deemed a provocation against the entire empire. Even the patriarchs of sects and ancestors had to show deference before a city lord. Subsequently, Jiang Lao took out a transmission talisman, channeling information inside, using his spiritual power to send it flying outside the tower, leaving the rest beyond his concern. In Dongzhou, Tianfu City, at the moment of Ho Junliang's demise, chaos erupted within the city lord's residence. Without their leader, they were momentarily at a loss, exchanging bewildered glances. What to do? The city lord is dead. I don't know. Who would dare to kill a city lord? Previously, several significant events had transpired in the city. Could the city lord have been caught up in them and slain? I recall Fei Ruihua had taken a team to capture someone. The signal sent from the void was his, after which I saw the city lord leave. The people in the city lord's residence debated among themselves. At the Li family of Tianfu City, Li Kai was equally taken aback upon learning of the city lord's death, astonished that even the city lord had perished. The Fang family truly is foolish. Knowing their lack of strength, they still led to the loss of a city lord for Tianfu City. Now, it seems the only families remaining are the Bai family and Mai Li family. As for the Lin family, they brought this upon themselves. The one most pleased was Li Kai, as with 3 of the 5 great families gone, Tianfu City would inevitably become his Li family's possession. In Nanzhou, at the Sandian Cliff, Lin Kai had arrived at the sacred ground with his parents. On the way back, Lin Kai had unconsciously amassed an unimaginable amount of resources, including advanced spiritual veins, countless spiritual herbs, and spiritual stone mountains, all gathered into his possession. Xiao Kai, is this the sect you established? Lin Jinliang gazed around, turning his attention to Lin Kai. Upon receiving a nod from Lin Kai, it took Lin Jinliang some time to regain his composure. It was akin to a realm of immortals. Although he had never witnessed such a realm, at this moment, it materialized vividly in his mind. Before him stood 2 towering ancient trees, each radiating a profound aura of the Tao, while a grand imperial palace was sheltered between them. The skies were filled with divine herbs and elixirs, joyfully dancing like children in the air. Yuan Tianyi, come here. Lin Kai's voice echoed into the distance. In an instant, Yuan Tianyi appeared before Lin Kai. Holy Master, you have returned. After offering greetings, Yuan Tianyi turned to gaze at the 2 figures behind Lin Kai. Who are these 2? Upon recognizing their cultivation levels, he initially assumed they were merely colleagues Lin Kai had recruited. Allow me to introduce. These 2 are my parents and the supreme elders of the sect. Upon understanding their identities, Yuan Tianyi silently noted them. Holy Master, the tasks you entrusted to me have been completed. The Gathering Spirit Array has elevated the sacred ground's spiritual energy 1,000-fold, achieving the level of spiritual energy manifesting form. The time-space tower has been placed in a forbidden zone and can be opened once there are disciples in the sacred ground. The Qiankuan mirror is situated within the main hall of the sacred ground, capable of surveying the surroundings for millions of miles. Information flowed from Yuan Tianyi, awaiting Lin Kai's decision on when to announce the sacred ground to the world. Upon hearing Yuan Tianyi's report, Lin Kai nodded repeatedly, feeling quite satisfied. Subsequently, a weapon imbued with an extreme aura appeared in Lin Kai's hand, a sword named Qi Long Dao. Well done. This imperial weapon is a reward for you. Lin Kai casually tossed it to Yuan Tianyi. At that moment, Yuan Tianyi's emotions were beyond description. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. An imperial weapon. There were scarcely a handful of such weapons across the entire continent. He never anticipated Lin Kai's casual reward would be an imperial sword. Thank you for your gracious bestowal. Holy Master, after receiving the Qi Long Dao from Lin Kai, the sword instinctively fused with Yuan Tianyi, becoming his innate weapon. At the moment the Qi Long Dao appeared, 24 divine souls turned their attention towards the sacred ground's rear mountain. They were the 24 great emperors. Although they were all great emperors, they lacked imperial weapons, as the materials required to forge such weapons were unimaginable, explaining their scarcity. At that moment, they gazed enviously at Yuan Tianyi, as the lord of the sacred ground. Lin Kai could not show favoritism. While it was not feasible for everyone to possess an imperial weapon currently, it was not impossible for each to have one in the future, as cultivation techniques were still not an issue. Lin Kai once again produced a spatial ring, filled with imperial techniques, along with 100 techniques from the Great Ascension stage awarded by the system long ago. You may freely cultivate the techniques within. Later, you can select from the martial arts pavilion. This statement was directed not only to Yuan Tianyi, but also to the masters of the 24 divine souls. Thank you. Holy Master. Chapter 40. The Expedition Against the Sacred Ground. One day later, in Nanzhou, 3 groups of cultivators made their way to the same destination, each group comprising hundreds of practitioners. Such a commotion naturally attracted considerable attention. Look, why are there so many people over there? What are they up to? Aren't those people from Fenglin's sect and Yaoling's sect, as well as Shiming's sect? Given this situation, something significant must be happening. We should go see the excitement. Oh, are they heading towards that new sect's location? It seemed the 3 sects were seeking trouble. How could I miss out on this spectacle? Indeed, the 3 sects were on their way to Sandian Cliff, the Huaxia sacred ground established by Lin Kai. A newly emerged sect daring to secretly establish itself within their territory without notifying them was a blatant disregard for the 3 sections. Fortunately, the 3 sects had discussed, and each sent an elder accompanied by their disciples to seek an explanation and assert their dominance. Soon enough, the three sects converged, exchanging pleasantries. Haha, isn't this Elder Fong Ming from Fenglin's sect? It's been years. Your cultivation has advanced significantly. Not at all. Compared to your esteemed elder from Yaoling's sect, I still fall short. Oh, isn't this brother Zhao Kuan from Ximing's sect? I didn't expect you to lead this time. A pleasure. Indeed. Who would have thought that after our long-standing rivalry, we would see a day of cooperation? Truly remarkable. The elders of the three sects exchanged flattery. What do you both think of this newly emerged sect? The rumors outside claim that the spiritual energy within has reached the level of manifestation. Elder Fong Ming from Fenglin's sect inquired, directing his gaze towards the elders of the other two sections. Upon hearing Fong Ming's words, the other two elders merely smiled at each other. Regardless of how the outside world speculated, I remain skeptical. For only what one sees with their own eyes can be deemed real. Indeed, I believe sending 3 of us to lead this expedition is excessive. It's merely a new sect, hardly worth such alarm. Each held their own opinions, treating the rumors as mere tales for casual conversation. Half an hour later, the 3 sects finally arrived at their destination, Sandian Cliff. However, they were still several hundred miles away from the Huaxia sacred ground, where they halted their journey. Elder Fong, why have you halted? Are you perhaps afraid? Zhao Kuan inquired upon noticing Fong Ming and the members of their sect had come to a standstill. Not at all. I wish to point out that our 3 sects have long been established and renowned. One might mistakenly think we are here to offer congratulations given such a grand display, Fong Ming replied, his gaze sparkling with mirth as he regarded Zhao Kuan and his companion. Then, what does Elder Fong suggest? Gao Zhenhai chimed in. Subsequently, Fong Ming proposed, why not send someone to inform them, requesting that they come to greet us? This way, we maintain our dignity. Upon hearing Fong Ming's suggestion, Zhao Kuan and Gao Zhenhai experienced an epiphany, their minds suddenly clear. Fong Ming was right, given the stature of their sects. It was indeed a sign of respect for the new sect to come personally to greet them. The ability of a new sect to recruit disciples would ultimately depend on the approval of the 3 established sections. Since Elder Fong has made this suggestion, you shall take the lead in arranging it, Zhao Kuan stated, leaving the decision to Fong Ming. Fong Ming then instructed a disciple named Zhou Ran from his sect. Remember the purpose of this mission. Inform them that if they fail to comply, we will uproot their sect. After giving his orders, Fong Ming urged Zhou Ran to proceed swiftly. Understood. I shall deliver the message, Zhou Ran responded, setting off with determination. After Zhou Ran's departure, the 3 sects took a moment to rest, awaiting favorable news. At the Huaxia Holy Land, Yuan Tianyi was engrossed in his cultivation within the main hall when suddenly, the Qian Kuan mirror trembled. Yuan Tianyi ceased his practice, opening his eyes to gaze at the Qian Kuan mirror, where scenes flashed before him. He could clearly see the 3 factions hundreds of miles away as well as Zhou Ran, who was approaching the Holy Land. Yuan Tianyi paid no heed to this minor occurrence, nor did he report it to Lin Kai. Such trivial matters would be handled by those beneath him. If he were to personally intervene in every situation, what purpose would his subordinates serve? After shutting off the mirror's view, Yuan Tianyi returned to his cultivation. At the entrance to the Holy Land, Zhou Ran gazed upon the imposing gates, momentarily lost in thought. The audacity to name themselves the Huaxia Holy Land. They truly have no fear. Zhou Ran, a seasoned individual, understood that the birth of a holy land was not merely a matter of nomenclature. To be recognized as such, a substantial spiritual vein was necessary, with spiritual energy vastly surpassing that of other sections. Furthermore, a formidable cultivator must preside over the area, ensuring its prosperity. Lastly, various resources were required to sustain the operations of the Holy Land, thereby attracting more powerful cultivators and talented disciples, while simultaneously suppressing rival sects to assert the Holy Land status. Setting aside his contemplations, Zhou Ran called out to those within the Holy Land, I am Zhou Ran, an inner disciple of Fenglin Zone, sent by Elder Fong to request your sect leader to come greet us and the other 2 factions 800 miles away. Should you fail to comply, you will bear the consequences. As his words echoed, Zhou Ran appeared breathless, as if he had exerted all his strength. The sound reverberated up the stone steps, reaching the ears of the multitude gathered in the square. There, 100 cultivators, all at the harmonization stage, including Sun Ming, were present. Strangely, no one responded to Zhou Ran's proclamation. They continued with their own tasks as if oblivious to his presence. Meanwhile, Zhou Ran stood at the foot of the mountain, waiting an indeterminate amount of time without anyone descending. Anger surged within him. He had not anticipated being met with such indifference. Were the individuals inside deaf, or did they simply disregard the might of the 3 factions? The echoes of his voice continued to resonate across the square, yet still, no one acknowledged him. Zhou Ran ascended the stone steps, determined to confront them personally, to see if they truly had no fear. 10 steps, 20 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps, 300 steps, 350 steps, 400 steps. As he reached 500 steps, a powerful force propelled him backward, crashing him to the ground at the mountain's entrance. Moments later, a resounding voice boomed from above. Without the Holy Land's permission, you are not to intrude. This is your first warning. Should there be a next time, you will be executed without mercy. Chapter 41. Entering the Holy Land, shocking everyone. Reporting to the elder, this sect is foolish enough to dare lay hands on me. Had I not fled swiftly, you would not have seen me. Zhou ran, feeling aggrieved, resembled a petulant child. Recalling the previous warning, he longed to retaliate, but his strength held him back. Without further delay, he hurried back to report the situation. Fools! This sect seems bent on annihilation. Everyone, advance swiftly and eradicate them. Fong Ming's anger boiled over upon hearing Zhou Ran's account. How could a new sect possess the audacity to oppose them? Thus, Fong Ming promptly led the disciples of Fonglin Zong towards the Huaxia Holy Land. As Fong Ming set off, Gao Zhenhai prepared to follow suit. But Zhao Kun discreetly transmitted a message. Brother Gao, why the haste? Let the Fonglin Zong members scout the situation first. If they cannot resolve it, we can intervene later. Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Gao Zhenhai settled back down. I shall send someone to observe discreetly. If anything arises, we will be prepared. Gao Zhenhai communicated to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun nodded in agreement, and Gao Zhenhai instructed a disciple named Chun Quan to covertly follow the direction of Fonglin Zong. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ming, accompanied by the disciples of Fonglin Zong, arrived at the gates of the Huaxia Holy Land. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the gates, they too were struck with awe. Humph! What an impressive Huaxia Holy Land. Let me see just how arrogant you truly are, Fong Ming declared as he stepped onto the stone steps, ascending with purpose. The other disciples of Fonglin Zong followed closely behind, making their way up the 999 steps. Among the 100 disciples, the lowest cultivation level was at the Golden Core stage, while Zhou Ran was at the 5th level of the Nascent Soul stage. And Elder Fong Ming was at the peak of the Transformation stage. In the span of a tea's brewing time, the members of Fonglin Zong reached the square of the Holy Land. What they beheld next left an indelible impression upon them. The density of spiritual energy was exponentially greater than that of their own sect. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly rich, surpassing even that of our sect's secret realm. Is this truly real? The rumors were not exaggerated. This must be spiritual energy taking form. How terrifying. This place is simply a sanctuary for cultivation. I almost wish to leave Fonglin Zong and join this holy land. The disciples of Fonglin Zong exclaimed, reveling in the overwhelming spiritual energy that surrounded them. In an instant, several disciples from Fonglin Zong felt their cultivation levels beginning to fluctuate, rapidly ascending as some broke through several minor realms. Even Fong Ming, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, felt his own level shift, automatically breaking through to the void return stage. What? My realm has advanced. Mine too. I've reached the 6th level of the Golden Core. Ha. I never expected my nascent soul stage to advance. I will surely rank among the top 100 in the inner sect upon returning. The transformation stage. I can't believe I've broken through just like this. Am I truly not dreaming? The members of Fonglin Zong rejoiced, lost in the euphoria of newfound power, momentarily forgetting the purpose of their visit. Fong Ming, sensing the undeniable advancement in his cultivation to the void return stage, was at a loss for words to express his emotions. Suddenly, a sense of crisis emerged, pulling Fong Ming from his elation. 5 young individuals appeared before the disciples of Fonglin Zong: Sun Ming, Li Wei, Wang Tao, Zhao Hai, and Guijia. Greetings, it seems you are quite pleased. Are you not afraid of celebrating too soon? The words of Sun Ming echoed in the ears of every disciple of Fonglin Zong and Fong Ming. Instantly, an ominous premonition enveloped them. The disciples of Fonglin Zong formed a defensive stance, with Fong Ming standing resolutely in front of them. Although Fong Ming could not discern the cultivation levels of Sun Ming and his companions, he assessed their ages to be merely at the Huaxian stage. However, Fong Ming had already ascended to the Fanqi realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Thus, the minor Huaxian stage was insignificant to him. Humph! Summon your sect leader. How could a mere junior dare to converse with me? Fong Ming adopted an arrogant demeanor, dismissing Sun Ming and his companions. Sun Ming wore a smile that dripped with sarcasm. You wish for our sect leader to appear? Let us see what you are capable of. Upon hearing these words, Fong Ming unleashed the power of the Fanqi realm within him, intending to intimidate Sun Ming and his companions into submission. You dare? Today, I shall teach you what respect truly means. Unexpectedly, Sun Ming and his companions remained unfazed, gazing at Fong Ming as if he were a fool. This bewildered Fong Ming momentarily, yet he rationalized that they must possess some form of defensive treasure, otherwise, it was impossible for them to remain unscathed. A sword named Songhai Slay. Fong Ming brandished a sword known as Songhai and charged at Sun Ming's group. Simultaneously, Lin Kai, who was enjoying tea on the back mountain, received a notification from the system. Ding, an enemy has been detected attacking within the holy site, providing the host with two options. Option 1. The host intervenes personally. Reward, a random gift package. Option 2. Allow Sun Ming and his companions to act. Upon defeating the enemy, reward, 10 Pan Tao Xian. Ding. Please make a choice within 5 seconds, or the system will select automatically. Can the system function in such a manner? This provides a rather unique experience. Lin Kai decided, I choose the second option. He was not particularly interested in the Pan Tao Xian. Rather, he wished to observe the capabilities of Sun Ming and his companions. Ding. The host has confirmed the option, awaiting the completion of the task by the other party. Lin Kai smiled, reclining in his rocking chair, savoring the tea of enlightenment while his gaze turned to the holy site's plaza. 2 words, comfortable. Back at the plaza, as Fong Ming's attack approached, Li Wei, positioned to the left of Sun Ming, summoned a saber named Fong Siyuan. With a single stroke, he cleaved through Fong Ming's assault, unleashing a formidable blade intent that crushed forth. The two forces collided, instantly transforming into dissipating white smoke. Fong Ming, astonished, had not anticipated that his attack would be so effortlessly neutralized. Although the opponent had not displayed their cultivation, he understood that these 5 individuals were far from ordinary. Everyone, attack together. Subsequently, at Fong Ming's command, over 100 disciples of Fenglin Zone brandished their weapons. Fueled by their recent surge in power, they felt a sense of inflated confidence. In the next moment, a battle erupted between the 100 disciples and the 5 individuals, with a dazzling array of martial arts and techniques unleashed in that instant. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the plaza, they were not concerned about depleting their qi and launched a full-scale assault against Sun Ming and his companions. Hundreds of attacks swiftly hurtled towards Sun Ming and his group. In response, Sun Ming and his companions drew their weapons, and under their counterattack, the torrent of assaults was swiftly neutralized, one after another. Shanin, suppress. Wujie Jishou, kill. Lei Shinjuan, slay. Feng Lei Quan, annihilate. Jiao Long Bai Wei, extinguish. In a matter of mere breaths, the 100 attacks were completely dismantled by the 5 using their unique skills. The 5 erupted with their cultivation, each at the peak of the He Ti stage. A pressure that left all the disciples of Fenglin Zone gasping for breath. What? 5 at the peak of He Ti? Upon sensing the aura of Sun Ming's group, Fong Ming, the leader of Fenglin Zone, was struck with disbelief. He could never have imagined that these 5 were He Ti cultivators, and not just any ordinary ones. The other disciples of Fenglin Zone fell into despair. He Ti cultivators held positions akin to core elders within their sect. How could this be? How could they possibly be He Ti? Isn't this a new sect? Panic ensued. It's over. We have offended mighty beings at the He Ti level. I don't want to die yet. I am still so young. How can I perish like this? Damn Fenglin Zone, had I known, I would never have joined this sect. We were forced here. Can you spare us? Every disciple's face reflected a myriad of emotions. But Sun Ming and his companions felt no pity for them. This was their own doing. Young man, did I not warn you? Should you dare to intrude upon the holy site again, I shall show no mercy. Sun Ming's gaze bore down upon Zhou Ran as he questioned him. Zhou Ran was taken aback, realizing the one who had warned him previously was this formidable He Ti expert before him. Senior, spare my life. I was coerced. It was all his doing. This old fool insisted that I come, threatening to kill me otherwise. Zhou Ran, under the duress of their might, could only betray Fong Ming in hopes of securing his own survival. Witnessing the puddle of tears soaking the ground, the other disciples of Fenglin Zone fell into contemplation. What a shameless display. You would forsake your dignity for survival. Fong Ming was infuriated. His complexion darkened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. You insolent wretch. I shall kill you. Fong Ming summoned his strength and struck at Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran could hardly believe that Fong Ming would dare to attack him in front of 5 He Ti experts. As he beheld the incoming strike, fear gripped him, and he felt the chill of death. Senior, save me. In his final moments, Zhou Ran still sought help from Sun Ming, yet Sun Ming appeared indifferent, merely watching the scene unfold. Ah, may you all meet a dreadful end. It must be said that Zhou Ran's mental fortitude was lacking. Death was death, and ultimately, 18 years later, he would rise again. With that final thought, Zhou Ran collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber, the youth sleep as effortless as ever, oblivious to all around him. After this brief interlude, Fong Ming realized they could not escape today. He should have brought the other 2 families along for mutual support. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Spare my disciples, take my life instead. In the face of death, Fong Ming exhibited a grand gesture of self-sacrifice, willing to offer his life to save those behind him. It must be said, this little old man Fong Ming displayed a sense of responsibility. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of Fenglin Zong were moved to tears. Elder's righteousness. Are you done? At this moment, Sun Ming's voice shattered the atmosphere. Fong Ming paused, mistakenly believing that the other party had acquiesced to his request. Come, tell me, what position do you hold in this sect? In his final moments, Fong Ming sought to understand Sun Ming's status. Upon hearing this, not only Sun Ming, but even Li Wei and the others were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the inquiry. The only response Fong Ming received was a mere 3 words, a handyman. Fong Ming was rendered speechless. A handyman with such cultivation at the He Ti level? This was absurd. With a resigned smile, he ceased his inquiries, closing his eyes to await Sun Ming's judgment. Yet, what Fong Ming did not know was that Sun Ming had not deceived him. He truly was just a handyman. Let us send them on their way. Sun Ming spoke as though he were discussing a commonplace matter. The next moment, Wang Tao wielded the shaking mountain seal, striking toward them without a hint of hesitation. The members of Fenglin Zong felt the overwhelming aura bearing down upon them, their faces pale, eyes filled with terror, and hearts engulfed in helplessness. No. Save me. I do not wish to die. Spare me. Was it not agreed that we would be let go? You are nothing short of devils. Stop. As Fong Ming awaited his demise, the anguished cries of his disciples echoed behind him, causing his eyes to widen once more. His visage contorted in fury as he glared at Sun Ming and his companions. Was it not promised that they would be spared? Why? In that moment, Fong Ming seemed to transform into a malevolent spirit, his gaze fixated with unyielding intensity upon Sun Ming and his companions. In the next instant, an attack pierced through Fong Ming's skull, resulting in his immediate demise. Bang! Subsequently, the other disciples of Fenglin Zong perished alongside Fong Ming in that singular moment. When did I ever say to spare them? Sun Ming stated bluntly, his eyes fixed upon Fong Ming's lifeless body. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his gaze drifting toward a target at the mountain gate, a smile gracing his lips. After retracting his gaze, he signaled Li Wei and the others to collect the treasures scattered on the ground. Once everything was completed, Sun Ming resumed his tasks alongside Li Wei and the others. At the rear mountain of the sacred land, Lin Kai's eyes remained glued to the plaza, his satisfaction evident as he observed the conclusion of events. In his heart, he silently praised Sun Ming and the others. Ding. Detection confirms the enemy has been annihilated. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 Pan Tao Xian trees. Note, the Pan Tao Xian tree blooms once every 1,000 years, bears fruit once every 1,000 years, and matures once every 1,000 years. Consuming one can extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. Lin Kai looked at the rewards before him, noticing a series of prompts below, which left him in a state of confusion. System, are you implying that I must wait 3,000 years to consume this Pan Tao? Is such a lengthy period truly necessary? Lin Kai inquired of the system within his mind. Host need not worry. The divine rare soil can accelerate the growth of the Pan Tao Xian trees. Therefore, it will not take 3,000 years, but merely 1 year. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Kai's anxious heart finally found solace. Thank goodness. A year is but a fleeting moment for him. If it truly required 3,000 years. Even though Lin Kai could wait, it would seem rather unworthy. Subsequently, he took the 10 Pan Tao Xian trees to a vacant plot in his backyard, planting them with a distance of approximately 10 meters between each tree. The moment the saplings took root, the Pan Tao Xian trees voraciously absorbed the power of the divine rare soil, visibly growing at an astonishing pace, reaching a height of 2.5 meters in just a few breaths. Sturdy and robust, Lin Kai was astounded by the rapid growth of the Pan Tao trees. He had not anticipated that the divine rare soil would be so potent. He wondered if it would yield the same results in other locations. Lin Kai inadvertently glanced at a specific part of his body. Cough. I am a respectable person. How could I entertain such sordid thoughts? Amitba. Chapter 43, Esteemed Ones. Can you endure the blow? A grave situation has arisen. 800 li away from the Huaxia sacred land, a voice reverberated through the air. The speaker was Chen Quan, a disciple of Yao Lingzong. Upon hearing Chen Quan's voice, the factions of Yao Lingzong and Xian Mingzong simultaneously turned their gazes toward the approaching Chen Quan. What is the matter? What chaos is this? Gao Zhenhai inquired upon seeing Chen Quan in a flustered state. Once composed, Chen Quan relayed the situation he had witnessed to Gao Zhenhai and the others. What? All the members of Fenglin Zong perished? How could this be? The people of Fenglin Zong were annihilated? Surely not. Did the Fenglin Zong members truly die so easily? What shall we do? Should we still proceed? My eyelids have been twitching incessantly. It feels as though a great calamity is imminent. The individuals present began to murmur upon hearing the news. At that moment, Gao Zhenhai's gaze shifted to Zhao Kun, seeking his opinion. Let us each send someone back to report to our sections. We will venture together to assess the situation. It is possible that their demise harbors deeper mysteries. Zhao Kun expressed his thoughts. Subsequently, they each dispatched a representative to report back to their respective sections. After adjusting their teams, the two factions set forth toward the Huaxia sacred land. In Nanzhou, at Fenglin Zone, several formidable experts gathered within the main hall. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, Kong Chaohua, wore a grim expression, his countenance dark. What the hell has transpired? Why have they all perished? Kong Chaohua pounded the table in frustration. Previously, their three factions had agreed to send a team to suppress the Huaxia sacred land, yet now they received the devastating news. The elders present in the hall wore expressions of fury, unable to fathom that their sect members had been so ruthlessly slain, leaving not a single survivor. Sect Master, allow me to lead the charge. I shall annihilate this sect. Indeed, those who dare to slay our sect members shall face utter destruction. Those who provoke our sect's dignity must be made to recognize the harsh reality that Fenglin Zone is not to be trifled with. Every individual in the hall was filled with murderous intent, eager to eradicate the opposing sect. Very well, let a few elders accompany me, bringing back the heads of our enemies. I shall await good news within the sect. Kong Chaohua nodded, instructing several elders to proceed. At your command. The elders departed the hall, setting about gathering their forces. Meanwhile, the Xianming Zone and Yaoling Zone also received reports from their spies. Upon hearing that the members sent to Fenglin Zone had all perished, they too were shaken. Furthermore, they learned that Fenglin Zone had dispatched further personnel to confront the Huaxia sacred land, mirroring the actions of the other two factions. With core elders in the integration stage leading the charge. At the Sandianya, in front of the mountain gate of Huaxia sacred land, Gao Zhenhai and Zhao Kun, along with their disciples, had arrived. Unsurprisingly, they too were astonished by the scene before them. They gazed up at the top of the stone steps, faintly perceiving the ethereal palace suspended in the air. Huaxia sacred land. What a magnificent mountain gate. This stone staircase was no ordinary structure, boasting a staggering 9,999 steps, leaving them curious as to what lay at the summit. This sacred land was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even the spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain was thick, nearly rivaling that of their inner sect. It appears impressive, but we remain uncertain about the strength of those within. The members of Fenglin Zone were truly unfortunate. Rest assured, our two sects shall avenge you. The individuals present exchanged opinions regarding the spectacle before them. The leading Gao Zhenhai and Zhao Kun bore heavy expressions, a feeling they could not quite articulate. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Gao Zhenhai took a deep breath, his voice resonating loudly enough for all of Huaxia sacred land to hear. Those inside. We are members of Yaoling Zone and Xianming Zone. Come forth to receive us. After speaking, Gao Zhenhai and his companions awaited the reception of those within the Huaxia sacred land. Simultaneously, some onlookers had arrived from a distance, including hidden powerful beings observing the two sections. Weaker individuals stood at a distance, drawn to the commotion. Gao Zhenhai and Zhao Kun at the mountain gate also sensed numerous unfamiliar auras, understanding the intentions of the gathering crowd. A swarm of ants. Zhao Kun muttered under his breath. Soon after, the crowd at the mountain gate witnessed 5 figures descending the stone steps. They were Sun Ming and his 4 companions. This time, they had received orders from the higher-ups, instructing them to visit the mountain gate. Perfectly timed to establish the reputation of Huaxia sacred land in front of such a large audience. 5 individuals exhibited no discernible presence as they approached the mountain gate. Zhao Kun and his companion surveyed the appearances of Sun Ming and his group, concluding that such youthful figures must surely be disciples of the sacred land of Huaxia. They initially presumed that these 5 were dispatched by the sacred land to welcome them. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Ming, wearing a faint smile, addressed the representatives of the two sects, inquiring about their purpose in visiting the sacred land. He stated that if they sought friendship, they would be most welcome. Yet if they intended to cause trouble, they would be met with force. Sun Ming appeared harmless, yet his words elicited grim expressions from the disciples of both sections. Friends, do you think you are worthy? Dare to establish a sect within our domain without our consent? Gao Zhenhai retorted, refusing to back down as he confronted Sun Ming and his companions. Oh, what do you propose then? Sun Ming shifted his demeanor, fixing a serious gaze upon Gao Zhenhai. The latter, perceiving the tone, laid forth several demands, previously discussed among the 3 sections. First, any new sect must pay 100,000 top-grade spirit stones annually to Fenglin Sect, Yaoling Sect, and Xianxiang Sect. Second, all disciples would be allowed to cultivate at the sacred land at any time, including access to all techniques and secrets. Third, a sufficient quantity of elixirs and medicinal materials must be provided monthly. As Gao Zhenhai outlined these conditions, he smirked inwardly, confident that their exorbitant demands would deter any attempts to establish a sect in their territory. They must be dumbfounded now. Of course, if they wish to create a sect, they must seek our approval. With such overwhelming conditions, he wondered if they could endure. The disciples of both factions began to boast and ridicule. Then, Sun Ming's subsequent remarks ignited a flush of embarrassment across the attendees' faces. Your ideas are commendable. However, I wonder if you can withstand a beating? Sun Ming inquired earnestly, having never encountered such shamelessness, perceiving their intentions to extort the sacred land of Huaxia. What did you say? Seeking death? Gao Zhenhai's face turned ashen at Sun Ming's audacity. Enough of this nonsense. Attack, kill them, Zhao Kun impatiently commanded, signaling the disciples of Xianxiang Sect to eliminate Sun Ming's group. Following the command, the disciples surged forward, igniting powerful fighting spirit and murderous intent. You all join in. Tear them to shreds. Gao Zhenhai similarly urged his disciples, as both factions lunged at Sun Ming's group. This scene drew the attention of onlookers from afar, who began to murmur about the behavior of Yaoling Sect and Xianxiang Sect. These two sects are truly despicable, bullying a new sect, they exclaimed, noting the unfairness of hundreds against 5. Weren't there 3 sects involved? Where are the Fenglin sect members? Have they fled? They pondered, concerned about the absence of the 3rd sect. In the air, concealed strong figures observed the unfolding drama, smirking, already aware of which side would prevail. At the mountain gate, Sun Ming and his companions were engaged in battle. In mere moments, the majority of the disciples from both sects lay dead, while Sun Ming's group remained unscathed. This realization struck Gao Zhenhai and Zhao Kun as ominous. Retreat quickly, you are no match for them. Let us handle this, Gao Zhenhai bellowed, witnessing the dwindling number of his disciples still able to fight. In the aftermath, the ground was littered with the fallen bodies of their disciples. While Sun Ming's group operated with lethal efficiency, the sight of blood and corpses enraged Zhao Kun and Gao Zhenhai, who had not anticipated such terrifying prowess from the 5. For the disciples you have slain, we shall offer you as sacrifices to their spirits, Gao Zhenhai declared, wielding a sword named Qingyan, its energy swirling as if a true dragon had awakened. Kill, he roared, unleashing the sword's energy towards Sun Ming's group, its echo resounding throughout the heavens. Let me handle this, stepped forth Guijia, one of Sun Ming's companions, summoning a serpentine dragon to meet the onslaught of Gao Zhenhai's true dragon. In the air, the two formidable entities clashed, their energies colliding spectacularly. Ordinarily, a serpentine dragon would falter against a true dragon due to bloodline suppression. However, Guijia's technique emanated a stronger aura than Gao Zhenhai's, resulting in the latter's dragon being swiftly vanquished. The resulting shockwave decimated the remaining disciples of Yaoling Sect and Xianxiang Sect. Onlookers were left awestruck by the overwhelming display of power. What a terrifying aura. A single strike could cost me my life, they gasped, realizing that the sacred land of Huaxia possessed formidable strength. It seems these two sects are doomed, they murmured, noting that the main powers of the sects had not yet appeared, questioning whether the sacred land could withstand the onslaught. Foolish youth. You know not the complexities of this matter, a hidden elder remarked, inciting curiosity among the spectators. As the battle raged on, opinions were divided. Some favored the sacred land, while others supported the two sections. Meanwhile, Gao Zhenhai, taken aback by his opponent's strength, noted that not only had his attack been effortlessly countered, but the ensuing explosion had also inflicted significant casualties among his disciples. With their numbers dwindling to less than a third, the situation appeared dire for both sections. Boy, do you not fear retaliation for the many lives you have taken from my sect? Gao Zhenhai glared coldly at Sun Ming, suppressing his fury. Yet, Sun Ming's next statement not only displeased the disciples of both sects, but also drew disapproving glances from the onlookers. Do not speak of your 3 sects. The entirety of Nanzhou is inconsequential. Sun Ming's words were not mere bravado. He was acutely aware of the overwhelming power exhibited by the 2 female elders, Yuan Bilian and Yuan Bishuan, upon entering the sacred land. A mere fraction of their aura instilled a sense of dread, emanating the oppressive force of an emperor. With elders at the level of emperors, the might of the leader of the sacred land was unfathomably fearsome. Has this fellow lost his mind? How dare he say such things? The observers scoffed, deeming Sun Ming a fool. Initially hopeful about the sacred land, many reconsidered their stance, deeming it unworthy of their attention. A newly established sect dares to utter such arrogant claims. They are courting death. In the eyes of the spectators, Sun Ming appeared as an ignorant fool, and those who had initially supported the sacred land shook their heads in disappointment. Arrogance. When did such an ignorant sect emerge in Nanzhou? Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, laced with contempt. In the next moment, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. revealing three formidable factions appearing before the crowd. At the forefront, three banners fluttered in the air, signifying that the opposing forces hailed from a certain powerful sect. Indeed, these three banners belonged to Fenglin Zone, Xinming Zone, and Yaoling Zone. The representatives of these sects were high-ranking members, led by core elders, all possessing cultivation levels at the He stage. Upon seeing their own sect's reinforcements arrive, Gao Zhenhai and Zhao Kuan both breathed a sigh of relief. Had their sect failed to send aid, they might not have been able to leave today. Step back. I can sense that they are all cultivators at the He stage, not opponents you can face. The speaker was Wu Zikuan, a core elder from Yaoling Zone. As soon as his words fell, Gao Zhenhai and Zhao Kuan stared blankly at Sun Ming and his companions, astonished that their adversaries were at the He stage. After battling for so long, they had not sensed the true level of their opponents. Had it not been for Wu Zikuan's reminder, they would have assumed that Sun Ming and his companions were merely a few minor realms stronger than themselves. The realization sent shivers down their spines. It was fortunate they hadn't acted recklessly, or they might not have known how they would meet their demise. You killed members of Fenglin Zone. Prepare to die. Chapter 45, Storm Thunder Cannon. Within the ranks of Fenglin Zone, an elder clad in black robes stepped forward. He was Shu Yanfeng, one of the core elders leading this expedition. Without further ado, Shu Yanfeng unleashed an attack towards Sun Ming and his companions. This scene did not escape the notice of Lin Kai, observing from the back mountain of the Holy Land. With 9 He elders and over 1,000 disciples in such a vast assembly, annihilating a small sect would be more than sufficient. However, they were facing the Holy Land of Huaxia. Within the Holy Land, countless powerful figures lay hidden. The emergence of just one could incite great upheaval across the continent. Surely, they should be fine, right? Should we dispatch a quasi-emperor to provide covert protection? Lin Kai muttered as he surveyed the scene before the mountain gate. The friendliest camel is larger than the strongest horse. What if these individuals exhibited extreme behavior and harmed Sun Ming and his companions? Never mind, I will go myself. This is a perfect opportunity to promote the grand ceremony of our sect's founding. As Lin Kai spoke, a vortex of void appeared before him, and he stepped through. At the mountain gate, Shu Yanfeng's attack was effortlessly neutralized by Sun Ming. Although both were at the He stage, Sun Ming's cultivation surpassed that of Shu Yanfeng. Altogether, subdue these 5 and do not prolong the battle. Shu Yanfeng commanded his companions and the core elders from the other 2 sections. Subsequently, the 9 core elders launched their assaults against Sun Ming and his companions. Among the 9 elders were 3 from Yaoling Zone, Rong Xingbong, Wu Zikuan, and Liao Lingwei. 3 from Fenglin Zone, Shu Yanfeng, Chao Qiyuan, and El Hongxian, and 3 from Xinming Zone, Xingjun, Wu Huayu, and Wei Zi. 5 engaged in close combat, while 4 provided ranged support. Surrounded, Sun Ming and his companions displayed no signs of fear. They each fortified their defenses, skillfully countering the ranged attacks from the 4 elders while battling the 5 assailants. 5 against 9. It was evident to any observer that their chances of victory were slim. Yet after dozens of exchanges, Sun Ming and his companions maintained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Shu Yanfeng and his companions bore visible wounds. Soon, the battle ceased, with Shu Yanfeng and his group being pushed back, and the other 4 elders suffering as well. You old fellows are incapable. Is age catching up with you? Even 9 against 5, you cannot prevail. Perhaps it is time to retire. Sun Ming taunted the 9 elders, observing their expressions of fury, which elicited amusement from him. This scene was equally witnessed by the onlookers in the distance. No one expected these 5 to be peak He cultivators. How terrifying. No wonder they appeared so fearless. The core elders from the 3 factions were powerful, yet they seemed ineffective against these 5. I initially thought there were no formidable experts in this holy land, but I was mistaken. These 5 are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the He stage. Their status within the Holy Land must be significant. It goes without saying. Peak He cultivators are core elders in other sects, while in smaller sects, they are regarded as ancestral figures. Clearly, I underestimated the individuals of this Holy Land. After enduring dozens of rounds of combat, the 9 elders had not even touched a hair on their opponents. And the realization that all 5 were peak He cultivators only added to their frustration, especially considering the youth of their adversaries. Each of them had cultivated for over a millennium to reach the He stage, yet among them, only 3 were at the peak, while the others ranged from the 6th to the 9th levels. Boy, do not get complacent. We have our means to eliminate you, spoke Rong Xingbong, a core elder of Yaoling Zone. Having previously faced Zhao Hai in battle, he had suffered significantly, and the thought of that humiliation made him clench his fists. Huh. With you lot, I fear your bodies may not withstand another round. Are we continuing or not? Do not waste my time. I still need to feed my fish. My flowers remain unwatered, and the branches untrimmed. Hurry up. As Wang Tao, Zhao Hai, and Li Wei spoke, Rong Xingbang trembled with rage. The disciples from the three sects and the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at their peculiar hobbies. Feeding fish? Watering flowers? What kind of interests are those? Or do they possess some undisclosed identity within the Holy Land? Then, a small cannon materialized in Rong Xingbang's hands. The Storm Thunder Cannon. It was said to possess the capability to obliterate experts at the xianxia stage, activated by spirit stones. The higher the quality of the spirit stones, the greater the power. Yaoling Zong had unearthed this artifact from a relic. A century ago, during a conflict with another sect, a single shot annihilated their opponents, creating a stir among many factions. Since then, Yaoling Zong ascended to prominence, gaining respect from other sections. The core elders from the other two sects were astonished to see the artifact in Rong Xingbang's possession. They had not anticipated that Yaoling Zong would bring it along, suggesting they had received permission from their sect leader. Everyone, I shall refrain from elaborating on this artifact. It is evident what it is. Should we eliminate these five? The spoils will be divided among our three sects. What say you? Before they had even resolved their adversaries, talks of division commenced, showcasing Rong Xingbang's confidence in his weapon. Chao Chiyuan and the other six elders recognized the item and were curious about its power after a century of absence from public view. Thereafter, with the combined efforts of the 9 elders, they amassed a total of 200,000 top-tier spirit stones, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones, a considerable sum indeed. With the spirit stones, Rong Xingbang placed 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones into the Storm Thunder Cannon. Under his command, the cannon was activated, transforming into a 3-meter-high artillery piece. Boy, watch closely as you meet your demise beneath the Storm Thunder Cannon. Rong Xingbang sneered at Sun Ming and the others. Sun Ming and his companions regarded the Storm Thunder Cannon with a tinge of unease, yet they did not retreat. Should they find themselves unable to withstand the impending onslaught, they trusted that the hidden powers within the Holy Land would intervene. 5 individuals assumed defensive stances, prepared to respond to any eventuality. 3 breaths passed, and the Storm Thunder Cannon activated successfully under the command of Rong Xingbang. A devastating spiritual energy cannon was unleashed upon Sun Ming and his companions. Kill them. Unsurprisingly, Sun Ming and his allies sensed the lethal threat to their lives. All defensive measures were employed to counter this overwhelming force. Chapter 46. Lin Kai takes action. A palm that annihilates. Ding. Detection of an enemy using a destructive weapon against a person from the sacred land. The host is presented with 2 options. Option 1. The host personally intervenes to neutralize the threat and eliminates the adversary, receiving a temple of martial arts as a reward. Option 2. Allows Sun Ming and his companions to handle the situation independently, with life and death disregarded, receiving a low-grade spiritual stone as a reward. Ding. The host must make a choice within 5 seconds, or the system will select automatically. Lin Kai, who had covertly arrived at the mountain gate to observe, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. The moment the Storm Thunder Cannon was activated by Rong Xingbang, he realized Sun Ming and his companions could not withstand such power. Just as he was about to intervene and resolve the crisis for them, the system's voice echoed again. How fortuitous. Arriving early was indeed favorable. I choose option 1. As the Lord of the Sacred Land, how could Lin Kai abandon the lives of his own? Moreover, a low-grade spiritual stone was a grave insult. Ding. The host has confirmed the choice. The task is in progress. Meanwhile, as everyone believed Sun Ming and his companions had succumbed to the Storm Thunder Cannon, commotion erupted in the observation area. Look, who is that figure appearing? What does he intend to do? Is he not afraid for his life? He dares to shield them. Could this individual be their ally? Yet he appears younger than the 5. Alas, another innocent life may soon be extinguished. Could a miracle occur? The spectators, including members from the 3 sects, were astonished, not expecting someone to emerge and risk confronting the Storm Thunder Cannon's assault. What a fool. Does he truly believe he can withstand this attack? Laughter echoed. How ignorant. Initially, only 5 were destined to die. Now it seems 6. I must admit, I have a slight admiration for this individual, but not much. Let him perish. The sooner one dies, the sooner they can be reborn. In the next life, let them avoid provoking the wrong people. Indeed, the person they discussed was Lin Kai, who had emerged from the void, and they believed his appearance was in vain. Sun Ming, though unfamiliar with the newcomer, sensed he must be a significant figure from the sacred land, and his heart settled momentarily. They were saved. Just as everyone lost hope, a miracle truly unfolded. Lin Kai slowly raised his right hand, his index finger delicately touching the attack from the Storm Thunder Cannon. In the next moment, the entire assault's power was compressed by Lin Kai until it formed a small sphere, suspended at the tip of his finger. A soft pop resonated as the attack dissolved into nothingness. Immediately, the onlookers held their breath, unable to believe their eyes. What had they just witnessed? The Storm Thunder Cannon's attack had been neutralized. A clamor erupted once more. What? He blocked the attack. How is this possible? This attack was supposed to be terrifying. Yet it was effortlessly dismissed. Even someone in the tribulation stage could sense the terror of this assault. Yet it was so easily thwarted by a mere finger. Surely, this individual must be a prominent figure from the sacred land. But how could he appear so youthful? Had he consumed some elixir of youth? The three sects pondered how to respond. Realizing the disparity in power, they were unlikely to gain any advantage now. The last individuals wishing to see this scene unfold were naturally the three sects, especially the 9 elders in the integration stage. Their most reliable weapon, the Storm Thunder Cannon, had failed to strike, intercepted by an opponent. This left the others questioning the true power of the Storm Thunder Cannon. Whether it was as formidable as the legends from a century ago suggested. As their gazes turned towards Rong Xingbang, his expression was grim, dark eyes fixed upon Lin Kai. Who are you? This matter pertains to our 3 sects and the sacred land. We kindly ask you to refrain from interfering to avoid being drawn into this conflict. Anyone capable of blocking this attack must possess strength that exceeds theirs. Rong Xingbang could not discern whether Lin Kai was affiliated with the sacred land or merely a compassionate soul intervening, regardless of his allegiance. They would not be deterred from their path today. Those who dare harm my sacred land, I will grant you annihilation of both body and soul. Lin Kai pointed decisively, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power towards Rong Xingbang's brow. He did not respond to Rong Xingbang's inquiry. What right did he have to know his identity? In an instant, Rong Xingbang seemed to behold a horrifying presence, eyes wide with fear, mouth agape, rendered immobile. Beside him, Wu Zikuan reached out to pat Rong Xingbang's arm. But upon contact, Rong Xingbang transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing entirely. This left the 8 core elders in utter shock, staring incredulously at Lin Kai. How could this be? Old Rong is dead. What kind of technique is this? It is utterly chilling. What do we do now? Should we continue our assault? The 8 elders deliberated the situation, recalling their prior expenditure of 50,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, which had produced terrifying might but yielded no results. Quickly, they made another decision. They would invest 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones to activate the Storm Thunder Cannon again. They refused to believe Lin Kai could withstand this. If 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones failed, then 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones would follow. If even that could not be repelled by Lin Kai, they would only conclude that they had encountered a ghost. You dare kill a core elder of my sect, regardless of your identity, I shall ensure you have no return. Wu Zikuan seized the Storm Thunder Cannon, casting in 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The Storm Thunder Cannon roared to life once more, its power escalating to an even more terrifying degree, causing the distant spectators to stand on end. Kill them, Wu Zikuan bellowed. In the blink of an eye, the Storm Thunder Cannon's attack surged towards Lin Kai. The 8 elders' instincts told them this time would surely succeed. If you seek death, then I shall not be held accountable. Wu Zikuan's gaze turned frigid as he glared at the unmoving Lin Kai. Unsurprisingly, their instincts deceived them. As the incoming assault was once again dispersed with a single palm strike from Lin Kai. Not only that, but Lin Kai, before the 8 elders, extended his hand, seizing the Storm Thunder Cannon and examining it closely. Not bad, not bad. I wonder if the system will reward me with something similar. The 8 elders stood in bewilderment, their formidable weapon snatched away by Lin Kai. You scoundrel! Return this item at once, or my sect will mobilize all its power to annihilate your sacred land. Wu Zikuan seethed with anger, his panic intensifying. If he could not reclaim this object today, he would become the scapegoat of his entire sect. A burden he could never bear. Silence! Lin Kai struck with his palm, unwilling to waste words on them. Yet this seemingly ordinary strike bore an unbearable weight for all present. Wu Zikuan, the 8 elders, and all disciples felt as though they were summoned by death itself. They had no time to defend themselves. In an instant, they were all claimed by Lin Kai's hand. Once the 3 sects were reduced to nothingness, the onlookers remained in stunned silence. Chapter 47. 1 month later, establishing the sect and accepting disciples. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the designated task. Reward. A temple of martial arts has been granted. Note. Within the Gongfa temple, warriors of any realm possess corresponding martial skills and techniques. Lin Kai gazed upon a miniature Gongfa temple before him, which effectively replaced the original Gongfa temple in the Holy Land. The previous temple was incomplete, but fortuitously, this new structure awarded by the system encompasses all realms, thus offering a more comprehensive experience. In the Holy Land, a new Gongfa temple emerged. and all inhabitants recognized it as the handiwork of their sovereign. Having completed this task, Lin Kai turned to look at Sun Ming and the other 5 individuals, who had just dispelled their defenses, their faces filled with admiration toward him. You have performed admirably. In the face of such perilous attacks, you remained steadfast at the mountain gate. What reward shall I bestow upon you? Lin Kai said with a smile as he regarded Sun Ming and his companions. He then rummaged through his spatial ring, his gaze swiftly settling on a collection of medicinal pills, specifically a selection of bottles for the Great Ascension stage. As Sun Ming and his companions had all reached the peak of the fusion stage, advancing further would lead them to the Great Ascension. Since these pills held no value for Lin Kai, he extracted 5 and sent them flying towards Sun Ming and his companions. Perplexed by the sight of the pills, Sun Ming instinctively inquired about Lin Kai's identity. This holy land belongs to me. Who do you think I am? Lin Kai replied, grinning at the 5 of them. Aside from the Emperor and the Quasi-Emperor, none of the fusion stage practitioners had seen Lin Kai's true visage. Suddenly, Sun Ming and his companions' pupils dilated in shock as they gazed at Lin Kai, astonished that the youthful figure before them wielded such immense authority. As the very master of the Holy Land, we pay our respects to the Holy Lord. We did not recognize you earlier. Please forgive us. They clasped their fists in a bow toward Lin Kai. Waving his hand, Lin Kai gestured for them to accept the pills. Take them. The extent of your breakthrough depends on your own fortune. After expressing their gratitude once more, Sun Ming and his companions accepted the pills. Subsequently, Lin Kai turned his attention back to the distant figures, including those concealed in the void. To his surprise, the hidden individuals felt a sense of unease as Lin Kai's gaze swept across them, as though he had seen right through them. How terrifying. Who is this person that makes me feel as if I am being scrutinized by a deity? That glance nearly shattered my spirit. Thankfully, he harbors no ill will. The 3 sects have been annihilated by him. I wonder if their main base will send reinforcements for revenge. Could he be planning to eliminate us? He appears so handsome, charming, and understanding. Surely he cannot be that sort of person. Lin Kai smiled at their discussions. Esteemed guests, I am the Lord of the Holy Land. I have come today to announce but one matter. In 1 month, the Xianxia Holy Land shall officially commence the recruitment of disciples. Interested individuals may come to participate in the selection. Regardless of age or cultivation level, as long as one meets the requirements, anyone may enter the Holy Land. His voice resonated throughout the Sandian Cliff, leaving the gathered practitioners in awe of this announcement. After delivering his message, Lin Kai led Sun Ming and the others back into the Holy Land. Half a day later, the entire southern province was once again abuzz with commotion. The Fenglin Sect, Yaoling Sect, and Xianming Sect, who had sent forces to attack the Xianxia Holy Land, were all annihilated on the spot. This undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to the power of the 3 sects. Even the formidable storm thunder cannon of the Yaoling Sect was seized. The 3 sects were furious, vowing to mobilize their entire strength to obliterate the Xianxia Holy Land. Many believed that the Holy Land could not withstand the onslaught of the 3 sections. Although high-ranking fusion stage practitioners were slain, each sect still had a terrifying presence guarding them. Thus, many remained skeptical of the Xianxia Holy Land's survival. However, this was only one part of the story. Another piece of news captivated the entire southern province and the border regions. The Xianxia Holy Land was opening its doors to recruit disciples. The events surrounding the 3 sects quickly lost their fervor as discussions shifted to the recruitment of disciples by the Holy Land. Various hermit families and sects emerged, calculating that this era was one of great competition. On a distant peak, an elderly man gazed into the horizon, accompanied by a young disciple. Disciple, I have nothing more to teach you. The Xianxia Holy Land is recruiting. This may be your opportunity. Do not let it slip away. The young boy, filled with reluctance, understood that to change his current fate, he must forge ahead. He knelt behind the elder and bowed deeply several times. Master, I shall surely return having mastered my skills. Watching the boy depart, the elder nodded in satisfaction before vanishing like a wisp of white smoke. In a certain mortal district, a young man declared, Father, do not worry. I will surely become a disciple of the Holy Land, and then no one will dare to bully us. In another sect, a disciple asked, Master, can I truly participate in the Xianxia Holy Land's recruitment ceremony? Will the sect allow such a thing? In yet another hermit family, a young one reassured his grandfather, Do not worry. I will strive to become a disciple of the Holy Land. I am quite formidable. Throughout the southern province, similar situations unfolded, as countless practitioners, mortals, and hermits rushed toward Sandian Cliff, fearful of missing this opportunity. In the southern province, at Sandian Cliff, Lin Kai arrived at the main hall of the Holy Land, contemplating the future plans for the sect. System utilized 20 non-fusible tribulation summoning cards. After checking his spatial ring, Lin Kai proceeded to employ the summoning cards. Ding. detected that the host is about to use non-fusible summoning cards, initiating summoning. Ding. Summoning card successfully used. All summoned individuals will arrive at the main hall in 5 minutes. Note: all summoned practitioners from the summoning cards are invincible at their current realm, excluding the host, and possess absolute loyalty to the host. Soon after, Lin Kai summoned the Yuan Tianyi siblings. The 5 arrived at the main hall in the blink of an eye upon receiving Lin Kai's message. We pay our respects to the Holy Lord. Lin Kai waved his hand, signaling them to take their seats. The Holy Land is opening its doors to recruit disciples. The attire and tokens must be arranged promptly. After delegating tasks, Lin Kai explained the recruitment plan, which consisted of 3 assessments: talent, character, and loyalty. After outlining his plan, Yuan Tianyi, accompanied by Yuan Tenor and Yuan Tianxan, left to gather materials for the Holy Land's attire and tokens. Shortly after their departure, Lin Kai sensed 20 Tribulation Stage practitioners approaching the main hall. In the blink of an eye, 20 Tribulation Stage practitioners, evenly divided between men and women, arrived. We pay our respects to the Holy Lord, they exclaimed in unison, bowing to Lin Kai. Lin Kai acknowledged them with a nod and turned his gaze to Yuan Bilian and Yuan Bishuan. You two will be in charge of their arrangements. After finalizing the plans, Lin Kai departed the main hall, returning to his palace on the back mountain, awaiting the grand ceremony of opening the sect in 1 month's time. Then there are the garments of the sacred land. The attire is uniformly colored in black and white, with the only distinction being the insignia emblazoned on the chest, such as ZYDZ, and so forth. This allows for easy identification during inspections, greatly facilitating the process. After UNTNY elucidated this to LNKI, LNKI held a token that belonged to him and infused it with a stream of spiritual energy, ensuring that his essence was embedded within it. However, LNKI felt something was amiss. He picked up other tokens and contemplated, and an idea dawned upon him. Subsequently, he infused the new token with 3 protective measures and established an indelible formation to safeguard the bearer's information. As a disciple of the sacred land, it was essential to exhibit methods distinct from other factions. After some toil, he instructed that the remaining tokens be prepared following the steps he had just outlined. This would henceforth serve as the standard configuration for the sacred land. LNKI approached UNTNY and patted his shoulder. Yes, Lord of the sacred land, I shall fulfill the task. UNTNY replied with a fist salute. Very well. Distribute the completed tokens promptly and arrange for the others as soon as possible, ensuring that every disciple joining the sacred land possesses one. After sending UNTNY away, LNKI followed closely behind and departed the main hall. Outside the Hu-11 sacred land, there was a noticeable transformation from before as the time for accepting disciples approached. Some shrewd merchants, sensing an opportunity, had already selected prime locations, preparing to profit handsomely. 1,000 meters away, within 10 days, the once lush forest had vanished, swiftly replaced by various shops. These included taverns, inns, gambling houses, alchemy shops, weapon stores, and other high-demand establishments, all appearing in this vicinity. With an increasing influx of cultivators arriving to participate in the recruitment, the population had surged to the hundreds of millions in just 5 days. Such an overwhelming number left one to ponder how many would fulfill their aspirations of joining the Hu-11 sacred land. Every habitable shop was filled to capacity, leaving no extra space for these cultivators. Some could only retreat to distant caves, waiting for the grand recruitment ceremony. The entire Sandy-NY was teeming with people. An impressive scene that left many in awe, perhaps something they had never witnessed in their lifetime. Heavens, I never expected such a multitude to attend the selection. How terrifying. With so many gathered, what immense power they must possess, perhaps enough to overwhelm the entire southern region. Damn it, I arrived too late. I can't even find a spot to dig a hole. These people are insatiable. They are nearly crowding the entrance to the mountain. Let us act like civilized beings. Damn it, who touched my backside? Is it that cramped? As these cultivators awaited day and night, only 1 day remained until the Hu-11 sacred land opened its doors to disciples. This single day felt like an eternity, an arduous wait indeed. Soon, they finally arrived at the day they had longed for, the day the Hu-11 sacred land would officially accept disciples. At this moment, within the main hall of the Hu-11 sacred land, LNKI occupied the highest seat, with UNTNY and his 5 siblings, along with 20 crossing tribulation stage cultivators, and 5 individuals whose cultivation levels were inscrutable, seated below him. Joy was etched on every face. The sacred land was on the cusp of welcoming fresh blood. The appointed hour had arrived. Everyone follow me, LNKI declared, casting his gaze over all present. Under LNKI's lead, they exited the main hall, stepping into the void and soaring towards the mountain gate. Upon reaching the entrance, They were momentarily taken aback by the throngs of figures before them. They had not anticipated that billions of cultivators would attend the Sacred Land's recruitment ceremony. As Lin Kai and his companions appeared before the crowd, a wave of excitement surged. Look! At the forefront is the Lord of the Sacred Land, so young and handsome. I wish to marry him and bear him a multitude of sons. I envy others. Humph. With your looks, even a dog would find you unappealing. Dream on. What did you say? Speak again if you dare. Have you noticed? Aside from the Lord of the Sacred Land and those 5 at the fusion stage, the remaining 20 are all at the crossing tribulation stage. What a terrifying lineup. Whoa. There are 20 at the crossing tribulation stage. No wonder they dared to annihilate those 3 sects. Such depth is not typical of ordinary sects. Indeed, with such formidable beings, I must join the Sacred Land and become one of them. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Kai remained vigilant. He summoned the power of the laws to create a staircase of heavenly steps, matching the number of stone steps in the Sacred Land, totaling 9,999 tiers. This magnificent structure stretched 1,000 meters in length and 100 meters in width, capable of accommodating tens of thousands simultaneously for the assessment. Esteemed cultivators, to join the Sacred Land, you must pass 3 trials. The first is this heavenly staircase before you. Lin Kai's voice resonated in every ear present. He proceeded to elucidate the rules. The first trial serves as a test of talent, capable of determining an individual's limits, even if one lacks potential. Ascending the specified number of tiers will still qualify them as a disciple of the Sacred Land. Naturally, Lin Kai limited the required ascension to 1,000 tiers. 100 tiers for ZYDZ, 400 tiers for outer disciples, 800 tiers for inner disciples, and 1,000 tiers for core disciples. Upon concluding his explanation, Lin Kai established a designated space at each tier. Upon meeting the conditions, participants would automatically progress to the second trial of temperament. Should both trials be successfully navigated, the final trial would test loyalty, serving as the ultimate challenge. Upon passing all trials, one would instantly become a member of the Sacred Land and receive generous rewards. Lin Kai's words were clear and resounding, echoing like thunder. Now, dear cultivators, the level you can reach depends on your own fortune. I wish you all the best of luck. As Lin Kai's words concluded, tens of thousands began their ascent up the heavenly staircase, united by a singular purpose, to conquer all trials. Observing the participants ascend, Lin Kai departed, leaving the subsequent arrangements to UNTNY and the others. As for Lin Kai, he returned to his secluded garden, leisurely savoring the Tao Enlightenment tea while watching the challengers navigate the trials. Chapter 49, Ascending the Ladder. The Assessment. In the square of the Sacred Land, UNTNY and his companions arrived and took their seats. With a wave of his hand, a scene unfolded before them, showcasing the challengers. Millions of individuals simultaneously ascended the stairs, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands had already reached the 50th tier. Every contestant exerted their utmost effort, unwilling to be the one left behind, especially those who were cheering for the challengers. Their anxiety palpable, wishing they could ascend the stairs themselves. Son, go for it. You can do it, just as I said. Dear, did you see? Our son is about to become a disciple of the Sacred Land. Why hasn't he, that little rascal, ascended the stone steps yet? What is he waiting for? WNRGU. If you become a disciple of the Sacred Land, I will marry you. My precious daughter, be careful. Don't get hurt, if necessary. I'll support you for life, boo-hoo. Damn it. If this little brat fails to become a disciple of the Sacred Land, I'll sever ties and have another. Soon enough, after a brief period, more than a dozen individuals successfully reached the 100th tier, meeting the requirements to become ZYDZ, marking a commendable start. Conversely, some challengers struggled to progress further, stagnating at just a few tiers, unfortunately missing this opportunity. The relatives who once encouraged their kin now erupted in anger upon witnessing their children lagging behind, leading to moments of harsh criticism. Lisan, hurry up and climb. I am dying of anxiety. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. How could I have given birth to such a useless child? Do not even think about inheriting my legacy. My son, you need to ascend quickly. With your turtle-like speed, several rounds of participants have already passed. Sierre, why aren't you rushing? Others have already climbed to the 100th floor, and you are still stuck on the 69th. Useless. You infuriate me. I allowed you to cultivate diligently, yet you chose to seek pleasure in debauchery. And now you have been surpassed by a girl. In the audience area, there is a constant buzz. Some are joyful while others are distressed. Watching their children surpass countless others and successfully reach the lowest threshold of the Holy Land brings immense joy. Moreover, there is a dense crowd of new challengers rushing towards the steps, swiftly ascending to the first level. It is hard to believe that the test has only been underway for 2 hours, and still, a steady stream of cultivators is flying towards the Xianxia Holy Land. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the sky is nearly filled, and some are still en route, hurrying along to avoid missing this opportunity. In the back mountain of the Holy Land, Lin Kai gazed at the multitude of figures before him, his lips twitching involuntarily at the sheer number. With this many participants, it may take several days to conclude the assessment. However, this aligns perfectly with Lin Kai's intentions. The more disciples join the Holy Land, the greater the number of talented disciples it will cultivate. It is anticipated that these individuals will successfully pass the 3 trials. On the other side, atop the assessment steps, the number of individuals on the 100th floor gradually increases, while only a few continue onward. Merely a dozen cultivators remain. Many have halted at the 100th floor, clearly having reached their limits, and subsequently, they voluntarily entered the second stage of the mental test. Even the disciples of the miscellaneous roles wish to undergo testing. The Holy Land tolerates no blemishes. Even the miscellaneous disciples have the opportunity to advance to outer disciples. The mental test is quite simple, also known as the test of humanity, examining the essence of one's heart. Before long, over 100 individuals entered the second stage simultaneously for the mental test. They entered an independent space created by Lin Kai, where a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He is Xianxia, an outer elder within the Holy Land at the tribulation stage. Upon noticing the entrance of challengers into this space, Xianxia opened his eyes and stood up as the number of participants approached completion. I am the elder in charge of the second stage. You may call me Elder Zhang. Xianxia's gaze locked onto each challenger as he continued. The second stage is straightforward. Simply pass the trials within the illusion, and you will officially become a miscellaneous disciple of the Holy Land. Following this, Xianxia gestured for the 100 challengers to sit cross-legged. In his hand appeared an object known as the Soul Mirror. The Soul Mirror flew into the air as Xianxia infused it with spiritual energy, activating the mirror. The test officially commenced. As Xianxia's voice fell, the 100 seated challengers each entered their own unique illusions. Each individual's illusion was distinct. Some faced injustice, witnessing companions fall. Others encountered hordes of demonic beasts, while some were surrounded by treasures. The Soul Mirror possesses the autonomous ability to determine whether an individual is qualified or to be eliminated, thus greatly expediting the process. Not long into the test, several cultivators were eliminated, and upon awakening, they wore expressions of shame. After a quarter of an hour, all participants had completed the assessment. Out of the 100, only 80 were successfully pre-selected, while 20 were eliminated. The successful ones were transported back to the Holy Land Square, where they were welcomed. The unsuccessful individuals were sent away, never to enter the Holy Land again. At this moment, on the stone steps, someone had already reached the 120th level. This was a youth named Ma Liang, a servant from a small family, who accompanied his master Li Yuan to participate in the Holy Land assessment. Unexpectedly, he had unwittingly advanced to the forefront, surpassing both his master Li Yuan and other prodigies. This scene astonished both the head of his family and those who recognized Ma Liang. Is that really Ma Liang? I can't be mistaken. Indeed, it is him. Wasn't he just a useless waste? Who would have thought a mere servant would dare to surpass my son? Once he comes down, he will pay for this. What an uncouth servant, lacking any discernment. How ironic it is to be surpassed by a family servant. Others, unfamiliar with Ma Liang and his family, felt uncomfortable upon hearing their conversation. They never expected that countless talented youths would be outperformed by a servant. In that moment, Ma Liang seemed to transform, casting a resolute glance back at those behind him, his determination unwavering. Despite being a servant, he harbored the heart of a warrior, unimpeded by anyone. Li Yuan, Ma Liang's master, upon witnessing this, felt neither jealousy nor animosity. Although they were master and servant, in private, they were good companions. Li Yuan had never regarded Ma Liang as merely a servant. When Ma Liang's gaze met Li Yuan's, Li Yuan immediately gave him a thumbs up, a smile spreading across his face. Keep going. Do not abandon the conviction within your heart. As time passed, the assessment had reached its 3rd day. Over these 3 days, many cultivators had successfully passed the assessment, becoming part of the Holy Land. In the Holy Land Square, each disciple who passed the assessment was in shock, their eyes wide as lanterns. This is the Holy Land. Such dense spiritual energy. Is this the legendary manifestation of spiritual energy? This place is not a holy land. It resembles a fairyland. Cultivating here is extraordinarily efficient. I am so fortunate to be among them. With such rich spiritual energy, I will surely quickly enter the chi refinement stage. Oh no, why do I feel my realm is shifting? Am I breaking through the foundation building stage? No way. Is it possible I am also about to break through? The mood among the 100 successful challengers shifted to one of elation. Congratulations on becoming outer disciples. I am the vice sect leader of the Holy Land. Welcome to our ranks. Yuan Tianyi sat in position, observing these fresh faces with a smile. We bow to the vice sect leader. Over 100 disciples bowed and clasped their fists toward Yuan Tianyi. Next, you will follow the outer elders to receive your garments and tokens. Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint the hopes of the Holy Land. After Yuan Tianyi finished speaking, he gestured for an elder at the tribulation stage to lead the way. Subsequently, an outer elder named Zhang at the tribulation stage approached the disciples and led them away. Yuan Tianyi and the others turned their attention back to the projection before them. On the steps, Ma Liang's figure reached the 420th level, already meeting the criteria for inner disciples. Yet he did not stop there, continuing to ascend. Through these 3 days of trials, Ma Liang's unwavering heart of a warrior grew stronger. Originally at the 5th level of body tempering, he had now advanced to the 1st level of qi refinement. Behind Ma Liang, 3 figures were swiftly pursuing him, 2 males and 1 female. These 3, named Nangong Xiaodian, Zhuge Yu, and Qin Yinyu, were young masters and mistresses from a hidden noble family. They had been friends since childhood, delighting in rivalry, always eager to compete in everything. The 3 possessed similar strengths at the foundation building stage. Xiaodian, can you keep up? You look drenched in sweat. Hurry and catch up. Zhuge Yu teased Nangong Xiaodian, who lagged several steps behind. Nangong Xiaodian, however, did not respond to Zhuge Yu's provocation. After a moment of adjustment, he continued forward. Seeing that the other did not reply, Zhuge Yu chose not to speak further and also pressed on. Qin Yinyu swiftly approached Nangong Xiaotian, wiping the sweat from his brow. Keep it up. Xiaotian, I shall await you ahead, she said, her face adorned with a mischievous grin as she gazed at him. Nangong Xiaotian merely smirked. Rest assured, I shall not be bested by you all, especially that scoundrel. Do not revel in your triumph yet. His serious gaze was fixed on Zhuge Yu ahead. On the 5th day, the number of disciples who passed the assessment was steadily increasing, while those eliminated were also substantial. The participants in the assessment had dwindled to less than half, nearing its conclusion. In these few days, aside from Ma Liang and Zhuge Yu, several dark horses had emerged, having ascended to the 400th level, reaching the positions previously held by Ma Liang. Ma Liang himself remained firmly in 1st place at the 650th level, while Zhuge Yu and his companions were within the 500th level. At the 430th level stood a young man named Shi Chuan, clad in black attire, his back adorned with a wooden sword. His pallid complexion suggested a certain frailty, yet none dared to underestimate him. Just half an hour prior, he had only embarked upon this staircase, and now, half an hour later, he had leapt to over 400 levels, leaving the audience in awe. Who is he? Such incredible speed. Is there such a figure in Nanzhou? They wondered, realizing the hidden talents of the region. Could it be him? One pondered, struggling to recall his name. Shi Chuan, having emerged 2 years prior, challenged the younger generation of major sects without a single defeat, wielding a wooden sword on his adventures. To their astonishment, he had arrived to partake in the assessment of the Huaxia Holy Land. What? He is Shi Chuan, the man who once rendered the entire Nanzhou sects unable to hold their heads high. The audience's focus shifted entirely to Shi Chuan, captivated by this legendary figure. Before long, Shi Chuan ascended to the 500th level, rapidly closing in on Zhuge Yu and his companions. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths. Shi Chuan's velocity intensified, leaving Zhuge Yu and his companions far behind, now merely 10 steps away from Ma Liang. Goodness, where did this prodigy emerge from? Is it truly necessary to be so exaggerated? Zhuge Yu was left in shock by Shi Chuan's speed. Ma Liang, glancing back at Shi Chuan, was not surprised. He understood well the principle that there are always greater talents beyond his own. Shi Chuan's cultivation level surpassed his by several realms, reaching the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, a strength that Ma Liang could palpably sense. They exchanged glances and nodded in mutual acknowledgement. You are impressive, keep it up, Shi Chuan remarked to Ma Liang. To Ma Liang's surprise, such words came from Shi Chuan, and he responded with a smile. Then, with a swift stride, Shi Chuan surpassed Ma Liang, seizing 1st place and continuing his ascent. The staircase's challenge did not rely solely on cultivation level. It was a test of one's potential and talent. Potential and talent determined the heights of one's growth. Otherwise, how could Ma Liang, a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, surpass so many and lead the front? As Shi Chuan overtook Ma Liang, not only did the assessors gasp in astonishment, but the audience also erupted in chatter. Indeed, Shi Chuan is formidable. He has surged to 1st place. It appears he is the greatest dark horse this time, they remarked. Ma Liang is commendable as well. Having reached this point, his life is destined for the extraordinary. We must also strive harder. We cannot afford to be left behind. One exclaimed, how could this be? I have only just stepped onto the 300th level, and in the blink of an eye, I can no longer see his silhouette. The Lord of the Holy Land. Lin Kai observed Shi Chuan's performance with keen interest. Regrettably, he had no immediate plans to accept disciples, but might reconsider should he find interest in the future. Not only Lin Kai was keeping an eye on Shi Chuan. Powerful figures and aspiring emperors lurking in the shadows also recognized his potential and did not wish to miss the opportunity. Upon reaching the 800th level, Shi Chuan felt a weighty pressure that hindered his ascent. After half an hour of endurance, he adapted to this pressure and continued his upward journey, each step fraught with difficulty. Meanwhile, the cultivators behind him surged forward like they had been invigorated, each striving to climb higher. As the 7th day approached, the number of challengers dwindled, and only a few 100,000 remained for the assessment. In the audience section, those watching their children, husbands, and grandchildren gradually caught up with the initial climbers, filled with joy. "Son, I always knew you were exceptional. Keep pushing forward," a wife declared. "As long as you succeed in joining the Holy Land, I shall consent to your taking that woman as a concubine." Just as the Huaxia Holy Land's assessment was nearing its conclusion, a crisis loomed over them. In Nanzhou, a new alliance had formed, a coalition of the Fenglin Sect, Yaoling Sect, and Xianming Sect, dubbed the Extermination Alliance, aimed explicitly at the Huaxia Holy Land. This news spread rapidly throughout Nanzhou, stirring excitement. "Have you heard? The Extermination Alliance has begun to mobilize against the Huaxia Holy Land," they exclaimed. "I thought those 3 sects were intimidated. It seems they were merely biding their time." The Extermination Alliance. Will they face defeat once more? If they do, they may find no refuge left in Nanzhou. Another quipped, "If those 3 do not act soon, I would have thought they had been vanquished by the Huaxia Holy Land." Is the Huaxia Holy Land not recruiting disciples? I wonder if anyone will choose to abandon the assessment upon hearing this news. After all, these 3 sects had long-standing reputations, and their combined strength could overwhelm any new sect. In Sandianya, many cultivators received messages from friends urging those wishing to join the Holy Land to depart swiftly to avoid being slaughtered by the 3 sections. The speed at which this news spread ensured that all in Sandianya were immediately informed. The audience area erupted in chaos. What did we just hear? The 3 sects have formed an alliance to exterminate the Holy Land? What? Are they truly attacking the Huaxia Holy Land? Is this real? Why did they not come sooner or later, but precisely now? Should I tell my rebellious child to withdraw from the assessment? What should we do? My son has finally succeeded in joining the Holy Land. Should I urge him to leave? Do the people of the Holy Land know this news? How will they respond? Meanwhile, those who had been eliminated from the Holy Land rejoiced at the news, grateful for their timely dismissal, for otherwise, they would have faced the onslaught of the 3 sections. The Zhu Fa Alliance has done remarkably well, annihilating that accursed sect which dared to eliminate me. It serves them right. You expelled me merely because I glimpsed the female disciples bathing in the illusionary realm? My situation is quite similar. I merely pilfered their intimate garments. Let it be destroyed. What is merely a sacred ground? What is so remarkable about it? Is there anyone willing to join the Zhu Fa Alliance? Since we have been expelled by them, let us join other factions. You are right. It is but a sacred ground, perhaps even lacking the depth of the Zhu Fa Alliance. At this moment, in the Sacred Ground Plaza, the rumors circulating outside could not escape the notice of Yuan Tianyi and his companions. They initially intended to send someone to obliterate this so-called alliance. Yuan Tianyi even specifically inquired about Lin Kai's thoughts. However, Lin Kai's subsequent words led him to abandon the idea of dispatching anyone against this alliance. Why rush? Would it not be more advantageous when they come to us voluntarily? At that time, we can annihilate them before billions of onlookers. The effect would be far superior. To speak the truth, after considering Lin Kai's words, Yuan Tianyi found them exceedingly reasonable. When we eliminate the members of the Zhu Fa Alliance before such a vast audience, the reputation of the sacred ground will echo throughout the entire Nanzhou, even the whole continent. This is far more effective than silently striking them down. Perhaps, upon witnessing the might of the sacred ground, more talented individuals will choose to align with Huaxia sacred ground, believing it to be their ultimate sanctuary for becoming powerful. Meanwhile, the cultivators undergoing the latter assessment also received messages from their families. Some urged them to withdraw from the assessment promptly, abandoning this selection. Others encouraged their children to make a choice, and they opted for silent support. Soon, several cultivators on the ladder withdrew without hesitation, believing that the sacred ground could not prevail in this battle. Others remained steadfast in their belief that the sacred ground would surmount this crisis. On the 600th tier, Zhuge Yu and his companions also received the outside rumors, but they paid them no heed. Just the status of their 3 hidden families was enough to instill fear in the 3 families of the Yaoling sect. Each family possessed 1 or even 2 formidable ancestors guarding them. not inferior to the strength of the three sects. As Ma Liang ascended to the 700th tier, he received a transmission from Li Yuan, which he resolutely rejected. He was but an inconspicuous figure, indifferent to the so-called joint assault of the three families against the sacred ground. Given the opportunity presented by the sacred ground to participate in the assessment, he would not easily relinquish it. Even if he ultimately became a disciple of the sacred ground, facing the imminent threat from the Xiu-Fa alliance, everything would be supported by the influential figures above. He would continue to forge ahead, and the moment he stepped onto this ladder, Ma Liang had already determined his path forward. He aspired to become an unparalleled powerhouse. What fear did these so-called crises hold? He would accept whatever came his way. As for Shi Chuan on the 850th tier, his singular goal was to reach the pinnacle swiftly and become a core disciple of the sacred ground. The rumors outside held no sway over him. The Xiu-Fa alliance was already gearing up for battle with a mere command. They would immediately march towards Huaxia sacred ground. This group comprised not only disciples from the three sects, but also those eliminated by Huaxia sacred ground. They had come to the Xiu-Fa alliance, volunteering to join. The Xiu-Fa alliance welcomed these self-nominated cultivators wholeheartedly, as they could serve as cannon fodder. And there was no grounds for refusal. Chapter 52. The assessment concludes. The crisis approaches. March 4th. Annihilate Huaxia sacred ground. A resounding voice echoed from the grand hall of the Xiu-Fa alliance. All cultivators gradually boarded the warships, flying towards the location of Huaxia sacred ground. This undoubtedly attracted many onlookers. Wherever there was excitement, there they were. Within Huaxia sacred ground, only a few million cultivators remained in the assessment. Currently, the number of servant disciples had reached an astonishing several million. The outer disciples numbered 500,000. The inner disciples totaled 300,000. The core disciple slots were pending allocation. Shi Chuan and Ma Liang. Shi Chuan had already reached the 1000th tier, rightfully claiming the title of first. Meanwhile, Ma Liang halted at the 820th tier. He felt no dissatisfaction with this outcome. He was quite content with it. At this moment, Shi Chuan and Ma Liang entered their respective second trials, the temperament test. This time, the scenes they beheld were identical. Within the illusion, Shi Chuan and Ma Liang were the senior and second senior brothers of the sacred ground, wielding formidable power and renown that spread across the continent. They donned the attire of core disciples of the sacred ground. The sacred ground was currently besieged by a more formidable enemy. Their bodies were drenched in the blood of foes, as well as their own. Witnessing countless junior disciples fall before them, including several elders of the sacred ground, they felt despair as the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Even their lord, Lin Kai, had sustained grave injuries. The entire sacred ground lay in ruins, littered with corpses, both allies and enemies. Now, they faced an onslaught from the enemy. Upon witnessing their strength and potential, the enemy offered them an olive branch. If Shi Chuan and Ma Liang were to betray Huaxia sacred ground and join them, they would be nurtured into unparalleled powerhouses. I, Shi Chuan, have lived a life of integrity and honor. Do you expect me to betray my sect and fulfill your grand illusion? I, Ma Liang, feel the same. From the moment I joined the sacred ground, my life is no longer my own. Upon hearing their words, the enemy's formidable figures were enraged and commanded their subordinates to slay them. Aware they were no match for their adversaries, Shi Chuan and Ma Liang began to disintegrate. Even if they were to die, they would take their foes down with them. They ignited their life essence, ending their lives in self-detonation. A bright future scattered with the wind, henceforth separated by realms. In their final moments, Ma Liang uttered a phrase. Upon hearing this, Shi Chuan laughed heartily. Ha ha, well said, junior brother. In our next life, let us be brothers again. I shall take my leave. With that, Shi Chuan charged towards the enemy, exploding upon impact. Ma Liang followed closely behind. After their demise, the scene promptly vanished. 3 breaths later, Shi Chuan and Ma Liang simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanging glances and smiling. Indeed, congratulations on your successful assessment. You have officially become core disciples of the sacred ground. The speaker was Elder Zheng Hong, who was conducting their assessment. At the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendent stage. Thank you, senior. Shi Chuan and Ma Liang bowed and clasped their fists in respect to Zheng Hong. Zheng Hong nodded and teleported them to the sacred ground plaza. Upon their arrival, they felt the piercing gazes of several dozen individuals, giving them the sensation of being lambs led into a tiger's den. They greeted the esteemed elders. After forcibly calming themselves, Shi Chuan and Ma Liang bowed to Yuan Tianyi and the others. Receiving Yuan Tianyi's praise, you too are quite impressive. I hope you will always remain true to your hearts. He then gestured for Shi Chuan and Ma Liang to gaze upon the other 15 emperors. Among them, you may choose anyone as your mentor, or you may cultivate independently. Should you have any queries, you may consult them. Becoming a direct disciple of any of them would greatly benefit you. After Yuan Tianyi concluded, Shi Chuan and Ma Liang gazed at the 15 emperors before them, each appearing mysterious and powerful, leaving them uncertain about their choice. Young man, I see you are a sword cultivator, and so am I. Would you be willing to become my disciple? A middle-aged man named Jian Shisan perceived their dilemma and spoke first. I contend that Jian Shisan is but a sword cultivator. Am I not? Young man, my sword path surpasses that old fellow's. Why not join me? Among the 15 emperors, another known as Jian Shi directed his gaze at Shi Chuan. The words of Jian Shi and Jian Shisan only added to Shi Chuan's indecision, causing him to scratch his head in confusion. Yuan Tianyi instructed Jian Shi and the others to demonstrate their swordsmanship, allowing Shi Chuan to make his own choice. Jian Shi's sword path of slaughter pursues the ultimate in killing, with murderous intent at its core. Jian Shisan's sword path of freedom emphasizes a state of mind that is free and unrestrained, allowing sword techniques to flow spontaneously. After careful consideration, Shi Chuan chose Jian Shisan's path, as it aligned more harmoniously with his character. The realms of swordsmanship include sword chi, sword intent, sword heart, and the unity of man and sword. Each breakthrough in these realms requires sword cultivators to undergo various trials and deepening insights into the sword path. Ma Liang, on the other hand, chose a powerful emperor skilled in physical cultivation named Tai San. After passing the assessments, Ma Liang concluded that physical strength is fundamental to humanity. By continuously refining the body to a certain extent, one could even break objects with bare hands. Meanwhile, the assessments at the mountain gate had concluded, marking the successful initiation of disciples into the Huaxia sacred land. Coincidentally, the Alliance of Extermination, which had declared its intent to attack the Huaxia sacred land, arrived at the summit. Quickly, the surrounding cultivators cleared a path for them, some retreating far away in fear of being implicated. Look, the Extermination Alliance has arrived. Ha ha. Those who joined the Huaxia sacred land must be regretting their decision. Let's wait and see how the sacred land meets its end. Surely, the Huaxia sacred land cannot withstand this day. How pitiful. Are those in the coffin the ancestors of their respective families? I wonder what kind of strength they possess. These onlookers held little faith in the Huaxia sacred land, believing that even a large number of disciples would be futile. Listen, we only want the lives of the high-ranking members of the Huaxia sacred land. Those who do not wish to die, hastily distance yourselves. Otherwise, you shall all be exterminated. A cold, ruthless voice echoed throughout the sacred land. The speaker was none other than Duan Yanfeng, the leader of the Yaoling sect, at the 6th level of tribulation. Within the sacred land, regardless of whether they were outer or inner disciples, all felt a wave of unease upon hearing Duan Yanfeng's voice. Panic set in, and among the disciples, a small portion began to waver, contemplating withdrawal. I want to withdraw. I do not wish to die. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to a miscellaneous disciple. Upon witnessing this disciple's intent to leave, one after another began to step out from the throng. Yuan Tianyi and the other elders observed this unfolding scene without intervention. Are there others wishing to leave? We respect your choice. Chapter 53, The Emperor Ancestor. Yuan Tianyi addressed the disciples within the sacred land. Soon, tens of thousands from the outer sect began to depart, while over 1,000 from the inner sect followed suit. The Extermination Alliance kept their word. Those who left the sacred land faced no hindrance. As for those who chose to remain, they were already considered dead in the eyes of the Alliance. Kill them. Annihilate them. Duan Yanfeng commanded his followers. The combined forces of the 3 sects and temporary allies totaled several 100,000 cultivators, all of whom were at least Golden Core practitioners, charging towards the Huaxia Sacred Land's mountain gate. Inside the sacred land, as the opposing forces commenced their assault, Yuan Tianyi sensed that the moment had come to showcase the strength of the sacred land. Jian Shi, it is your turn. In the next instant, Jian Shi vanished from his spot, reappearing before the mountain gate. Millions gazed at Jian Shi, wondering if the sacred land intended to rely solely on him to confront the entirety of the Extermination Alliance. Ha! Is there no one else in the sacred land? Surely not. Is the sacred land entrusting their fate to this elder alone? I thought the Huaxiao sacred land was formidable. Is this all they can muster? The crowd expressed skepticism, while others questioned the opponent's true strength. Why does he seem to regard these attackers with such disdain? As the spectators continued to murmur, the newly joined disciples of the sacred land felt anxious witnessing the approaching army of tens of thousands. They were perplexed that no elders had been dispatched to confront the enemy. Only a single core elder had been sent. In the inner sect, Zhuge Yu turned to an elder named Feng Jinghui, who was at the Emperor realm. Elder, must we not take action? Shall we truly allow that elder to handle this alone? Feng Jinghui chuckled at this inquiry. You have just joined the sacred land. In time, you will understand. Just watch closely. On the Sacred Lands Plaza, Shichuan and Ma Liang shared the same confusion regarding Yuan Tianyi's decision to send only one elder. Teacher, must we not intervene? Ma Liang earnestly asked. Observing Ma Liang's bewilderment, Tai San regarded him with fatherly affection. His intervention suffices. We need not concern ourselves. Do not underestimate the sacred land. We are indeed quite formidable. With Tai San's reassurance, Ma Liang refrained from further questioning, though curiosity lingered about the nature of the sacred land he had entered. Back at the mountain gate, with the enemy approaching in droves, now merely hundreds of miles away, some had already commenced long-range attacks, unleashing terrifying onslaughts upon Xianxia. At that moment, under the gaze of millions, an astonishing event unfolded, shattering their understanding of reality. Xianxia, with hands clasped behind his back, cast a glance toward the oncoming foes. In an instant, the members of the Extermination Alliance erupted into a crimson mist, their forms disintegrating amidst a cascade of blood. The crowd was left in stunned silence, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. The sound of heartbeats echoed, resonating through the stillness. After a 10 count, some regained their senses, their pupils widening in disbelief. What? All annihilated? I didn't even see how he struck. They questioned their own perceptions. Could it be my eyes deceived me? Pain. This isn't dream. That scene truly unfolded before my eyes. They were not mere livestock. How could tens of thousands vanish in the blink of an eye? Look at the faces of those high-ranking officials from the Extermination Alliance. They resemble those who have consumed excrement. In the crowd, those who relished the spectacle engaged in lively discussions. Meanwhile, aboard their warships, the high-ranking figures of the three sects were caught off guard by this unexpected outcome, struggling to believe the evidence of their own eyes. Yet the truth remained. Their disciples had perished at a mere glance, without warning. Damn it! Who can explain what just transpired? How did he strike? How could they all be wiped out? For the slaughter of my sect's disciples, he shall not be forgiven. I will take my vengeance upon him. And I too. I refuse to believe he can eliminate us all in an instant. In an instant, chaos erupted. The distinguished figures aboard the Xianxiaaudiobooks Alliance's warship once again launched an assault on Xianxia, leaving only a handful of formidable companions aboard. Before long, 30 practitioners at the crossing calamity stage, including several peak-level experts, converged upon Xianxia with deadly intent. In mere moments, they were mere steps away from him, already envisioning his demise at their hands. Suddenly, these 30 masters found themselves paralyzed, their bodies trembling as every cell sensed an imminent crisis. Panic ensued. How could this be? Why could they not mobilize their strength? Had the opponent already transcended to that level? Impossible. It couldn't be true. Help! Summon the ancestor. After a brief struggle, Xianxia snapped his fingers. In an instant, their vitality was stripped away, their bodies transforming into wisps of white smoke until they completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. The spectators were once again left in a state of shock, witnessing another instant kill. On the warship, as they heard the words of their comrades in their final moments, they realized the futility of resisting this formidable foe. Plea to the ancestor. A sinister voice echoed, and all eyes turned to the Xianxiaaudiobooks Alliance's warship. 3 intricately carved wooden coffins caught their gaze. Upon the opening of the coffins, 3 emaciated elders emerged, their lifespans nearly expired. These elders were contemporaries, all possessing the cultivation of the first stage of the semi-emperor realm. Their mere glance sent shivers down the spines of millions present. Ancestor, our sect is in grave peril. We implore you to eradicate the opposing forces. The disciples aboard the warship knelt, bowing deeply before the 3 semi-emperor elders. What year is this? Has our sect fallen to such depths? I never anticipated that in my old age, I would witness a day of collaboration. Then let us fight. The enemy is powerful. Perhaps this will be our final battle. The 3 sect elders exchanged glances before focusing their gaze on Xianxia. In an instant, the 3 semi-emperor elders stepped forward, exuding the oppressive aura of the emperor's path as they directed their attack at Xianxia. This overwhelming pressure affected millions, rendering them breathless. How terrifying! These 3 must have reached a level beyond the crossing calamity stage. Observing their aura and the divine rings of the emperor's path behind them, they possessed the strength of the second stage of the semi-emperor realm. What? They are indeed semi-emperors. I must have underestimated their power. It is rare to encounter even one in a century, yet today there are 3. Wait, have you forgotten the one from the Holy Land? Although he has not revealed himself, he is undoubtedly a semi-emperor. As they deliberated, Xianxia made his move, seeing the 3 frail, old men advancing towards him. A smile crept upon his lips. At their age, being dragged into battle is truly lamentable. He then casually raised his hand and struck towards the approaching semi-emperor elders. Although they were semi-emperors, in the presence of Xianxia, they were akin to mere insects, only slightly stronger than the rest. Upon sensing the might of his attack, the three elders ceased to hold back, burning their lifeblood to reclaim their peak power. However, reality was not in their favor. How could this be? What level is he at? Could he possibly be an emperor? Impossible. The Tianxian continent has not seen an emperor in millennia. He cannot be one. My life is forfeit. Before the eyes of the crowd, the three semi-emperor elders perished under Jian palm technique. Aboard the warship, only the leaders of the three sects and a few elders remained. Witnessing their ancestors fall, they panicked and abandoned the warship, fleeing in terror. Jian, observing their actions, shook his head in resignation. He raised his hand once more, sending forth a strike that obliterated the fleeing individuals into nothingness. After dealing with them, Jian waved his hand, collecting the storage bags, spatial rings, and the warship itself, resources that could be utilized for the new disciples. Upon returning to the square, Jian presented the spoils to Yuan Tianyi. At the sect entrance, they were still reeling from the moment of the three semi-emperor elders' demise, until the last of the Zhu Fa alliance was extinguished. Everyone, the Holy Land assessment has concluded. Feel free to proceed. Yuan Tianyi's voice resonated throughout Sandianya. Thus, the matters concerning the Xia Holy Land reached a resolution. As for the three sects that formed the Zhu Fa alliance, their stronghold was not spared. Wherever they had been, the Holy Land's forces swept through, claiming everything in their wake. Those who sought to take advantage could only watch in astonishment at the scene before them. Could they be so desperate? Leaving nothing behind. It's unbelievable. Not even a scrap. They are not a holy land, but rather bandits raiding a village, leaving us with nothing. Within the Holy Land, Lin Kai surveyed the treasures laid out before him in the main hall, satisfaction evident on his face. Well done. Let this be the standard moving forward. Do not heed the gazes of others. As the leader of the Holy Land, he would spare no resources, regardless of their size. For there were over 100,000 individuals to support. One cannot fathom the burdens of leadership without bearing the weight oneself. For the newly admitted disciples, Lin Kai instructed Yuan Tianyi to relay a message to the corresponding elders. They would be granted 3 days to bid farewell to their families, after which they could not leave the sect or even return home at will. Every individual must adhere to the Holy Land's rules. Conflicts among disciples are strictly forbidden, and any casualties will result in expulsion from the Holy Land. Next, concerning the sect's training facilities for the miscellaneous disciples, the Holy Land would distribute pills and spirit stones monthly to enhance their strength and cultivation. Outer disciples could select a suitable spiritual weapon from the weapon pavilion. Weapon classifications include mortal weapons, magical artifacts, spiritual weapons, precious artifacts, and Dao weapons, with grades ranging from inferior to superior, and also including postnatal and innate treasures, as well as extreme Dao weapons. As for cultivation techniques, they could freely choose a suitable book from the 3rd floor of the technique hall, including divine abilities and scriptures. The technique grades are yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, with corresponding ranks of inferior, middle, and superior, followed by king and emperor levels. Inner disciples could select a precious artifact, with free access to techniques below the emperor grade in the technique hall, provided they possess sufficient strength to comprehend them. Core disciples face no restrictions, enjoying the same privileges as the elders. The techniques, secret methods, and divine abilities of the Holy Land are strictly prohibited from external sharing, even to family members. Lastly, the Holy Land will distribute cultivation pills and spirit stones each month. Upon hearing these words, all disciples of the Holy Land were filled with excitement, realizing they had indeed come to the right place. Spiritual weapons, precious artifacts, one for each. King-level techniques, various divine abilities and secret methods available for practice. They could hardly fathom such provisions. This standard in the Holy Land would likely only be accessible to those who achieve merit or are exceptional talents in other sects. These are treasures considered invaluable across all sects, yet in the Xia Holy Land, they can be so easily acquired. The elders' declarations further inspired the miscellaneous disciples within the Holy Land, prompting them to train tirelessly day and night, each striving to excel. The Holy Land began to function in earnest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the Holy Land and recruiting disciples for the first time. A special gift has been prepared for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a Grand Sect gift pack. Would you like to open it? Originally, Lin Kai was engrossed in perusing some ancient tomes when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ah, a Grand Sect gift pack? Let us open it. It has seemingly been a considerable time since Lin Kai last received a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bottles of vitality pills. Note: consuming one extends one's lifespan by a millennium. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a summoning card for 100 Imperial level alchemists. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000 weapons. Note, this includes spiritual weapons, treasured artifacts, and Tao instruments. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Imperial-level warships. Note, each warship can accommodate over 1 million cultivators, equipped with Imperial-level formations and 10 spiritual energy cannons. As the system's voice faded, Lin Kai gazed upon the rewards before him. With the development of the sacred land, alchemists were indispensable, and fortuitously, Lin Kai had acquired 100 Imperial-level alchemists, effectively resolving the issue of medicinal pills for the sacred land. In such a vast sacred land, it was impractical to continually procure medicinal pills from external alchemy pavilions. A black hole appeared before Lin Kai, and he proceeded to place all 100,000 weapons into the armory, alongside the 10 Imperial-level warships. System. Activate all Imperial-level alchemist summoning cards. Chapter 55, The Emperor's Tomb. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the summoning card for 100 Imperial-level alchemists. The summoning is in progress. Ding. Within half an hour, the individuals will arrive in succession. As the system's voice fell, Lin Kai resumed his reading of an ancient historical text. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and over 100 alchemists had successfully arrived at the sacred land. After issuing a few commands, Lin Kai allowed them to proceed. Upon bidding farewell to Lin Kai, the 100 Imperial-level alchemists entered the alchemy chamber and officially commenced alchemical operations. Before long, the entire continent buzzed with tales of the exploits of the xianxia sacred land following its recruitment of disciples, especially the 3 clans with quasi-emperors stationed at their sects, all of whom were annihilated by this newly emerged xianxia sacred land, single-handedly by one individual. Cultivators from the 2 neighboring states of Nanzhou were skeptical, deeming this sacred land merely a fabrication to elevate the xianxia sacred land's reputation. At the border of the southeast state, 3 forces held sway: the Sacred Domain Alliance, the Wind God Sect, and the Blood Moon Sect. 1 month prior, the Sacred Domain Alliance issued a bounty, as their members had not only been slain, but even their dispatched emissaries had been exterminated. Unfortunately, in the month that followed, the entire East State had failed to uncover any trace of the perpetrator, with suspicions arising that he might have fled to other states. Moreover, all cultivators in the East State and the southeastern border seemed to have gone mad in their search for the wanted criminal. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the individual they sought was in Nanzhou, within the xianxia sacred land. Indeed, that person was Lin Kai. At that time, after eliminating the elder of the Haotian sect, a self-proclaimed emissary of the Sacred Domain Alliance named Zhang Qian had confronted him, ultimately meeting his end at Lin Kai's hands. Within the main hall of the Sacred Domain Alliance, a middle-aged man sat at the head, known as the Alliance's Saint Lord, Tuoba Tian. Flanking him were 2 elders, core members of the Alliance, Sun Jianfeng, Yuan Shichang, Gong Taihong, and Wang Xianming. Saint Lord, currently, there is no sign of that individual in the entire East State. We may dispatch someone to investigate in Nanzhou. Regardless, whoever dares to slay a member of our alliance must be pursued to the ends of the earth. Perhaps we could pay a visit to the recently rumored xianxia sacred land. With their considerable numbers, they might assist us in locating the individual. I find this approach feasible. We could also bring some disciples for a friendly exchange. The 4 elders addressed Tuoba Tian, inquiring for his opinion. Despite being the Saint Lord of the Alliance, Tuoba Tian was merely a puppet propped up by Sun Jianfeng and the others, his authority rendered null. Very well, let it be as the elders suggest. Tuoba Tian nodded, having no authority to refuse. Subsequently, under the orders of the 4 core elders, an inner door elder led the top 10 disciples of the inner sect to visit the xianxia sacred land. Besides the visit, there was an ulterior motive: to seek the assistance of the xianxia sacred land in locating the fugitive. What they did not realize was that the sacred land they sought was established by the very wanted criminal they were after. Should they discover that the person they sought was Lin Kai, it would be intriguing to see their expressions. Simultaneously, a piece of news stirred excitement in Nanzhou. An astonishing emperor's tomb had emerged in a place known as Lanxi Valley. Speculation abounded regarding which powerful being's resting place it might be. Undoubtedly, this ignited opportunities for sects, clans, and rogue cultivators alike, as they envisioned treasures left behind by mighty beings. Upon receiving this news, all factions, regardless of size, rallied their disciples to head to Lanxi Valley. The xianxia sacred land was naturally the first to learn of the rumors circulating outside. Yuan Tianyi, upon receiving Lin Kai's response, instructed several elders to lead the disciples. It was time to make an appearance, Lin Kai remarked. After setting down his ancient tome, Lin Kai stretched lazily. Since establishing the sacred land, he had not ventured out to explore the world, feeling as if his bones were rusting. It was time to take a stroll. Let us see this so-called emperor's tomb. A void passage appeared before Lin Kai, and with a single step, he entered. Launchy Valley. A thin mist enveloped the valley. The vapor a soft purple, dreamlike and ethereal. This mist seemed alive, occasionally coalescing into various peculiar shapes before gently dissipating. Upon entering, one would immediately behold a peculiar brook shimmering with an eerie blue light. Outside the valley, over 10,000 cultivators had gathered, with more arriving incessantly. All eyes were fixed on a singular location. Like spring bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, two massive stone doors, each 100 meters tall, manifested before the onlookers. The doors were etched with ancient and mysterious runes, imbued with formidable restrictive power. Even the slightest breeze could trigger fluctuations in the runes, creating ripples of energy, as if warning those who dared to intrude. Before the stone doors stood two stone sentinels, each resembling a beast. Several formation masters were studying how to dismantle the restrictions upon the doors. Ultimately, based on their deductions, they concluded that this tomb was a heritage tomb with time constraints, only to be opened when the restrictions naturally lifted. Forcibly breaching the restrictions would result in a backlash from the formations, leading to dire consequences. Esteemed colleagues, this restriction has limitations. It cannot be forcibly dismantled. To enter, we must patiently wait. A master of formations named Zhu Changtai spoke. The cultivators who had traveled from afar were displeased upon hearing Zhu Changtai's words, suspecting that this so-called master of formations was attempting to deceive them, hoping to drive them away so that he could unlock the restrictions and claim the treasures for himself once they departed. Who knows if what you say is true? Step aside. I shall cleave this wretched restriction. A young man clad in blue stepped forth, wielding a massive blade, a Dao instrument. Without hesitation, he struck at the restriction upon the stone doors. Under the gaze of the crowd, the young man's attack was astonishingly devoured by the door's restrictions. After 10 breaths, no unusual phenomenon occurred upon the stone doors. The young man, dismissive, turned to the other cultivators. See, I must say, this group of old-timers is rather unscrupulous, attempting to deceive individuals like us. Is there truly nothing amiss? Shortly thereafter, the gaze of the assembled practitioners turned unfavorably towards the several masters of formations led by Zhu Changtai. In light of their actions, Zhu Changtai and the others could only shake their heads in resignation, realizing that if the other party refused to heed their words, they were powerless to intervene. Sure enough, the previously tranquil stone door began to exhibit a ripple of disturbance at that very moment. In the next instant, an unforeseen attack obliterated the young man in the green robe, leaving everyone astounded. Chapter 56, Hongyu Dadi. The sudden demise of the young man in green left the practitioners present in shock, taking an extended moment to regain their composure. What? He is dead. Could it be that the old man did not deceive us, and there truly exists a restriction? Damn it. I was nearly lured into attacking the stone door alongside that lad. Good riddance. He died well. We were almost misled into blaming those masters. At that moment, all the practitioners stood up to denounce the young man in green, attributing his own misfortune to his reckless actions. Not only that, but he had the audacity to incite the other practitioners against the masters of formations. They then bowed in apology to Zhu Changtai and the other masters. Suddenly, a voice rang out once more. Gentlemen, have you perhaps forgotten something? As the voice echoed, all eyes turned to a young man clad in blue. What is it? Another practitioner inquired. The young man in blue, realizing that everyone was now looking at him, inwardly cursed himself for being foolish. He could have seized the treasure while the other practitioners were distracted. Without hesitation, he devised a diversionary tactic to redirect their attention. Acting swiftly, he exclaimed, "Look over there." A naked woman, pointing towards a direction. Strangely, they instinctively turned to follow his gesture, piquing their curiosity. There isn't one. Where is the naked woman? Where is she? Damn it, what is this fool playing at? I can't believe this. By the time some of them realized the ruse, it was too late. In the next moment, their gazes returned to the young man, who was racing towards a spiritual weapon. It dawned upon them what was happening. The weapon of the young man in green had become unclaimed following his demise at the hands of the stone door's attack. His sudden death had left the warriors oblivious to the existence of that great sword. Damn it, this lad deceived us. How audacious. I wondered why he fell silent. It turns out he intended to monopolize this spiritual weapon. Let's teach him a lesson. The weapon is mine. No one else shall contest it. Get lost. That weapon clearly belongs to me. Soon, they all dashed towards the location of the weapon. The young man in blue was on the verge of seizing it when he was suddenly struck from behind, sending him flying several meters. You are courting death. No. You are the one seeking death. Just as the fray for the spiritual weapon began, a figure emerged from the void. It was Lin Kai. The practitioners on the ground were entirely unaware of Lin Kai's arrival, engrossed in their fierce struggle for the weapon. Lin Kai surveyed the scene from above. Upon witnessing their brutality over a low-grade spiritual weapon, his expression remained unperturbed. Such trinkets appeared as mere refuse to him. leaving him puzzled as to why they were so fervently contested. Had they known Lin Kai's thoughts, they would not have known how to respond. How noble of you. How impressive. Indeed. Lin Kai's gaze shifted from the warriors to the stone door. The aura of the restrictions emanating from it was inconsequential to him. Subsequently, Lin Kai stepped forward and entered the stone door. Inside the tomb, he was greeted by an interminably long passageway, with no end in sight. The stone walls flanking the passage were adorned with vivid murals, depicting the glorious achievements of the tomb's master throughout his life. From his arduous cultivation in his youth to his invincible stature dominating the world, each image seemed to pulsate with life. In the scenes of battle, one could feel the energy clashes of various imperial techniques, the expressions of the figures vivid, some resolute, others valiant, all showcasing the legend of the emperor. Hongyu. Indeed, he is the master of this tomb. 100,000 years ago, the Tianxian continent was not known by this name, but was called the Tianxian realm. It was the origin world of the cultivation realm. In a bid to stave off a cataclysm, ancient powers employed defiant means to isolate the Tianxian realm. Little did they anticipate that this action would incite monumental changes, ultimately leading to the evolution into the present-day Tianxian continent. On the Tianxian continent, the pinnacle of a warrior's cultivation is limited to the emperor realm. As for the emperor stage, many individuals spend their entire lives without ever attaining it. Some may not even set foot in the quasi-emperor stage throughout their lives. Such insights were gleaned by Lin Kai from ancient texts. As Lin Kai quickened his pace towards the depths of the passage, outside the tomb, the struggle for the spiritual weapon had concluded, claimed by a formidable swordsman. Each individual glared at one another in fury, realizing that despite their numbers, they could not compete with him, and were even injured in the process. This highlighted the terrifying strength of the opponent. Shortly thereafter, several sects arrived at the scene. Observing the gathered practitioners, they began to disperse them. Step aside. Xianxia's sect is here. Do not obstruct our path. A haughty voice rang out. The practitioners shifted their gazes towards the source of the voice. Ever since the three sects were obliterated by the Huaxia Holy Land, the Xianxia sect had rapidly risen, becoming a major sect following the fall of those three. They had absorbed numerous smaller sects and families, and their confidence grew with each passing day, strutting about with an air of superiority. Hearing rumors of the emperor's tomb in Lanchi Valley, they hastily summoned their disciples to partake. By what right? This is not your territory. Do not overstep your bounds. A voice of dissent rose from the crowd against the Xianxia sect. Within the ranks of the Xianxia sect, an elder quickly fixed his gaze on a young man, and without hesitation, unleashed a lethal attack upon him. How my sect conducts itself is not for you to dictate. Soon, the onlookers witnessed the young man who had spoken perish on the spot. Following this brief interlude, the crowd obediently yielded the foremost position to the Xianxia sect. Half an hour later, all manner of forces had gathered, yet the Huaxia Holy Land remained conspicuously absent. As they patiently awaited the automatic dissolution of the stone door's restrictions, the sky was suddenly shrouded by an unknown entity, plunging into darkness. All eyes turned upwards, revealing a warship. As the warship descended slowly, the first thing everyone noticed was the blood-red flag of the Huaxia Holy Land. Look, it's actually people from the Huaxia Holy Land. It seems they too are interested in this emperor's tomb. It appears we might miss out on the good treasures this time. Come, let us pay them a visit. We must establish a good rapport. Indeed, cultivating a relationship with a holy land might prove beneficial in the future. Before the Huaxia Holy Land's people even disembarked, a path was already cleared for them, and even the previously arrogant Xianxia sect wore expressions of conciliation at this moment. Chapter 57. Entering the tomb ahead of schedule. As the members of the Huaxia Holy Land disembarked one after another, the leading inter-sect elder, Feng Jinghui, stowed away the warship. The other two inter-sect elders, Yu Fenghua and Lu Hongsheng, led the disciples of the Holy Land towards an open area. The disciples of the Holy Land, feeling the envy reflected in the eyes of those around them, walked with their heads held high in the procession. Ha ha ha, esteemed friends from the Holy Land. Your journey has been arduous. We are honored to have met some of you. After this matter concludes, we sincerely hope to engage in further exchanges with the Holy Land. What do you think, dear friends? As they observed the elders of various sects attempting to forge connections with their own esteemed elders, Feng Jinghui and the other two elders merely nodded, showing no desire for camaraderie. In light of their indifference, those elders who sought to befriend the Holy Land felt an awkwardness so profound that they could have dug a hole in the ground. Yet, they dared not voice their discomfort. Ahem. Now that most of the guests have arrived, let us discuss how to allocate the treasures of this tomb. An elder from the Tai Su sect stepped forward to break the tension. The crowd quickly returned to the matter at hand, glancing at the restrictions on the stone door and then towards the formation masters, led by Zhu Changtai. Might I inquire if you esteemed masters can ascertain how long this restriction will remain in place? The speaker was an elder from the Xianlei sect. Zhu Changtai and the others shook their heads. Regrettably, this formation exceeds our capabilities. However, based on the historical occurrences of similar ancestral tombs, it is likely that the restriction will be lifted within 3 days. We can only wait and see. Regarding the formation of this imperial tomb, they acknowledged their limitations, as only a Grand Master or higher could dismantle it. The classification of formation masters includes novice, skilled, expert, master, grandmaster, and emperor level. Upon hearing Zhu Changtai's words, the crowd remained silent, as they were mere outsiders and could only heed the formation master's counsel. 3 days was but a fleeting moment for them, and they could afford to wait. While the crowd sat in meditation, awaiting the outcome, within the ranks of the Holy Land, Feng Jinghui and the other 2 quasi-emperors, under the gaze of all, produced a set of formation flags and directed them at the restrictions on the stone door. Open. A voice resonated through the air. All present were struck with astonishment as their gazes riveted on the formation flags. Had the restriction on the door been shattered? How could this be? Had the restriction failed? Just moments ago, the masters had predicted a 3-day wait. Indeed, the Holy Land was remarkable. They did not act lightly, yet when they did, it left everyone in awe. They have entered. Does this mean we can also enter, or do they intend to keep it all for themselves? They had witnessed firsthand how a certain sword cultivator had attacked the stone door only to meet a grim end. Now, a scene unfolded that was difficult for them to comprehend. Go in. This is your first trial. Regardless of the dangers within, you must stand united. Feng Jinghui urged the thousands of disciples behind him. Leading this expedition was Shi Chuan, whose strength had already reached the 4th level of transformation. Ma Liang was also present. After much cultivation, his prowess had soared from the Qi refinement stage to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Not only these 2, but all disciples had made progress during this time, thanks to the rich spiritual energy of the Holy Land. Yes, Elder, we will protect our junior brothers and sisters. Shi Chuan pledged, bowing respectfully to Feng Jinghui and the other 2 elders, as Shi Chuan led the disciples of the Holy Land into the tomb. The restrictions on the stone door reactivated. Other sects and families, witnessing this turn of events, felt a glimmer of hope, never having anticipated that the Holy Land possessed a means to dispel the restrictions. Even Zhu Changtai and the other formation masters found themselves intrigued by the formation flags Feng Jinghui had produced. For formation masters, studying formations was their greatest passion, without exception. Esteemed friends, we did not expect you to possess such admirable techniques. Might we? Indeed. We are all cultivators from the same province. Do not forget us. Since we have all come with our disciples for training, why not let them compete against each other, allowing them to gauge their own strengths? Yes, esteemed friends. Given the number of spectators, we must not tarnish the reputation of the Holy Land. In response to these discussions, Feng Jinghui's actions were straightforward. An overwhelming quasi-emperor's pressure descended upon them. Silence. To Feng Jinghui and the other 2, these individuals were unworthy to negotiate terms in their presence. What? He is a quasi-emperor? Impossible. The terrifying pressure, even if not directed at them, was overwhelming enough that they felt powerless to resist. Those who wish to live, step aside quickly. Damn it. It's all those old fellows from the sect's fault for provoking them. This individual is a quasi-emperor. Surely the 2 beside him are as well. Could it be that the Holy Land is a nest of quasi-emperors? The cultivators present murmured amongst themselves, their eyes wide with disbelief. The most humiliated of all were the elders of the sects, who felt the suffocating aura emanating from Feng Jinghui, rendering them nearly breathless. Akin to errant children kneeling in repentance, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Senior, spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes. Senior, in the spirit of being from the same province, please let us off. Do not hold our transgressions against us. Yes, yes. Senior, treat us as insignificant, and let everything be at your discretion. Fortunately for them, Feng Jinghui harbored no murderous intent. Otherwise, a mere thought from him could have obliterated their very souls. Subsequently, Feng Jinghui withdrew his pressure and left them with a final remark. The tomb will automatically open in 3 days. What you obtain then will depend on your own fortune. Inside the tomb, Shi Chuan led the disciples of the Holy Land through the passageway, where they beheld the vivid engravings adorning the stone walls. These disciples had never encountered such lifelike murals, each depicting a different expression. This was indeed the legacy of an emperor in his lifetime, Emperor Hongyu. It felt familiar, as if he had seen it in an ancient tome, but the memory eluded him. The imposing figure exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to penetrate the very canvas. Alas, even emperors are not immortal. Judging by the scenes depicted, the final battle must have been against a formidable being, leading to his own diminished lifespan. How fortunate we are to enter early. Otherwise, how could we witness such magnificent sights? The disciples gazed at the murals, filled with admiration and wonder. Before long, they completed the passage and arrived at another tomb entrance. Carefully, Shuchuan pushed open the stone door, and the eyes of the crowd sparkled with joy. Chapter 58. I can grant you another life. Wow, so many treasures. Weve struck gold. Surely not. After being in the Holy Land for so long. How can these bad habits linger? Overwhelmed by the abundance of treasures, I momentarily lost my wits. Under Shuchuan's guidance, they collected all the treasures within the tomb chamber. Over 10,000 individuals split into 10 teams, frantically gathering various treasures from the chamber. Half an hour later, every item, from medicinal pills to weapons, spirit stones, martial arts techniques, and divine abilities, had been successfully secured without a single loss. The entire process had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any danger, which left Shuchuan, the eldest brother, feeling a sense of unease. Though this was his first venture into an imperial tomb, the text had indicated that every tomb harbored mechanisms and traps, some potentially involving attacks from formations. However, despite their prolonged presence within, they had encountered no peril, nor even the shadow of a formation, prompting him to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Fellow disciples, let us remain vigilant. Do you not think this is overly easy? Suddenly, Shuchuan's voice resonated in the ears of every disciple of the Holy Land. The moment Ishikawa's words reached the ears of the crowd, those who were initially enveloped in joy felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, abruptly breaking free from their fervent emotions and gradually regaining their composure. Reflecting on everything they had experienced since entering the first tomb chamber, a wave of apprehension washed over them. After obtaining treasures from the first chamber, they appeared to be bewitched, completely losing their rationality and vigilance, failing to pause and consider the potential dangers hidden within. Now, having calmed down, they realized that many things were amiss and suspicious. As the senior disciple, Ishikawa's ability to timely perceive the latent dangers and alert his junior brothers and sisters underscored his extensive experience and keen insight. However, Ishikawa had perhaps overthought the situation. The reason they had encountered no dangers was that their master, Lin Kai, had entered the tomb before them and had already eliminated these threats. Lin Kai's intention was simple. These so-called traps and formations posed little enhancement for his disciples, and it would be more beneficial to destroy them, allowing them to freely collect the treasures within the tomb. The entire tomb was vast, resembling a grand palace, and their current position was merely on the outskirts. The treasures they had acquired thus far were but a mere fraction of what lay within the tomb. Soon, they cleared the outer area, and after regrouping, Ishikawa led the team deeper into the exploration. Unbeknownst to them, all their actions were being observed by two entities. Perhaps more accurately, one person and one soul. At the deepest part of the tomb, this chamber bore no treasures. At its center rested a coffin. The coffin was crafted from a rare and precious wood, with mysterious runes inscribed on every inch of its surface, intertwining to form a teleportation array. Indeed, this coffin housed the remains of the great Emperor Hongyu. Yet it was an empty coffin, devoid of his body, serving instead as a passageway to another realm. At the other end of the passage lay a small world. However, there were no signs of life within. Before a palace in this small world, one person and one soul were engaged in negotiation. It was none other than Lin Kai, the first to enter the imperial tomb, while the soul belonged to the tomb's master, Emperor Hongyu. I never expected, fellow Taoist, that at such a young age, you possess such cultivation and strength. Fortunately, we are not of the same era, Emperor Hongyu remarked, casting a self-deprecating glance at Lin Kai. What could have caused you to become like this, a soul enduring in such a state? Lin Kai posed a critical question. Initially, Lin Kai had come to the deepest part to discover what treasures Emperor Hongyu had left behind. To his surprise, upon seeing the coffin, he found it empty of the emperor's remains and instead felt a hint of the formation's aura, prompting him to investigate further. Subsequently, he encountered the slumbering Emperor Hongyu, and thus their conversation began. This matter traces back to 5,000 years after I ascended to the throne, Emperor Hongyu recounted, explaining that on a certain day, 5 millennia later, he was engaged in battle within a forbidden zone. Unexpectedly, the creatures within this forbidden zone were affiliated with an evil organization from the world above. Every million years, they would unleash a massacre upon the Tianxian continent, harvesting the Tao fruits of this realm to exchange for greater power and longevity. Coincidentally, at that time, the opportunity arose. The opposing side intended to conduct a cleansing, only to encounter Emperor Hongyu at their doorstep, thus igniting a fierce battle. The entire Tianxian continent was nearly breached, the heavenly Tao crumbled, and Emperor Hongyu's followers perished in that conflict. Even Emperor Hongyu himself, relying solely on his strength, faced 3 malevolent beings, ultimately sustaining an indelible injury. The enemy's power was formidable. Had it not been for the world's suppression of forces above the emperor level, it is likely Emperor Hongyu would have been annihilated long ago. In the end, during that battle, Emperor Hongyu, with the last of his strength, split off a fragment of his soul to escape. While his true self self-destructed to eliminate his foes, the entire Forbidden Zone was reduced to nothingness under the force of an emperor's self-detonation, obliterating even the passage connecting to the upper realm. After several millennia of gradual recovery, the present-day Tianxian continent evolved, where even the quasi-emperors are scarce, let alone true emperors. Of course, except for the Huaxia Holy Land. For within the Huaxia Holy Land resides Lin Kai, the extraordinary. Upon hearing Emperor Hongyu's account, Lin Kai furrowed his brow. The world above, an evil organization, harvesting lives. He had no idea about these hidden truths. Currently, my soul cannot endure much longer. I seek to find a successor before I depart this world, so that everything may continue. I know fellow Taoist looks down upon my humble offerings, but if possible, I wish for you to take my legacy with you and pass it on to a worthy individual. As compensation, I shall grant you this small world, and all the treasures outside shall belong to you. As a once great emperor, in that moment, he appeared significantly aged. If I could grant you another life, what would you do? Lin Kai's words reached Emperor Hongyu's ears. Initially, Emperor Hongyu pondered whether Lin Kai would agree to his request. But he seemed to have heard something astonishing, gazing at Lin Kai with a hint of confusion. Fellow Taoist, do not jest with me. I was once a guardian of a realm. Such matters are not to be taken lightly. Emperor Hongyu shook his head. If I could achieve that, what would you offer me? Lin Kai inquired once more, his resolve unwavering. This time, Emperor Hongyu sensed that Lin Kai was not jesting. He did not seem to be lying. If fellow Taoist truly can grant me another life, then my life shall belong to you. Emperor Hongyu replied with equal seriousness. I awaited your words. The next moment, a sphere of pure imperial essence appeared in Lin Kai's hand, a reward bestowed by the system long ago, which he had kept in reserve. Today, it found its purpose. Sensing the familiar aura of essence in Lin Kai's hand, Emperor Hongyu was astonished, contemplating whether Lin Kai intended to use this essence to aid his rebirth. Fellow Taoist, what must I do next? Emperor Hongyu inquired. Lin Kai remained silent, but in his other hand, a force imbued with the vitality of the laws emerged. Indeed, this was one of the most primal and enigmatic powers in the universe. The law of life. This was also Lin Kai's first time utilizing it. With the aid of the law of life, combined with the imperial essence, Lin Kai could facilitate Emperor Hongyu's rebirth. From here on, you need only to leave it to me. You need not do anything. As Lin Kai's voice fell, the law of life enveloped Emperor Hongyu's soul. First, it elevated his soul's power to its optimal state, then infused it with the imperial essence. As the two forces merged, a new corporeal form began to coalesce at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, the newly reborn Emperor Hongyu stood before Lin Kai, having successfully resurrected and restored to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Cough, cough. Fellow Taoist, could you lend me a set of clothing? I find myself rather exposed. Emperor Hongyu blushed as he looked at Lin Kai. Lin Kai nearly forgot that upon resurrection, his skin was fully bared, with a wave of his hand. A set of garments belonging to a core elder of the Holy Land flew into Emperor Hongyu's hands. He couldn't help but cast a discreet glance at a certain part of Emperor Hongyu. Not as grand as I, Lin Kai muttered under his breath. Soon, Emperor Hongyu donned the attire, and it fit him perfectly. Thank you, Holy Master. From this moment forth, my life, Hongyu, is yours. The manner in which Hongyu addressed Lin Kai has transformed. At this instant, Hongyu feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He had anticipated departing from the homeland he once safeguarded, yet unexpectedly encountered a benefactor who rejuvenated his spirit. Very well, we are now kin. The matters here are concluded, so let us return to the Shengdi. Lin Kai expressed to Hongyu. But what about them? Hongyu gestured towards the disciples of Shengdi within the tomb, as well as the outer sect members. No need for concern. This tomb will serve as their trial. I shall inform the elders outside, and they will be directed back to Shengdi in due course, Lin Kai assured. Subsequently, Hongyu stored the small world within his being. Shortly thereafter, a void passage materialized before Lin Kai, and upon entering, the two departed from that place. Outside the tomb, Feng Jinghui received Lin Kai's message, instructing him to bring the disciples back to Shengdi once their trials were complete, as he had already secured the inheritance from within the tomb. Stunned by the swiftness of the Lord's actions, Feng Jinghui stood momentarily aghast. Old Feng, what troubles you? Inquired Lu Hongsheng from beside him. Feng Jinghui merely shook his head, signaling that all was well. Meanwhile, Lin Kai had escorted the Emperor Hongyu to Shengdi, and in the next moment, they found themselves within the grand hall of the main temple. Everyone is present. Perfect timing. Allow me to introduce Hongyu, who is now one of us, Lin Kai announced to Yuan Tianyi and the others. The Yuan siblings introduced themselves in turn, extending their greetings. They had not anticipated that the Lord would return with an emperor after his brief absence. As they engaged in casual conversation, a figure entered the hall, an inner sect elder named Xianxia, reporting to the Lord. A person identifying as a member of the Xianxiu alliance has arrived, accompanied by 3 disciples, seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai delved into his recollections, soon unearthing a fragment of memory. The Xianxiu alliance was indeed linked to a practitioner he had slain prior to his return to Tianfu City, who had claimed to hail from that very alliance. To his surprise, this alliance dared to send disciples for a visit after arriving in Nanzhou. A smile crept upon Lin Kai's face. Let them enter. Yuan Tianyi. You shall handle the reception, he instructed. At the gates of Xingdi, an elder awaited with 3 young disciples. The elder, Pang Dekang, was an inner sect elder of the Xianxiu alliance, accompanied by Ding Fanyu, Kong Shuheng, and Meng Xiaolan. Upon their arrival at the mountain gates, they were awestruck by the grandeur before them, which surpassed even that of their own alliance. Esteemed guests, the Lord of Xingdi invites you to follow me, Xianxia announced as he approached the entrance. Shortly thereafter, he led them to the plaza, where they were astonished. What an abundance of spiritual energy. It is even more potent than that of our inner sect, they exclaimed. Look at that. It resembles the legendary manifestation of spiritual energy. Remove the legend, and it is simply the manifestation of spiritual energy. How terrifying. Ding Fanyu and his companions marveled at the richness of the spiritual energy, discussing its implications. As an elder, Pang Dekang had witnessed many wonders, yet he too was taken aback by the scene before him. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure, unlike his 3 disciples, who were visibly startled. Forgive my companions, they have yet to encounter such grandeur, he apologized to Xianxia. Xianxia, understanding their awe, waved his hand dismissively. After guiding the 4 to the main hall, Xianxia took his leave. Yuan Tianyi, seated at the head of the dais, scrutinized Pang Dekang and his disciples. We, the members of the Xianxiu alliance, pay our respects to the Lord of Xingdi, Pang Dekang proclaimed, bowing first, with the others following suit. You have traveled far. Please, take a seat. Yuan Tianyi gestured for them to sit nearby. Once seated, a female disciple served them each a cup of tea. Lin Kai and Hongyu occupied the opposite side, observing the 4 newcomers. Acknowledging Lin Kai's gaze, Pang Dekang offered a polite nod. Acutely aware of the need for caution in a foreign domain, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Xingdi? Given that our 2 factions have had little interaction, Yuan Tianyi asked. Pang Dekang proceeded to extol the virtues of Xingdi, showering it with compliments, as is customary when seeking favor. After adjusting his posture, he rose and bowed to Yuan Tianyi, stating his true purpose. We have come with a request to assist in locating a certain individual. Any information would be met with a reward from our alliance. In an instant, Yuan Tianyi comprehended why Lin Kai had altered his appearance. He had surmised the situation accurately. Might I ask whom you seek? And do you possess a likeness of this person? Upon hearing this, Pang Dekang produced a memory crystal, revealing an image to the assembly. Within the spacious and opulent hall, the atmosphere grew tense as all eyes fixated upon the glowing memory crystal held by Pang Dekang. As the light flickered, a vivid image gradually emerged. The vision depicted a tall and handsome youth standing opposite a seemingly younger boy. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the youth was vanquished, the boy's palm sealing his fate. The youth's eyes brimmed with disbelief and despair as the light of life faded. The image concluded, and Pang Dekang, having retracted the crystal, sensed the weight of numerous gazes upon him, their expressions inscrutable yet laden with pressure. Esteemed guests, this is the individual we seek. I humbly request your assistance in locating him, Pang Dekang reiterated, bowing once more. Impudence. Yuan Tianyi's voice, grave and commanding, resonated through the hall. The suddenness of his outburst startled Pang Dekang and his companions, leaving them bewildered by the Lord's ire. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yuan Tianyi continued, addressing the 4 with unwavering intensity. Confusion enveloped them. They had committed no offense. What is the meaning of this? Have we inadvertently transgressed? Pang Dekang inquired, striving to maintain his composure. Yuan Tianyi, taken aback by their lack of understanding, glanced towards Lin Kai, who nodded affirmatively. What sin have you committed? Do you grasp the identity of this individual? Even should you locate him, how do you intend to handle the matter? Yuan Tianyi pressed further. Pang Dekang appeared oblivious to the implications, his mind seemingly clouded. Our alliance has considered this. Upon finding him, we shall first strip him of his cultivation, extract his soul, and sever his head as a warning. As he spoke, a realization dawned upon him. Wait, did I just hear something about his identity? Is there something remarkable about this youth? Could he possibly be a disciple of your esteemed sect? Pang Dekang tentatively inquired. If he is indeed a disciple of Xingdi, then it would be nothing short of folly, an invitation to his own demise. However, considering their alliance's standing is comparable to that of Huaxiaxing, both are forces of the same caliber, they cannot simply shield a disciple and provoke their Xingyu alliance. Even if the identity of the other party is indeed that of a disciple from the holy place, they must still provide an explanation to their alliance. Yuan Tianyi's subsequent words filled Pang Dekang with trepidation. The breath he had just released caught in his throat once again. His body involuntarily trembled as he gazed at Yuan Tianyi in disbelief. He is not one of our Xingdi disciples. Yet, the entirety of the holy place belongs to him. Who do you say he is? Upon concluding his statement, Yuan Tianyi's gaze turned cold as he swept over Pang Dekang. The three disciples beside Pang Dekang turned pale, their limbs quaking and hearts racing, collapsing to the ground. What did they just hear? The person that Xingyu Alliance had tirelessly sought was, in fact, the master of their holy place. It was utterly chaotic. How could a mere youth be the master of the Holy Land? How old could he possibly be? If, as Yuan Tianyi claimed, he is indeed the master of the entire holy place, then they would likely be unable to leave today, and the entire alliance would face an unprecedented crisis. How could this be? How could he be the master of the holy place? Pang Dekang ultimately could not believe it. How could such a coincidence exist? He had clearly come to Huaxiaxing seeking assistance on behalf of the alliance, yet he had unexpectedly fallen into a den of wolves. Then look at who I am. A voice rang out once more. Pang Dekang turned his gaze towards Lin Kai, only to witness the middle-aged figure transform into a youthful visage in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing Lin Kai's appearance, his anxious heart finally calmed. To cripple one's cultivation, extract their soul, and sever their head, this notion is commendable. I wonder if you can bear it in your hearts. As Lin Kai's words fell, his gaze fixated on the dantian of Pang Dekang and his three companions. In the next moment, the four of them sensed their own condition and discovered they could not perceive the location of their dantian, nor could they sense any spiritual energy. The dantian was gone. This was their first thought, yet they felt no pain. A painless dantian destruction? What kind of method is this? Before they could react, they seemed to lose consciousness. Upon opening their eyes once more, they were confronted with a terrifying sight. They had entered a state of soul, facing their own physical forms. Whoosh! In the next moment, they witnessed their heads and bodies completely severed. No, this cannot be real. Absolutely not. Pang Dekang confirmed his earlier words. Lin Kai had incapacitated their dantian. Witnessing his own head and body part ways, even their souls could not escape calamity. What are you going to do? We are members of Xingyu Alliance. You cannot kill us. As Lin Kai prepared to strike at their souls, Pang Dekang was engulfed in immense fear. Lin Kai grasped their souls in one hand, gently squeezing, and their souls dissipated. He commanded the annihilation of Xingyu Alliance. Lin Kai cast a glance at Yuan Tianyi. Yuan Tianyi nodded slightly and vanished from sight. At the junction of Southeast Province, Xingyu Alliance. In the main hall, several core elders, including Sun Jianfeng, were engaged in discussion. Suddenly, an urgent and anxious voice shattered the tense atmosphere. A grave situation has arisen. Elder Pang and the three inner disciples' life tokens have been shattered. Sun Jianfeng and the other elders turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. A male disciple rushed into the hall in a flurry, looking at the core elders. What did you say? Pang Dekang and the others are dead? Nonsense. Who dares to act so arrogantly? They do not even regard our Xingyu Alliance. Were they not visiting Huaxiaxing? Did the other party not succeed? Go and investigate. I want to see who is so reckless. Sun Jianfeng then instructed the male disciple to have the spies outside the alliance gather information. Meanwhile, at Huaxiaxing, under the leadership of a core elder and two inner elders, the disciples have boarded warships, heading towards the Xingyu Alliance at the junction of Southeast Province. This time, the annihilation of Xingyu Alliance is secondary. The more important task is to temper the disciples of the holy place. Since joining the holy place, they have yet to experience a true battle. Half an hour later, in the main hall of Xingyu Alliance, shortly after the male disciple departed, another urgent voice echoed from outside the hall, conveying a sense of unease. Bad news. Bad news. Warships are approaching our alliance. Chapter 61. Overwhelming suppression. The entire Xingyu Alliance was engulfed by this exclamation. Everyone was astonished. Someone is attacking their alliance? How utterly absurd. Subsequently, all members of the alliance rushed out to gaze at the warships soaring towards them. Activate the protective formation. Another voice rang out. Instantly, the protective formation of Xingyu was activated. They entered a state of readiness. Sun Jianfeng and the other core elders stepped outside. Upon seeing the flag raised on the warship, their expressions turned grave. They could not comprehend why the other party had come to their alliance with such fanfare. Reflecting on the recent demise of Pang Dekang and the three who had been sent to visit Huaxiaxing, a terrifying thought crossed Sun Jianfeng's mind. Soon, The warship from Huaxiaosheng hovered above Xingyu Alliance, slowly descending. Once landed, under the leadership of Inner Elder Wei Zhuqiuan, the disciples of the holy place disembarked and advanced forward. They halted less than 500 meters from the protective formation of the opposing alliance. We are unaware of your intentions, which have prompted such a commotion. As the host, Sun Jianfeng was the first to inquire. You should be well aware of what you have done. Wei Zhuqiuan's icy tone responded. Sun Jianfeng, uncertain if his suspicions were correct, boldly pressed on. He took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and said loudly, "It seems we have no conflict of interests. I believe your place has encountered the visitors I sent. But they have already been killed. Are you aware of this?" After delivering this statement, Sun Jianfeng fixed his gaze intently on the other side. However, this time, no one responded to Sun Jianfeng's words. In an instant, a chilling dread coursed up Sun Jianfeng's spine, rapidly spreading throughout his body. He felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Immediately after, an indescribable fear surged within him like a tide. It felt as though a pair of cold, emotionless eyes were fixated upon him, leaving him with no escape. Every inch of his skin trembled under this scrutiny, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Sun Jianfeng wished to turn and flee, but his legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, rendering him immobile. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire world was reduced to just him and that terrifying gaze. It was the death stare of a quasi-emperor. Noise. In the ranks of Huaxiaosheng, Wei Zhuqiuan's single glance ended Sun Jianfeng. In an instant, the protective formation of Xingyu Alliance vanished along with Sun Jianfeng. Because everything transpired so suddenly, the members of Xingyu Alliance were caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, not only had their protective formation disappeared, but they had also lost a core elder at the tribulation stage. Once they regained their senses, they instinctively began to retreat, overwhelmed by terror. Having silently experienced an event beyond their comprehension. Elder Sun is dead? How could this be? Moreover, when did the protective formation collapse? They had completely failed to detect the enemy's attack. These individuals are too enigmatic. We must flee. Is this truly the sacred land of Huaxia? It is as terrifying as the rumors suggest. As the disciples of the Xingyu Alliance vocalize their fears, some have already begun to retreat, fleeing the scene. Yuan Shichong, Gong Taihong, and Wang Xianming, the core elders of the Xingyu Alliance, sensed the impending crisis the moment Sun Jianfeng fell. As the covert controllers of the Xingyu Alliance, they still harbored confidence that they could withstand this calamity today. What a fine sacred land of Huaxia. Do they truly believe the Xingyu Alliance fears them? Without discernment, they have caused the death of one of our core elders. They shall pay. Everyone, prepare for battle. Those who flee shall be punished. Yuan Shichong warned all disciples of the Xingyu Alliance. Not only the disciples present, but even those in seclusion, including the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, were forcibly interrupted from their cultivation. What? Someone is attacking us. What force is so reckless? What? It is the people of Huaxia's sacred land. What has transpired? Do they believe us to be easy prey, taking the first strike to solidify their status in the cultivation world? The disciples who ended their seclusion were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. They gathered together, whispering amongst themselves, their faces etched with disdain and confusion. Suddenly, a swift command rang out. Immediately head to the battlefield and repel the foreign invaders. Under Yuan Shichong's forceful directive, the disciples had no choice but to obey and rush toward the Huaxia sacred land. As they beheld the enemies charging toward them, Wei Zhuqiuan raised his right hand and commanded, "Attack." His disciples responded in unison. In an instant, a surge of fervent battle spirit erupted from them like a volcano. The spirited disciples, akin to fierce tigers descending from the mountains, charged forth with unparalleled murderous intent against the approaching foes. Kill. Let them witness our might. After all this time training, we finally have the opportunity for a true battle. Taste my strike, Heavenly Horse Meteor Hammer. Your technique is lacking, behold mine. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Such intense combat naturally attracted onlookers. Within mere moments, the crowd grew, maintaining a safe distance from the battle, wary of becoming entangled in the conflict. Which faction is this? 10,000 against tens of thousands. Are they not simply sending themselves to slaughter? What a terrifying aura. Even from afar, one can feel its impact. Huaxia's sacred land. Is that not the force that once stirred the entire continent in the southern region? How did they come to this place and engage the Xingyu Alliance? So this is the sacred land. I have heard tales of their exploits, but I wonder how true they are. Amidst the discussions and doubts of the bystanders, the battle swiftly escalated. Huaxia's sacred land, with a mere 10,000, suppressed the tens of thousands of the Xingyu Alliance. This undoubtedly left those who doubted Huaxia's sacred land's chances of defeat feeling a stinging humiliation. The slap in the face came far too quickly. Huaxia's sacred land, you have gone too far. Within the Xingyu Alliance, Gong Taihong, witnessing his disciples fall one after another, was filled with rage. In contrast, the disciples of Huaxia Sacred Land, upon sustaining injuries, consumed healing elixirs, and not the ordinary kind. Their recovery was rapid, returning to peak condition in an instant, causing Gong Taihong to feel a surge of frustration. In a fit of anger, Gong Taihong unleashed a terrifying attack toward the disciples of Huaxia Sacred Land, believing it would annihilate thousands. Little did he know that as his attack approached the disciples, it was suddenly dissipated by a gust of wind. As elders of an older generation, it is best not to intervene in the struggles of the younger generation. Should there be a next time, it will lead to ruin. A voice imbued with a hint of murderous intent echoed, sending chills down the spine. Gong Taihong turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had not anticipated the presence of such formidable power lurking in the shadows, realizing the vast chasm between them and Huaxia Sacred Land. Yuan Shichong and Wang Ximing dared not take any action. They could only watch helplessly as their disciples were ravaged and annihilated by the disciples of Huaxia Sacred Land. Everyone, retreat. Gong Taihong, regaining his composure, boldly commanded, quickly urging his disciples to return to their side. Meanwhile, the disciples of Huaxia Sacred Land, engaged in battle, also heard Wei Zhuochuan's call and, well-trained, began to withdraw. Come back. That is enough. Soon, the battle ceased. Both sides found themselves once again in a standoff. Gentlemen, why not sit down and have a proper discussion? Moreover, continuing this way is detrimental to both our factions. Gong Taihong conceded. There was no alternative. They lacked the terrifying healing elixirs possessed by Huaxia Sacred Land and were resorting to underhanded tactics. What was the point of fighting? It would be wiser to concede and negotiate terms. Matters that can be resolved with coin are hardly worth the trouble. They genuinely feared the annihilation of their disciples, leaving them with no one but a hollow commander. Although they still had a top-secret backup plan, it was best not to use it unless absolutely necessary, as they could not fully control it. If it spiraled out of control, the Xingyu alliance might cease to exist. Oh, do tell. A figure emerged from the void, gazing at Gong Taihong. He was the other inner sect elder leading the team, Niechenfeng. Previously, when Gong Taihong attempted to strike at the disciples of Huaxia Sacred Land, it was he who had secretly warned him. Our elder has come to visit your esteemed land. Surely, it must be to explain the circumstances. As for why they were killed, I believe the ones we seek are indeed from your lands. Gong Taihong speculated as he spoke. Seeing that the other party remained silent, he affirmed, continuing, regardless of who is right or wrong, we have suffered losses. How about we withdraw peacefully? Gong Taihong was offering Huaxia Sacred Land a measure of respect. What other choice did he have? They were not as powerful as their opponents, and they dared not use their final trump card lightly. The current losses had not severely impacted them. If they could avoid war, they would. Such naive thoughts, Neil. Niechenfeng forcefully suppressed all members of the Xingyu alliance. In an instant, the sound of a sharp crack echoed as every member of the Xingyu alliance fell to their knees in unison, devoid of any resistance. They knelt in an instant. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire scene was so silent it felt suffocating. In mere seconds, the members of the Xingyu alliance were effortlessly subdued by Niechenfeng's overwhelming might, a sight so shocking it rendered onlookers speechless. Did you see that? Annihilating you is that simple. Niechenfeng sneered. Little did he expect to find himself in a position of superiority. Previously, he found such displays dull. But once he began to assert his own power, he discovered the thrill of it. No wonder they all acted so grandly. He thought to himself, what a delightful experience. How splendid to be imposing. As they observed the members of the Xingyu alliance kneeling, the onlookers held their breath, with only the sound of their racing hearts echoing. Wow. One command, and they kneel. What kind of cultivation does this person possess? Could it be? That is the Xingyu alliance. When did they become so weak? Is a change in the tides upon us? Is this Huaxia Sacred Land preparing to unify the continent? I must say, Huaxia Sacred Land is indeed formidable. One individual can subdue thousands. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Looking at the kneeling Gong Taihong and his companions, their expressions were grim. Eyes ablaze with fury, contorted in anguish. For a core elder of the crossing tribulation stage to be so easily subdued by the enemy, forcing them to kneel before so many was undoubtedly a humiliation. If that is the case, let us all perish together. Gong Taihong roared in fury, embodying the spirit of one determined to fight to the bitter end. The three men began to communicate discreetly, employing their final secret technique, for time was of the essence. However, when they attempted to summon the terrifying entity hidden deep within the alliance's underground, they were astonished to discover that no matter how hard they strived to sense its existence, it was as if it had never been there at all. Instantly, a sense of foreboding gripped Gong Taihong and his companions, leaving them rooted in place, dumbfounded. Suddenly, They heard an astonishing voice. Did the entity know what they were searching for? Are you looking for it? Tremors erupted from beneath the Alliance's sacred ground, as if something were striving to break free from the earth. The onlookers' gazes fixed upon the spot where the emergence was imminent. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. A deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It was a colossal creature measuring over 100 meters in length, its body adorned with black scales, and 2 small antlers atop its head. Its eyes, resembling black holes, were too terrifying to behold. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary He Jiao, the last trump card of Gong Taihong and his companions. Upon the creature's head stood a robust and imposing man, Meng Chuan, one of the core elders of the Huaxia Sacred Land, a being of the Emperor Realm. Since his arrival at the Sacred Domain Alliance, Meng Chuan had sensed the presence of a monstrous beast beneath the earth. Venturing underground alone, he discovered a young Jiao, bound by secret techniques that rendered it unable to move freely. Fortunately, Meng Chuan struck a deal with it. If it recognized him as its master, he would liberate it. Aware of its dire situation, the He Jiao readily accepted Meng Chuan's offer upon sensing his strength. This was why Gong Taihong had been unable to control the He Jiao for battle. Unbeknownst to him, it had already been freed with Meng Chuan's assistance. You shall perish. The He Jiao spoke with human speech, unleashing a devastating attack with its gaping maw and swallowing them whole. Not only that, but the other disciples of the Sacred Domain Alliance also met the same fate, consumed in a fit of long-held rage and resentment. Soon, all the kneeling disciples were devoured, leaving not a single survivor within the Sacred Domain Alliance. As for the Alliance's leader, Tuoba Tian, he had vanished without a trace at the moment the Huaxia Sacred Land struck, having quietly slipped away. He was merely a puppet within the Alliance, unwilling to sacrifice himself. Henceforth, he was a free man, no longer anyone's marionette. Next came the time for the disciples of the Huaxia Sacred Land to sweep the battlefield. This moment was undoubtedly the most joyous occasion for the many disciples, as countless treasures fell into their possession. Half an hour later, the Sacred Domain Alliance was thoroughly plundered, leaving nothing behind. Thus, the Sacred Domain Alliance met its demise. Chapter 63. The Tomb of the Emperors opens. Questioning life. This must be bandits raiding a village. After all the disciples of the Huaxia Sacred Land departed, those who had come to observe were eager to partake in the spoils, only to be met with a scene that left them dumbfounded. Initially, they had hoped to glean some benefits, but instead, they beheld a barren landscape. Soon, news of the Alliance's obliteration spread rapidly. Furthermore, the reputation of the Huaxia Sacred Land began to proliferate, nearly reaching the Central Plains. 3 days later, at Lanchi Valley, the day for the opening of the Emperor's tomb had arrived, and everyone was brimming with excitement and confidence. Yet, what they did not know was that the treasures within were on the verge of being completely swept away by the over 10,000 disciples led by Sichuan. If those who entered the tomb later were to witness such emptiness in the burial chamber, how would they feel? Moments later, the restrictions on the stone door of the tomb dissipated, and it slowly swung open. Under the guidance of their respective elders, members of other factions surged inside. Hurry! We must see if the treasures have already been taken. Huh? Do you think the Emperor's tomb is a mere playground? It is fraught with dangers. And to think they could have taken everything. You overestimate them. Perhaps they are currently facing peril themselves. The interior of the Emperor's tomb is fraught with danger. And even if they got in 3 days ahead of us, what difference does it make? Hurry in, or there might be nothing left. In mere moments, tens of thousands of people rushed inside. The elders from various factions remained outside, waiting, as there were age restrictions on entry to the tomb, preventing these old geezers from entering. Soon, those who had just entered were equally astonished by the murals on the stone walls, which were strikingly vivid. They did not linger and made a beeline for the innermost chamber. Upon reaching the first chamber designated for treasure storage, it was no surprise that it was completely bare. All chambers were in the same state. This left them feeling a tinge of unease. Although they had only entered the periphery, these treasures held little allure for them. Yet they still felt somewhat disgruntled. Damn it, the Huaxia Sacred Land is too unscrupulous, leaving us with nothing. At the very least, they could have left behind some spirit stones to offer us a modicum of consolation. Our chamber is just as clean it could reflect light. We can't help but envy them for being the first to enter and seize the treasures. Who says otherwise? What a pity. We are not part of the Sacred Land, nor are we as fortunate. Let us all rally. This is merely the periphery. The deeper we venture, the more perilous it becomes. Let us abandon the search of the periphery. There is nothing of value left. They understood that the periphery was devoid of any worth, hoping only that the deeper treasures had not been entirely claimed by the Huaxia Sacred Land. In the central area of the Emperor's tomb, as anticipated, all the treasures had been seized by Sichuan and his group. Now they were engaged in combat against a throng of puppets, each possessing formidable strength. sufficient for them to identify their own shortcomings through the ordeal. Watch this. Spirit Thunderspell. Damn, these puppets are too difficult to kill. Get away from me. They are impervious to blades and bullets. This is no game. At this moment, Shuchuan was battling one puppet, and no matter how he attacked, the puppet skillfully evaded every blow. If he had not sensed that this puppet bore no vitality, he might have suspected it was a human in disguise. Look how you evade this move, Xiaoyao sword technique, strike. Shuchuan cried out. In the air, countless spirit swords coalesced, transforming into a wave of power that surged towards the puppet. Then, the puppet was engulfed by Shuchuan's attack, its figure obscured. In the next moment, something peculiar occurred. Shuchuan's attack vanished, and the puppet sustained no damage whatsoever. Shuchuan was equally incredulous. Despite having reached the transformation stage and significantly enhanced his strength, he had failed to eliminate even a single puppet. As he scrutinized what made this puppet so unique, he unexpectedly discovered a flaw at its brow. Everyone collectively targeted the puppet's brows, which were their vital points. Shuchuan addressed the other disciples. Then, with renewed fervor, Shuchuan launched a strike against the puppet before him, executing a decisive blow with blinding speed. Bang! As expected, when Shuchuan's sword tip pierced the puppet's brow, it ceased all movement, collapsing into a pile of scrap metal on the ground. The other disciples of the sacred land, witnessing Shuchuan's success, each unleashed their attacks with utmost urgency. Damn it! So the weakness of this fellow lies in his brow. Die! I had suspected that this fellow was intentionally or unintentionally shielding his brow with his hand, fearing that we might uncover his weaknesses. Ah, my little puppets, prepare to meet your demise. In the blink of an eye, one puppet after another fell to the ground. Half an hour later, all the puppets in the central area of the tomb were annihilated by the people of Shuchuan. Subsequently, they ventured into the deepest layer of a secret chamber. Before their eyes lay a coffin, and nothing else was present. Thousands of individuals within the tomb searched high and low, yet they failed to uncover a single useful item. Then, they could only cast their gaze upon the coffin in the center, hoping for some treasure within. On the periphery of the tomb, disciples from other factions had already traversed the outer area and were making their way towards the central region. The entire outer zone was vast, and during this time, they lost their way several times. Fortunately, they ultimately found their way out. Even though they were aware that the people from Huaxiaxingdi had already scoured the area, they still harbored a glimmer of hope. Alas, events did not unfold as they wished, and not a single hair was left behind. As they approached the central area, they felt a sense of trepidation. Little did they know, those disciples from Huaxiaxingdi were feeling quite disheartened. After Shuchuan and his companions pried open a corner of the coffin, a dazzling golden light radiated from within, compelling everyone to shut their eyes. Their hearts unable to contain the joy. Ha ha ha, we have struck it rich. Given this situation, there must be a great treasure inside. Yet, one wonders if the legendary imperial weapon lies within. How delightful that would be. But perhaps we should lower our expectations. If we could find a postnatal or innate treasure, that would suffice. As they reveled in their joy and discussions with closed eyes, the golden light dissipated, and they eagerly pushed aside the entire lid. In mere moments, they had removed the lid of the coffin, and everyone surged forward to peer inside. However, upon seeing the contents, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. To their astonishment, it was empty. Could it be a mistake? Empty? What a letdown. Was this all just a grand deception? At the very least, they could have placed some spirit stones inside. How could there be nothing at all? Perhaps the opportunity lies around the coffin. I shall lie down and take a look. After repeated confirmations, they realized it was indeed an empty coffin, which undoubtedly plunged their spirits into despair, leading them to question their very existence. Chapter 64. The Contest. Ultimately, Shuchuan and his companions stored the coffin. Although there were no treasures within, the materials used to construct it were of remarkably precious Jinmu wood. This served as a small consolation for them. It is time to retreat. There is no further exploration value here. Shuchuan called to his junior brothers and sisters. Thousands of disciples proceeded along the route back. And just as they were about to exit the central area, they encountered another group of over 1,000 cultivators approaching from the opposite direction. The two factions soon collided. Being youthful individuals, neither side felt intimidated by the other's strength. Are you not from Huaxiaxingdi? It appears your haul this time is quite substantial. The speaker was none other than Fu Feiping, an inner disciple from Xianlei Sect. One might think their relationship was particularly amiable. However, Shuchuan's group paid him no heed, dismissing them entirely. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, Fu Feiping's face turned awkward, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. He thought, what is there to be so proud of? Are you not merely disciples of the sacred ground? Step aside, you are blocking our path. A disciple behind Shuchuan, named Zhuge Yu, interjected, step aside. This remark acted like a spark, igniting dissatisfaction among the other factions. Why should we move? Do you not see that we are also trying to enter? Indeed, do not presume that we fear you simply because you belong to the sacred ground. If you have the courage, let us compete. You ought to be aware that our numbers far exceed yours. Think carefully before speaking. Indeed, among those from other factions were many scattered cultivators, their numbers several times greater than Sichuan's group, some of whom were ruthless marauders. If provoked, it would not matter which faction one belonged to. They would be met with deadly force. Observing the opposing faction's provocations, the disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks also refrained from offering any friendly gestures. Barking dogs, if you dare, come and try us. Who is the coward? How dare you threaten us? Do you truly believe we are easy prey? We are of the sacred ground, so come and bite us if you can. They were all spirited young individuals who did not regard the opposing side with any respect. The atmosphere escalated into a fierce standoff, yet no one made a move, each waiting for the other to strike. Xiang Rui, 5th stage of Jin Dan. I would like to challenge the disciples of the sacred ground. A young male cultivator stepped forward, introducing himself and his cultivation level. Xiang Rui, inner disciple of Xianlei Sect. Upon seeing someone willing to challenge them, Sichuan's group was eager to engage, having long desired to spar with disciples from other factions. I will go, Zhang Fenghua, 5th stage of Jin Dan. Zhang Fenghua was the first to speak. The two stepped into the open area, ample enough for them to unleash their formidable techniques and secret arts. In the next moment, they clashed, engaging in close combat, with each punch landing solidly. Although both were of the 5th stage of Jin Dan, their strengths were vastly different. After several exchanges, Xiang Rui found himself at a disadvantage. You are lacking. Let the next one step forward. With a single move, Zhang Fenghua sent Xiang Rui flying several meters away. Xiang Rui did not expect Zhang Fenghua to possess such strength. Although they were both at the Jin Dan stage, their abilities were worlds apart. Had Xiang Rui trained at Xianxiaaudiobooks, his strength would have surged dramatically. He could not resent his defeat. Following Zhang Fenghua's victory, the disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks erupted in applause, cheering. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhang is indeed formidable. I am itching to join in. Not knowing what the others thought, they dared to provoke them. This individual does not appear particularly strong, yet one wonders about the abilities of the others. On the side of Xianlei Sect, witnessing their fellow disciples fall, they felt disheartened, each clenching their fists in frustration. I, Gu Alfing, will defeat you. A youth clad in brown stepped forward. Facing Zhang Fenghua, he did not underestimate his opponent, for he was well aware of Xiang Rui's capabilities. Thus, the battle between the two officially commenced, each move executed with impeccable precision, leaving both factions in awe of their prowess. They were both formidable, their strengths seemingly evenly matched. Go, Brother Zhang, bring him to his knees. This fellow possesses considerable strength. He has managed to hold his ground against Zhang Fenghua for so long without a clear victor. The battle soon escalated into a fierce confrontation. Both combatants bore numerous wounds, yet they exhibited no signs of retreat, their eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. Indeed, this is exhilarating. It has been far too long since I engaged in such a thrilling battle. Ha ha, how fortunate, I feel the same. In that case, let us settle this with a single decisive blow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wushuang, sword technique, Gu Alfing shouted. Instantly, his inner strength surged, and the sword in his hand transformed into a radiant comet, striking towards Zhang Fenghua with the force of a tempest. Bahuang divine hand. Zhang Fenghua, equally unyielding, unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, the shadows of his hands cascading like a mountain, bearing down upon Gu Alfing. As the palm force swept through, the air was compressed, producing a series of explosive sounds. In that moment, the entire arena was enveloped by these two formidable forces, leaving all spectators breathless and spellbound. The gaze was tense as they watched the battle between the two. After 3 breaths, the combat concluded, with Zhang Fenghua decisively defeating Gu Alfing's unparalleled sword technique with a single palm strike. I have been defeated, Gu Alfing exclaimed. However, they did not allow this setback to dampen their spirits. This confrontation yielded valuable insights for him. Zhang Fenghua, panting heavily, also felt a great sense of accomplishment from today's duel. Is there anyone else willing to fight? Zhang Fenghua scanned the crowd. The previously boisterous challengers fell silent. Feeling the pressure from Zhang Fenghua's consecutive victories, noting the lack of response, a smile crept onto Zhang Fenghua's lips. Since no one is willing to engage, please make way for our exit. Soon, the opposing forces parted, granting passage to the disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Sichuan stepped forward and patted Zhang Fenghua on the shoulder. Zhang Shidi, you possess impressive strength. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing Sichuan's commendation, Zhang Fenghua scratched his head and smiled. Thank you for your praise, Xixiao. Following this, Sichuan led his companions toward the exit, leaving the remaining factions behind. Shall we continue our search? Someone inquired. The others suddenly remembered they had come to seek treasures and inheritances. Let us press on. We've come this far. We can't return empty-handed. Despite believing that Shi Chuan and his group had collected all the treasures, they were determined to investigate further. Who knows, they might discover something overlooked by Shi Chuan's team, thus making the trip worthwhile. Chapter 65. The New City Lord, Lan Yuan. Half an hour later, Shi Chuan and his group emerged from the tomb. Upon seeing the disciples of Huaxia, the elders from the other factions wore expressions of heavy concern. Then, Feng Jinghui produced a warship, taking Shi Chuan and his disciples away from Lanqi Valley. Shortly after the departure of Huaxia, the disciples led by Gu Alfing emerged, all wearing forlorn expressions. What is the outcome? Any gains? An elder from Su Nl Izong approached. It was Qi Zikuan, one of the leaders of this expedition. The elders from other factions echoed his inquiry, seeking information about their disciples' fortunes. In response to the elders' inquiries, the disciples could only shake their heads in resignation. All the treasures were swept away by the people of Huaxia. We arrived too late. Fu Pingfei explained. This time, all factions have returned empty-handed. Not only did we miss out on the bounty, but we didn't even get a taste of the soup. Such audacity from Huaxia, attempting to monopolize everything. Qi Zikuan glanced at the others, noticing their shared dismay. Let us return to our sect. I will report the situation to the sect master. The various factions quickly retreated, leaving only the scattered cultivators behind. Back at Huaxia, after returning, Shi Chuan and the others reported all the treasures obtained from the tomb, which were duly submitted. The sect rewarded them with a portion as cultivation resources. The disciples felt no dissatisfaction with this arrangement. Instead, they were pleased. Meanwhile, outside, the news had begun to stir. With much discussion surrounding the appearance of the Emperor's tomb in Lanqi Valley, the public was quite displeased with Huaxia's actions, feeling it was unfair for them to hoard the entirety of the tomb's treasures. The other factions could only swallow their grievances, knowing they could not match Huaxia's might. The recent destruction of the three factions of Fenglin Zone was still fresh in their memories. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed without significant events in the southern province. However, in the neighboring eastern province, an unexpected visitor arrived. In Tianfu City, within the city lord's mansion, a tall and robust middle-aged man sat, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Standing over 8 feet tall, he resembled a towering mountain, evoking a sense of awe. The fierce energy radiating from him bore the weight of countless battles, a testament to his extensive combat experience. This middle-aged man was named Lan Yuan. Due to the vacancy of the city lord position, the empire had appointed him to take over. Along with this appointment came a mandate to capture the perpetrator responsible for the previous city lord's demise. An announcement was made. A reward of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones will be granted to anyone who provides reliable information regarding the murderer of the former city lord. Lan Yuan declared to the soldiers before him. Yes, my lord. The soldiers acknowledged the order and departed the mansion, posting the bounty notice at the city gates. This drew a crowd, all eager to read the announcement. Among them, an elder hurriedly departed upon gleaning the contents of the notice. In Tianfu City, the Leaf family. The elder arrived in the living room, the very same elder seen outside the city lord's mansion, elderly. He rushed into the hall, his expression frantic. Master, something terrible has happened. His voice echoed through the spacious room, startling the servants around him. Sitting comfortably in a high seat, Li Kuei savored a fine tea. Upon hearing the commotion, he calmly set his exquisite cup down and raised his head, his gaze steady and penetrating as he regarded the flustered elderly. The elder's face was flushed with urgency, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Master, I have just learned that the newly appointed city lord is conducting a widespread search for the murderer of the former city lord. Furthermore, he has issued a staggering bounty of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Li Kuei maintained an expression of calm, though his eyes narrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Is this information reliable? After a brief moment, he inquired. Absolutely, master. The city is abuzz with rumors and discussions about this matter. Elderly affirmed eagerly. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Our family's businesses can hardly earn that much in a year. I never expected the city lord's office to invest such a substantial sum just to apprehend a murderer. A realization struck Li Kuei, and a smile appeared on his face. Inform the city lord that the Li family will assist. I will go personally. With that, Li Kuei departed the Li family estate, making his way toward the city lord's mansion. In the southern province, at Huaxia, Lin Kai and Yuan Tianyi, along with their companions, gathered in the main hall. Each wore an expression of solemnity, contemplating the various actions of the nefarious organization mentioned by Emperor Hongyu. To prevent the Tianxian continent from enduring such tribulations again, Lin Kai resolved to investigate the Forbidden Zone. I will go with Hong Yu to scout the situation. You all stay here at the Sect and await my news. Lin Kai instructed Yuan Tianyi and the others. They nodded in agreement, watching as Lin Kai and Hong Yu entered the void passage before them. In Tianfu City, Li Kuei arrived at the city lord's mansion and met the newly appointed lord, Long Yuan. I am Li Kuei, the head of the Li family. I have heard that the city lord is seeking the murderer, and I happen to possess some information regarding that individual. Given the urgency of the situation, Long Yuan had yet to summon the clan leaders after taking office, so Li Kuei's arrival with desired information was unexpected. Oh, then please, Li family master, share your insights. Long Yuan is all ears. Long Yuan responded, his gaze fixed intently on Li Kuei. Subsequently, Li Kuei divulged all the information he possessed. Moments later, he recounted the truth, eliciting a mixture of astonishment and anger from Long Yuan. Humph, what an audacious castaway from the Lin family, possessing a modicum of strength, daring to be so brazen as to slay even the appointed city lord of the empire. We must procure the perpetrator's likeness. Even if it means overturning the entire Dongzhou, we shall capture the culprit post-haste. Li Kuei, feeling helpless, could only shake his head, then pondered that perhaps the city lord might inquire with the Lin family, as they could possess relevant information. Chapter 66, Blood Shadow Sect. On the Tianxian continent, in the deepest recesses of Beizhou, lies a foreboding zone shrouded in darkness and dread, known as the Yuing Demon Forest. The periphery of the Yuing Demon Forest is enveloped in a mist that radiates an eerie green glow. This mist seems almost alive, lingering around the woods year-round, flowing gently and shifting unpredictably. At this moment, Lin Kai and Hong Yu appeared within this very place. Is this the location? Lin Kai turned to Hong Yu in inquiry. Hong Yu nodded affirmatively. It is unexpected to return to this battlefield of yours, yet alas, they cannot return. Gazing at the scene before them, Hong Yu reminisced about the brothers who fought alongside him during those times. Fear not, their sacrifices shall not be in vain. They are the heroes of humanity. Lin Kai comforted him by patting Hong Yu's shoulder. Soon after, the two of them stepped into the Yuing Demon Forest. Upon traversing the thicket, they arrived at an expansive area, surveying the desolation around them, ruins as far as the eye could see, devoid of any intact structures. Above this desolate expanse loomed an infinite darkness, obliterating the sky and casting an oppressive atmosphere. Let us proceed. The teleportation array connecting to the upper realm lies deeper within. Hong Yu gestured towards a direction. Following Hong Yu's lead, Lin Kai and he swiftly reached their destination. Entering a dilapidated valley, Lin Kai beheld a towering teleportation array. Over 100 meters high, ravaged by the battle of 50 millennia past, Lin Kai attempted to activate it with his spiritual power, but found it utterly ineffective, indicating that a special object was necessary for activation. Just when they were at a loss for what to do, they suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence entering the area. The two of them concealed themselves in the void, eager to observe the intentions of these newcomers. At that moment, a group of mysterious individuals clad in black robes slowly entered the valley, their faces obscured beneath their hoods, rendering their appearances indistinguishable. However, as great emperors, Lin Kai and Hong Yu could discern their forms. Leading the group were 3 elders, followed by 4 middle-aged men and 2 youths. Hurry up. When we meet that esteemed one, be sure to perform well, and do not utter any erroneous words. If you offend that esteemed one, do not blame us for failing to warn you. You are the future of our Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. We have brought you here to broaden your horizons, warned the 3 elders, who claimed to be from the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, to the black-robed youths. The 2 youths nodded repeatedly, behaving like obedient children. Upon reaching the dilapidated teleportation array, one of the elders produced a broken black token. Concealed in the void, Lin Kai observed this scene, confirming his earlier conjecture that an object was indeed required for activation. The elder placed the broken black token into the slot of the teleportation array. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 20 breaths, just as the array began to emit a subtle vibration, initially resembling ripples on a calm lake stirred by a gentle breeze, this slight tremor rapidly intensified, akin to a snowball effect. Accompanied by the escalating vibrations, the black-robed figures, as if rehearsed, uniformly knelt upon the ground. They bowed their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, seemingly in fervent anticipation of the arrival of the mysterious and esteemed figure they spoke of. In the next moment, all eyes focused on the now somewhat dilapidated teleportation array. First, a foot clad in black boots slowly emerged from the array, followed by the other foot. Gradually, a silhouette became discernible. Ultimately, a middle-aged man stood fully revealed before the crowd. This man was tall and imposing, yet his complexion was unnaturally pale, reminiscent of one who had long suffered from illness. An indescribable malevolence emanated from his brow, instilling a chill in those who merely gazed upon him. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, it was evident that he was no virtuous individual. likely steeped in numerous transgressions. How has the situation unfolded? The middle-aged man inquired of the kneeling black-robed figures. Hearing his words, they trembled slightly, seemingly fearful of speaking incorrectly and facing punishment. Reporting, Lord Mo, all preparations are complete. We await your command. The leading elder reported earnestly. Upon receiving the desired response, Lord Mo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Once my Blood Shadow sect dominates this continent, you shall be regarded as the greatest contributors. Since the battle of 50 millennia ago, the representative of the Blood Shadow sect in this realm was exterminated, and even the significant figure behind them suffered considerable injury. Were it not for the suppression of this world, could a mere ant of the Great Emperor realm inflict such damage? Following that, the teleportation array was partially destroyed, and the activation token vanished, preventing the Blood Shadow sect from re-establishing contact with this world or entering it. Little did they expect that 300 years ago, the Blood Shadow sect discovered that this damaged teleportation array, which had lain dormant for millennia, had begun to stir, much to the astonishment of the sect's higher-ups. Subsequently, under the manipulation of the Blood Shadow sect's leaders, the connection to the Xianxian continent was successfully re-established. In the end, it was found that this teleportation array could not facilitate a true descent and could not remain active for more than half an hour. However, they did not mind, for simply reaching the Xianxian continent was the best beginning. In time, the Xianxia sect became a loyal follower of the Blood Shadow sect. To seize control of the Xianxian continent, the Xianxia sect, with the assistance of the Blood Shadow sect, expanded its influence, ultimately becoming the largest sect in Beizhou. Furthermore, they disseminated a nefarious tome entitled the Soul Returning Blood Scripture. Anyone who cultivates this technique will be entirely subjugated by the Blood Shadow sect, serving as vessels for their descent into this world. After centuries of scheming, the entirety of Beizhou has been engulfed by the Blood Shadow sect, with even other regions experiencing infiltration by its members. This demonstrates the formidable nature of the Soul Returning Blood Scripture. This is a reward for you. Perform your duties well, and you shall reap the benefits. As Lord Mo spoke, a spatial ring appeared in his hand. Observing the object in Lord Mo's possession, the three leading elders were filled with excitement, for they understood the terrifying nature of its contents. My lord, I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it. One of the three elders spoke up. Lord Mo regarded them coldly. What is it? Two black-robed youths were pushed forward, still kneeling. With the elder's explanation, the two were revealed to be his juniors, aged 25, and recognized as unparalleled prodigies of the younger generation, having reached the harmonization stage. Moreover, they were rare cultivators of the divine bodies, the sun and moon divine bodies. They hoped for bestowal of treasures to further enhance their powers, enabling them to serve the Blood Shadow sect. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lord Mo scrutinized the two youths. After careful observation, he confirmed they indeed possessed the sun and moon divine bodies, his mood lifting with a fleeting glimmer of greed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly divine bodies. I shall grant you a secret method for mental communion, the dual soul secret technique. Chapter 67. The Conspiracy of the Blood Shadow Sect. In the void, Lin Kai and Hongyu observed as Lord Mo produced a tome of a dark yellow hue, sensing that this secret technique was extraordinary, likely surpassing the level of imperial arts. The two dared not make any significant movements, acutely aware that Lord Mo's strength eclipsed their own. At that moment, the two kneeling youths failed to perceive Lord Mo's ulterior motives, instead bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Lord Mo waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Enough of this. Expedite that matter and ensure there are no mistakes. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. After issuing his orders, Lord Mo stepped back into the teleportation array, which promptly ceased operation. Once Lord Mo departed, the cloaked figures exhaled in relief. They dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence in his presence. Now that we have received the benefits, let us proceed with our tasks diligently. One of the three elders remarked. The two cloaked youths nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly found themselves unable to move, a wave of unease washing over them. Shortly thereafter, two figures materialized before them, none other than Lin Kai and Hongyu. Stunned by the appearance of these two, they had not anticipated anyone hiding in the void. It seemed they had been there for quite some time. Did this mean that all their previous actions had been observed by Lin Kai and Hongyu? What do you want? Do you not know who we are? Release us from this confinement, demanded the elder with a fierce glare directed at Lin Kai and Hongyu. Lin Kai disregarded their threat, placing a hand upon the elder's head to initiate a soul search. Let go of me. Let go of me, he cried out. Subsequently, vivid memories flooded Lin Kai's mind. Within mere breaths, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. It turned out that the Zinni men, outwardly perceived as righteous in the northern state, selflessly offered the Resurrection Blood Sutra for all cultivators to practice. Every practitioner who had trained in the Resurrection Blood Sutra praised this technique, noting not only significant enhancements to their strength, but also substantial increases in their cultivation and lifespan. Little did they realize that from the moment they began practicing the Resurrection Blood Sutra, their lives no longer belonged to them. Following this revelation, Lin Kai shared the memory with Hongyu, who gasped in disbelief at the magnitude of the Blood Shadow Sect's actions. Due to the formation's constraints, they could not descend in their true forms and had to rely on this resurrection technique, using these individuals as vessels to directly enter the Tianxian continent. Lord, what shall we do next? Their souls seem to be under a powerful restriction. Should we kill them or spare them? Hongyu inquired, probing the souls of the cloaked figures. The cloaked individuals, upon hearing the suggestion of their demise, became utterly agitated. I advise you not to act foolishly. If you kill us, the powerful figures behind me will be informed immediately and will not let you off easily. Release us, and I can provide you with potent techniques and secret arts. You saw the earlier scene. That Lord Mo's strength is unfathomable. The threats of the cloaked figures proved ineffective. With a wave of his hand, Lin Kai severed the connection between their souls and bodies, choosing to spare their lives for the time being, as they might still serve a purpose. After stripping them of their possessions, he incinerated their bodies with imperial fire. Their souls, however, were imprisoned within the demon suppression tower. Let us depart and discuss matters at the Holy Land, Lin Kai instructed Hongyu. Soon, the two retraced their steps. Unbeknownst to them, as they exited, the previously dormant teleportation array trembled momentarily. Two insignificant ants wish to thwart the grand plans of my Blood Shadow Sect. A faint voice echoed from within the array. Then, silence enveloped the teleportation array once more. Upon exiting, Lin Kai suddenly felt an unsettling disturbance, instinctively glancing back towards the teleportation array. Lord, what is it? Hongyu inquired. Nothing. Let us return to the Holy Land, Lin Kai replied, shaking his head. The two vanished into the void passage before them. In the Holy Land of Huaxia, an extraordinary scene unfolded today. Tens of thousands of disciples simultaneously achieved breakthroughs, creating a spectacle that left onlookers in awe. Pillars of light erupted one after another, illuminating the entire Holy Land. This remarkable event naturally drew the attention of external forces. For witnessing over 10,000 cultivators breaking through simultaneously was an unprecedented sight. Isn't that direction the Holy Land of Huaxia? Those pillars of light are surely manifestations of breakthroughs. What? Over 10,000 cultivators breaking through at once? How terrifying. Did they coordinate this? With such a massive number, do they not understand the catastrophic consequences of heavenly tribulations? Are they completely oblivious? The power of these heavenly tribulations could obliterate the Holy Land. Among them were even heavenly tribulations, including those from transformation stage cultivators, indicating that they were courting death. This was a blatant provocation against the heavenly laws, one that even the heavens could not tolerate. All cultivators in the southern state fixated their gazes upon the pillars of light above the Holy Land of Huaxia, convinced that such a multitude attempting to transcend tribulations would surely be annihilated by heavenly thunder. Yet, to their disappointment, the disciples within the Holy Land, on the verge of breakthrough, remained entirely unconcerned. This was due to the presence of Yuan Tianyi and the core elders standing guard by their side, allowing them to focus on their breakthroughs without worry. Had it not been for the assurances of Yuan Tianyi and the others, these disciples would not have dared to break through en masse, given the sheer number involved. Just as the heavenly thunder was poised to descend, Lin Kai and Hongyu appeared above the Holy Land. Upon witnessing the thousands of disciples breaking through, he felt no surprise. Even an increased number was to be expected. He understood the capabilities of the time-space tower all too well. However, their current strength was too weak, necessitating rapid enhancement to confront the impending unknown crisis. The Lord has arrived. The Lord has arrived. Someone shouted excitedly towards the sky. Even the breaking disciples turned their attention to Lin Kai and Hongyu floating above. With us here, focus on your breakthroughs and do not be distracted, Lin Kai reassured the disciples. His words seemed to possess a magical quality, swiftly calming the restless youths. Hearing Lin Kai's soothing voice, the disciples closed their eyes once more, regulating their breathing. Suddenly, a deep rumbling resonated from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, thunderous and deafening. Following this, dazzling bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the horizon. The heavenly thunder descended with the swiftness of a thunderclap, as Yuan Tianyi activated the Holy Land's protective array. The lightning struck the formation directly. Chapter 68. The crisis approaches. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, sparks flying and producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The very fabric of the universe seemed to tremble. The heavenly thunder appeared almost sentient, perceiving its authority as being challenged, its power expanding uncontrollably. It transformed into a cataclysmic storm, intent on obliterating the entire holy land of Huaxia beneath its wrath. Outside, powerful beings, utilizing their spiritual senses, observed the unfolding spectacle within the holy land with vivid clarity. They had never experienced such terrifying heavenly thunder, which could be likened to the legendary imperial tribulation. This time the holy land of Huaxia is finished. Even if those at the top survive, they will suffer grievous injuries. This is for the best. With the holy land removed as an obstacle, we sects will find things much easier. After today, this so-called holy land is destined to become nothing more than a memory lost to time. Those hidden powerhouses each express their opinions. The once formidable heavenly thunder has now intensified, resembling an enraged beast, ferociously descending upon the sacred land. Even the highly accomplished cultivators beneath the rank of emperor felt the ominous shadow of death and an unprecedented threat looming from this thunderous tribulation. However, at this critical juncture, Lin Kai, suspended in midair, suddenly sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared directly beneath the terrifying bolt of lightning. With a commanding gesture, he dismissed the fearsome power of the thunder, rendering it dissipated into thin air. Lin Kai then hovered serenely, radiating an unparalleled aura of majesty that left everyone lurking outside the sacred land in profound awe. What? The tribulation has vanished? How is that possible? Such a terrifying heavenly thunder was dispelled with a single move? Has the power of the Lord of the sacred land ascended to the level of an invincible emperor? The force he displayed would surely pose a challenge even for an emperor. It appears we have underestimated the might of this sacred land. This unexpectedly emerging sanctum harbors individuals of unfathomable mystery. Inform the others that henceforth, when encountering disciples from the sacred land during their training, they should retreat 3 paces, and must never provoke them. Furthermore, the single female disciples of our sect should befriend the male disciples of the sacred land, as it may foster a favorable connection. Such a jaw-dropping spectacle prompted the hidden powerhouses of the outer sect to engage in overt strategies. Not only did these external strongholds exhibit admiration for Lin Kai, but even the disciples of the sacred land revered him to an unprecedented degree. Holy Master! Holy Master! Holy Master! Resounded the jubilant cheers for Lin Kai. He smiled at the disciples, gesturing for silence. All right, moving forward, focus on your cultivation and strive to surpass the elder generation of cultivators. After a brief interaction with his disciples, Lin Kai, accompanied by Yuan Tianyi and several key elders, made his way to the main hall. Everyone, please take a look. As Lin Kai spoke, an image materialized before the assembly. This image was derived from the soul refinement of the previous dark-robed elder. Shortly thereafter, apart from Lin Kai and Hongyu, Yuan Tianyi and the other core elders revealed expressions of intense shock upon witnessing the scene depicted in the image. They had not anticipated that the Tianxian continent concealed a latent crisis, one that seemed not newly emerged but rather meticulously planned, as the adversary had already begun their elaborate schemes in silence. In the Holy Master's view, how should our sacred land respond? Currently, only our sacred land is aware of this. Should we publicly identify the opponent or act discreetly, if they truly intend to descend upon this continent? With our strength combined with the suppression of the heavenly Tao, we may indeed be able to confront them. The most challenging aspect lies with the cultivators of the soul returning blood scripture, whose souls have already been cursed and cannot be forcibly erased without alarming the enemy. Unless we can eliminate the one who cast the curse, but that is nearly impossible. Just as everyone felt the gravity of the situation, Lin Kai's words left them even more incredulous. Eliminating the adversary may not be impossible. Do not forget, I possess a token leading to the Blood Shadow Gate. Lin Kai's assertion was not mere bravado, it was based on solid grounds. As long as his power surpassed that of an emperor or equaled that of the adversary, vanquishing them would be exceedingly effortless. As for how to enhance his cultivation, Lin Kai did not need to ponder, for he had preserved the cultivation rewards granted by the system long ago. While they deliberated on their next course of action, chaos erupted in the northern state. The Zinimen, now markedly different from before, exuded an unmistakable aura of malevolence. Even the cultivators emitted a repugnant evil essence, particularly evident in their blood-red eyes, which betrayed their greed. Only a few senior members of the Zinimen maintained a semblance of normalcy. The rest had been successfully possessed by the Blood Shadow Gate, becoming vessels for their descent into this world. Even more alarming was the fact that the Blood Shadow Gate, aided by these possessed individuals, had successfully established a teleportation array within the Zinimen. This meant that the teleportation array in the Yueying Demon Forest was rendered obsolete. Furthermore, this new teleportation array allowed for a true descent into this world, albeit with their powers suppressed. From this moment on, The entire northern state had become a stronghold for the Zinni men. Let us commence. Begin the harvest. On the plaza of the Zinni men, a middle-aged man, also possessed, addressed the disciples before him. Ha ha ha, finally, we can feast on fresh blood. Tremble, you ants of this continent. It has been far too long since I savored such delectable delights. This time, I shall indulge to my heart's content. As turmoil swept through the northern state, adjacent regions felt the tremors of unrest. Half an hour later, news of the events in the northern states spread rapidly, inciting panic and fear among the populace, heralding the onset of a crisis for the continent. What? There are incidents of cultivators consuming humans in the northern state? The entire northern state is suffused with an aura of evil. It is terrifying. We must flee. The people of the northern state appeared as if possessed, with fangs protruding as they killed upon sight. All units, request assistance. The western regions can barely hold on. They are too formidable. Can someone please explain what is happening? Why has everything changed so suddenly? At the Huaxia sacred land, Lin Kai and his companions were incredulous upon hearing the rumors from the outside world. They had not yet launched an attack, yet the enemy had struck first. Everything unfolded too abruptly, leaving them with no time to react. Prepare defenses for the sacred land. We must first assess the situation. Chapter 69, The True Body Descends. In the Central State Empire, the events occurring in the northern state had reached the ears of the emperor. Enraged, the emperor could hardly believe that such an unfathomable occurrence could transpire under his dominion. He issued a decree to General Zhou, commanding him to lead 100,000 troops to quell this menace, with the proclamation reverberating through the palace. The emperor remained unaware that the situation was far from what he imagined. Subsequently, a chief eunuch hurriedly departed for the grand hall to convey this decree. Outside the imperial capital, various influential families began to feel an air of tension, and even the external walls were heavily guarded, as the entire central state was enveloped in protective formations. The central state was unique in being free of sects, with the empire being the most powerful entity, followed by the influential families beneath it. The empire served as the last bastion of defense for the Tianxian continent, and any misstep was unacceptable. In the blink of an eye, a grand army, imposing and majestic, surged towards the capital like a tidal wave. It was none other than General Zhou Yi, whom the emperor had summoned. Zhou Yi stood tall as a pine, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war god descending from the heavens. Clad in resplendent armor and wielding a gleaming spear, he appeared capable of rending the very fabric of space. The powerful presence emanating from him belonged to a fifth-tier tribulation cultivator, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon him. At this moment, Zhou Yi's piercing gaze swept across the 100,000 soldiers behind him. With a mighty flourish of his spear, he bellowed, "Onward! Let us quell this turmoil." His voice thundered through the skies, resonating throughout the imperial capital. Following his command, the 100,000 soldiers echoed with a resounding cheer, their voices rolling like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, the grand army began to march forward, advancing towards their destination. In the northern state, within the forbidden grounds of the Zinni men, those few high-ranking members who had not been possessed included their leader, Wen Hongsheng. Regarding the previously encountered figures in the Yueying demon forest, the 3 elders are their ancestors. 4 elders, and 2 descendants of Wen Hongsheng. My lord, the 3 ancestors and 4 elders of our sect, along with my 2 descendants, remain unaccounted for. I humbly request your assistance in this matter. When Hongsheng addressed the middle-aged man before him, the man in question was none other than Lord Mo Yin, who had previously appeared in the Yueying demon forest. Due to the incomplete teleportation array, only a portion of their group could utilize the soul-retrieving secret technique to descend into this realm. Now that the teleportation array has been perfected, their true forms can naturally arrive. However, as a late-stage Rinxian, Mo Yan's realm has been suppressed to the peak of the emperor level upon his arrival in this world. Mo Yin had long anticipated this outcome. Rest assured, they are not dead. Mo Yin replied calmly. Then what is their current condition? Where are they? When Hongsheng pressed, expressing his skepticism after such a prolonged absence. Mo Yin remained silent, directing a beam of spiritual light towards Wen Hongsheng's brow, and then spoke. See for yourself. In just a few breaths, Wen Hongsheng grasped the situation. Yet his expression grew exceedingly grim. My lord was present at that time. Why did you not? Before Wen Hongsheng could finish, a mere glance from Mo Yin sent a shiver through him, his eyes filled with dread. How I conduct my affairs is not for you to dictate. Should there be another instance, death awaits. Mo Yin continued, reassuringly stating, rest assured, they are all esteemed contributors of my blood shadow sect. Once those 2 insignificant beings are found, your ancestors will be safe. Hearing Mo Yan's assurance, Wen Hongsheng clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your understanding. My previous outburst was unthoughtful, and I hope you will overlook my transgressions. Mo Yin waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Suddenly, the teleportation array before Mo Yin began to flicker, and one by one, figures emerged before him. The first to appear were 10 formidable emperors, each radiating an aura of imperial might. Their cultivation was already at the emperor level, so upon arriving in the Tianxian continent, they faced no suppression. Elder Mo. The 10 emperor experts bowed and clasped their fists toward Mo Yin. Mo Yin nodded, and the 10 emperors positioned themselves behind him, their gazes fixed on the teleportation array. Soon after, more figures emerged from the array, organized and well-trained. Moments later, an entire army of 10,000 crossing tribulation stage cultivators appeared before Mo Yin and his companions. This formidable force was capable of obliterating any faction lacking an emperor to oversee it. Even those with an emperor present would likely be unable to withstand such a vast army of crossing tribulation stage cultivators. With 10,000 crossing tribulation stage practitioners, combined with the souls seized from the entire North State, under Mo Yin's leadership, the Tianxian continent was destined to fall into their grasp. Each was assigned a team to swiftly secure this land without fail. Mo Yin commanded the 10 emperors, "We shall faithfully obey the elders' orders." The 10 emperors acknowledged the command, each taking 1,000 men to commence the harvesting of the Tianxian continent. Meanwhile, Lin Kai and Hongyu, upon reaching the North State, discovered that not a single normal person remained. All had been claimed by the Blood Shadow Sect. They relentlessly hunted cultivators, leaving devastation in their wake. "I never expected their actions to be so swift. Other states have also been affected," Hongyu remarked as he surveyed the scene. "I sense an unfamiliar imperial aura emanating from the Xianxia sect. We must investigate." Lin Kai responded to Hongyu. The two concealed their presence, swiftly making their way toward the Xianxia sect. Lin Kai employed the concealment technique to shroud them both, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the area above the Xianxia sect. Upon sensing the surroundings, Lin Kai was astounded to discover something shocking. There was indeed a teleportation array behind the Xianxia sect's rear mountain, connecting this with the previously perceived unfamiliar imperial auras. Lin Kai decisively concluded that this teleportation array led to the upper realm, the Blood Shadow Sect. Lin Kai extended his consciousness, noting that the teleportation array near the Yueying Demon Forest remained inactive. It seemed the Blood Shadow Sect had abandoned that array entirely. Lin Kai quickly focused on one individual, Mo Yin. "Who dares to probe into my affairs?" Mo Yin, who had been meditating, suddenly sensed someone investigating him and rose to scan his surroundings. Yet, he could not detect the intruder, leaving him curious. Could it be that my perception was mistaken? Mo Yin muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Kai had not anticipated that Mo Yin's senses were so acute. A mere glance had alerted Mo Yin to his presence. But fortunately, they were concealed by the concealment technique. However, upon discerning Mo Yin's cultivation level, Lin Kai recognized, as Hongyu had previously mentioned, that it was indeed suppressed. Lin Kai had learned from the system that not all cultivators in the upper realm were immortals. There were emperors, and those beneath them as well. Their regions of residence differed, with the upper realm's heavenly Tao being more perfected, resulting in higher realms than those in the Tianxian continent. The upper realm's cultivation levels are Banxian, Rinxian, Zhenxian, Tianxian, Dixian, Xianxian, Jinxian, Xianwang, Xianjun, Xianhuang. Chapter 70. Suppression. Insects. Daring to attempt a sneak attack against me, come forth. Mo Yin was enraged. Just moments ago, upon discovering that his strength matched that of Mo Yin at the peak of the emperor level, Lin Kai cast aside all hesitation. Hongyu launched an attack toward Mo Yin. As the saying goes, capture the leader first. If they could subdue Mo Yin, the subsequent matters would become significantly easier. Lin Kai and Hongyu concealed themselves within the void, rendering their positions undetectable to Mo Yin. Fortunately, they chose to reveal themselves, their forms materializing in the air. Shortly after Lin Kai and Hongyu's appearance, when Hongsheng arrived with several high-ranking members of the Xianxia sect at the rear mountain. Upon seeing the two, they were taken aback, more so by the astonishment that they had failed to notice anyone entering this place. "Who are you? Dare to intrude upon my Xianxia sect's sacred grounds. You shall face destruction." As the sect leader of the Xianxia sect, when Hongsheng was the first to question them, fearing Mo Yin would blame him for allowing enemies to infiltrate undetected, he was well aware that the rear mountain was a crucial area, and outsiders should not be allowed to tread there. Enough noise. Hongyu unleashed a formidable divine thought, instantly targeting Wen Hongsheng. This divine thought struck like lightning, imbued with an unmatched ferocity, as if it sought to obliterate Wen Hongsheng in a single blow. Sensing the terrifying aura approaching, Wen Hongsheng felt his hair stand on end. An involuntary wave of deep-seated fear surged within him. His eyes widened in horror, and his body trembled slightly from overwhelming dread. "Lord Mo, save me." A desperate plea for survival escaped Wen Hongsheng's lips, directed toward Mo Yin. Just as this divine thought was about to descend upon Wen Hongsheng, another terrifying aura rushed forth to suppress Hong Yu's divine thought. Daring to harm others in my presence. Do you not regard me? Mo Yin waved his hand, successfully rescuing Wen Hongsheng and bringing him to his side. Given this outcome, Hong Yu was not surprised, although they were both at the peak of the emperor level. Mo Yan's strength surpassed his own. Even though Mo Yan's cultivation was suppressed at the peak of the emperor level, the means of an immortal could still be wielded. You two insects again. I did not expect to meet you so soon. Mo Yin gazed at Lin Kai and Hong Yu with a mocking expression, then continued. I never anticipated that this realm would yield two emperors. It truly surprises me. Yet I wonder how formidable you truly are. Despite knowing that Lin Kai and Hong Yu were both at the peak of the emperor level, Mo Yin regarded them with disdain. A testament to the pride of an immortal. What? They are both emperors? How could this be? They cannot be emperors. Ever since the fall of that emperor named Hong Yu, no emperors have emerged from the Tianxian continent. What? Did you not notice how one of them bears a striking resemblance to the enigmatic xianxia of Huaxia? Huaxia? Upon hearing your words, it indeed seems to be the case. As Mo Yin spoke, when Hongsheng and his fellow disciples were left in a state of shock, observing Lin Kai and the other engage in discussion. Although the Blood Shadow sect had dispatched 10 great emperors, they were beings from the upper realm, where the conditions vastly differ from those of Tianxian continent. When they learned that both Lin Kai and his companion were at the great emperor level, their astonishment was palpable. Nevertheless, despite their surprise, their allegiances were clearly defined. Lin Kai chose not to elucidate the discussions of Wen Hongsheng and his companions, but instead fixed his gaze upon Mo Yin. Though his strength was not overwhelmingly formidable, he was more than capable of delivering a lethal blow. Subsequently, Lin Kai executed a strike with the heavenly divine palm, directing it towards Mo Yin. For such high-level experts, there was no need for tentative attacks. In midair, a colossal palm radiating a terrifying aura of imperial might descended upon Mo Yin and his companions. The residual force of the heavenly divine palm rendered Wen Hongsheng and his fellow tribulation period experts feeling powerless and engulfed in fear. Their faces pale and hearts racing with anxiety. Under such immense pressure, even breathing became a struggle. Merely a trivial matter. Mo Yin, gazing at the descending heavenly divine palm, did not hesitate to raise his own hand, unleashing a formidable palm force to counter the attack. In an instant, the two awe-inspiring palm forces collided with a thunderous roar. The skies darkened, lightning crackled, and the very mountains of the Xianxia sect quaked violently, as if they were on the verge of being torn asunder by this overwhelming energy. Rocks shattered, trees toppled, and dust swirled, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Those present felt an unprecedented sense of shock and oppression. Moreover, after clashing with Lin Kai's heavenly divine palm, Mo Yin realized that its power posed a genuine threat to him. This revelation left Mo Yin astonished. However, he quickly reasoned that any great emperor capable of achieving such status on this continent must possess exceptional talent. It was only natural for them to be stronger than others. Bang! In a moment of distraction, Mo Yin was forcefully repelled by Lin Kai's heavenly divine palm, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Wen Hongsheng and the others were utterly stunned, grappling with the reality of what they had just witnessed. Mo Yin had been injured. Though this minor injury was inconsequential to Mo Yin, he was in existence above the great emperor level. Realizing he had been wounded, Mo Yin stood frozen for a moment, then slowly lifted his hand to wipe away the glaring crimson stain at the corner of his mouth, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the scarlet liquid on his fingertips. In that instant, a flicker of uncontrollable rage ignited in his eyes, akin to a blazing inferno that swiftly ignited the fury within his heart. It must be noted that he was a pinnacle expert of the Renxian realm, even with his cultivation restricted to the peak of the great emperor level. He should not have been harmed by an insignificant ant. Such an occurrence was an egregious affront to his lofty status, and how could he easily endure it? An ant, daring to harm me, you shall perish. Scorching flame emperor technique. With eyes ablaze with fury, Mo Yin unleashed a devastating attack towards Lin Kai and his companion in the air. Even when Hongsheng and the others were so intimidated by this spectacle that they retreated from the back mountain, Mo Yin's attack was far too terrifying for them to withstand. In that moment of rage, Mo Yin cared not whether the back mountain could endure his onslaught. As he unleashed his attack, Hong Yu, standing beside Lin Kai, could feel the terrifying force of the laws emanating from it. Master, this attack may be difficult to withstand. For Lin Kai, this assault was inconsequential. No worries. A single strike will suffice to vanquish him. Lin Kai stated with an air of calmness. A single strike to obliterate me? Were it not for the suppression of this realm, I could annihilate you with but a finger. I shall see how you withstand our scorching flame emperor technique. Mo Yin found Lin Kai's words to be nothing short of a grand jest. His prior injury was merely a moment of carelessness, allowing Lin Kai to gain the upper hand. He did not truly believe that Lin Kai could eliminate him with a single strike. Lin Kai disregarded Mo Yin, closing his eyes tightly, and soon an aura of terror began to emanate from within him. In the next moment, a phantom image of a mighty elephant coalesced behind Lin Kai. Gradually, it transformed into a substantial elephant, radiating a searing light, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a colossal divine elephant. This divine elephant traversed mountains and rivers, each step resonating with the tremors of the earth. At that moment, the divine elephant seemed to possess the power to annihilate the entire world. With a mere thought, the heavens would collapse, stars would fall, and all things would be reduced to nothingness. The divine elephant's suppression technique. Once this divine ability was unleashed, the surrounding space would become bound, ensnaring the enemy as if they were trapped in quicksand, unable to move, and left to be crushed by the practitioner's divine elephant force. Suppression. Lin Kai uttered these two words, and the divine elephant trumpeted towards the heavens. The sound waves spread outward as if they were tangible, carrying an enchanting power. Before charging towards Mo Yin. At this moment, Mo Yin, standing firm, had shed his previous demeanor of superiority. Watching the divine elephant barreling towards him, he finally began to panic. How could this be? Mo Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Muttering to himself, what kind of divine ability is this? It is so powerful, leaving me utterly incapable of retaliating. Even if Mo Yin were to expend his own blood essence to forcibly elevate his strength, he could not avert the fate of being trampled into a pulp by the divine elephant. In that fleeting moment, a tide of inescapable despair engulfed Mo Yin's innermost being. No, I am a celestial being from the upper realm. How could I be slain by two mere ants? As Mo Yin's words fell, the front hoof of the divine elephant utterly obliterated his spirit, reducing his flesh to a mere puddle of gore. In that instant of Mo Yin's demise, Wan Hongsheng and his companions, hidden at a distance, were paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground. What had they just witnessed? Mo Yin, he has perished. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. In the next moment, a sense of crisis jolted them back to reality. As they saw Hong Yu's gaze fixated upon them, split and flee, when Hongsheng shouted, attempting to make his escape. Yet, before they could take a single step, they found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to flee. Death. The word echoed in the ears of Wan Hongsheng and his companions, sealing their fates. Bang, bang, bang. Wan Hongsheng and his companions exploded into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. Lin Kai retrieved the spatial ring left behind by Mo Yin, peering inside out of curiosity, and was astounded by the contents. Not only were there mountains of precious spirit stones, countless in number, but also various herbs, elixirs, martial techniques, and a plethora of divine abilities that Lin Kai had never seen before. Notably, there was an artifact exuding an aura of terror. After a brief examination, Lin Kai regained his composure and summoned the soul suppression tower, within which 7 divine souls appeared in his hands. Upon careful inspection, he discovered that the restrictions upon their souls remained intact. This signified that Mo Yin was not the mastermind controlling them, but rather someone else. Prompting Lin Kai to cast his gaze towards the teleportation array. Master, you cannot possibly be considering entering there. Hong Yu, whose gaze lingered on the teleportation array, once again urged, this is unwise. The adversaries hail from the upper realm. Their strength is beyond what we can currently contend with. Should anything happen to Lin Kai, the Holy Land would be thrown into chaos. Let us seal this teleportation array and resolve matters outside before returning. After Lin Kai's utterance, the two of them harnessed the power of the laws to forcibly seal the teleportation array, preventing anyone from the other side from coming through. After meticulously inspecting the seal and finding no issues, they departed from the xianxia men. Outside, apart from the sacred land of Huaxia within the southern state and the imperial court of the central state, various factions across other states, both large and small, had suffered greatly. Even some reclusive families could not escape the tragic fate of slaughter, especially under the leadership of the 10 formidable emperors of the dreaded Blood Shadow Gate. They surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, sweeping across the entire Tianxian continent. Wherever they went, there was widespread lamentation, rivers of blood flowed, and the once vibrant land instantly turned into a desolate silence, as if the apocalypse had descended. Countless innocent lives perished in this inhuman massacre, plunging the entire continent into endless fear and despair. In the southern state, numerous factions had already lost many cultivators in this strife, with several powerful sects suffering the death of their quasi-emperor ancestors. Alas, lacking a great emperor to hold the fort, they could only be ruthlessly obliterated. To the sacred land of Huaxia, It was now their only hope for salvation. Someone cried out in desperation, and it seemed as if all had grasped a lifeline, exerting their utmost effort to rush towards the sacred land. This scene was witnessed by an emperor from the Blood Shadow Gate, who held no interest in these fleeing ants. Huaxiao Sacred Land. I shall see if this so-called sanctuary can save you. All follow my command, and annihilate the Huaxiao Sacred Land they speak of. The emperor of the Blood Shadow Gate declared. Ha ha ha, charge forth, eliminate this swarm of ants. Such delectable blood food, truly enticing. What a mere sanctuary before us. It shall become our sustenance. Thousands of disciples from the Blood Shadow Gate gazed greedily at the fleeing figures, chattering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in the central state, outside the city walls, tens of thousands of cold-faced cultivators from the Blood Shadow Gate gathered densely in crimson attire. At the forefront of this group stood a particularly striking figure, a tall and imposing man clad in a scarlet cloak, wearing black gold battle boots, and wielding a glimmering massive sword at his waist. This man was named Xiao, an emperor of terrifying strength. Previously dispatched by the ruler of the empire to eliminate enemies, General Zhou, he now stood atop the city walls, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze below. Fortunately, despite the unprecedented crisis facing the central state, this ancient city possessed a profound heritage left by unparalleled powerhouses. With these mysterious and formidable forces, the empire temporarily withstood the emperor-level attacks, avoiding total catastrophe. Just at this tense moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Following that, a middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe stepped forth. He stood tall and majestic, exuding an unmatched aura of authority. His piercing gaze swept coldly over the Blood Shadow Gate cultivators below the city walls, seemingly indifferent to the fierce battle unfolding before him. This man was the sovereign of the Tianxian Empire, Long Tianzi, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. Even standing before the formidable Xiao, Long Tianzi maintained a calm demeanor, his breathing steady and composed. Yet deep within, a flicker of doubt and shock arose. Why had such a powerful presence suddenly emerged on the Tianxian continent? Moreover, from his observations, the aura emanating from these individuals was clearly incongruous with this land, suggesting they were not of local origin. Who exactly are you? Why have you brazenly invaded my Tianxian continent? What are your intentions? An invisible dragon might erupted from within Long Tianzi, sweeping outwards like a tidal wave. Outside the city walls, those cultivators felt the surge of energy from Long Tianzi and retreated in fear, fortunate that Xiao shielded them from this force. Otherwise, they would surely have met their demise. Ants do not need to know so much. Do you truly believe this formation could contend with me? Xiao's eyes reflected disdain for the grand array before him. As for Long Tianzi, he regarded it with equal indifference. Humph, you wish to annihilate my empire? You shall have to tread over my corpse first. Long Tianzi did not hold back against Xiao, unleashing his full aura in preparation for battle. Then, Xiao lifted his massive sword, channeling spiritual energy into it, ready to strike. Ants, watch as I cleave through your grand formation with a single blow, Xiao shouted, then swung his sword towards the grand array atop the city walls. Sensing the might of Xiao's strike, Long Tianzi commanded everyone to channel spiritual energy into the formation, insisting that it must not be breached. Fortunately, the power of the formation ultimately withstood Xiao's assault. Just as they were tense, a figure rushed swiftly to Long Tianzi's side. Your Majesty, reports from scouts indicate that these individuals have come from the northern state. The eastern, western, and northern states have all completely fallen, reduced to desolate wastelands. As the guard finished relaying the information, another figure appeared beside Long Tianzi. Your Majesty, the southern state has been breached by the enemy. Only the sacred land remains intact, and numerous cultivators are seeking refuge there. Upon hearing this intelligence, Long Tianzi's expression remained cold. While defending against Xiao's attacks and channeling abundant spiritual energy into the formation, he pondered. Long Tianzi had some understanding of the Huaxiao sacred land in the southern state. He was deeply curious about this mysterious sanctuary and recalled a previous attempt to investigate it quietly, only to be obstructed by a powerful force before he could reach it. Furthermore, a formidable consciousness had warned him, fortunate that the other party held no intent to kill. Otherwise, the Tianxian Empire might have found itself under new leadership. Thus, Long Tianzi concluded that there must be a great emperor stationed within the sacred land, and not merely one. Upon this realization, he found it hard to believe, and subsequently left the sanctuary. You must hold on for another quarter of an hour. I shall summon the great emperor of Huaxia sacred land, Long Tianzi declared, and in the next moment, he swiftly made his way toward the Huaxia sacred land. Meanwhile, Lin Kai and Hong Yu had no idea how many Blood Shadow Gate members they had eradicated. As for those who had been possessed, Lin Kai retained their souls, with the exception of those from xianxia men. Among the 10 emperors leading the Blood Shadow Gate, Lin Kai and his companion had slain 6. As for the remaining 4, Lin Kai sensed that one was in the central state, while the other 3 were all heading toward the southern state's Xianxia sacred land. Naturally, Lin Kai did not worry about the sanctuary. He immediately took Hongyu and headed toward the central state. In an instant, the figures of Lin Kai and his companion appeared outside the city walls of the central state capital. The sudden appearance of the 2 figures astonished everyone, leaving them puzzled as they gazed at Lin Kai and Hongyu. Shi Yao felt a wave of unease upon seeing Lin Kai and his companion. When he discerned their auras, disbelief washed over him. "Are you emperors?" Upon Shi Yao's exclamation, all eyes fixated on Lin Kai and his companion, while the cultivators within the city walls were filled with excitement, realizing they had found hope. "Emperors? We actually have emperors among us. Ha ha, we are saved. Sob sob sob. The heavens have eyes. Emperors have come to rescue us." Everyone in the central state knelt before Lin Kai and his companion. Such legendary figures. Who would have thought they would be fortunate enough to see not 1, but 2 today? Lin Kai paid no heed to Shi Yao's words, striking him with a single blow from his sword. The Shireen sword, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly claimed the lives of all present, including Shi Yao. In the realm of the great emperor, the prowess of the demon slayer was rendered utterly futile before Lin Kai, falling as easily as any other adversary. The demon slayer remained oblivious until his last breath, felled by a single stroke of Lin Kai's sword. Subsequently, Lin Kai and his companion departed from this place, heading towards the sacred land of Xianxia. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as all present were rendered speechless, stunned by the astonishing sight before them. They bore witness to the unbelievable event, where the formidable demon slayer, who had instilled fear even in the Dragon Emperor, was effortlessly vanquished by Lin Kai's blade. Such was the might of the great emperor, leaving all in awe. Fortunately, Lin Kai was not an enemy, for a mere thought could have sent them into a state of utter despair. The methods of the great emperor were indeed terrifying. This was a moment of hope for the Tianxian continent. Gratitude was expressed for the great emperor, who had rescued them from peril. After Lin Kai and his companion departed, the onlookers remained in a state of reverie, continuing to bow in homage towards the direction they had left. With the crisis in the Zhongzhou Empire averted, these individuals did not lower their guard. Some ventured from the city towards the southern Xianxia sacred land. In the south, the Dragon Emperor had arrived at the sacred region of Xianxia. Upon witnessing thousands of members of the Blood Shadow Sect gathered at the mountain gate of the sacred land, including 3 great emperors, he felt a wave of pressure wash over him. He was puzzled as to how these foreign great emperors had descended upon the Tianxian continent. Was their sole intention the slaughter of its cultivators? Such questions could likely be answered only by the higher-ups of the Xianxia sacred land. Concealing himself in the shadows, the Dragon Emperor prepared to unleash a terrifying attack upon these individuals. To him, their lives were of little consequence. How dare these ants attempt to launch a sneak attack upon us? Within the ranks of the Blood Shadow Sect, a great emperor named Wu Kuan effortlessly neutralized the Dragon Emperor's assault. They had long sensed the Dragon Emperor's presence, merely observing his intentions, only to be taken aback by his sudden ambush. Realizing his attack had been thwarted and his location revealed, the Dragon Emperor ceased his hesitation and advanced directly towards the mountain gate of the sacred land. Tianxian Empire, Dragon Emperor, requests an audience with the Great Emperor. The Dragon Emperor humbled himself, bowing and clasping his fists in respect. Witnessing his actions and hearing his words, Wu Kuan and the 2 other Great Emperors were momentarily astonished. A Great Emperor? Is there truly a Great Emperor within this sacred land? Suddenly enlightened, they recalled that before arriving on this continent, Mo Yin had mentioned the existence of 2 concealed Great Emperors. At that time, they had dismissed it, considering they were accompanied by 10 Great Emperors. Merely 2 Great Emperors seemed insignificant to them, posing no threat. Do you think that just those 2 Great Emperors can contend with us? How naive. Do you have any idea how many Great Emperors we have brought with us? The mere thought might frighten you to death. A horde of ants should obediently submit to our slaughter, rather than resisting with their worthless lives. The Dragon Emperor, upon hearing their words, wore a grave expression. His brow furrowed as he contemplated their implications. While he pondered, a calm voice resonated throughout the sacred land. Who told you that we possess only 2 Great Emperors? At that moment, a towering figure gradually approached from the distance, becoming increasingly clear to all present. It was Lin Kai. Even more astonishingly, behind him trailed 26 formidable presences, exuding an overwhelming aura that engulfed the surroundings like a surging tide, inducing a suffocating sense of pressure. Upon closer inspection, each of the 26 individuals stood with an imposing demeanor, radiating a fearsome energy capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Undoubtedly, these 26 were superlative beings of the Great Emperor level. Together with Lin Kai at the forefront, the Huaxia sacred land boasted an astounding total of 27 great emperors. It is important to note that even a single great emperor from this group could instill fear across the entire continent. Yet here they stood. 27 such entities appeared simultaneously. The Dragon Emperor, observing from a distance, widened his eyes in disbelief at this terrifying assembly, surpassing the limits of his imagination. Under the weight of this overwhelming pressure, his body involuntarily trembled, filled with profound awe and fear. What is the meaning of this? How could there be so many great emperors? The Dragon Emperor mumbled incessantly. He had anticipated only 2 great emperors in the Huaxia sacred land, not this multitude, which left him struggling to comprehend the reality. Not only he, but even Wu Kuan and his companions trembled at the sight of such a formidable force, instinctively swallowing hard as their hearts raced uncontrollably. They regarded Lin Kai and his entourage with heightened vigilance. Are they all great emperors? How could there be so many in this small world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They must be employing some trick to intimidate us. In the upper realms, such a plethora of great emperors was commonplace. However, in this lower realm, where the Tao was incomplete, a notable great emperor could emerge only once in a millennium. To witness 27 appearing all at once in the Huaxia sacred land was utterly unfathomable. If they were to discover that the Huaxia sacred land harbored an additional 150 peak quasi-emperors, one could only imagine their expressions. You fools. We have brought 10 great emperors with us. Allow me to contact them. Your demise is imminent. Wu Kuan threatened Lin Kai vehemently, his other hand busy activating a communication token. Upon activation, he sent a message through the token. After several breaths, he perceived a lack of response from the token. No reply? Have we overstepped our bounds? You too, try sending a message as well. Wu Kuan glanced at his companions Xing Hetai and Ba Haoming, feeling a surge of anger. After a few moments, Xing and Ba also received no response, leaving all 3 astonished. Consequently, Wu Kuan extended his divine sense to search for the other great emperors of the Blood Shadow sect across the continent. Upon investigation, an unsettling realization struck him. There was no trace of them, as if they had never been there at all. Wu Kuan began to suspect that the situation had reached its conclusion, and that Mo Yin had summoned them back, without requiring all 10 great emperors. To confirm his suspicion, he immediately attempted to contact Mo Yin. However, to Wu Kuan's dismay, Mo Yin, like the others, failed to respond. Wu Kuan could hardly believe that Mo Yin would abandon them here with the other 7 great emperors. At that moment, his previously unsettled heart began to spiral into chaos. How could this happen? What has transpired? Beside him, Xing and Ba noticed Wu Kuan's unease, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. According to mortal beliefs, a twitching left eye signified fortune, while a right eye foretold disaster. Coincidentally, it was their right eyes that twitched incessantly. Just as the 3 were at a loss for what to do, a voice filled with dread pierced their ears, leaving them incredulous as they gazed at one another. Are you searching for them? Wu Kuan and his companions looked up to see Lin Kai and his entourage, whereupon 7 bloodied heads floated ominously in the air, each bearing expressions of terror. Even the Dragon Emperor, upon seeing one of the heads, doubted his own vision. Indeed, these 7 were the great emperors of the Blood Shadow sect, slain by Lin Kai and Hong Yu, including the one who had confronted the Dragon Emperor outside the Zhongzhou Empire. The Long Tianzi arrived at the sacred land seeking the assistance of the great emperor, only to discover that the crisis had already been resolved. Gratitude poured forth as he bowed deeply to Lin Kai and his companions, thanking the great emperor for rescuing the empire from peril. On the ground, after Wu Kuan and his companions ascertained the identities of the 7 severed heads, they were struck with terror. Even the members of Blood Shadow sect behind them were paralyzed with fear, their eyes reflecting an abyss of dread. The arrogance they previously exhibited had vanished, replaced by a profound loss of fighting spirit. Some, unable to bear the weight of their fear, collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Regardless of their fate at the hands of their assailants, they knew that should Lord Mo discover their predicament, death would be inevitable. Wu Kuan harbored a delusion that Mo Yin had long departed this continent to attend to other matters. Yet, if Mo Yin intervened, any great emperor would be reduced to mere ants before the might of a celestial being. Uninteresting, Lin Kai replied coolly, offering no further explanation. He then signaled his companions to launch an attack. In an instant, the sacred land was illuminated by the imposing figures of the 3 great emperors, Hong Yu, Jian Shi, and Meng Chuan, whose gazes were locked onto Wu Kuan and his companions. They descended like 3 brilliant stars piercing through the heavens, carrying with them an overwhelming force of destruction. Faced with such an unexpected and formidable assault, Wu Kuan and his companions felt an unprecedented sense of life-threatening peril. However, seasoned veterans of battle, they quickly sprang into action. Wu Kuan was the first to strike, his hands moving rapidly as Xing and he assisted him, forming a sturdy shield that coalesced around them. A massive defensive barrier enveloped Wu Kuan, his companions, and their disciples, strong enough to withstand any attack from a great emperor. Yet, to their astonishment, the barrier shattered in an instant under the onslaught of Hong Yu and his companions. The destruction of the shield not only left them grievously injured but also obliterated those behind them, leaving no survivors. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 cultivators perished, their souls extinguished, and their forms dissipated into nothingness. The once formidable legion of cultivators had been reduced to just Wu Kuan and his two companions. Chapter 74, Annihilation. Life without end. Cough, cough. How could they be so formidable? Are all great emperors so vastly different? Wu Kuan and his companions glared ahead at Hong Yu and his allies, their expressions darkened. This strike had not only severely injured them, but also wiped out their disciples. It was only now that they comprehended the profound mystery of this continent. The 27 great emperors before them were an enigma, and they had fallen into a trap. They had heard of the great battle 5,000 years ago, but the accounts did not match the rumors of 20 great emperors participating. They only knew that a single great emperor had led numerous followers into that conflict. In the end, their powerful figure had been gravely wounded, while the opposing great emperor had perished along with all of his followers. Leave one alive. The others can be killed. Lin Kai's cold and unquestionable voice thundered in the ears of Hong Yu and the others. Wu Kuan exchanged a glance with his companions, a silent understanding passing among them as they nodded slightly. What followed was astonishing. Without hesitation, Wu Kuan and his companions ignited the power of their bloodlines. If you seek to kill us, then let us perish together. You shall not uncover any information about Blood Shadow Sect. Wu Kuan's eyes blazed with infinite fury as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Kai and his companions. As the bloodline power surged, an eerie yet formidable aura radiated from the three of them. The energies that had once been scattered around them began to converge towards a central point as if summoned by some mysterious force. In a heartbeat, these powers coalesced into a terrifying sphere of energy capable of annihilating all, even if they were destined to die. Taking Lin Kai and his companions with them would mitigate some of the calamities for Blood Shadow Sect. As the energy poised to erupt, the very space seemed to tremble in anticipation. The explosive force of a single great emperor could obliterate the entire continent. How much more so when 3 great emperors were on the verge of self-detonation? This is dire. We must prevent them, or the entire continent shall be plunged into chaos. Hong Yu thought, taken aback by Wu Kuan's willingness to go down fighting. Just as they prepared to strike decisively against Wu Kuan and his companions, Lin Kai interjected. Stand back, I will handle this. In his hand appeared an object, the xianxiaaudiobooks tower. In the next moment, the xianxiaaudiobooks tower detached from Lin Kai, transforming into a towering monolith that descended upon Wu Kuan and his companions. In an instant, a miraculous scene unfolded, under the oppressive weight of the xianxiaaudiobooks tower. The cataclysmic energy within Wu Kuan and his companions dissipated rapidly, fading into oblivion. With a resounding crash, Wu Kuan and his allies were sealed within the xianxiaaudiobooks tower. Lin Kai, with an unflappable demeanor, swept his broad hand, causing the once mighty xianxiaaudiobooks tower to shrink at an astonishing rate, eventually settling into a delicate treasure tower cradled in his palm. Wu Kuan and the others, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, stared in shock and confusion, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Upon entering the tower, they were immediately enveloped by a suffocating sense of oppression. It felt as though they had been trapped in a sinister and terrifying prison, rendering them unable to escape. The tower was permeated with a bizarre aura, and the surroundings were laden with chilling restraints that flickered with a dark luminescence. To their horror, they discovered that their bodies seemed to have lost all control, unable to summon even the slightest bit of power despite their frantic efforts. As anxiety gripped them, suddenly, they felt a cold gaze locking onto them. Following that gaze, they beheld an enormous pair of eyes above, comparable in size to 2 lanterns. Those eyes resembled deep black holes, exuding an overwhelming pressure and an unfathomable aura. Merely locking eyes with them sent shivers down their spines, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The overwhelming sensation was akin to a terrifying presence from the heavens looking down upon these diminutive, insignificant creatures. Under the scrutiny of those colossal eyes, the once mighty Wu Kuan and his companions lost all semblance of the dignity and arrogance befitting great emperors. At that moment, a wave of primal fear surged within them, and they huddled in a corner like frightened mice, trembling with terror and despair. The tower conjured a massive hand that seized control of the three. Soon, heart-wrenching screams echoed within the tower. "Ah, my head. It hurts. No, spare me, spare me." Moments later, the screams ceased, and Wu Kuan and his companions lay lifeless on the ground, their cold bodies turning to ash and vanishing into the void. Outside the Zhenemo Tower, Lin Kai gleaned information about the upper realm from the souls of Wu Kuan and his companions. However, the time was not yet ripe to share this knowledge with the others. The members of Blood Shadow Sect who had descended upon this world had been completely annihilated. Yet the transmission array of the xianxia sect remained intact. The crisis was far from fully resolved. Lin Kai gazed down upon the ravaged, scarred earth before him, a wave of desolation surging within his heart. The once vibrant continent now lay in desolation, littered with crumbling ruins and charred remnants, where countless beings had met their demise. Their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a truly heart-rending sight. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kai suddenly swept his broad hand in a sweeping motion. In an instant, radiant beams of emerald light shot forth from his palm, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, infused with a potent essence of life as they surged towards the dilapidated terrain. This mysterious and formidable power seemed to possess boundless vitality, causing the once lifeless land to tremble ever so slightly. Soon after, tender blades of grass broke through the soil, growing at an astonishing pace until they blanketed the ground. Vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Towering trees sprang forth, their branches lush and verdant. Even more remarkably, small creatures emerged from their burrows. Frolicking joyfully, birds soared freely in the sky, their melodious calls ringing sweetly. Butterflies danced gracefully among the blooms, a sight to behold. The land, once shrouded in death, had finally been rejuvenated with vibrant life. Chapter 75, Ascension to Immortality. The Upper Realm. In this vast and mysterious realm, an abundance of spiritual energy permeated the atmosphere. And compared to the lower realm, the power of the great Tao was exceedingly rich here. The force of the great Tao flowed like an invisible torrent throughout the entirety of the upper realm, omnipresent yet elusive. Standing in this place, one could distinctly perceive the intricate pathways of the great Tao, as if they could touch the very edge of the universe's truth. Blood Soul Island. From a distance, the site resembled a volcanic eruption, molten lava coursing across the landscape, staining the entire island a deep crimson. The air was thick with the stench of blood. As if a brutal massacre had just concluded, the lingering smoke still swirling in the atmosphere. This chilling scene evoked feelings of fear and reverence. Yet, upon this island steeped in blood and eerie ambience, there existed only one formidable force, the Blood Shadow Sect. Within the Grand Hall, a robust middle-aged man, exuding an aura of terrifying authority and sporting a full beard, sat at the head of the table. His face, however, was contorted with rage, his expression darkening. This man was none other than the leader of the Blood Shadow Sect, Inchang. Who can tell me what has transpired? Why have they all perished? Inchang roared, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, as if capable of incinerating everything. He could not fathom what befell those sent to the lower realm. With not a single message returning, no forewarning whatsoever, he then addressed those below him once more. Find out. Continue to send people to the lower realm. I demand to know who dares to be so audacious. Understood. I shall dispatch individuals immediately, or I will personally investigate, replied an elderly man in a black robe. Trembling yet resolute, he was the elder steward, Ji Qiyuan. After Ji Qiyuan departed, Inchang placed a hand on his aching head, enveloped in sorrow. Before the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea had passed, Ji Qiyuan returned to the grand hall, appearing cautious. What have you discovered? Inchang inquired first, expecting Ji Qiyuan to bring valuable intelligence. Reporting to the sect leader, there appears to be an anomaly at the other end of the teleportation array. It is unable to transmit. Ji Qiyuan replied, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet Inchang's eyes. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Inchang erupted in a fit of rage, reprimanding Ji Qiyuan harshly. Once his temper settled, he spoke again. I will see for myself. I shall uncover who dares to oppose the Blood Shadow Sect. Thus, under Ji Qiyuan's guidance, Inchang swiftly arrived at the teleportation array leading to the lower realm. When Inchang activated the array, disappointment washed over him as it flickered momentarily before dimming again. Nearly driven to the brink of fury, he stormed away from the site. Tianxian continent. Following this battle, the entire continent suffered grievous injuries, with less than 30% of the surviving factions remaining. Within the Huaxiao sacred land, Long Tianzi had uncovered the reasons behind the Blood Shadow Sect's incursion into this world for slaughter. Upon discovering that their aim was to sacrifice the life force of the entire continent in exchange for the power and longevity they sought, he felt a sense of relief that the Huaxiao sacred land intervened. Otherwise, the Tianxian continent would have long since become a sacrificial offering to the Blood Shadow Sect. Shortly after Long Tianzi departed, Lin Kai made another announcement that left the senior members of the sacred land in shock. To prevent such occurrences from happening again, I have decided to visit the Blood Shadow Sect soon to resolve this calamity for the continent. With that, Lin Kai gathered all available resources, instructing the disciples below to exert themselves fully to enhance their strength and cultivation. The Tianxian continent was ultimately too small, with limited resources and growth. They would inevitably leave this place one day. Half a month later, Lin Kai had gathered some understanding of the circumstances in the upper realm. The upper realm was teeming with diverse races, including powerful demon clans, devil tribes, the holy spirits, and other foreign races. Among them, the demon tribe was ostracized by both the human and demon races, existing in their own domain and hunting the two races. The human factions comprised the four great families: Haoyan family, Huangpu family, Jinling family, and Sidu family. The three great immortal sects: Yantian Immortal Sect, Sword Domain Immortal Sect, and Yaoqi Immortal Sect. The two great academies, Donghua Academy and Xuanhua Academy, not to mention numerous other factions, both large and small. Each faction governed territories measured in billions of miles, with populations exceeding hundreds of millions. This was the information Lin Kai gleaned from the memories of Wu Kuan and others. Upon arriving at the main hall, Lin Kai once again summoned Yuan Tian and the others. I will venture ahead to investigate the situation. Upon my return, I will lead the sacred land to develop in the upper realm. After issuing several instructions, Lin Kai stepped into the void passage with Hong Yu and Jian Shisan. Northern State, Xianxia Sect. The figures of Lin Kai and his companions reappeared before the teleportation array. Once Lin Kai dispelled the seal, he instructed Hong Yu and Jian Shisan to guard the area before activating the formation and stepping inside. After Lin Kai vanished completely, Hong Yu and Jian Shisan set about reinforcing the array with a new seal. Inside the teleportation array, Lin Kai gazed at the virtual panel before him, locating the cultivation rewards previously granted by the system. System, utilize all the awarded cultivation. Ding. Detected that the host requires the use of awarded cultivation. A total of 250,000 years of cultivation will commence consumption. Ding. Cultivation, utilization successful. As the system's voice faded, a tremendous transformation began within Lin Kai's body. Originally at the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm, he successfully broke through, attaining the half-immortal realm, with a faint aura of immortal energy beginning to emanate from within. Early half-immortal, late half-immortal, pinnacle half-immortal, bang, human immortal realm. When Lin Kai's strength reached the human immortal realm, the immortal energy within him grew more robust, enhancing his overall demeanor significantly. His silvery white hair, combined with his striking features, made him appear as if a celestial being had descended. His imperial physique evolved into an immortal body, marking him as a true immortal. Yet, the transformation did not cease there. The power within Lin Kai continued to intensify, and in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the true immortal realm. True immortals, even among minor sects in the upper realm, were considered ancestral figures, while those of mid-tier factions held the rank of sect masters: mid-true immortal, late true immortal, pinnacle true immortal, celestial immortal realm, earthly immortal realm, profound immortal realm, pinnacle profound immortal realm. As Lin Kai's strength reached the profound immortal realm, his breakthroughs slowed considerably. The profound immortal realm served as a critical juncture. The practitioners at the xianxian level begin to delve into the essence of celestial power and the profound mysteries of immortality. Their comprehension of various laws becomes increasingly profound and comprehensive, enabling them to fuse multiple forces of these laws and create unique celestial arts. In the realm of immortals, xianxian has already ascended into the ranks of true powerhouses, wielding a certain degree of influence. In the blink of an eye, Lin Kai's internal aura surged once more, a force leaping from the pinnacle of xianxian to directly break through into the realm of xianguang. The xianguang level allows one to dominate the entire celestial realm, with the power to establish sects and hold a significant position within the celestial hierarchy. In an era devoid of xiangjun, the xianguang represents the epitome of invincibility. Chapter 76, Arrival at Blood Shadow Gate. After Lin Kai reached the pinnacle of xianguang, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed within him. Boom. The Xiangjun realm. Xiangjun represents a higher echelon among immortals, their celestial power being both robust and refined, adeptly wielding various celestial laws. Their understanding of these laws transcends mere surface comprehension, allowing them to grasp the intricate structures of these principles and skillfully integrate them into complex scenarios such as battles and spatial creation. They have transcended the ordinary powerhouses, attaining an ancestral status among the elite families and sects, where even xianguang must bow their heads in deference. Then, Lin Kai's cultivation once again broke through. The Xianguang realm. Xianguang exists at the apex of all realms in the upper world, their celestial power now intertwined with the path of immortality. Possessing the ability to create and destroy worlds, Xiang Huang is capable of altering the distribution of spiritual energy in the upper world, transforming barren regions into rich lands of energy, or detaching an entire celestial domain from the celestial realm to create an independent small celestial world. In the upper world, Xiang Huang has become a legendary figure. It has been over 1,000,000 years since the last Xiang Huang fell, and the strongest cultivation currently in the upper world is merely a living fossil at the Xiangjun level. As for what lies above Xiang Huang, the people of the upper world have never even heard of it. Perhaps only by reaching a certain level can these enigmas be unraveled. However, after Lin Kai reached the pinnacle of Xiang Huang, he continued to ascend. Boom! A crisp sound resonated within him. The Xiangjun realm. At this level, one's mastery over celestial laws reaches a realm of effortless control, allowing not only the fusion of multiple laws, but also the creation of one's own domain of laws. Such an existence commands respect even among the celestial domains above the upper world. Upon entering the Xiangjun realm, Lin Kai felt a profound stillness within him. Just when he thought it had come to an end, a torrent of celestial power surged within him, transforming his divine soul into a celestial soul, attaining an indestructible state. Soon, Lin Kai's cultivation continued to soar, reaching an unprecedented state. The Xiangdi realm, the highest rulers of the celestial realm. Their will represents the supreme will of the celestial realm, embodying a powerhouse at the culmination of a cultivation system. With a mere thought, they can create worlds. And in the blink of an eye, they can tear apart vast universes. Every action they take signifies a decree of destiny, and they serve as the guardians of the entire celestial domain. After Lin Kai's realm stabilized at the Xiangdi level, the tumult within him settled into complete silence. Aware that he had reached his limit, he gazed ahead at the imminent destination and smiled broadly. Blood Shadow Gate, here I come. At this moment, within the grand hall of Blood Shadow Gate, Yin Chong sat in the main seat, his gaze coldly surveying the crowd below. It had been half a month without any progress in activating the formation. Half a month prior, Yin Chong had attempted the teleportation array, returning empty-handed, and commanded those within the gate to expedite their efforts to activate it. After half a month, there was still no solution. Noticing the silence from below, Yin Chong prepared to erupt once more when suddenly, a piece of news filled him with great joy. Gate Master, the teleportation array leading to the lower realm has suddenly lit up. It seems someone has teleported here. A disciple of Blood Shadow Gate rushed into the hall to report. Hearing this, Ji Qiyuan felt a sigh of relief. Indeed, serendipity often follows those who arrive early. The long-absent smile reappeared on Yin Chong's face. Good. I shall see who dares to teleport here. Yin Chong rose and left the hall, heading toward the teleportation array, with the others following closely behind. Eager to see who would dare to challenge their Blood Shadow Gate, which boasted thousands of disciples. Arriving at the location of the teleportation array, Yin Chong found it shrouded in an aura of tension, awaiting the arrival of the person within the array. At that moment, Yin Chong's eyes brightened. He knew the arrival was imminent. Prepare yourselves. Once they appear, we shall seize them. Yin Chong commanded his disciples. Then, from the teleportation array, a foot clad in a black boot stepped forth, followed by another. Soon, a youth appeared before the crowd, exuding an extraordinary aura, poised and graceful, resembling a celestial being, with flowing silver hair. It was none other than Lin Kai. Lin Kai, aware of the situation outside, even within the teleportation array, did not take it to heart. Such a grand reception. Are you here to welcome me? Lin Kai smiled, looking at the crowd with an air of nonchalance. The onlookers were astonished to see a youth before them, speculating his identity. At such a young age, not yet 20, he appeared shrouded in mystery. Yin Chong scrutinized Lin Kai closely, finding his strength utterly inscrutable, akin to an ordinary mortal. However, Yin Chong could not believe Lin Kai was merely a mortal. The calm demeanor upon his arrival indicated he was anything but ordinary, yet how powerful he was remained to be tested. Seize him, Yin Chong commanded, eager to see if Lin Kai would resist. But to Yin Chong's shock, before his disciples could even touch the hem of Lin Kai's garment, they were instantly sent flying by a mere glance from Lin Kai, transforming into white smoke and dissipating into nothingness. What? They died just like that? How could this be? I didn't even see how he struck. A terrifying scene unfolded, and it was fortunate that I did not rush forward immediately. The other disciples of Blood Shadow Gate stared in disbelief at the fallen comrades, gazing at Lin Kai in utter astonishment. Scoundrel! Daring to kill before me, everyone, attack together. Regardless of life or death, Yin Chong commanded the disciples of Blood Shadow Gate, intent on ensuring Lin Kai would suffer a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Yin Chong's order, the disciples had no choice but to comply, bracing themselves to swarm towards Lin Kai. Kill! What are you afraid of? He is but a single person. Let us slaughter him. Indeed, he is but one, and we are over 100. A single spit could drown him. Kid die? Over 100 disciples charged towards Lin Kai. Standing still, Lin Kai remained oblivious to their approach. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nostrils, followed by an abrupt tremor in his body. A resounding sneeze erupted like thunder from his nose and mouth, causing his head to sway and his eyes to close. Aki. Whether intentional or accidental, his sneeze was directed right at those charging towards him. In the next moment, all those who had rushed at Lin Kai vanished without a trace. Over 100 individuals disappearing before Yin and the others in the blink of an eye. How could one sneeze cause such a phenomenon? Lin Kai pondered, looking back at the crowd, puzzled. Where did they go? Chapter 77, Ancestral Valley by Han. At this moment, the most bewildered and dumbfounded individuals were undoubtedly Yin and the high-ranking members of Blood Shadow Gate. As Lin Kai merely sneezed, hundreds of disciples vanished into thin air, dissolving into nothingness. How could this be possible? It is essential to note that among these disciples were several formidable beings who had already reached the pinnacle of the semi-immortal realm. They were but a step away from the legendary realm of immortals. Once they broke through, they would truly become immortals. Such powerful entities were effortlessly obliterated by Lin Kai's single sneeze. Was this still the familiar world of cultivation they knew? When did such terrifying magical abilities emerge in this realm? It was utterly astonishing and left them speechless. In an instant, as Lin Kai's gaze fell upon Yin and the others, they collectively took several steps backward in unison. Indeed, they were afraid. A sneeze could send away over 100 disciples of the Shuiying sect, leaving them incredulous. What are you doing? Lin Kai inquired, pondering the earlier sneeze and the disappearance of the hundreds of cultivators. He murmured, could it be that my sneeze annihilated them? Surely not. It was just an ordinary sneeze. Although Lin Kai's words were soft, Yin being an authentic immortal, heard him clearly. Instinctively, his mouth twitched, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief. Young man, make a way out. What must we do to leave this place? For the sake of the larger picture, Yin even abandoned his questioning tone towards Lin Kai. Despite being a peak authentic immortal, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in Lin Kai's presence. His intuition warned him that Lin Kai appeared harmless, yet was profoundly dangerous. Thus, it was prudent for the Shuiying sect to suffer a loss and send Lin Kai away before making further plans. Lin Kai, displeased by the tone of his interlocutor, had come to annihilate them. If he killed them, all that belonged to the Shuiying sect would naturally be his. Unfortunately for them, they should not have set their sights on the Tianxian continent. To be cautious, they ought to perish. Lin Kai's expression turned cold, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes as he slowly raised his hand, seemingly poised to exterminate Yin and the others in one fell swoop. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Shuiying sect, reverberating in Lin Kai's ears like thunder. Bold Jr., how dare you openly provoke the Shuiying sect? Do you not realize the grave consequences of your actions? With this warning, the entire space seemed to tremble. Suddenly, a howling wind swept through, as a hunched, emaciated elder materialized before them like a specter. The elder appeared to be in the twilight of his years, his face a maze of wrinkles, as if his lifespan was drawing to a close. His sunken eyes glimmered with a chilling light, evoking fear in those who met his gaze. At this moment, he fixed a threatening and furious stare upon Lin Kai, as if ready to strike him down at the slightest provocation. This elder was one of the late-stage Earth Immortals of the Shuiying sect, Gu Baihan. In the next instant, Lin Kai's actions left Gu Baihan astonished. As if he could not believe that Lin Kai would dare to provoke him in such a manner, Lin Kai extended a hand towards Yin and the others. And in an instant, they were ensnared by an invisible force, unable to struggle or escape. Before they could call for help from Gu Baihan, Lin Kai crushed them, causing their souls to scatter. Consequences? What consequences? Lin Kai cast a provocative glance at Gu Baihan. Gu Baihan trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently, an inferno of fury erupting from within him like a volcano. His aged face contorted into a grotesque mask, akin to having consumed something abhorrent, his complexion turning ghastly. Clutching his staff tightly, as his anger escalated, it began to emanate a brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, this ordinary staff transformed into a resplendent and murderous sword. Gu Baihan's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "You dare infuriate me? Die!" He then swung his arm violently, and the formidable sword sliced through the air like lightning, imbued with a cataclysmic intent, aimed directly at Lin Kai's head. The air was rent asunder, producing a cacophony of piercing howls. Lin Kai stood his ground, a smile gracing his lips. He slowly raised his right hand, pressing his index finger downward towards the sword that was hurtling towards him. In an instant, the sword halted, suspended at the tip of Lin Kai's finger. Unable to advance further, Gu Baihan found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. His sword was under Lin Kai's control. "Come back," he bellowed. But no amount of summoning would suffice. He then watched in horror as Lin Kai severed their connection with his own life weapon. With a cough, Gu Baihan spat out a mouthful of blood, the consequence of severing ties with his life weapon. Not only that, but after Lin Kai inspected the sword for a moment, his expression was one of disdain. "I expected a fine weapon, but it is merely of earth immortal quality. Utter rubbish," Lin Kai remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. Yet his body was quite honest as he promptly stowed the sword into his spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Gu Baihan spat out another mouthful of blood, this time from sheer anger. "Damn it, this is utterly humiliating. Even an old man's belongings are not safe." However, as he calmed himself, he realized that Lin Kai's cultivation was unfathomable. He had not taken the time to thoroughly observe Lin Kai since his arrival. Now reflecting on it, a wave of dread washed over him. This young man, of such tender years, possessed an inscrutable power, and his might was beyond imagination. Effortlessly suppressing his sword with just a finger, a truly celestial talent. Gu Baihan could not fathom that Lin Kai had emerged from the nearby teleportation array leading to the lower realm, while the Xianxian continent seemingly lacked any other forces from the upper realms. The notion of a child of destiny sprang to Gu Baihan's mind. Such individuals are favored by the heavens, nurtured at all costs to expedite their growth, often possessing astonishing talents in cultivation. Whether it be mastering techniques, absorbing spiritual energy, or comprehending the laws, their speed and depth far surpass ordinary beings. As long as they do not perish prematurely, they are destined to become significant figures in the future. Having dismissed the notion of Lin Kai being a disciple from a prominent family or sect, Gu Baihan felt no more hesitation. A yet-to-mature child of destiny could be controlled, and the future accomplishments of the Shuiying sect would undoubtedly surpass the present. With this thought, Gu Baihan produced a token to communicate the situation. Subsequently, his gaze towards Lin Kai bore an insidious smile. "Junior, no matter how strong you are, your power is ultimately limited. After today, you will become a member of the Shuiying sect." Chapter 78. The end of Shuiying sect. Lin Kai did not hinder Gu Baihan, since the latter intended to summon others. He would allow it. Better to resolve everything in one go. Merely a few breaths later, the entire Shuiying sect trembled violently, as if an enigmatic and potent force was awakening. Within a forbidden area of the Shuiying sect, the atmosphere grew exceptionally heavy and oppressive. There lay a coffin radiating ancient energy, imbued with a trace of the power of time. This coffin was entirely black, its surface engraved with strange runes and patterns, subtly emanating a disquieting wave of energy. It is said that this coffin possesses miraculous powers, significantly slowing the depletion of one's lifespan. Hence, those whose lives are nearing their end, burdened by unfinished business or deep emotional ties to their sect, often choose to enter this coffin. Although these individuals stand on the brink of death, they embody the final shield and hope of their faction. Typically, they remain hidden unless their sect faces imminent destruction. In an unexpected turn of events, the lid of the coffin, once tightly sealed, began to move slowly and was ultimately opened completely. Subsequently, a hand, withered like a desiccated branch, emerged from within the coffin and gently rested on its edge. The chosen one. Truly, the heavens have not forsaken my Shuiying men. As the occupant of the coffin sat up, a sinister smile crept across his lips, and he proclaimed, "Once I seize this corporeal vessel, I shall elevate Shuiying men to unprecedented heights." The elder rose, stretched his limbs, and quickly focused his consciousness on the position of Gu Baihan. Had Hongyu been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual. Gu Xianxia, a formidable being of the mid-golden immortal realm. 50,000 years prior, he had suffered devastating injuries at the hands of a peak emperor-level cultivator due to the overwhelming suppression of Tianxian continent. Although his adversary ultimately met a catastrophic end, as an immortal, he could not bear the humiliation. Since that battle, they had never again had the opportunity to reap the rewards from Tianxian continent. Little did he expect that today, Gu Baihan, a junior, would bring him such monumental news. In an instant, Gu Yanya's aged figure materialized before Lin Kai and his companion. "Ha ha ha, splendid. This corporeal form truly pleases me." Gu Yanya's murky yet glimmering eyes, filled with avarice, appraised Lin Kai without reservation, nodding in approval as he surveyed him. He then fixed his gaze firmly upon Lin Kai and, opening his mouth like dry tree bark, declared, "Young one, how dare you slay so many of my Shuiying men? Since you have fallen into my grasp today, you shall remain here obediently. Know that if I can successfully usurp this vibrant and spirited vessel, I shall no longer be forced to languish in that cold, dark coffin, clinging to life as I have in the past." With this in mind, Gu Yanya unhesitatingly unleashed his mastery of the binding laws. In an instant, A formidable force surged forth toward Lin Kai with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, chains formed from binding energy swiftly coiled around Lin Kai's body like serpents emerging from their lair. These binding chains moved with such rapidity that one could hardly react. And in a moment, they had ensnared Lin Kai completely, leaving only his head exposed while the rest of his form was tightly bound, unable to move. Gu Baihan, witnessing his ancestor effortlessly subdue Lin Kai, felt a surge of profound shock and realization of the vast disparity in power. However, just as the two of them were content, believing the matter settled beyond doubt, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Ridiculous. A mere few tattered chains dare to claim my life. Such folly. Break for me. At that moment, an unparalleled and potent aura erupted from within Lin Kai, surging forth like a torrential flood, unstoppable. Accompanied by this terrifying energy, the chains binding Lin Kai shattered in an instant, scattering into countless fragments. Without granting Gu Baihan and his ancestor a moment to react, Lin Kai struck out with a palm. This strike was astonishing, as if it contained the might to obliterate worlds, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Faced with such an overwhelming blow, Gu Baihan and his ancestors' expressions shifted dramatically as they scrambled to respond. How could this be? Is this truly the chosen one? I am a golden immortal. I refuse to believe I cannot withstand this strike. Gu Yunya broke into a cold sweat, never anticipating encountering such a formidable opponent today, believing the outcome to be as certain as iron nails. Not only that, but Lin Kai's palm brought forth the foreboding whisper of death. It felt as if the gates of hell had already opened for him, should he perish under Lin Kai's hand. The emissaries of the underworld would promptly escort their souls into the netherworld, despite their desperate defensive measures. Gu Baihan and his ancestor ultimately could not survive the cataclysmic power of Lin Kai's strike. No, how could I be defeated? I am a golden immortal. You shall not die a good death. As their unwilling cries echoed, the entire Shueing men became a desolate sect. Henceforth, in the upper realm, there shall be no more Shueing men. Subsequently, a mysterious sanctuary that would astonish the entire upper realm would emerge. After resolving the matters with the ancestor and descendant, Lin Kai waved his hand, summoning all the treasures of Shueing men before him. Without exception, all were collected into Lin Kai's spatial ring. After completing this, Lin Kai concealed the entire Blood Soul Island to prevent any passing cultivators from discovering the situation here. Lin Kai then turned his attention to the structures, ultimately deciding to dismantle them all. It seemed these grand halls were incongruous with the sacred land of Xianxia. It was better to salvage useful materials for future use elsewhere. In mere moments, the once magnificent palaces and towers vanished, leaving Lin Kai with an array of unfamiliar materials. Looking at the barren island, Lin Kai nodded in satisfaction. Once he returned to the lower realm and relocated the entire sanctuary here, they would have firmly established their presence in the upper realm. Immediately, Lin Kai approached the teleportation array once more, activated the formation, and stepped inside. Chapter 79, Farewell. Tianxian Continent. Lower Realm. Tianxian Continent. In the forbidden grounds behind the Xianxia men in North State, Hong Yu and Xianxiasan continued their vigil. Half an hour had passed since Lin Kai's departure. Despite having faith in Lin Kai's strength, Hong Yu could not help but feel a twinge of concern. In contrast, Xianxiasan exhibited not a hint of worry. For only they, the emperors, understood the true terrors of Lin Kai's power. I say, Brother Shirsan, are you not at all concerned for the sovereign? You seem quite at ease with your drink. Hong Yu inquired of Xianxiasan, who was leisurely indulging beside him. Xianxiasan paused, casting a disdainful glance at Hong Yu. What are you rambling about? For someone of your stature as an emperor, you hardly carry yourself like one. After putting away his wine flask, he approached Hong Yu, patting him on the shoulder, and continued, the sovereign's power is boundless. What you see is merely what he wishes to reveal. Hong Yu, perplexed, pondered the meaning behind Xianxiasan's words. Before he could press further, the teleportation array began to shimmer. Both men heightened their vigilance, uncertain whether the arrival would be friend or foe. Grasping their weapons, they aimed toward the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, a foot first emerged from the array, followed by the entire figure appearing before them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Hong Yu exhaled in relief. Sovereign, you have returned. Has everything been resolved? Hong Yu stepped forward to inquire, scrutinizing Lin Kai closely. Xianxiasan, witnessing Hong Yu's demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Enough. The sovereign has returned, which means the matter has been settled. Observing the antics of Hong Yu and Xianxiasan, he couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you for your efforts. Now, let us return to the sacred land. Subsequently, a void passageway appeared before the trio. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves within the sacred land. Once again, over 20 emperors gathered in the main hall. 3 days from now, we shall ascend to the upper realm. During this time, let the disciples and their families bid their farewells properly, Lin Kai instructed Yuan Tianyi. Moreover, Lin Kai desired for this news to reach Long Tianzi. For his intention was simple, to transform the former Xianxiamen into a reasonably priced teleportation station. Henceforth, cultivators from across the continent would no longer be constrained to the realm of the Great Emperor. Anyone wishing to leave the Tianxian continent could utilize the teleportation array to enter the upper realm at any time. This endeavor was also a contribution to the cultivators of Tianxian continent. What? The Huaxia sacred land is about to depart the continent for the upper realm. Is our world not the only cultivation realm? There exists an upper realm. It seems I need not remain here for my entire life. I can venture into a higher world. Children, be diligent in your cultivation at the sacred land. I have heard that the upper realm is unlike this place. I look forward to your emergence as a formidable force. Go on, cultivate diligently. I shall certainly return to the sacred land to see you when I have the time. Truly, the sacred land is remarkable. It has only been a short time in Nanzhou, and now it is leaving for the upper realm. I must continue to work hard in my cultivation. Once I attain sufficient strength, I shall visit that legendary upper realm. Ahem, I am old. Perhaps I shall not have the opportunity to reach the upper realm. My dear grandson, you must strive hard. Upon hearing the news that the sacred land would soon depart for the upper realm, the entire continent trembled with astonishment. In the imperial capital of Zhongzhou, Long Tianzi, with a regal presence, sat upon the imperial throne, surveying the ministers below. He too was taken aback by the mention of the sacred land, the upper realm. He felt a surge of anticipation, yet many matters required his attention as the sovereign, rendering him unable to leave at present. Since the sacred land has spoken, he commanded the construction of the teleportation station to be expedited, with heavy guards assigned to ensure no errors would occur. Long Tianzi issued his orders to the Ministry of Works. As you command, Your Majesty, we shall promptly arrange for personnel to prepare. An elder emerged from the crowd on the left side of the hall. It was Kong Jihong, the Minister of Works of the Empire. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today, a multitude of cultivators gathered outside the sacred land, including people from Zhongzhou Empire, to bid farewell to the members of the sacred land. Within the sacred land, many disciples were already prepared, their faces radiating with an uncontrollable excitement. The reason was simple. They were about to embark on a journey to the upper realm, an adventure filled with the unknown and challenges. At that moment, a figure streaked through the sky like lightning and swiftly descended outside the sacred land. It was Lin Kai, standing tall in the void. His presence as imposing as a pine tree, exuding an air of majesty amidst heaven and earth. His silhouette resembled a towering mountain, inspiring an unshakable sense of authority. However, what transpired next left everyone present in utter astonishment. Lin Kai raised both hands, chanting incantations, and with his movements, an overwhelming and chilling force of divine power erupted forth. This power surged like a torrential flood, enveloping the entire sacred land in an instant. The sacred land, which had been firmly rooted in the earth, began to tremble violently under the influence of this divine power. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, as if an invisible hand had lifted the sacred land, causing it to slowly ascend from the ground. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the breathtaking spectacle before them. They could hardly fathom that Lin Kai possessed such unimaginable abilities, effortlessly uprooting the vast sacred land. The sacred land swiftly transformed into a miniature version, appearing within Lin Kai's palm. As for the spiritual veins, Lin Kai did not take them away. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he directed these veins to merge into the underground spiritual veins of Zhongzhou Empire. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire imperial capital surged several-fold, thanks to the emperor's generous gift. At that moment, Long Tianzi stood in the skies above the imperial capital, bowing towards Lin Kai. With the enhancement of these spiritual veins, within a century, the imperial capital would regain its former strength, perhaps even surpassing it. Lin Kai nodded and tore through the void, heading towards the remnants of Xianxiamen. The cultivators of San Dianya watched Lin Kai depart, bowing in the direction he had taken. Farewell, great emperor. At the former Xianxiamen's teleportation platform, 3 days had transformed the landscape entirely. General Zhou Yi, stationed here, welcomed Lin Kai upon his arrival. I pay my respects to the great emperor. Lin Kai nodded, scrutinizing Zhou Yi, a loyal guardian of the nation, whose strength had not increased in a long time due to his dedication to the empire's safety. As you depart, allow me to bestow upon you an opportunity, Lin Kai said, retrieving a porcelain vial from his spatial ring and presenting it to Zhou Yi. The extent of your enhancement depends on your talent. Without allowing Zhou Yi a moment to express gratitude, Lin Kai stepped into the teleportation array. Suddenly, Lin Kai paused, glancing back one last time at the continent he had lived on for 18 years. Farewell, Tianxian continent. Chapter 80. Ascending to the Upper Realm. What? An Emperor Dan. Watching Lin Kai's disappearing figure, Zhou Yi looked at the vial in his hand. Upon opening it, he beheld a pill infused with the essence of the Emperor's Tao. Zhou Yi could hardly believe the pill he held was indeed an Emperor Dan. He mused, as expected of the Lord of the Sacred Land, a lavish gesture indeed. With this Emperor Dan, he felt confident he would undoubtedly break through to the great Emperor in 100 years. He then bowed once more towards the teleportation array. The Upper Realm, Xianxiahuan Island. On this island, a striking silver-haired youth appeared, and it was Lin Kai. At this moment, he once again held the exquisite miniature model of the Xianxia Sacred Land. Lin Kai channeled his celestial energy and, following the meticulously planned coordinates, carefully infused his power into the model. As the celestial energy flowed into it, the previously motionless miniature sacred land began to stir, gradually enlarging and firmly establishing itself on Xianxiahuan Island. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the sacred land, illuminating the entire island. Following this, the disciples and elders within the sacred land streamed forth. Each disciple displayed extraordinary excitement, curiously gazing around the island, experiencing an atmosphere wholly distinct from the lower realm. One disciple could not help but exclaim, "Is this truly the legendary upper realm? The spiritual energy is indeed abundant. I feel as though every breath elevates my cultivation." Others echoed his sentiments, expressing their anticipation and longing for this new world. After successfully establishing the sacred land, Lin Kai continued his actions, utilizing his transformative abilities to alter the layout of Xianxiahuan Island. In the next moment, the previously clear and cloudless sky suddenly shimmered with an enigmatic light, as if a divine revelation from above had descended. This light rapidly spread, painting the entire horizon in a vibrant and dazzling array of colors, leaving onlookers astounded. Simultaneously, an invisible yet immensely powerful force began to surge. The boundless spiritual energy, once scattered between heaven and earth, seemed to respond to a call, swiftly converging from all directions towards Xianxiahuan Island. It flowed like a relentless river, continuously surging towards a singular destination, Xianxiahuan Island. As time passed, the gathering spiritual energy formed a colossal and radiant sphere of energy. This sphere emitted a resplendent brilliance, illuminating Xianxiahuan Island and its surrounding areas as if it were daytime. What is even more astonishing is that the once sparse spiritual energy surrounding Xianxiaaudiobooks is now wildly surging towards the island, as if a bottomless pit exists there, greedily consuming all spiritual energy. This earth-shattering commotion naturally attracted the attention of countless individuals. Whether practitioners from afar or cultivators from nearby islands, their gazes were firmly fixed in the direction of Xianxiaaudiobooks. As they beheld the increasingly dense and vast spiritual energy, their hearts brimmed with speculation. What kind of treasure is about to emerge, inciting such a rare phenomenon and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy? Before long, the spiritual energy on Xianxiaaudiobooks had exceeded that of the original sacred land of Hu-11 by 10,000 times, escalating to a concentration 100,000 times greater. It resembled an ethereal realm. Particularly, the beings that had reached the stage of spiritual energy manifesting at this moment underwent a baptism and transformed into true life forms, the progenitors of spiritual energy. The progenitor of spiritual energy appeared like a fluffy white cotton candy, fluttering within the sacred land, playfully leaping above the heads of the disciples. Lin Kai, I had not anticipated that this alteration of the sacred land would allow this little creature to become an independent life form. With a wave of his hand, the little creature appeared in Lin Kai's palm, displaying an affectionate demeanor as it nuzzled against him. Like a piece of white dough. "I shall call you Xiaobi." Lin Kai gently stroked Xiaobi in his hand. The little creature seemed to understand, continuously shaking its body and eagerly rubbing against Lin Kai's face. From this day forth, the sacred land of Hu-11 officially established its presence in the upper realm. I hope you all will soon become capable and rapidly enhance your cultivation. Lin Kai turned to the disciples behind him and spoke. The development of a sect cannot rely solely on the higher-ups. It fundamentally depends on these disciples. As long as these disciples make rapid advancements, venturing forth to raise the name of the sacred land, the Lord and elders of the sacred land will also bask in glory. Additionally, they can continuously attract more talented disciples to the sacred land. The sacred land is only responsible for nurturing them into formidable talents. The rest relies on these disciples to contend for. Ding. The system has detected that the host has established a presence in the upper realm, rewarding a special gift package. Ding. The gift package has been received. Would you like to open it? At this moment, Lin Kai heard the system's voice in his mind. Not expecting to receive a special gift package, reflecting on how long it had been since he last had a system task. Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of the TNDOBI. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 true immortal grade weapons. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 immortal emperor grade weapons. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 summoning cards for immortal king level artifact refiners. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 summoning card for an immortal sovereign level alchemist. Note: the TNDOBI contains an independent space where one can undertake challenge trials. For each successful trial, rewards will automatically descend from the TNDOBI. All rewards have been distributed. Please check, host. After the system's voice faded, Lin Kai gazed at the virtual panel visible only to him, locating the rewards he had received in the warehouse, unable to suppress his astonishment. Such an abundance of weapons. Does the system intend for him to forge a formidable army of cultivators? With these weapons, the disciples in the sacred land could once again acquire new gear. Outside Xianxiaaudiobooks, a myriad of cultivators had gathered, drawn here by the earlier bizarre phenomena in the sky. When they finally arrived in this area, all were struck dumb by the sight before them, momentarily rendered speechless. They beheld a magnificent, resplendent palace towering before them. The palace was grand and imposing, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, appearing as if it had stepped out from a mythological tale. Furthermore, the entire palace exuded an exceedingly rich spiritual energy, the intensity of which left all present in awe, struggling to believe their own eyes. Wait, this should clearly be the domain of the xianxiafans. Had they perhaps relocated their sect? xianxiafans. They had heard of it, but merely as a small force presided over by xianxian. However, have you all noticed that the concentration of spiritual energy on this island has likely surpassed that of the renowned immortal sects? Indeed, such an astonishing gathering of spiritual energy here is nothing short of a true sanctuary for cultivation. One cannot help but wonder how xianxiafans achieved this. Just as these cultivators marveled, a voice filled with authority and intimidation echoed in their ears. Our Hu-11 sacred land has established itself in the upper realm today. Anyone who trespasses without permission shall face death, without mercy. Upon hearing this authoritative proclamation, those cultivators who had been speculating about the revitalization of xianxiafans quickly ceased their discussions. Shock was etched on every face, as if they had been struck by a petrifying spell, rendered motionless. Hu-11 sacred land? When did such a force emerge in the upper realm? Could it be that xianxiafans has changed its name? However, just as the crowd remained immersed in astonishment, a derisive and provocative snort suddenly rang out, echoing towards the depths of the sacred land. Humph! What nonsense sacred land! It is merely a small, broken island, playing tricks here to intimidate whom? Today, I shall boldly enter and see what you can do. From the void, an imposing figure materialized, tall and arrogant, radiating a powerful aura. As he spoke, the gazes of the crowd turned towards the void. Without hesitation, the man strode forward, seemingly intent on directly invading the sacred land. Yet at that moment, a scene that sent chills down the spines of all present unfolded. A colossal finger, obscuring the sky, abruptly emerged from the depths of the sacred land, descending upon the man with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. This enormous finger shimmered with dazzling light, and the terrifying aura enveloped the entire space like a tidal wave. Merely sensing this aura caused the numerous strong individuals present to have their hearts race, breaths quicken, and an overwhelming sense of dread swell within them. The man's expression changed, and he let out a long howl, rallying his strength to resist xianxiaaudiobooks. No, I was wrong. Spare me. However, as the finger descended, it struck the man, forcing him to cough up blood, his celestial body disintegrating in an instant before the eyes of the crowd, erupting into a rain of blood that fell upon everyone. At this moment, the entire xianxiaaudiobooks was in an uproar. Even the hidden masters observing the situation were shaken to their core, unable to believe their eyes. The entire scene was utterly staggering. Xianxia, an expert, had thus perished. Once again, a warning echoed from within the sacred land. Do not challenge the authority of the sacred land, or face the consequences. The hidden experts and the cultivators present swiftly retreated, the earlier scene etched deeply in their memories. Within the sacred land, Lin Kai had arranged an imperial-level defensive array around xianxiaaudiobooks, enveloping the entire island. Once everything was completed, Lin Kai brought you NT New York and the other emperors to the main hall, presenting a pile of items that made their eyes sparkle, placing them on the conference table. Indeed, it was the 1,000 immortal emperor-grade weapons rewarded by the system. Each individual was to receive one, not to be greedy. Lin Kai gestured to you NT New York and the others, inviting them to take their share. Thank you, Lord. I shall not be polite. Hong Yu was the first to speak. his gaze fixated on the pile of Emperor-level weapons, nearly imprinting his eyes upon them. The others could hardly suppress their excitement, for they finally possessed a weapon of commendable quality. After expressing their gratitude to Lin Kai with clasped fists, they began selecting weapons that suited them. Within mere moments, everyone had chosen their weapons, unable to part with them. Subsequently, Lin Kai dismissed them, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. When Lin Kai reopened the virtual panel visible only to him and located the items stored in the warehouse, he selected what was needed and pressed the confirm button. The system began utilizing all the summon cards that could be synthesized. Notifications chimed, indicating that the host was about to merge summon cards and was currently being recognized. Successful identification revealed 50 cards for the Great Ascension stage, 50 for the Integration stage, 100 for the Tribulation stage, and 20 for the Quasi-Emperor stage, all in the process of merging. The system congratulated the host for acquiring 3 Emperors, 2 Tribulation-level beings, and 12 from the Integration stage, all in the midst of summoning. The successful summons would arrive in 5 minutes. Following this, the system prompted the host to take a brief respite. Lin Kai settled into his seat, brewing a pot of Dao tea as he awaited their arrival. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had elapsed. Lin Kai sensed the approach of 15 cultivators, each radiating a distinct aura, as they flew toward the Grand Hall. Upon their arrival, they bowed and greeted him. "We pay our respects to the Holy Master. 3 emperors shall remain. The rest may seek Elder Yuan Billion, who will arrange your positions." Lin Kai instructed the 12 from the Integration stage and the 2 Tribulation stage cultivators. After their departure, he presented 3 Emperor-level weapons to the remaining individuals and instructed them to report to Yuan Tianyi. Soon after, 6 robust cultivators arrived, bowing and greeting Lin Kai. "We pay our respects to the Holy Master. I have communicated with the alchemy and forging halls. For the time being, you are to freely select personnel to cultivate a team of experts in weapon forging and alchemy." Lin Kai commanded the 6 with utmost seriousness. "Understood. We shall not fail the Holy Master's decree," they replied, and upon receiving their orders, Lin Kai gestured for them to leave and attend to their duties. He then retreated to his rear mountain to engage in his own tasks. In the external realm, the news of the Huaxia Holy Land's occupation of Blood Soul Island spread rapidly. The entire upper realm was thrown into turmoil, as the former sect of Blood Shadow Gate transformed into a new power. Furthermore, a golden immortal had provoked the Holy Land, only to be crushed into blood mist by a mere finger. Those associated with Blood Shadow Gate frantically activated their communication tokens, seeking clarification on the matter. However, no response came, regardless of how they attempted to convey their messages. Soon, the unsettling conclusion was reached. Blood Shadow Gate had ceased to exist, leaving many in shock. The abrupt disappearance of a sect, with no forewarning or news, was indeed alarming. Thus, the news of Blood Shadow Gate's annihilation spread quickly, leaving all factions astounded once more. Chapter 82, The Demon Cave. Half a year later, the Huaxia Holy Land underwent a remarkable transformation. With the aid of the Time and Space Tower and a celestial-level alchemist, Hong Yu and 26 emperors collectively ascended to the status of emperor-level beings. Both the inner and outer disciples, along with the elder disciples, had all reached the realm of emperor. Core disciples Ma Liang and Shichuan made extraordinary progress, attaining late Earth immortal status. Among the inner and outer disciples, the lowest cultivation level was peak emperor status. Of the over 100,000 miscellaneous disciples, nearly half had successfully entered the outer and inner sections. Such a formidable force was enough to astound the entire upper realm. During this 6-month period, the fervor surrounding the Huaxia Holy Land gradually waned until it completely faded from public discussion. Lin Kai ordered everyone to expedite their cultivation, enhancing their strength and abilities. The Heavenly Tao Monument naturally became a challenge for the disciples. Comprising 108 levels, countless disciples fervently endeavored to leave their names on the monument and obtain treasures. Among over 100,000 disciples, only a few tens of thousands succeeded in their challenges, showcasing the formidable difficulty of the Heavenly Tao Monument. Time passed day by day, culminating in 6 months. Today, Lin Kai deemed it time for the Huaxia Holy Land to emerge. After such an extended period, he had also selected suitable locations for the disciples' training. For their first expedition, he chose an area known as the Demon Cave. This locale not only housed numerous demonic creatures, but also boasted rare treasures and medicinal herbs. The danger level was manageable for these disciples, making it an ideal setting for their initial training. The Demon Cave was often the first target for disciples from other factions, and naturally, the Huaxia Holy Land could not fall behind. The cave was divided into 3 sections: the periphery, the center, and the depths. Each area spanned millions of miles, making it nearly impossible for anyone to explore it in its entirety in one go. The periphery primarily served as a training ground for disciples from weaker sects, while entry to the center required one to reach Earth immortal status. The depths, however, were fraught with peril, necessitating extreme caution even for those above golden immortal level. A moment's inattention could lead to being devoured by demonic beasts. The demonic creatures within the cave were seemingly inexhaustible, and to this day, no powerful cultivator had been able to explain the phenomenon. Nevertheless, there existed a type of herb within the cave that all major factions vied for, the 7-star spirit demon grass, one of the primary materials for the spirit demon pill. Its efficacy lay in its ability to ward off demonic and malevolent energies. Due to the large number of disciples in the Holy Land, only the top 50,000 from both the inner and outer sects could be selected for their first expedition. In the Holy Land's plaza, 100,000 disciples geared up and set forth. After 6 months of cultivation, they eagerly anticipated this opportunity to merge into the upper realm. Depart. With Lin Kai's command, the 100,000 disciples boarded the warships in an orderly fashion, led by 2 elder celestials, with a hidden emperor providing protection. As they embarked, the unselected disciples harbored no jealousy. They lamented their own lack of strength and resolved to qualify next time. Outside Bloodsoul Island, the warships, which had been transformed by the Holy Land's forging masters from mere emperor-level vessels, were now upgraded to celestial ships, capable of accommodating 1,000,000 cultivators and equipped with enhanced spirit cannons. The opulent and striking celestial ship drew the attention of surrounding cultivators. Upon seeing the flag raised atop the ship, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. That is the Huaxia Holy Land. They have finally emerged. Where are they headed? Making such a grand display? The leaders are even at the celestial level. Are they preparing to attack a sect? Let us go, let us go. We must witness this rare spectacle. Allow me to inform my friend about this. The Huaxia Holy Land has emerged. Indeed, such a commotion must be shared with friends. Soon, the news of the Huaxia Holy Land's emergence reverberated throughout the upper realm once again. Some cultivators followed closely behind, eager to discover their destination. Half an hour later, the celestial vessel of Huaxia Xingdi rested outside the demon abyss, and only then did they realize their purpose was to undergo trials within. As the celestial vessel gently descended, the disciples, led by 2 elder Xianwang, gradually caught the attention of other cultivators. To my astonishment, a staggering 100,000 individuals. Could they all be here for training? It seemed implausible. I had never witnessed any sect bringing such a multitude for trials. 100,000. Could it be that they represent the entirety of Huaxia Xingdi? Have you not noticed? Each of these individuals possesses at least the cultivation of Ren Xianjing. What? The sheer terror of it. Their strength rivals that of any elite clan's army. Even the escorting elders are of Xianwang caliber. One can only imagine the prowess of the sect's master. Is it possible that within Huaxia Xingdi lies an extraordinary powerhouse, capable of overwhelming all major forces in the upper realm? Amidst the discussions of these cultivators, the leaders Feng Jinghui and Yu Fenghua, both Xianwang, led the 100,000 disciples into the demon abyss. At this moment, numerous cultivators were already honing their skills within the abyss. Suddenly, they felt the ground tremble, initially mistaking it for the emergence of a formidable demon. As the sound drew nearer, they soon realized it was not a demon, but rather a valiant army entering. Indeed, upon witnessing the arrival of Huaxia Xingdi's disciples, they were left astounded. They had never seen such a multitude come to the demon abyss for trials. Remember the sect's rules. Unity is paramount during your excursions. It's now up to you. Feng Jinghui reiterated the regulations to the 100,000 disciples. As these disciples departed in batches, the moment they brandished their weapons, the cultivators who were previously training could no longer remain composed. What? Every weapon is of true immortal quality, and each disciple wields one. By heavens, who are they to possess such overwhelming power? True immortal weapons. I cannot fathom how many years of spirit stones it would take to acquire one. Comparing ourselves to them is utterly disheartening. To this day, I still wield a weapon of emperor level. I know. They are from Huaxia Xingdi. I never expected them to emerge. What is this Huaxia Xingdi? I have only been in the demon abyss for a year, and the dynamics of the outer sect have already shifted. Such a magnificent sect, affluent beyond measure. If it were another sect or clan, they would hardly dare to imagine such wealth. With such splendid equipment, they dare to compete with us for the treasures of the abyss. It is utterly shameless. Huaxia Xingdi has once again astonished the masses. As for the disciples of the sect, they paid no heed to the gazes of others. Their eyes greedily fixed upon the demons that appeared before them, more monstrous than the demons themselves. Thus, the mindless demons felt a flicker of despair, swiftly being eradicated by these disciples of the sect. Chapter 83, Burning City. The 100,000 disciples divided into 10 small teams, each led by 2 true immortals acting as captains. Wherever these disciples passed, not a blade of grass remained. No demon could survive their onslaught. Moreover, They established a rotation system, with one group exterminating demons while another harvested various herbs. This severely hampered the other faction's disciples from obtaining anything, leaving them in distress. Faced with such a formidable force, they dared not utter a sound, only cursing inwardly. In the end, these cultivators could only return empty-handed, exiting the demon abyss in fear of losing their sanity if they lingered any longer. The disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks, however, were unconcerned. Having finally ventured out, they intended to enjoy themselves to the fullest. The demons within the abyss experienced, for the first time in history, the simultaneous slaughter by hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Though these demons would continuously reproduce, they ultimately could not withstand the disciples' killing speed. After half an hour, the outer perimeter had been explored by the disciples of the sect. At an astonishing pace, half an hour prior, the departing cultivators quickly disseminated news of the situation to the outside world, attracting many more to the demon abyss. Eager to witness the training of the sect's disciples, spectators arrived in waves, filling the area outside the abyss. Good heavens, how ruthless! 100,000 coming to the demon abyss for training. Surely they are not merely stocking up? Indeed, all wielding true immortal weapons. Just how wealthy is this sect? I find myself tempted to snatch a true immortal weapon. Do you think you can boast? Did you see those two formidable figures? Xianwang experts. Do you believe one can act under their noses? How fortunate that you reminded me. If this continues, the abyss may very well be entirely claimed by this lot. They are merely here for the first time, drawn by novelty. Soon they will realize the abyss holds little of interest. As these onlookers engaged in loud discussions, the disciples of the sect quickened their pace, subtly making their way towards the central region. Among the 10 teams, 3 had already advanced ahead, nearly stepping into the central area. While these disciples honed their skills, Lin Kai's figure vanished from Huaxiaxingdi, Feng City. This is the most prosperous city in the upper realm, featuring the renowned for major merchant houses, Lingyun Auction House, specializing in the auction of various spiritual pills, treasures, magical artifacts, rare spiritual plants, and spiritual pets. The life and death arena. The first mode of play involves the arena manager arranging his trained fighters to duel challengers. The victor earns spirit stones, while the loser forfeits their life, and all possessions go to the arena. The second mode allows any cultivator to wager a hefty sum of spirit stones to challenge an opponent of the same realm, with the arena taking a 10% cut regardless of the outcome. Achieving certain milestones grants protection from the arena, which is why many cultivators are eager to fight there. The third highlight is the brothel, a place where male cultivators indulge in entertainment and music, called Yohuan Pavilion. Even renowned young masters from prestigious families, disciples from sects, and powerful figures are enamored with this place. Lastly, there is the raw stone workshop, where countless cultivators gamble on stones daily. Some achieve fortune, while others face ruin and disgrace. Before long, Lin Kai arrived in Burning City. Various merchants shouted along the bustling streets, creating an atmosphere of excitement. As Lin Kai walked along the thoroughfare, he took pleasure in the sights, relishing the vibrant ambience. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. At that moment, a discordant voice echoed throughout the street. A beast cart, pulled by 2 monstrous creatures, appeared on the thoroughfare, with the driver whipping the people on either side of the street. Many dared not voice their anger, only retreating in silence. Unfortunately, the beast cart approached Lin Kai, and the driver, seeing someone in his path, lashed out with the whip. Get moving, or you'll bear the consequences for wasting my young master's time. The driver, emboldened by his master's status, cared not for the identity of the individual before him. Then, a shocking event transpired. Lin Kai grasped the whip midair, yanking the driver down from the beast cart. The 2 beasts could not halt in time, causing the entire cart to topple over. The driver quickly regained his composure and rushed to assist a young man who had been thrown from the cart. With a resounding slap, the young man struck the driver's face, glaring at him with fury. What are you doing? Watch where you're going. Look at the mess you've caused. The young man rebuked the driver for his lack of awareness. At this moment, the driver felt quite innocent. He had not anticipated Lin Kai would reach for the whip, leading to his unintentional fall. As his gaze turned to Lin Kai, all his animosity shifted towards him. Young master, it's this fool who is at fault. Truly not my doing. He not only did not evade, but even seized my whip. The coachman could only express his grievances to the young man. Following the coachman's direction, the young man cast a dark glance at Lin Kai, seemingly displeased with him. Do you know who I am, brat? How dare you obstruct my path? Are you seeking death? The young man intended to invoke his background to intimidate Lin Kai. However, Lin Kai paid no heed to his words. He merely found it unexpected that upon his first entry into Fenchong, he would encounter such a situation, whether it was bad luck or trouble seeking him out. All of you attack. Tear him apart. I want him to die without a complete corpse. Seeing that Lin Kai ignored him, the the young man commanded the two demonic beasts. Upon hearing the command, the beasts' eyes glowed a deep crimson as they lunged at Lin Kai, eager to devour him. Hence, in an instant, Lin Kai unleashed a wave of despairing, terrifying power from within, causing the two beasts to lose control and collapse to the ground. With a snap of his fingers, the two beasts exploded before the gathered crowd, transforming into a mist of blood that scattered across the ground. Witnessing his demonic beasts slain by Lin Kai, the young man's fury surged forth uncontrollably. Brat, killing my beasts, regardless of who you are or which sect you belong to, you shall die today. The young man's arrogant demeanor suggested he was of considerable status, dismissing even those from great sections. In the next moment, the young man launched a lethal strike at Lin Kai, seeking vengeance for his beasts. As a scion of a prominent family, he had never endured such humiliation. Lin Kai, however, was not one to relent. He raised his right hand and pressed down lightly towards the young man. Chapter 84, The Xianxia Family. Kneel. A sharp and commanding voice emanated from Lin Kai, imbued with an undeniable magical authority. The young man suddenly found himself kneeling before Lin Kai. Even the onlookers were left in disbelief at this spectacle. The young man, Xianxiaaudiobooks, had been subdued? Was this something they could witness? This young man truly dared to act, utterly ignorant of his opponent's identity. It was over. This young man had ruined his own future. As Xianxiaaudiobooks was the cherished son of the Xianxia family, unaccustomed to such humiliation. It seemed to me that this lad was merely a fearless rookie, emboldened by his slight strength to confront the Xianxia family, likely to meet an untimely end. Bah, Xianxiaaudiobooks deserves this. He has often bullied us. And today is a reckoning. Shoo, keep your voice down. If someone from the Xianxia family hears, the consequences will be dire. Not only the spectators, but even Xianxiaaudiobooks' coachman was incredulous, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed his young master being subdued and kneeling on the ground. While the Xianxia family could not compare to the four great families, they were not to be trifled with. How dare you? Quickly assist the young master to his feet. Otherwise, the Xianxia family will not spare you. The coachman stood firm, one hand on his hip, the other pointing threateningly at Lin Kai. Yet, his threats bore no fruit and only led to his own demise. Silence. With a mere glance, Lin Kai caused the coachman to vanish into thin air. This scene once again shocked the crowd. They had not anticipated that Lin Kai would not only subdue Xianxiaaudiobooks, but also eliminate his coachman. The death of a person altered the nature of the encounter, even if the individual was merely a coachman of the Xianxia family. At this moment, kneeling on the ground, Xianxiaaudiobooks stared blankly at his own body, unable to comprehend why, upon Lin Kai's command to kneel, he had lost control of his own actions. You dare seek death? To make me, Xianxiaaudiobooks, kneel, I swear I will annihilate your entire clan. Regaining his senses, Xianxiaaudiobooks shouted furiously while kneeling. His roar reverberated throughout the city, drawing countless people towards Lin Kai. Upon witnessing Xianxiaaudiobooks on the ground, their astonishment grew. In an instant, a formidable middle-aged man with an overwhelming aura appeared like a specter before the crowd. As they finally recognized his face, terror spread across their expressions, prompting them to retreat in waves. This man was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks, the current head of the Xianxia family and the biological father of Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose cultivation had reached the terrifying pinnacle of Earth Immortal. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an unparalleled pressure. He stared at Lin Kai, trapped in the center, and slowly spoke. Release my son immediately, and then cripple your own cultivation. Today's matter will be forgotten. Otherwise. His words, though calm, carried an unmistakable threat. Beep. Detected that the host is being threatened. Task activated and signing in. Beep. Task issued. Task content. Eliminate the opponent. Task reward. A strand of innate chaos energy. At that moment, the system's long-awaited task echoed in Lin Kai's ears once more. Cripple my own cultivation? Very well. As you wish. Lin Kai replied sincerely, leading Xianxiaaudiobooks to believe he had succumbed to his oppressive aura. However, what stunned everyone next was that Lin Kai unleashed a terrifying celestial power directed at Xianxiaaudiobooks' abdomen. In the next moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks, kneeling on the ground, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a heart-wrenching howl that instilled fear in all who heard it. Ah, my cultivation! My cultivation! Witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks could no longer maintain his composure, having never anticipated that Lin Kai would not cripple his own cultivation, but rather destroy that of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Brat, I will have you dead. Xianxiaaudiobooks roared in fury as his Earth Immortal Pinnacle aura erupted, launching a lethal strike towards Lin Kai. In response, Lin Kai could only reluctantly eliminate Xianxiaaudiobooks, raising his right hand to unleash a world-destroying force at his forehead. Xianxiaaudiobooks' brow was penetrated by a terrifying force, and his celestial soul did not have time to escape before he met his demise. To the side, Shintu Tianyu witnessed his father perish before his eyes. The sudden blow was unbearable, and he succumbed to his hatred on the spot. After collecting the spatial rings of both father and son, Lin Kai departed, leaving behind the pair in eternal slumber. Once Lin Kai had left, the onlookers finally reacted to the shocking news that the Shinto father and son had perished. Not long after, Fencheng was abuzz, with everyone discussing the deaths of Shinto Qingtian and his son. Meanwhile, Lin Kai, the very person at the center of this turmoil, had already arrived at Lingyun auction house. Just in time for an auction, after paying the entrance fee, a maid guided Lin Kai to his private room. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of innate chaos energy. Note: innate chaos energy can nourish weapons, elevating them to the level of chaos-grade weapons, and can enhance the physique, with a chance to become an innate chaos body. Outside the auction house, the Shinto family was in utter turmoil. Not only had their young master been slain, but even their family head had fallen victim to treachery. Gazing at the two corpses in the hall, an elder at the forefront was utterly devastated, his cane trembling in his grasp. Who is it? Who killed my son and grandson? Send someone to investigate. I want them to experience the pain of losing loved ones. Shinto Hanyu's face burned with rage. My husband, Tianyu. My children. A woman wept profusely as she clung to the sleeping forms of Shinto father and son. She then turned to the aging Shinto Hanyu. Father, I want the perpetrator to suffer worse than death. Let their head be offered as a sacrifice to my husband and son's spirits. Shinto Hanyu nodded. Without needing the woman to speak, he would proceed as planned. Fortunately, the Shinto family had not lost its lineage. He had already sent word to his eldest grandson, Shinto Yifeng, who was also Shinto Tianyu's older brother. This eldest grandson was the last hope of the Shinto family. Having displayed remarkable talent at the age of 10, he caught the attention of a prominent figure from Xianhua Academy, who took him under his wing for personal instruction. Now, at the age of over 22, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of true immortal, surpassing over 90% of his peers. With the assistance of that esteemed individual from Xianhua Academy, he believed that even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they would surely bring the culprit to justice. In a certain region, within a scholarly institution, a young man was meditating in seclusion, reaching a critical moment in his cultivation when suddenly, a wave of palpitations arose from within him. With a sudden spurt, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly throwing him into chaos and leading him to the brink of going astray. Chapter 85, Auction House. How could this happen? The young man furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why such an incident had occurred, as it had never happened before. As he pondered, a figure appeared before him, gazing at him with a hint of sympathy. Fenger, a message has come from home. You must prepare yourself mentally. Indeed, this young man was Shinto Yifeng, the eldest scion of the Shinto family, and the speaker was his master, Yu Cheng, at the early stage of Golden Immortal. Before Shinto Yifeng could respond, Yu Cheng continued, What has happened to you? His gaze fell upon the pool of blood before Shinto Yifeng. At that moment, Shinto Yifeng regained his composure, realizing his teacher had arrived, and hurriedly stood to greet him. Master, you have come. I do not know why, but I felt uneasy during my meditation, nearly falling into chaos. He recounted his recent experience. Then, he inquired again, What did you say earlier? What has happened at home? Yu Cheng had not anticipated that Shinto Yifeng would sense the turmoil within the Shinto family. He then produced a letter and handed it to Shinto Yifeng. First, remain calm regardless of what you see. Shinto Yifeng took the letter without hesitation and opened it. Upon reading its contents, he instinctively collapsed to the ground, tears welling in his eyes, a single tear cascading down. Who could it be? They have killed my father and younger brother. I, Shinto Yifeng, vow to make them pay in blood. Yu Cheng patted Shinto Yifeng's back, unsure how to console him. Master, I must return home at once. Shinto Yifeng wiped away his tears, knowing he needed to return immediately to ascertain the situation. Yu Cheng nodded, having also been invited by Shinto Hanyu to accompany him to the Shinto estate. I will go with you. Rest assured, regardless of the adversary's identity. As your master, I will seek justice for the Shinto family. After a brief preparation, the master and disciple departed from Xianhua Academy, making their way towards Fencheng. Lingyun auction house. Lin Kai gazed down at the items being auctioned in the hall below, one of which was a defensive treasure. This item, known as the 5 Elements armor, could withstand a strike from a golden immortal. However, it could only be used once. The starting bid was 50,000 top-tier spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 500. As the alluring auctioneer, Yao Yao, concluded her introduction, the guests below, including those in the private booths above, began to compete fiercely. This is outrageous. It can only be used once, and the base price is 50,000 top-tier spirit stones," exclaimed a voice filled with disbelief. "Damn, it's too expensive. I can't afford it." A group of impoverished spectators lamented, while another declared, "If you can't afford it, then be quiet and watch me take it. I bid 50,000 and 6,000. I bid 508,000. I bid 60,000. I bid 70,000. I bid 80,000. I bid 85,000. I bid 100,000. No one can contend with me." 100,000? Is your Zhang family really that impoverished? "I bid 120,000. 200,000. A voice erupted from a private booth, sending shockwaves through the crowd. 200,000? Who is this lavish spender? For just a piece of armor, which is one-time use, it's worth at most 100,000. On the auction stage, the enchanting Yao Yao was elated upon hearing the 200,000 bid. If this transaction succeeded, her commission would multiply tremendously. A guest in booth 5 has bid 200,000 top-tier spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to continue bidding? Yao Yao inquired of all the esteemed guests present. The cacophony in the entire room fell silent, and Yao Yao struck her gavel, declaring, "Congratulations to the guest in booth 5 for acquiring the 5 elements armor. Shortly, someone will deliver it to you." Following this, Yao Yao summoned her spiritual energy, revealing another item in its place. This is the Xian Immortal Breaking Mirror Pill. I need not elaborate on its effects. The starting bid was set at 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. After Yao Yao introduced this pill, the crowd erupted once more. The Xian Immortal Breaking Mirror Pill, when consumed by those at the Earth Immortal level, would instantly break through the mirror, with no side effects. However, for cultivators below the Earth Immortal level, if they were not careful, the potency could destabilize their internal energies, leading to catastrophic consequences. "I bid 110,000. I want this breaking mirror pill. I bid 120,000. I'll save it for my breakthrough to Earth Immortal. Stop fighting. I bid 140,000. I want it. Let us see who dares to compete with me." Once this voice echoed through the hall, all eyes turned toward a specific booth. In booth 3, a young man was indulging in the beauty in his arms, a look of sheer pleasure on his face. The young man, known as Xiaohuahua, was the notorious scion of the Xiao family. Could it be him? The Xiao family's notorious wastrel, Xiaohuahua. What terrible luck. It seems there's no chance left. Xiaohuahua, who is he? Does he have a significant background? Are you new here? Xiaohuahua is the brother of Shun Tu Tianyu. Oh, so he is the young master of the Shun Tu family. I've heard of him, though his reputation isn't the best. Just as everyone assumed that the Xian Immortal Breaking Mirror Pill would belong to Xiaohuahua, another bidding voice rang out, redirecting all attention once more. "I bid 200,000. This is not your Xiao family. You cannot control everything here. So if you have the ability, continue bidding." The voice came from booth 1. Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua's expression shifted. "Who is it?" "Ah, it's Fong Su from the Fong family. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. I bid 300,000. As Xiaohuahua announced his bid, the anticipated response from Fong Su did not come, leading him to believe that Fong Su had been intimidated. A smile crept across Xiaohuahua's face. "Oh, a fool with money. If you want it, then it's yours." At that moment, Fong Su's voice rang out once more, surprising everyone present. After a brief interlude, the auctioneer Yao Yao summoned forth another item, the final highlight of the day. As this item was revealed, Lin Kai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the object. Chapter 86. Another acquisition of chaos energy. Esteemed guests, this token is an unexpected find, and we suspect it may be related to a tomb. As we have tested it, we have determined that its hardness rivals that of weapons at the Immortal King level, and it can be used for self-defense. As she observed the atmosphere in the auction hall, Yao Yao hastened her pace and announced the starting price of the item. Esteemed guests, the auction house has determined that the opening bid for this item is 500,000 exquisite spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 10,000. Upon her utterance, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "What? The starting price is 500,000? You might as well go and rob someone. Indeed, you cannot treat us as fools. Who would spend such an exorbitant sum on this trinket? Moreover, even if one were to acquire this item, the validity of the tomb token cannot simply be asserted by your words. And to claim it rivals weapons of the Immortal King level, this token is utterly laughable. Ha ha. It seems the auction house has run out of genuine treasures and resorts to peddling such worthless items. I am eager to see which unfortunate soul will bid on this. Even the wealthy should not squander their riches so recklessly." Listening to the remarks from the audience, Yao Yao refrained from offering explanations, perceiving that these individuals simply lacked discernment. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no bids, today's auction will conclude here. Yao Yao's gaze swept over the cultivators in the hall once more. Just as she was about to retract the token, A cold voice resonated throughout the auction house. 1 million. I shall take it. When the crowd heard someone was offering 1 million for the token, they instinctively turned their attention to a particular private room. Indeed, the voice emanated from room 2, belonging to Lin Kai. Not only were the spectators below astonished, but even Yao Yao on the auction stage was taken aback. Someone was actually willing to bid 1 million for this token? This left Yao Yao utterly perplexed. Could it be that the token harbored some hidden secret? Even the influential figures covertly observing the auction found themselves uncertain. They had personally appraised this item, and aside from its hardness matching that of an immortal king-level weapon, there were no other clues. Now, someone was prepared to bid 1 million. Could it be that they had discerned the token's true origin? Ahem, esteemed guest. Are you certain you wish to bid 1 million? Yao Yao inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Kai in room 2, fearing that he might be jesting. If 1 million could indeed secure the token, her status would undoubtedly soar. Not only would her reputation be elevated, but she would also attract more cultivators to future auctions. As everyone awaited confirmation of Lin Kai's intent to spend 1 million exquisite spirit stones on the token, a spatial ring suddenly flew out from the private room and gently landed before Yao Yao. Take a look, is this sufficient? Lin Kai's voice resonated again from within the room. Upon picking up the ring, Yao Yao extended her consciousness into it, and her eyes widened at the sight of exquisite spirit stones resembling a miniature mountain. Each stone dazzled brilliantly, nearly causing Yao Yao to lose her composure. This was her first time auctioning such a substantial quantity of items. Is it insufficient? Lin Kai's voice drifted from the room once more, regaining her composure. Yao Yao realized her earlier lapse, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced towards room 2. It is more than enough. 1 million is accounted for. I shall personally present it to the esteemed guest shortly. She then turned her gaze to the rest of the audience and announced, today's auction is officially concluded, and we look forward to your presence at future events. Once Yao Yao finished speaking, everyone was curious about the identity of the individual in room 2, who had prompted this beauty to personally deliver the auction item. Unbeknownst to them, many had been covertly monitoring the auction house, engaging in dubious dealings. After these individuals swiftly exited, Yao Yao, clutching the token, made her way towards Lin Kai's private room. Upon entering, she was astonished to find that the successful bidder was, in fact, a youth who appeared even younger than herself, with long silvery hair and clad in white garments. His handsome visage resembled that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, causing Yao Yao's heart to flutter, reminiscent of a startled fawn. I never imagined such a young gentleman would be the victor. I thought it might be some greasy old man. Yao Yao approached Lin Kai without hesitation. Seating herself upon his lap, her fingers playfully gliding over his attire, teasing him. This unexpected turn of events caught Lin Kai off guard. He hadn't anticipated such boldness. Was it possible that his striking looks had mesmerized her? Externally, he maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, he was in a state of turmoil. After all, he was but a child himself, ill-equipped to handle such advances. Big sister, how mischievous you are, bullying a little brother. My lady, do you find this amusing? Lin Kai's voice feigned authority, his expression adopting a stern demeanor. Yao Yao, startled by his sudden shift, found herself at a loss, never expecting Lin Kai to disrupt the playful atmosphere. I apologize, it is entirely my fault. Your appearance captivated me, please forgive me. Gazing into Lin Kai's piercing eyes, Yao Yao felt tears welling up, fearing that if he took offense, her position at the auction house could be jeopardized. Yet, amidst her embarrassment, she felt a mix of indignation. How could such a magnificent beauty make advances, and he remain unresponsive? All right, this shall be the last time. Hand over the item. Seeing Yao Yao's nearly tearful visage, Lin Kai felt a pang of sympathy. He was particularly averse to seeing women cry. Upon sensing his lack of reproach, Yao Yao steadied herself and presented an ancient-looking token, offering it to Lin Kai with both hands. Lin Kai accepted the token and scrutinized it closely, recalling the faint, unique aura it exuded. Subsequently, he dripped a drop of his blood onto the token, and in mere moments, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. A strand of white mysterious energy materialized upon the token. Upon recognizing this aura, Lin Kai was astounded. It was identical to the innate chaotic energy he had received as a reward from the system. He had never anticipated such an unexpected delight today. However, this chaotic energy appeared less dense than the one previously bestowed by the system. Yao Yao was equally astonished. She had been present when the influential figures at the auction house tested this token, and none could elicit a response from it. Yet, a single drop of Lin Kai's blood triggered a reaction, revealing a seal of unknown mysterious energy. How could she not be in awe? Esteemed guest, what is this white mysterious energy? You seem quite intrigued. Chapter 87, Robbed. It is nothing but a strand of chaotic energy, Lin Kai replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Upon hearing the term chaotic energy, Yao Yao could scarcely believe her ears. What? It is actually chaotic energy? Her gaze fixated on the chaotic energy in Lin Kai's hand. It was common knowledge that chaotic energy was birthed during the primordial creation of the universe, a rare phenomenon seldom encountered in the present world, often relegated to the realm of legend. Little did she know, today she had truly broadened her horizons by witnessing something so extraordinary. After Lin Kai stored the chaotic energy, he also placed the token into his spatial ring. Do not divulge what you have witnessed today, otherwise, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Kai enveloped Yao Yao, instilling within her a sense of suffocation, as if a mere thought from him could annihilate her very soul. In that moment, Yao Yao truly comprehended that Lin Kai did not resemble an 18-year-old youth. At this instant, he exuded an air akin to that of a formidable and terrifying powerhouse. This presence was far more intimidating than that of the influential figures at the auction house. Rest assured, esteemed guest. I shall keep your secret and will not disclose any information, Yao Yao replied, her voice trembling with fear. Subsequently, Lin Kai released his oppressive aura, consumed the last cup of tea, and rose to leave the private room. Unfortunately, just as Yao Yao was leading Lin Kai out the door, the room's entrance swung open, revealing an elderly man with a beaming smile directed at Lin Kai. Young master, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your patronage at our auction house. Please accept this purple gold token. The old man presented a purple gold token with both hands to Lin Kai. From now on, whether you wish to auction or purchase items, you shall enjoy a 20% discount. The elder further clarified that the token also served as a symbol of status. Lin Kai regarded the token in hand, nodded in acknowledgement, and accepted it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the old man took his leave. Under Yao Yao's guidance, Lin Kai soon arrived at the entrance of the auction house. Young master, I shall take my leave here. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to contact me. Yao Yao beamed a sweet smile at Lin Kai. After bidding farewell to Lin Kai, Yao Yao finally exhaled in relief. Standing beside Lin Kai had inexplicably filled her with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Remembering the earlier incident of sitting on Lin Kai's lap, her cheeks flushed instantly. What am I thinking? This won't do. Meanwhile, after departing from the auction house, Lin Kai sensed several auras trailing him. Soon, he found himself in an empty alley, where he paused mid-step. Why do you linger in the shadows? Come forth. Lin Kai spoke calmly to the air before him. The hidden pursuers were astonished. They had not anticipated that Lin Kai could detect their presence. Realizing they had been discovered, one of them chuckled. This young master possesses quite the skill. I never expected you to unveil my tracks. A figure clad in a black robe stepped into Lin Kai's sight, positioning himself opposite him. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only one tracking Lin Kai. Upon hearing his words, those who had intended to reveal themselves hesitated, opting instead to remain concealed. Is it only you who has emerged? Do you wish to profit from this? Lin Kai's voice resonated throughout the alley, causing the initially revealed figure to falter. It dawned on him that he was not alone. Lin Kai's tone suggested that others lurked in the shadows as well. As Lin Kai's words fell, the concealed figures all emerged, totaling 3 groups, including the previously revealed black-robed man. Apart from the lone black-robed figure, the other 2 groups consisted of pairs of companions. It seems I have underestimated you. Since it has come to this, surrender your treasures. One of the scar-faced cultivators stated, articulating his demand. The others, hearing the scar-faced man's words, recognized their shared intent. It would be a matter of how to divide the spoils. Treasures? What treasures? Were you not here to rob me? Just as tension escalated, the first black-robed figure appeared bewildered. He had been tracking Lin Kai, believing him to be a young master of some affluent family, hoping to acquire some spirit stones. Upon uttering this, the scar-faced man and the others regarded him as if he were a fool. When the black-robed figure sensed their disdainful gazes, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and instinctively scratched his head. At that moment, he was utterly at a loss for how to navigate this predicament. I merely wish to request some spirit stones from him. Let me secure this some first. Then you may proceed with your affairs. The masked man regarded the scar-faced man and his companions with a serious expression, seemingly trying to convey a message. There should be an order of precedence in such matters. However, the scar-faced man coldly interjected, "Get lost." A chilling aura surged from him, mercilessly bearing down upon the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man pondered, where did this fool come from? All right, carry on, he said. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the scar-faced man, the black-robed figure, terrified, trembled and fled without a second thought, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, with Lin Kai standing still, akin to a mere observer witnessing the unfolding farce. After the black-robed figure's departure, the scar-faced man redirected his attention to Lin Kai. Noticing Lin Kai still standing there, he felt a surge of displeasure, thinking, this brat clearly lacks awareness. Can't he see he is surrounded? Boy, what are you hesitating for? Hand over everything. The scar-faced man reiterated, brandishing his weapon menacingly at Lin Kai. Indeed, relinquish your possessions swiftly, lest you suffer corporeal punishment. If you provoke our ire, your life may be forfeit. Chimed in another group, their sole desire for wealth, not blood. Upon hearing the words of the scar-faced man and his companion, Lin Kai gazed at the spatial ring on his finger. Oh, do you truly believe you can take anything from me? He mused, admiring his ring. The confidence radiating from Lin Kai instilled a sense of unease in the scar-faced man and his companions, awakening a primal urge for survival within them. Is this it? Have I encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing? Retreat. The scar-faced man commanded his companions. They shared a similar sentiment. In a battle of experts, often a single move could determine the victor. Just as they prepared to flee, Lin Kai unleashed an aura that resonated with chilling intensity, instantly repressing them. In the next moment, before they could utter a plea for mercy, they exploded on the spot, transforming into a mist of blood. Lin Kai, speechless, had anticipated a confrontation. Yet his mere words had rendered them paralyzed with fear. After collecting their abandoned items, Lin Kai exited the alley and proceeded onward. Unbeknownst to him, another group within Fencheng was fervently searching for Lin Kai, each member exuding an aura of murderous intent. Chapter 88. Is Lin Kai dead? Have we not yet located the target? A throng of individuals traversed every street and alley, led by a young man named Li Yong, who inquired. They were the guards of the Shun Tu family. Brotherly, we have searched for half an hour and have not caught even a glimpse of him, lamented a slender young cultivator among the guards. Internally, Li Yong cursed. Had Lin Kai not slain the Shun Tu father and son, they would still be enjoying their carefree lives. Not long ago, Shin Tu Yifeng and his master had returned home and, upon discerning the situation, ordered a citywide search for Lin Kai's whereabouts. Just as the guards prepared to report back, a dapper young man with a folding fan appeared before them, his silver hair cascading elegantly, exuding grace and charm. Indeed, that is Lin Kai, who has somehow acquired a precious fan, which he is now fondling. Brotherly, could that be the one we seek? The slender young cultivator queried, pointing toward Lin Kai. Following his companion's gaze, Li Yong rubbed his eyes, and after confirming, his face lit up with joy. Indeed, it is him. Damn it, I have searched high and low for this brat. Quickly send word to the young master that we have found him. Li Yong instructed his companion to relay the news back to the Shun Tu family. The slender young cultivator hurriedly dashed toward the Shun Tu residence. Li Yong and the others trailed behind Lin Kai, ever watchful of his movements. Fencheng, Shun Tu family. In the grand hall, Shun Tu Yifeng knelt before two coffins, draped in white mourning garments. Father, brother, rest assured, I shall avenge you both. Shun Tu Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance, wishing fervently to eliminate his adversary and sever his head to pay tribute to his two deceased kin. Young master, we have found him. A hurried voice echoed through the Shun Tu family estate. In the hall, all eyes were fixated on the figure at the entrance, the frail youth. Young master, we have located the target. Li Gu and the others are tracking him. The slender young man approached the hall, bowing his head respectfully. Upon hearing the news of the target's discovery, Shun Tu Yifeng wasted no time and instructed him to lead the way, with Yucheng following closely behind to safeguard Shun Tu Yifeng. From their inquiries, they learned that the adversary was a young boy. At such a tender age, he had managed to slay the peak of a D Xian, Shun Tu Qingsong, likely employing some formidable artifact. Before long, they proceeded in the direction of Lin Kai's whereabouts, and soon, Yucheng successfully pinpointed the location of Li Yong and his companions. Upon arriving at a desolate alley, they discovered the lifeless bodies of Li Yong and his group, sprawled across the ground, devoid of life. Only one figure remained, a young boy clad in white, quietly holding a folding fan, awaiting something. You are the one who killed my father and brother, Dai? A terrifying aura erupted from Shun Tu Yifeng, a murderous intent so potent it seemed capable of annihilating the heavens, enveloping him in a chilling crimson light. Brandishing a true immortal grade sword, Shun Tu Yifeng charged towards Lin Kai. Standing firm, Lin Kai remained unfazed. As Shun Tu Yifeng's blade neared him, he closed his fan and effortlessly blocked the sword's tip. In the next moment, an unbelievable, fearsome energy radiated from Lin Kai, sending Shun Tu Yifeng hurtling hundreds of meters away. Even Yu Cheng, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. The aura emanating from Lin Kai instilled a sense of dread, making it hard to believe that an 18-year-old youth could possess such power. Even now, Yu Cheng could not discern Lin Kai's cultivation level, only deepening his curiosity. However, it was evident that Lin Kai must have his true power concealed by some obscure technique employed by his family elders. He had never entertained the notion that Lin Kai could surpass him in strength. He did not believe Lin Kai possessed such prowess. For even among the myriad sects and clans of the upper realm, No 18-year-old cultivator had ever reached the golden immortal realm or beyond. The body of Shinto Yifeng, propelled by the overwhelming force, traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground hundreds of meters away, raising a cloud of dust. His face was etched with disbelief, eyes wide as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. A mere wave of energy, seemingly ordinary, had unleashed such devastating might, flinging him like a projectile across such a vast distance. After a considerable time, Shinto Yifeng regained his composure, slowly rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothes, his expression darkening ominously as he replayed the earlier scene in his mind, filled with regret. He realized that his hatred had clouded his judgment, leading him to overlook Lin Kai's opportunity to strike. Humph! Shinto Yifeng let out a cold snort, his eyes ablaze with fury. Clenching the sword tightly in his grasp, he vowed silently that this time, he would afford Lin Kai no opportunity to retaliate. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his full strength, forcing a drop of crimson essence from his body and carefully letting it fall onto the sword's blade. The moment the blood touched the sword, it ignited as if set aflame. The entire blade began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent erupted forth, sharp enough to tear the very heavens asunder. This sword intent, akin to a long-dormant dragon, finally broke free, roaring skyward. It surged with the might of an avalanche, creating ripples in the air and shaking the very fabric of space itself. The once dull blade now radiated an astonishing brilliance, as if it had been ignited, glowing with a dazzling light that rivaled the sun, casting an unapproachable radiance. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies. Fiery steed, charge forth. As Shinto Yifeng bellowed, an enormous crimson steed, engulfed in flames, materialized in the void before him. The horse, imbued with boundless fury and murderous intent, raced towards Lin Kai like a lightning bolt, its speed defying imagination, reaching Lin Kai in the blink of an eye, enveloping him in searing flames. Watching Lin Kai's figure consumed by the inferno, Shinto Yifeng exhaled, relieved. This technique demanded immense celestial power, yet it was worth it, for he believed Lin Kai would perish under this assault. Shinto Yifeng harbored no doubt about the devastating nature of this technique. It was merely his current weakness that prevented him from unleashing its full potential. Otherwise, how could he have found himself in such a predicament? The only regret was that he could not sever Lin Kai's head to honor his deceased father and brother. Chapter 89, Shocking Everyone. Do not be careless, something is amiss. Yu Cheng swiftly positioned himself before Shinto Yifeng, offering him a recovery pill. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's words, Shinto Yifeng was momentarily puzzled. As he raised his gaze, the once enshrouded Lin Kai reappeared before everyone, and scathed. Impossible. This cannot be. Shinto Yifeng's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets, his pupils dilating in utter disbelief. At that moment, he was engulfed by incredulity, unwilling to accept that Lin Kai had emerged unscathed from his ferocious onslaught. Lin Kai, calm and composed, slowly lifted his arm. With a gentle wave of his hand, the flames that had surrounded him vanished as if enchanted, leaving no trace behind. He then scrutinized Shinto Yifeng from head to toe, his gaze dripping with disdain and contempt. A faint smile graced his lips as he nonchalantly remarked, "The power is passable, but the timing is woefully lacking." Throughout his speech, Lin Kai's eyes remained locked onto Shinto Yifeng, exuding an air of derision. For Shinto Yifeng, who harbored lofty ambitions and held himself in high regard, this was akin to a resounding slap to the face. In the Xianxia Academy, his name elicited praise, and his abilities and talents were highly esteemed. Especially within the inner court, few could rival him. He could count his peers on one hand. Yet, at this moment, under the watchful eyes of all, he found himself belittled and humiliated by this unknown individual who seemingly appeared from nowhere. How could the pampered and revered Shinto Yifeng endure such indignity? What did you say? Seeking death. Shinto Yifeng's fury reignited, and he intended to charge at Lin Kai to eliminate him, but Yu Cheng intercepted him. Have you forgotten my words within the academy? Anger will only entrap you further, leading you astray and exposing fatal flaws. Yu Cheng admonished Shinto Yifeng once more. Yu Cheng's words indeed had a momentary effect, swiftly calming the previously furious Shinto Yifeng, although a flicker of anger still lingered in his gaze. Young man, you are engaged in a duel with your peers, and I have no desire to intervene. However, Yu Cheng asserted, adopting a commanding demeanor and directing a murderous glare towards Lin Kai. You should never have harmed his father and brother, causing my disciple's Tao heart to falter. Thus, I must take action against you to aid him in restoring his Tao heart. With that declaration, Yu Cheng unleashed a fierce attack towards Lin Kai. Clamor. Upon witnessing Yu Cheng's personal intervention, Lin Kai scoffed disdainfully. With a simple gesture, he rendered the impending attack into nothingness. As Yusheng's assault was effortlessly neutralized by Lin Kai, ripples of disbelief surged within him. Even Shun Tu Yifeng found it hard to accept that his master's formidable strike had been so easily dispelled by Lin Kai. It seems your elders have bestowed upon you many protective treasures. I wonder how many times they can serve you, Yusheng mused. Convinced that Lin Kai possessed defensive artifacts gifted by his family, for it was inconceivable that he could withstand such an attack otherwise. Suddenly, an unparalleled and terrifying aura erupted from Yusheng's being, and he launched yet another lethal strike at Lin Kai. Upon witnessing this, Shun Tu Yifeng believed Lin Kai would undoubtedly perish. He had been fortunate enough to witness the might of this technique before. Knowing that no cultivator of the same realm could withstand it, left only to witness their own demise. Die, once you are gone. I will hunt down your family and ensure they accompany you in death. Shun Tu Yifeng thought darkly, his hatred for Lin Kai intensifying. Lin Kai, upon hearing Yusheng's words, merely smiled contemptuously, choosing not to explain himself, for they were nothing but a troop of clowns. Since it had been claimed that he bore protective treasures from his elders, he decided to play along. He lacked nothing but time, and indulging them in their trivial game would be rather enjoyable. This low-level contest was a welcome diversion from the gravitas expected of a celestial emperor. As anticipated, in the moment when the attack imbued with boundless destructive power was unleashed upon Lin Kai, he calmly raised his right hand and waved it gently. A soft, mysterious light suddenly blossomed from his palm. In the blink of an eye, this radiance formed an impenetrable shield that stood steadfast before him. A thunderous explosion echoed as Yusheng's lethal strike collided forcefully with Lin Kai's protective barrier. In an instant, a dazzling display of sparks erupted between the two, accompanied by powerful shockwaves that caused the surrounding air to tremble violently. Yet, astonishingly, despite the formidable nature of Yusheng's strike, it could not breach Lin Kai's luminous shield. After a brief stalemate, the attack dissipated into nothingness, accompanied by a muffled explosion. Witnessing his fierce assault so effortlessly neutralized, Yusheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the events unfolding before him. Was it truly impossible for him to subdue a mere youth barely into his teens? If this were to spread, would it not become a laughingstock in the martial world, tarnishing his reputation? Frustrated, Yusheng discarded any pretense of restraint. Shedding the demeanor of a seasoned golden immortal and transforming into a ferocious beast, unleashing a tempest of deadly attacks upon Lin Kai. The clash of blades, spells, and various inscrutable formations created a dazzling spectacle. Even Shun Tu Yifeng, observing from the sidelines, was left speechless, having followed his master for many years. He had never witnessed such a display of disarray from him. The once mighty and imposing figure of the golden immortal had seemingly vanished. Shun Tu Yifeng gaped in astonishment, pondering whether this was truly the revered master he had once known. Alas, reality is often difficult to accept. Yusheng's relentless onslaught against Lin Kai's barrier left not a single mark of damage. At this moment, no one was more disheartened by this outcome than Yusheng himself. How could a distinguished golden immortal be forced into such a predicament by an inexperienced youth? Unleashing every technique at his disposal, yet failing to even harm a single hair on his opponent? Foolish boy, I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and I have never been so humiliated. Today, you have forced my hand. Yusheng's eyes blazed with rage, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating painfully in the ears of all present. Behind him, a colossal phantom began to manifest, towering dozens of feet high, resembling a mountain and exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. As the phantom emerged, the space around them suddenly felt as though it had solidified, encasing only Lin Kai and Yusheng within an invisible barrier. Kill! Yusheng bellowed, his voice hoarse from fury. At the same time, he extended his right hand, pointing his finger directly at Lin Kai, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The enormous avatar mirrored his actions, its powerful arms swinging to reveal a colossal sword that appeared in its grasp. This sword shimmered ominously, adorned with flowing runes that emanated a chilling aura. The avatar gripped the sword tightly, raising it high, and brought it crashing down upon Lin Kai with catastrophic force. In that instant, the sword energy intertwined and tore through the void, producing a piercing shriek. The might of this strike was enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth, seemingly threatening to cleave the very world in two. Observing this attack, Lin Kai finally paid it heed, though he remained unimpressed. As the massive sword descended upon him, he regarded it with indifference. With a simple gesture, Lin Kai transformed his finger into a sword, slicing through the air towards the descending giant blade, manifesting a wave of sword energy that surged towards it. Below the avatar, Yusheng sensed the sword energy and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. As expected, when the giant sword clashed with Lin Kai's sword energy, it shattered into fragments, and the avatar itself was cleaved in half. With the Avatar's demise, both figures reappeared in the alley. Observing their return, Shen Tuifeng rushed to Yu Sheng's side, who was now gravely wounded and unable to continue the fight. Master, I am sorry. I have brought you trouble, Shen Tuifeng lamented, supporting Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng shook his head, never anticipating this turn of events. It seemed they could not depart safely now. Such a profound bond between master and disciple. I shall grant you a dignified end, so you may accompany each other on your journey to the afterlife. Lin Kai's voice echoed in their ears, and he raised his right hand, pointing his finger at both Yu Sheng and Shen Tuifeng. In an instant, two terrifying forces transformed into starlight, hurtling towards their foreheads. Before the duo could react, the life force within them rapidly dissipated until they were utterly devoid of vitality. Lin Kai was no saint, as they had come to kill him. He would spare no enemy, even those who posed no threat. After witnessing the demise of the master and disciple, Lin Kai cast a sweeping glance over the guards of the Shun Tu clan, who were paralyzed in fear, trembling on the ground as they gazed at him in terror. Once Lin Kai departed, they too would lose their lives. Unluckily, moments after the guards fell, a shadow emerged, exuding a potent aura of death. The figure fixated its gaze upon the lifeless bodies of Shen Tuifeng and his master, producing a small, dark coffin into which it absorbed them. As for the guards' remains, the shadow paid them no heed, vanishing without a trace. Shent family. The patriarch Shent Hny gazed upon the shattered life token before him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Moreover, the message sent to Xianxiaing had gone unanswered, leading Shent Hny to realize their situation was dire. With the fall of a golden immortal, what terrible existence had they provoked to bring about the demise of the Shent lineage? The heavens seemed intent on extinguishing the Shent family. Why? Oh why? Shent Hny incessantly struck the ground with his cane, yet no one could provide him with answers. Patriarch, it's terrible. The bodies of the master and young master have vanished. At that moment, another piece of dreadful news reached Shent Hny's ears as a servant rushed to report the situation. Upon hearing this, Shent Hny was utterly stunned. Who is it? Who has such a vendetta against our Shent family? Even if I must exhaust all our resources, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. With the servant's assistance, he soon arrived at the main hall, only to find the coffins of Shent Xiang and Shent Tny empty. In the city of Fn, at an establishment named Zhu Xiang Lnk, I had arrived after departing from a previous engagement. During this time, the Shent family had issued a bounty. Whoever could capture the murderer of their son and grandson and deliver the culprit's head to the Shent family would receive a handsome reward. Upon the announcement of this news, the atmosphere in Fn City shifted dramatically as all cultivators gathered outside the Shen estate to scrutinize the notice board detailing the reward and accompanying portrait of the perpetrator. Notably, Xiao Hu, who had been on good terms with Shent Tny, became despondent upon learning of his brother's demise, losing his previous bravado. Other families in Fn City, including the Fing family, rejoiced at the Shent family's misfortune, having been oppressed by them for so long. Now, they had finally received their comeuppance. The Shent family, at this moment, lacked any capability to contend with them. Inside Zhu Xiang upon hearing the news, Lnk, I paid it no mind, warning that any fool who dared to disturb him would be sent to meet the king of hell. Unbeknownst to him, in a certain realm of the upper realm, within Su Inhu Academy, several high-ranking officials convened in the main hall, each bearing a grave expression. The core elder of the academy, Xianxiaing, had unexpectedly perished. This was undoubtedly a severe blow to the entire academy. After all, Xianxiaing was a golden immortal. His departure cast a pall over the institution. The only lead they possessed pointed towards Fn City and the Shent family. However, they remained ignorant of the true enemy's identity. The distance between Fn City and Su Inhu Academy was vast, separated by countless mountains and rivers, resulting in slow communication. Thus, despite the gravity of the situation in Fn City, Su Inhu Academy had yet to acquire definitive intelligence. Faced with this predicament, the Academy's high-ranking officials convened urgently, ultimately deciding to dispatch someone to Fn City to investigate the specifics. Only by uncovering the identity of the murderer could they formulate an effective response strategy. While both Fn City and Su Inhu Academy frantically sought the individual responsible for the Shent family's tragedy, a mysterious place in the upper realm known as Hiun loomed. This location was shrouded in perpetual darkness, permeated by a nauseating stench of decay that seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul, evoking a sense of dread. Within this realm, darkness enveloped everything. With no sunlight breaking through the thick clouds, the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the occasional strange sounds echoing through the desolation. In a deep, unfathomable darkness within Hiun, an ancient hall constructed of massive stones stood solemnly. This stone edifice exuded a chilling and oppressive aura, as if it were an integral part of the surrounding darkness. Here lay the stronghold of the Lin Kai, a sect proficient in manipulating corpse energy to locate bodies, capable of commanding the dead in battle. At this moment, a man in a black robe named Ch stood humbly before a towering figure, reporting, "Great priest, our mission was fruitful. I have procured a golden immortal's corpse." His voice echoed in the vast stone hall, laced with barely contained excitement. As he finished speaking, four shadowy figures suddenly materialized, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up dust. Once the dust settled, it became evident that these four shadows were none other than the deceased members of the Xian family and the golden immortal Xianxiaing, all lifeless and cold, evidently having been dead for some time. Successfully acquiring such a precious golden immortal's corpse was undoubtedly a significant gain for the Lin Kai. The great priest, seated at the helm, resembled an immovable mountain. He narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the four corpses brought back by Ch, revealing a subtle hint of appreciation. Moments later, the great priest's lips curved into a slight smile, nodding approvingly. "It appears your expedition was indeed fruitful. Your fortune has favored you. This technique, the FHNSH, shall serve as your reward for this achievement. I hope you will continue to serve the sect diligently in the future." With that, the great priest raised his right hand, and a tome, as dark as ink, manifested in his palm. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, the black tome glided through the air, landing steadily before Ch in a flash. Ch's eyes widened, brimming with excitement as he beheld this coveted secret technique. It was well known that the FHNSH surpassed his own skill in corpse manipulation by leaps and bounds. While his corpse manipulation allowed him to command the dead in battle, those corpses acted solely on instinct, exhibiting limited strength. In contrast, the FHNSH permitted the complete transfer of one's celestial soul into a formidable corpse, enabling the wielder to orchestrate combat. Furthermore, upon invoking the FHNSH, one could freely utilize the various techniques and secret arts mastered by the corpse in life, a truly formidable ability. Of course, with Ch's current pinnacle of human celestial cultivation, he could only control corpses of the heavenly immortal realm at most. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to elate him. After all, possessing such a powerful secret technique would undoubtedly bolster his confidence and chances of success in his future endeavors and service to the sect. "Thank you, great priest, for your generous gift. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strive to serve the sect diligently." Ch expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The great priest waved his hand, signaling Ch to withdraw. Once Ch departed, he collected the four corpses from the ground. Simultaneously, the great priest lifted his gaze towards the outside world, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Some may not realize that the Lin Kai still possesses remnants of power operating in the shadows. He then reminisced about the battle from a millennium ago. The Lin Kai had long dealt with corpses, inevitably engaging in grave robbing as part of their trade. During one clash, the opposing side noticed that the techniques and arts employed by the corpses controlled by the Lin Kai mirrored those of their ancestors, raising suspicions. However, the Lin Kai paid little heed to such concerns, persistently deploying more prepared corpses for battle. Soon, numerous factions became aware of the peculiar circumstances surrounding these corpses. Some even defied ancestral decrees and personally unsealed their forebears' coffins for inspection. To their horror, they discovered not only the absence of any bodies within the coffins, but also the presence of a theft tunnel in the tomb. This audacious act by the Lian incited immense outrage across the entire upper realm. Various factions united to retaliate, shedding rivers of blood and uprooting the entire sect, culminating in the explosive demise of the sect leader, whose body was reduced to a mere mist of blood. It was beyond the wildest imagination of these factions that the Lian had not been entirely eradicated. In fact, they had relocated their stronghold to the depths of Heiyuan, in the bustling city of Funcheng. An increasing number of cultivators were searching fervently for the wanted criminal Lin Kai, pursued by the Shuntu family. Among them, an elder from the Lingyan auction house, upon seeing the portrait on the Shuntu family's notice, was taken aback. Was this not the esteemed guest who had spent 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones to acquire a golden token at their auction house? Even the alluring woman beside him, Yao, was astounded. This young man had slain all 3 members of the Shuntu family. Despite his youthful appearance, his strength was exceedingly formidable, having even vanquished Shuntu Qing, a pinnacle earth immortal. Of course, the auction house would never act against their esteemed guest. Such was their principle, never to interfere in external matters unless their interests were at stake. At that moment, The Xiang Lu was alive with chatter and excitement. In a secluded corner, Lin Kai savored the exquisite nectar in his cup, a faint smile gracing his lips. The chatter from outside drifted into his ears, and upon closer inspection, he realized they were fervently discussing his exploits. Some speculated that his ability to slay Shen Tu Qing indicated his unfathomable power. Others proposed a joint effort to capture him. However, Lin Kai remained oblivious to the commotion, lost in his own revelry, as if the external clamor had no bearing on him. Once satiated, he casually dropped a softly glowing spirit stone onto the table and rose to leave. Just then, the innkeeper rushed in, eager to collect the patron's payments. With his head bowed, he hastily approached Lin Kai's table, inadvertently brushing past him. The innkeeper greeted Lin Kai with a polite nod and a professional smile, but that smile soon froze on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth gaped in shock, as if he had just witnessed an unfathomable sight. Chapter 92, Do Shi Fang. As Lin Kai turned to depart, the innkeeper, who had previously maintained his composure, suddenly panicked. He hurriedly began to gather the spirit stones from the table, muttering to himself in astonishment, "I can't believe the whole city is searching for this gentleman. Who would have thought he was here at Xiang Lu?" While frantically clutching the spirit stones, he made his way toward the counter. However, just as he took a few steps, he felt a shadow loom in his path. His heart raced, and he slowly lifted his gaze, only to be met by the imposing figure of a burly man towering nearly 2 meters tall, his fierce eyes glaring at him as if he intended to devour him whole. The innkeeper was struck with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Straining to see the man's face, he made brief eye contact and felt a chill course through him, leaving him in a state of utter trepidation. "What were you mumbling about just now? Speak clearly," the giant bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, causing the innkeeper's ears to ring. Trembling, the innkeeper stuttered, "I was talking about the notorious wanted criminal. He just left here not long ago." The moment he uttered those words, he regretted his indiscretion, cursing himself for inviting trouble. Indeed, as soon as the innkeeper's words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted, and a stir erupted among the patrons. Many of the revelers paused, turning their attention towards the innkeeper. A slender, sharp-featured cultivator swiftly approached, fixated on the innkeeper. "What? Are you referring to the person the Shen Tu family has put a bounty on, and he just left here?" Faced with the multitude of skeptical and anxious gazes, the innkeeper could no longer conceal the truth and nodded vigorously. Upon receiving confirmation, the crowd erupted in excitement, their hushed whispers filling the air. "Is it really him? If we can capture this wanted man, the rewards from the Shen Tu family will be substantial. Let us not waste time, let us pursue him. We might still catch up." Suddenly, Xiang Lu was a cacophony of voices and fervor. Chairs scraped against the floor as cultivators bolted for the door, rushing into the streets outside. "Hurry, leave no corner unchecked. Whoever catches him claims the prize," someone shouted, and everyone dispersed, scouring the alleys and streets for Lin Kai's figure. Meanwhile, on the other side of Fencheng, Lin Kai strolled away from the lively and fragrant Xiang Lu. His steps were steady and purposeful, as if he had a definitive destination in mind. He walked directly toward a shop known as Do Shi Fang. Do Shi Fang was renowned among all the stone shops in Fencheng, drawing countless hopefuls from all corners of the realm, eager to unearth treasures from seemingly ordinary stones. The essence of Do Shi involved patrons selecting a favored raw stone, which would then be expertly cut open by seasoned craftsmen in public. If it contained a valuable treasure, the owner could choose to participate in an intense bidding war. The highest bidder would be fortunate enough to claim the treasure, of course. Some chose to keep the discovered treasures for themselves. However, it is vital to note that Do Shi is not without its risks. Some individuals spend their entire lives and fortunes attempting to succeed in Do Shi, only to find nothing of substantial value. Such occurrences are not uncommon, as the contents of raw stones are notoriously unpredictable, heavily reliant on fortune. Nevertheless, this did not deter the fervor and yearning people held for Do Shi. Upon entering Do Shi Fang, Lin Kai surveyed the array of raw stones, varied in size and price according to their dimensions. "Haha, I'm going to strike it rich." As Lin Kai perused the stones, a voice like thunder resonated in his ears. Turning, he observed a middle-aged man in the center of Do Shi Fang, joyously gazing at a raw stone he had selected. Moments ago, this stone had revealed an exceedingly rare medicinal herb, the Feng Wei Chao. This herb, infused with the blood of the divine beast phoenix and nurtured over millennia, had become an extraordinary elixir. Feng Wei Chao was a principal ingredient in the Nirvana pill, possessing miraculous effects of resurrecting the deceased and restoring their flesh. However, the man had acquired a rather incomplete Fengguiko, its medicinal potency having diminished significantly, rendering it incomparable to a complete specimen. Nevertheless, the value of this rare herb remained considerable, as it was a unique elixir. For alchemists, such a treasure was exceedingly rare. And coincidentally, several alchemists in attendance gazed greedily at this celestial herb. Fortunately, the Dou Shifang had stringent regulations prohibiting any attempts to seize it by force, which deterred any rash actions from these individuals. Fellow Taoist, I am a 6th-grade alchemist. Would you be willing to part with this Fengguiko? I shall offer 300,000 exquisite spirit stones. An elderly man in a white robe made a substantial offer to the middle-aged man who had presented the Fengguiko. Humph. What does being a 6th-grade alchemist matter? I offer 500,000. This Fengguiko shall be mine. Another alchemist countered, his bid exceeding that of the white-robed elder by a notable amount. As the bidding frenzy escalated, Lin Kai had also selected a piece of raw stone. Upon deciding to purchase it, the attendant nearby was momentarily taken aback. The stone he chose was one that no one had shown interest in. It stood nearly half a person's height, and many had dismissed it as a worthless rock, insisting it would yield nothing of value. Are you certain you want this piece, dear customer? Perhaps you should consider others, the attendant kindly suggested, noticing it was Lin Kai's first visit. Lin Kai shook his head, paid the fee, and proceeded towards the stonecutter. Soon, all eyes in the Dou Shifang were drawn to Lin Kai, who had just acquired the unremarkable raw stone that everyone else had deemed worthless. Ha ha ha, this lad must be foolish and wealthy to purchase such a useless stone. It's laughable. Does he fantasize about finding treasures within? Oh, youth is often reckless. Perhaps a little hardship will do him good. Ignoring the ridicule and commentary from the crowd, Lin Kai approached the stonecutter and handed him the raw stone. Young friend, are you truly certain about this choice? Would you not prefer to exchange it for another? The stonecutter, too, wished to dissuade Lin Kai, as he himself held little hope for this piece. Open it. Lin Kai's voice rang out, resonating with confidence as he placed his faith in his selection. Upon hearing this, the stonecutter said nothing further. He swiftly produced a dagger that shimmered with an unusual brilliance. This dagger was no ordinary tool. It was meticulously crafted from exquisite spirit crystals and indestructible diamonds. Known as the xianxia Dao. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, the stonecutter wielded the xianxia Dao and decisively struck the seemingly impenetrable raw stone. Instantly, sparks flew, and accompanied by a crisp sound, the stone, which appeared as solid as a boulder, was effortlessly sliced open, revealing a smooth, mirror-like incision that left onlookers awestruck. At that moment, the many cultivators present widened their eyes, fixated on the unfolding spectacle, anxious not to miss a single captivating detail. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, brimming with anticipation and curiosity about the incredible secrets that lay hidden within the raw stone. However, a small number of cultivators remained steadfast in their beliefs, adopting a spectator's attitude, convinced that no treasures resided within, eagerly awaiting the moment to mock Lin Kai. As predicted, the first incision revealed nothing of value, merely a heap of waste stone, eliciting uproarious laughter from some cultivators. Ha ha ha, I told you so. How could there be treasures within? It's only when one faces the grave that they realize their folly, wasting over 100,000 spirit stones for mere refuse. Should we continue? The result will surely be the same. If something valuable emerges, I shall consume all the residue. Come on, friend, that is a bit harsh. If you say so, I actually look forward to seeing what this yields. In my lifetime, I have yet to witness someone eating raw stone remnants. Meanwhile, the stonecutter glanced at Lin Kai, as if inquiring whether to proceed. Continue. Lin Kai's voice boomed once more, reverberating throughout the venue. The previously raucous crowd fell silent. All eyes fixated on the stone-cutter's tool and the remaining piece of raw stone, now reduced to the size of a human head. This half-person high raw stone had once borne the hopes and dreams of countless individuals. Yet now it was swiftly diminished to less than a third of its original size under the stone-cutter's second strike. Regrettably, the second incision yielded no signs of treasure, not even the shadow of a low-grade spirit stone. Gazing at the head-sized chunk of stone, many who had initially harbored curiosity shook their heads in disappointment, their hopes extinguished. After all, 2 consecutive failures left them with little faith in the raw stone. At that moment, Lin Kai's voice resounded once more. Continue. His tone was resolute and unwavering, indicating his determination not to concede. Upon hearing this, the stonecutter inhaled deeply, raising his blade once more to strike the raw stone. Yet, in that instant, a peculiar phenomenon transpired. The stone-cutter's movements suddenly slowed, as if he had encountered an immense resistance. The crowd looked on in confusion and astonishment, uncertain of what was transpiring. Then an intense, delightful aroma wafted from the freshly cut incision, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. The scent was so exquisite that anyone who inhaled it felt an unprecedented elevation of spirit, their hearts filled with tranquility and joy. Goodness, there is indeed something within. Could it be? What? This isn't a worthless stone. How is that possible? Has he truly stumbled upon fortuitous luck, revealing that we have all misjudged? Could it be that this lad possesses the ability to discern the treasures within the stone? Otherwise, why would he choose this piece that no one else dared to? What could possibly be inside? To exude such fragrance before being fully revealed, could it be another elixir? This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, and those who had previously mocked Lin Kai felt as if they had been slapped in the face, their expressions changing dramatically. Moreover, the cultivator who had boasted about consuming the stone remnants fell utterly silent. At this moment, the stone cutter was equally astonished, never expecting to encounter such an oversight. As he meticulously continued to peel away the layers of the raw stone, the delightful aroma intensified. The onlookers could hardly contain their excitement, eager to discover the nature of the treasure concealed within. Before the gathered crowd, a charming sapling emerged, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The sapling possessed an ancient and resilient quality, its bark gray and robust, adorned with subtle longitudinal lines. It was this very sapling that had released an extraordinary sandalwood scent, refreshing and ethereal, inducing a profound sense of peace and clarity. The cultivators present failed to recognize the sapling, yet its unique fragrance offered substantial benefits, as if it transported them into a wondrous realm, allowing their minds to empty completely. Could this be the legendary Wudao Shu? Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence, prompting the cultivators to regain their composure and ponder the implications of what had been said. Wudao Shu? Could it be? Is this not a mythical entity? It is said that the Wudao tree possesses a consciousness of its own and can only be encountered by those endowed with great fortune. It has the potential to assist in resolving the perplexities of cultivation, and with a stroke of luck, it may bestow a few leaves of Wudao tea. However, whether this is indeed the legendary Wudao tree remains uncertain, as none of these individuals have ever witnessed its true form. What is certain is that regardless of whether this tree is the Wudao tree or another divine tree, today it is bound to provoke fierce competition among various sects and clans. Many individuals are already covertly disseminating rumors about the suspected Wudao tree in this location. The stone deciphering master gazes at the sapling before him, his excitement barely contained. If this is indeed the Wudao tree, there would be no regrets in his life. My young friend, congratulations. Might you consider selling this remarkable specimen? The stone deciphering master inquired about Lin Kai's intentions, his gaze sweeping across the onlookers. It was evident that the events unfolding here would soon reverberate throughout the upper realms, for the value of a Wudao tree is enough to entice many into action. The stone deciphering master's meaning was clear. This object was akin to a hot potato. Selling it now could yield a handsome sum of spirit stones. But waiting for those major sects and clans to intervene could lead to uncertainty. Chapter 94. The Contest for the Bodhi Tree. Lin Kai in Peril. Lin Kai surveyed the sapling in his possession, firmly disbelieving that it was a Wudao tree. The true Wudao tree resides in the rear mountains of Huaxiaxingdi. As for what this sapling actually is, Lin Kai recalled information from numerous ancient texts he had consulted, swiftly identifying it as a Bodhi tree. It flowers for a millennium and bears fruit for another millennium. A single tree yields but one fruit. When cultivators practice beneath the Bodhi tree, they can condense spiritual energy at an accelerated pace, enhancing their cultivation efficiency. Its mysterious aura and radiance nourish both the body and mind of practitioners, fortifying their meridians and expanding their dantian to accommodate greater energy, thereby hastening their advancement. The effects of the Bodhi fruit are irresistible. Not only does it allow cultivators to rectify flaws in their techniques, but it can also fully awaken even latent talents. In response to the stone deciphering master's proposal, Lin Kai feigned ignorance as he prepared to put away the Bodhi tree. Suddenly, a voice, resonant and ancient like the tolling of a great bell, reverberated throughout the stone workshop. The voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, carried an overwhelming sense of oppression that sent chills down the spine. You boy, this tree is not for you to possess. Hand it over obediently, or else. As the voice faded, the onlookers felt a blur before their eyes, revealing a gaunt old man exuding an indescribable vigor. When they finally discerned the elder's features, gasps of awe and dread escaped their lips, and they instinctively recoiled several steps. Their expressions were filled with terror and reverence, as if standing before not an ordinary elder, but a terrifying demon. It turned out that the newcomer was none other than the infamous Mad Demon, renowned throughout the upper realms, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the golden immortal level. This individual was notoriously eccentric and violent, acting solely according to his whims without regard for consequences, whether it involved murder or the theft of treasures. Anything he desired would be seized by any means necessary. His unfathomable strength instilled fear in many, rendering them reluctant to provoke him. Even the formidable figures of the 3 great sects and 2 academies would feel a headache at the mention of the mad demon. And if I refuse, what will you do? Lin Kai retorted with a hint of mockery, gazing at the mad demon. A mere golden immortal, easily extinguished. Lin Kai's words left the onlookers in shock. What they witnessed was a bold provocation against the mad demon, truly the audacity of youth. By heavens, this lad is exceedingly arrogant, daring to confront the mad demon. Did I hear correctly? He just rejected the mad demon. Where did this young scion emerge from? Does he not fear for his life? Some lamented that this youth was surely doomed to a grim fate, while encounters with other sects might allow for negotiation. Facing the mad demon left only 2 choices: surrender the treasure and live, or resist and die. Such discussions among the onlookers were perceived by the mad demon as a humiliation. How dare anyone challenge him? The last person who spoke to him in such a manner now had grass 2 meters high on their grave. Today, I shall send you to join them. Just as the mad demon prepared to strike at Lin Kai, a figure stepped protectively in front of him. This individual was none other than Fu Ruiyang, the owner of the stone workshop. Having heard rumors of a potential Wudao tree being unearthed, he had come in person to verify the claims. The stone workshop prohibits violence. Mad demon, do you intend to disrupt the rules? Fu Ruiyang's gaze remained calm, unfazed by the mad demon's notorious reputation. Humph, you think you can stop me, Fu? Today, that tree shall be mine. The mad demon returned the disdain. Fu Ruiyang turned to Lin Kai, and upon fixing his gaze upon the sapling once more, he was astonished. This was no Wudao tree, but rather a Bodhi tree, far more precious. My young friend, may I inquire if you would consider selling this sapling? You may name your terms. Fu Ruiyang presented his offer with great generosity. Boy, dare you? If you sell it to him, I will slaughter your entire family. The mad demon glared fiercely at Lin Kai, vowing to act on his threat if Lin Kai dared to part with the sapling. Despite Fu Ruiyang's offer, Lin Kai resolutely shook his head, refusing to sell. Regardless of who came today, his answer would remain unchanged. As for the mad demon's threats, he paid them no mind. After Fu Ruiyang was rejected, he made a shocking move before everyone present. Since he refused to sell, I shall say no more. However, please leave this place, as it is a business establishment. Indeed, Fu Ruiyang issued an expulsion order, instructing Lin Kai to vacate the stone workshop. Without the Bodhi tree, he could not protect Lin Kai. Refraining from outright theft was already a significant concession to Lin Kai. Ha ha, did you hear? Don't obstruct my profits. I shall await you outside. At that moment, the mad demon felt an overwhelming sense of ease. As long as Fu Ruiyang did not interfere, everything would be manageable. He merely needed to reach other sects, clans, or academies to procure the sapling. Among the onlookers, some felt pity for Lin Kai, lamenting that business should be conducted with civility, yet Fu Ruiyang's expulsion lacked any sense of decorum. Others, however, believed Fu Ruiyang acted appropriately. As the stone workshop was indeed a place of commerce, since Lin Kai refused to sell, he was naturally not welcome, given their lack of personal ties. Lin Kai, understanding the situation, realized that should he not be welcome here, there would be other places that would welcome him. Moreover, the mad demon could not harm him. Upon stepping outside, Lin Kai found many cultivators gathered along the streets, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At this moment, some latecomers, upon recognizing Lin Kai, were incredulous. Was he not the very fugitive they had tirelessly pursued? Everyone, it's him, the wanted criminal sought by the Shinto family. A voice rang out. Among the crowd, particularly those who had been searching for Lin Kai, they compared the image in their hands with Lin Kai's appearance. Indeed, they had found him. However, no one dared to advance, for the mad demon was present, and they feared making a rash move. This news naturally reached the ears of the mad demon. He had heard of the bounty issued by the Shinto family, and this presented a dual opportunity. Young man, it seems that today I must eliminate you. I did not anticipate that I would gain an unexpected harvest. Chapter 95, Suppression of All. The mad old monster wore a ferocious expression, his eyes wide open. And with a furious roar he proclaimed, "You little wretch, prepare to die." Immediately, he concentrated all his energy into his right hand, and in an instant, a colossal black hand materialized out of thin air. This hand emanated a chilling and terrifying aura, as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. And it lunged directly at Lin Kai's head. Just as the black hand was about to seize Lin Kai's head, a sharp beam of light suddenly struck from the side, accurately hitting the mad old monster's black hand. The hand vanished without a trace, and the mad old monster was forced to retreat a few steps due to this unforeseen turn of events. Who dares interfere in my affairs? Have you tired of living? At this moment, the mad old monster's heart was filled with rage and frustration. He was so close to bringing Lin Kai to his demise. Yet someone had audaciously thwarted his plans. Just then, a clear voice echoed from afar. "Umph. I say, mad old monster. What skill is it to bully the weak with your strength? Do you believe it is justified to torment a junior? As the words fell, a man clad in white appeared before the crowd like a specter. This individual had a striking countenance, exuding an extraordinary charisma, and wielded a gleaming long sword, gazing at the mad old monster with disdain. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the mad old monster understood that he would not be able to kill Lin Kai today. Morong Lingfeng. Mid-stage, golden immortal. This person hailed from the sword domain of the three great immortal sects, and every sword cultivator was known for their peculiar temperament, detesting the oppression of the weak. Moreover, the sword domain was fiercely protective of its own. At this moment, several formidable warriors arrived at the scene. It appears today is quite lively. Brother Lingfeng arrived early. Is that not the notorious mad old monster? It seems all the members of the three great immortal sects have gathered. Let each rely on their own abilities. The newcomers were elders from the three great immortal sects, and their sole purpose for being here was to acquire the sapling suspected to be a Tao enlightenment tree. Young friend, may I ask you to present the sapling for our inspection? Morong Lingfeng addressed Lin Kai, determined to obtain the tree at any cost if it truly was a Tao enlightenment tree. If this tree is indeed a Tao enlightenment tree, young friend, feel free to propose your conditions. As long as we are capable, we shall certainly fulfill them. Another elder from the Yanhua immortal sect, Yan Huiyang, spoke up. I have heard that you killed members of the Shun Tu family from Fenchang. If you hand over this tree to me, none of these matters will pose a problem. What say you? A beautiful woman from the Yaoqi immortal sect cast a cold gaze at Lin Kai and inquired. The three sects stood by, awaiting Lin Kai's response. Lin Kai, however, remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. The surrounding cultivators observed with mounting anxiety, their worry surpassing even Lin Kai's own. Had they been in his position, they would have undoubtedly produced the precious sapling to exchange for favorable conditions and resources. After all, given their current strength, it would be sheer folly to attempt to guard the sapling. It would be far wiser to seize the opportunity to obtain resources that could genuinely benefit them. Wouldn't it be a splendid affair? Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the street, emanating from Lin Kai. When did I ever say I would engage in a trade with you? At this declaration, everyone present was left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity. Did I mishear? Did he just refuse? Goodness, this is a path to self-destruction. How could he reject them? Does he truly believe he possesses the strength to guard the treasure? These individuals hail from the immortal sects. How dare he? Not surprising for one who has slain members of the Shun Tu family, such audacity, even towards the immortal sects. Not only did the onlookers perceive Lin Kai as deranged, but even the previously overlooked mad old monster chuckled at Lin Kai's tone, finding him quite to his liking, a sudden desire for talent blossoming within him. Young man, I retract my earlier words. If you are willing to be my disciple, I can guarantee your safe departure. Upon the mad old monster's pronouncement, astonishment washed over the crowd. Had he not just declared his intent to kill? What prompted this sudden change of heart? The elders of the three great immortal sects paid little heed to the mad old monster's words. Young friend, do you realize what you are saying? Morong Lingfeng's sharp gaze fixed upon Lin Kai, pondering his thoughts. Young man, we are offering you sincere counsel. Do not be ungrateful, or else, humph. Yan Huiyang's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Kai's words, his previously amiable demeanor vanishing entirely, revealing a fierce visage. In contrast to the reactions of the first two, the enchanting woman from the Yaoqi immortal sect remained remarkably composed. She stood quietly, seemingly dismissive of Lin Kai's words, considering any response a mere waste of breath. Are you attempting to threaten me? Lin Kai's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing their remarks. Then, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, an overwhelming and cataclysmic aura surged forth from Lin Kai, rapidly spreading outward, enveloping everyone, including the three great immortal sects and the mad old monster. Kneel before me. A voice of authority rang out, Lin Kai's piercing gaze sweeping over Morong Lingfeng and the others like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, an unparalleled and terrifying pressure descended upon them like a mountain crushing an egg. Faced with such a horrifying weight, Morong Lingfeng and the others felt as if their legs were laden with lead, and no matter how they struggled, it proved futile. Ultimately, under the suffocating weight of this oppressive force, they all knelt upon the ground, disbelief etched on their faces, unable to accept the scene unfolding before them. Were they truly being suppressed? How could this be? They were masters at the golden immortal stage. How could they be subdued by a mere youth? Could it be that his strength had surpassed theirs? Yet, he had not yet reached the age of 20. Senior, please spare us. Senior, please have mercy. The mad old monster, now kneeling, began to plead for mercy, panic seizing him. Such power could easily subdue the four mid-stage golden immortal experts. He must be a formidable figure. The crux of the matter was that he had previously spoken ill of this great figure and even claimed he would kill him. This was undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. Chapter 96, Collective Annihilation. As the mad old monster desperately pleaded for mercy, Murong Lingfeng and the others finally came to their senses. Their faces pale with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, they began to fully comprehend the grim reality before them. They had foolishly provoked an overwhelmingly powerful existence, one that they could not hope to challenge. Senior, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive us. Murong Lingfeng was the first to speak, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yes, Senior, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold our transgressions against us. The others chimed in, bowing repeatedly. Yet, in response to their fervent pleas for mercy, Lin Kai merely stood there, his expression as cold as ice, his gaze capable of freezing souls. The onlookers around were utterly stunned, their mouths agape, scarcely able to believe the astonishing scene before their eyes. For golden immortals were subdued by a mere youth. Who would dare to accept such a claim? How could this be possible? These four were masters of the golden immortal realm, effortlessly overpowered by a boy. The terrifying aura emanating from him was overwhelming. Could this youth possibly be a formidable being of the Xianwang realm, or perhaps a youthful monarch of unparalleled strength? Had they not heard the titles of senior exchanged between them? This could only indicate that he was indeed a person of great import. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with speculation and amazement. But regardless of the conjectures, the unfolding events felt utterly surreal, as if they were part of a dream. Before the eyes of the assembled crowd, Lin Kai snapped his fingers. With a resounding pop, the mad old monster, who had been kowtowing in repentance, exploded before everyone, showering the ground with blood. Such was the consequence of disrespecting the emperor. The three, Murong Lingfeng and his companions, were left utterly dazed by the spectacle. The mad old monster was dead. What a splendid execution. Senior, your prowess is unparalleled. Your wisdom and valor are truly remarkable. To eliminate such a scourge from our cultivation realm with such ease. The recovering Yin Huiyang, face flushed with flattery, hurriedly showered praise. His obsequiousness was utterly nauseating. However, to the astonishment of all present, Lin Kai did not even cast a glance at Yin Huiyang despite his sycophantic gestures. Lin Kai's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze frosty. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion of his arm, an overwhelming force surged forth like a wild stallion, barreling towards Yin Huiyang. Senior, spare me. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please show mercy. As the terrifying power approached, Yin Huiyang's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. Alas, it was far too late for regrets. With a piercing scream that echoed throughout the skies of Fenchang, Yin Huiyang's body could not withstand the violent force. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resounded, and he disintegrated into a crimson mist that filled the air. The gruesome scene sent chills down spines, causing many to retch on the spot. Standing aside, Murong Lingfeng, having witnessed the entire ordeal, felt a pang of dread at the sight of Yin Huiyang's demise, thinking to himself, "It's over. There's no way we will leave here alive today." At that moment, Shining Shui, the beautiful woman from the Yao Qi Xianzong, no longer resembled the lofty and ethereal figure she once was. With furrowed brows, she reproached Lin Kai. "Senior, do you truly intend to not spare us? Even if we have erred, have you not made any mistakes yourself?" Her words left the crowd in shock, especially Murong Lingfeng, who stood frozen in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The bystanders, who had merely been spectators, were now wide-eyed and speechless, struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. What had they just witnessed? Shining Shui had the audacity to question Lin Kai and even accused him of wrongdoing? This was utterly unheard of. Lin Kai was at a loss for words. They had instigated this conflict, and now they dared to claim he bore fault, all while addressing him as senior. He was but 18 years old. What nonsense. Enough. Lin Kai was disinclined to engage further. With a single strike, he obliterated their souls, along with Murong Lingfeng's. Thus, none of the representatives from the three great immortal sects escaped the clutches of death at Lin Kai's hands, particularly those with sinister intentions, who sought to capture Lin Kai and turn him over to the Shintu family for a handsome reward, were now paralyzed with fear, their spirits shattered by the overwhelming aura he unleashed. At this moment, the one most regretful was undoubtedly Fu Ruiyang, the owner of the original stone shop. Witnessing Murong Lingfeng and the others being effortlessly subdued by Lin Kai, he could hardly fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. Reflecting on the events, he realized he had not only gravely offended this inscrutable powerhouse, but that the recent incidents would likely bring immeasurable negative repercussions to his meticulously managed shop. Clenching his fists, his nails dug painfully into his palms, yet he felt no discomfort. His heart was filled with profound remorse and regret for his past actions. Had he not driven Lin Kai away, but instead protected him with all his might, he might have successfully forged an alliance with such a formidable being who feared not the three great immortal sects. But now, it was too late for regrets. Fu Ruiyang could only silently pray for an opportunity to salvage the situation. After collecting the spatial rings from Mu Rong Ling Feng and his companions, Lin Kai prepared to depart. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he felt several terrifying auras locking onto the street. You dare to kill my Xianhua Academy's people? No matter who is behind you. Today you shall be apprehended. Three figures swiftly appeared above the street, rapidly forming a formation that enveloped Lin Kai. Fu Ruiyang felt a surge of elation. Was this not an opportunity delivered to his doorstep? Impudent. How dare you show disrespect to a senior? Who gives you the audacity? As if in a flash, Fu Ruiyang darted to Lin Kai's side, his expression grave. With swift movements, he formed hand seals, unleashing powerful and mysterious spells that surged towards the formation surrounding Lin Kai. The three members of the Xianhua Academy, who had been watching intently, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that someone would come to Lin Kai's aid at such a critical moment. Moreover, they were astonished to hear Fu Ruiyang refer to Lin Kai as senior. The three were no ordinary individuals. They were elders from the Xianhua Academy's law enforcement division, Qian Yi, Qian Er, and Qian San, all possessing initial stage golden immortal cultivation, renowned within the academy. Qian Yi was the first to speak, his expression stern as he addressed Fu Ruiyang. Friend, this matter is a private dispute between the Xianhua Academy and him. I hope you will refrain from meddling, lest you invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself. However, Fu Ruiyang seemed oblivious to Qian Yi's warning, showing no intention of retreating. Seeing this, the Qian brothers frowned deeply, pondering, who exactly is this person to so brazenly disregard the authority of the Xianhua Academy? After a brief pause, Qian Yi spoke again, his tone significantly more forceful. Friend, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Xianhua Academy? Be aware that the consequences of such a choice are beyond what you can bear. The implied threat was unmistakable. I have said, anyone who dares to disrespect a senior today will receive a thorough education from the Xianhua Academy. As he spoke, Fu Ruiyang's formidable cultivation at the mid-level of Jingxian erupted like a volcano, unleashing a spine-chilling aura that surged towards the Qian family's three brothers like a tidal wave. What? He is actually at the mid-level of Jingxian. The three brothers of the Qian family were taken aback, their faces paling in shock. Yet, being seasoned warriors, they quickly regained their composure and swiftly activated their defensive techniques. Three beams of light simultaneously illuminated the air, forming an incredibly solid shield in an attempt to withstand the terrifying pressure that bore down upon them. However, Fu Ruiyang's strength was far from simplistic. Just as the Qian brothers barely managed to resist the initial onslaught, he vanished from sight, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and reappeared before them in the blink of an eye. He then bellowed, breaking mountain fist. With this fierce cry, an enormous fist materialized from thin air, imbued with unparalleled power and might, hurtling directly towards the Qian brothers. This colossal fist, akin to a small mountain, shimmered with brilliant light, and wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, emitting sharp, whistling sounds. Faced with such a terrifying strike, the Qian brothers dared not delay, summoning all their strength to counter the impending blow. In an instant, the clash of their energies ignited a dazzling array of colors, rendering the scene extraordinarily spectacular. Bang! With a resounding crash, the Qian brothers could not withstand Fu Ruiyang's breaking mountain fist and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Gasping, they spat out blood, and once they regained their footing, they glared viciously at Fu Ruiyang. Opposing our Xianhua Academy is akin to courting death. This will be the gravest mistake of your life. The most foolish act. Qian Yi, with great effort, wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and turned sharply to his two brothers, his gaze fierce and determined. At this moment, no words were needed. Their hearts seemed to resonate as one. Simultaneously, they extended their hands, deftly weaving intricate and complex hand seals. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the trio, their bodies glowing with an intense radiance. The lights intertwined and gradually merged, creating a unified aura among the three. Concurrently, their celestial energy entwined like sinuous serpents, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant tricolor spiral light column. This column surged skyward, resembling a roaring dragon, exuding an alarming and terrifying pressure. As time progressed, this tricolor spiral light column continuously absorbed the energy of the Qian brothers, rapidly swelling in size at an astonishing rate. With each passing moment, its power escalated, seemingly limitless. Combined attack technique, ultimate strike. They shouted in unison when the force reached its zenith. accompanied by their furious roar. The tricolor spiral light column, imbued with catastrophic power, hurtled towards Fu Ruiyang and Lin Kai, who stood behind him. Sensing the immense pressure from the brothers' combined attack, Fu Ruiyang's expression turned grave. He understood that this strike posed a severe threat to him. Faced with such formidable adversaries, a moment's carelessness could lead to his utter destruction. Nevertheless, Fu Ruiyang displayed no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength into his palm, bracing for this earth-shattering blow. Just as the attack was about to obliterate Fu Ruiyang and Lin Kai, a golden shield of light manifested before him. Boom, boom. The Qian brothers' assault collided with the shield, sparks flying like eggs striking a rock, utterly futile. In mere moments, their attack dissipated, while the golden barrier before Fu Ruiyang remained unscathed. The anxiety that had gripped Fu Ruiyang dissipated upon witnessing the emergence of the shield. One should not overreach without the necessary strength. Lin Kai's voice resonated from behind him. You are right, senior, Fu Ruiyang replied, scratching his head in embarrassment, realizing the formidable nature of the Qian brothers' combined technique had even caused him a moment of trepidation. On the other side, the Qian brothers gasped for breath, realizing their combined attack had drained their celestial energy. They were incredulous upon seeing their assault shattered. At that moment, they felt Lin Kai's unwavering gaze fixed upon them, followed by a statement that left them utterly bewildered. Xuanhua Academy, is it? Point me in the right direction. Chapter 98. Submission or Death. Under the intimidation of Lin Kai's piercing gaze, Qian Yi instinctively pointed towards a certain direction. Lin Kai, following Qian Yi's gesture, used his divine sense to ascertain the location, and once confirmed, withdrew his perception. He then raised his hand and casually struck the Qian brothers. And in the blink of an eye, they transformed into nothingness, dissipating like smoke into the air. Subsequently, Lin Kai produced his sacred master token, transmitted a message within, and then stowed it away. After concluding his tasks, Lin Kai tore through the fabric of space, vanishing before the crowd. On Blood Soul Island, within the sacred grounds of Huaxia, in a spacious and solemn hall, Yuan Tian sat at the head, his expression grave as he focused on the communication jade slip in his hand. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered. He received an urgent message from Lin Kai. Upon hearing Lin Kai's request for the sacred grounds to take decisive action against the Xuanhua Academy, a sense of astonishment and shock surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Tian swiftly made a decision. He flicked his finger, and several streams of light sped off in different directions, urgent messages to other core elders. In no time, these elders responded, signaling their awareness of the mission and beginning to organize personnel. Before long, a shocking announcement spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of the Huaxia sacred grounds. Upon hearing this news, the disciples fell into a state of uproar and commotion. The information was so astonishing that disbelief was etched across every face. Did you hear? The master has spoken. We are to take down the Xuanhua Academy. A disciple shouted excitedly, his voice echoing through the crowd. In an instant, an unprecedented tension enveloped the sacred grounds, mingled with the uncontainable excitement of the disciples. For many of the young and impetuous disciples, this operation was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to showcase their prowess and achieve remarkable feats. They cracked their knuckles, eager for the moment they would march into battle alongside the elders. Soon, 50,000 disciples gathered in the sacred grounds plaza, each having attained the level of Tianxian. This force was truly formidable. The team was led once again by a Xianhuang and two Xianhuang powerhouses, Jianxi, Feng Jinghui, and Yu Fenghua. Let us set off. With Jianxi's command, the sacred grounds warship sailed towards the Xuanhua Academy. Outside Blood Soul Island, numerous martial artists training nearby were taken aback when they saw the sacred grounds warship take flight. What could the Huaxia sacred grounds possibly be up to? With such fervent battle intent, it was bound to impact the balance of power. Quick, let us go and find out. Not long after, the Huaxia sacred grounds once again became the center of conversation. Meanwhile, within Xuanhua Academy, upon learning of the demise of the Qian brothers, the elders in the academy had wore grave expressions. They had already suffered the loss of 4 powerful Jinxian cultivators. The esteemed institution suffered a significant reduction in its elite forces, losing nearly half of its strength. While such a loss might seem trivial at first glance, it would constitute a crucial pillar for any other sect. Amidst their concerns, an urgent voice echoed through the hall. A grave situation has arisen. A disciple of the academy rushed in, and upon recognizing those present in the grand hall, he continued, Dean, esteemed elders, a battleship is approaching the academy with formidable intent. Upon hearing this, several senior members of the academy quickly rose and made their way outside. Once outside, Dean Zhuang Huijin waved his hand, enveloping the academy in a protective formation. At this moment, the disciples of Xuanhua Shuyuan were still unaware of the unfolding events. only to witness the long-dormant protective array being activated. What is happening? Is someone attacking our academy? Surely not. Who would dare to provoke us here? They murmured. I heard a battleship from another faction has arrived. Let us go and see. Within a short span of time, the academy was abuzz with excitement. All eyes drawn to the ship outside. Particularly, the flag fluttering above it, emblazoned with four bold characters, sent shockwaves through their ranks. Huaxiaxingdi. Indeed, the battleship that had departed from the sacred land had successfully reached its destination. The disciples were puzzled by the ostentatious display and aggressive approach towards the academy. Even Dean Zhuang Huijin and the elders shared this confusion, as they had no apparent ties to Huaxiaxingdi. If the visitors intended a cordial visit, they certainly would not have brought an entire ship of people along. Could it be that they sought to use Xuanhua Shuyuan as a demonstration of their prowess? This matter was indeed perplexing, prompting Dean Zhuang Huijin to take precautions. Soon, the battleship from Huaxiaxingdi descended slowly, and as its occupants disembarked, astonishment swept through the academy once more. What did they see? A uniform assembly of celestial beings, including several mid-stage xianxian practitioners, exuding a terrifying aura that instilled a palpable sense of oppression. Friends from Huaxiaxingdi, what is the meaning of this? Dean Zhuang Huijin inquired. Maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the two celestial kings, Feng Jinghui and his companion. As for the absence of Jian Shi, he was, of course, concealed within the void. Humph, are you unaware of your own actions? Feng Jinghui retorted, offering no cordiality. The master had dispatched them to Xuanhua Shuyuan for a reason. Hearing Feng Jinghui's words, Dean Zhuang Huijin stared blankly at him, then turned to the elders behind him. Upon seeing the elders shake their heads in confusion, he sought further clarification. Friends, I am at a loss as to how our academy has offended you. Please, do enlighten us. Dean Zhuang Huijin racked his brain, convinced that there had been no transgression against Huaxiaxingdi. Do you recall the incident at Finching? Feng Jinghui's voice resonated once more, leaving Dean Zhuang Huijin astonished. Finching? How could I not know of it? Recently, our academy experienced a grave event, with the deaths of 4 Jingxian masters, and we have yet to apprehend the culprits. He assumed that one of his disciples had offended someone from Huaxiaxingdi, failing to connect it to the 4 deceased Jingxian. After all, anyone capable of slaying 4 Jingxian must possess strength beyond that realm, likely at the peak of Jingxian. I offer you 2 choices, submit or perish. Feng Jinghui stated bluntly, revealing the purpose of their visit as directed by Lin Kai. These words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the academy. In an instant, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a deathly silence, as if all had been frozen in place. Following a brief pause, indignation erupted like a surging torrent from the disciples and elders alike. Their eyes widened in fury, flames of wrath igniting within them as they yearned to devour the one who uttered such insolence. Such audacity. To so brazenly belittle Xuanhua Shuyuan and attempt to force their submission to Huaxiaxingdi was nothing short of madness. The collective anger intensified, unable to be contained. Dean Zhuang Huijin, too, felt the overwhelming ire of his disciples and elders pressing upon him. His expression darkened, mirroring the ominous skies before a tempest. Unmasked fury began to surface on his previously composed visage. With a sudden step forward, he emanated an overwhelming presence, akin to a mountain collapsing or a river bursting its banks, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. His mid-stage celestial king cultivation was laid bare, with torrents of spiritual energy surging forth from him, enveloping him entirely. Friend, your words are most excessive. If you have come to mock my academy, you have surely come to the wrong place. Dean Zhuang Huijin's voice was frigid, imbued with an air of authority and lethal intent. At this moment, he was poised to strike at the slightest provocation, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack. Then let us clarify matters. Feng Jinghui recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving no detail unspoken. When the assembly learned that the master of Huaxiaxingdi had been persistently troubled by members of Xuanhua Shuyuan, disbelief painted their faces, particularly that of Dean Zhuang Huijin and the elders, who appeared utterly astounded. The truth soon emerged. The target of their pursuit was indeed the master of Huaxiaxingdi. Yet, even so, Dean Zhuang Huijin remained skeptical, unable to ascertain the veracity of their claims. Do you not find your statement riddled with inconsistencies? He inquired earnestly. The individual we seek is a mere youth, and it seems he cannot possibly be the same as your master. How could an 18-year-old be the head of a sacred land? Surely you do not consider him a fool, even if one were to cultivate from birth. And despite exceptional talent, it is improbable that one could ascend to Jingxian or beyond within such a short span of 18 years. There has never been such a prodigy in the entirety of the upper realm. The master of Huaxiaxingdi must be a formidable figure who has cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. Upon hearing Dean Zhuang Huijin's continued defiance, Feng Jinghui ceased his discourse. He had made himself clear. If they refused to believe, they would simply have to be compelled to do so. Altogether now, those who surrender will not be harmed. Feng Jinghui commanded the disciples of Shengdi to launch an assault on Xuanhua Shuyuan. 50,000 warriors simultaneously directed their might against the protective formation of Xuanhua Shuyuan, while Feng Jinghui and Yu Fenghua, the two celestial kings, provided long-range support to breach the array. The sheer force of 50,000 warriors strained the defenses of Xuanhua Shuyuan, nearing the brink of collapse. Fortunately, with the support of Dean Zhuang Huaijin and the elders, they managed to hold their ground. However, upon sensing the celestial king auras radiating from Feng Jinghui and Yu Fenghua, the spirits of Xuanhua Shuyuan's disciples faltered. What? Two celestial kings? How can this be? Panic ensued. Could it be that we are destined for calamity today? Judging by the dean's expression, it appears that we are far from secure. What are we afraid of? At worst, we shall fight to the death. Indeed, our academy is not filled with cowards. We shall fight with all we have. Even faced with two celestial kings, Dean Zhuang Huaijin hesitated only briefly, realizing that this must be the pinnacle of their adversary's might. Before long, with the support of the two celestial kings, the protective formation of Xuanhua Shuyuan was finally shattered. Charge forth, let them witness the might of our holy land. Those who dare show disrespect to the Holy Master shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Exercise caution in your actions, for the elders have decreed that those who surrender shall not be harmed. 50,000 disciples from the Tianxian realm surged towards the Xuanhua Academy, ready to attack. Observing this scene, the Academy's numerous gifted cultivators prepared to confront the disciples of the Huaxia Holy Land. The outcome of their strength would soon be revealed. The elders of the Academy had no opportunity to intervene, as Yu Fenghua's divine sense had locked onto them. The prowess of a celestial king is not to be trifled with, and their mere golden immortal strength was insufficient to withstand it. Let us engage. Zhuang Huaijin did not remain idle. His gaze shifted towards Feng Jinghui, and he ascended into the void. The residual force from a celestial king's battle is beyond what they could withstand. They could only shift the battleground to the void. Without further ado, Feng Jinghui vanished from his original position, soaring into the air. Moments later, the clash erupted. Faced with the 50,000 disciples from the Holy Land, the Academy's members found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. Within a mere cup of tea's time, the Academy's morale had diminished by half. Fortunately, the disciples of the Holy Land exercised restraint, and no fatalities occurred. Only a few sustained minor injuries, which were not grave. The Academy's elders discerned that these individuals bore no murderous intent, only an uncontainable zeal for battle, as if they had never experienced such a vigorous conflict before. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated as a large pit was created in an open area of Xuanhua Academy. A figure emerged from the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was Zhuang Huaijin. What will it be, surrender or death? Feng Jinghui's figure reappeared in the void, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As if to say, look at my strength. Zhuang Huaijin was indeed astonished by Feng Jinghui's power, yet he would not concede easily. There were more than just him as a celestial king within the Academy. Deep within the Academy, several seasoned powerhouses constituted the true core strength. To think that I would submit so easily is a far-fetched notion. After consuming a pill, Zhuang Huaijin charged once more into the void, continuing his battle with Feng Jinghui. After several exchanges, Zhuang Huaijin was once again forced to retreat. This time, Feng Jinghui showed no mercy, inflicting severe injuries upon Zhuang Huaijin. Surrender or perish. Feng Jinghui unleashed his full aura, a peak celestial king pressure descending upon Zhuang Huaijin. Under this oppressive force, Zhuang Huaijin sensed the looming threat, staring incredulously at Feng Jinghui, realizing that he was indeed a peak powerhouse. At this juncture, he could only seek aid from the senior elders deep within the Academy. In that moment, a voice echoed in Zhuang Huaijin's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. From this moment forth, Xuanhua Academy shall become a vassal force of the Huaxia Holy Land. Chapter 100. The Onslaught of the Demon Clan. All disciples of the Academy, cease your attacks. There is no need for further conflict. Upon hearing the transmission from the senior elder, Zhuang Huaijin immediately commanded the disciples to halt. Once all Academy and Holy Land disciples had ceased their actions, Zhuang Huaijin spoke again. Henceforth, Xuanhua Academy shall be a vassal force of the Huaxia Holy Land. As these words were spoken, the scene erupted into chaos once more. What? The Academy has now become a vassal of the Huaxia Holy Land? Is this truly the case? Our Academy has a legacy spanning over 1,000 years. Could it be that even the principal is powerless? Zhuang Huaijin did not provide explanations for these disciples' inquiries, as this was the will of the senior elder. Enough talk. Simply obey the orders. Zhuang Huaijin reiterated, his tone stern as he gazed upon the disciples. Soon after, Feng Jinghui called the Holy Land disciples back to the warship. Their objective had been achieved, and it was time to return. Meanwhile, deep within the academy, in an ancient hall, 5 venerable figures were confronting a middle-aged man. Indeed, the 5 were the senior elders of Xuanhua Academy: Ji Yin, Ji Wan, Ji Hao, Ji Yusin, and Ji Yudi. The middle-aged man was none other than Jin Shi, one of the core elders of the Huaxia Holy Land. Senior, can you guarantee that you will help us 5 siblings ascend to greater heights? Ji Yin inquired earnestly, fearful that Jin Shi's words might be empty promises. The 5 siblings had remained stagnant at the Celestial King realm for hundreds of years, unable to progress further. Just moments ago, Jin Shi had promised that he could help them break through beyond the Celestial King level. This undoubtedly rekindled their hopes. I do not speak in jest, Jin Shi responded with composure. Upon hearing Jin Shi's affirmation, the Ji siblings felt a wave of relief wash over them. Subsequently, Jin Shi instructed them to visit Blood Soul Island in 3 days. After Jin Shi departed, the 5 finally exhaled, primarily due to the overwhelming aura he had exuded, which had instilled a sense of pressure akin to that of a celestial emperor. I never expected such a terrifying existence to dwell in the upper realms. I wonder what his standing is within the Holy Land. Ji Wen mused, gazing at the spot where Jin Shi had vanished. Not long after, a shocking news reverberated throughout the upper realms, stirring all beings. Xuanhua Academy has become a vassal force of the Huaxia Holy Land. Countless forces in the upper realms were taken aback, for Xuanhua Academy is an entity with a legacy of over 1,000 years. Its foundation not something just any power could offend. To think they would submit to a newly emerged force. Many individuals with ties to Xuanhua Academy were inquiring about the situation from the Academy's higher-ups, seeking explanations for this development. However, Zhuang Huijin, the Academy's principal, paid no heed to their inquiries. Thus, time flowed swiftly, day after day. A month later, the initial fervor surrounding Xuanhua Academy had waned to near oblivion, with many having nearly forgotten about the matter. Yet today, Xuanhua Academy was bustling once more. The reason? The 5 senior elders of Xuanhua Academy had collectively broken through to realms beyond the Celestial King on the same day, achieving the status of celestial sovereigns. This news sent shockwaves throughout the upper realms once again, especially among the top-tier forces. Upon witnessing the 5 figures from Xuanhua Academy successfully complete their tribulation, an indescribable sensation welled up within them. Before long, strong figures descended upon Xuanhua Academy, coming to congratulate the Ji siblings, but more so to ingratiate themselves. The Ji siblings welcomed all visitors with open arms, for it is said that one should not strike those who extend a hand in friendship. Thus, the stature of Xuanhua Academy was elevated once more. Regarding the circumstances of the 5S breakthroughs, many speculated whether it was linked to the Huaxia Holy Land. Before the Ji siblings had submitted to the Huaxia Holy Land, they had stagnated in their power and cultivation for hundreds of years. Yet, in such a short span, they had shattered their shackles and advanced to the realm of celestial sovereigns. It was difficult not to harbor doubts. Nevertheless, no one offered them explanations. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since the Huaxia Holy Land established its foothold in the upper realms. During these 5 years, countless forces had visited the Huaxia Holy Land. Even the 3 great immortal sects, who had previously clashed with the Holy Land, came bearing ample sincerity. This period had kept Yuan Tian and the others exceedingly busy. Within the Holy Land, every disciple diligently cultivated, and within 5 years, the number of core disciples had increased to 20. Each core disciple had reached the golden immortal realm, approaching the prowess of the older generation of cultivators. As for Lin Kai himself, he had taken on a more hands-off approach, disappearing for 5 years, occasionally checking on the situation within the Holy Land. During these 5 years, Lin Kai traversed the entirety of the upper realms, even the terrifying forbidden zones, which others dared not approach, and the uncharted territories were explored by Lin Kai, amassing resources in an unfathomable quantity. Upon returning to the Holy Land, Lin Kai established several secret realms, each of which greatly aided the disciples' cultivation. The Enlightenment Tree Secret Realm, the Great Tao Divine Tree Secret Realm, the Bodhi Tree Secret Realm. The secret realms are fully accessible to the disciples of the Holy Land, including those from the affiliated force, Xuanhua Shuyuan. In the 6th year of the Huaxia calendar, today also marks Lin Kai's 24th birthday. It should be a day worthy of celebration, yet the atmosphere in the sky is filled with an oppressive aura that unsettles all living beings, as if the heavenly Tao is conveying a grim message. In 2 hours, a dark presence is approaching the territory of the human race, emanating from the demonic realm. The demon realm, known for its perilous and terrifying nature, is perpetually shrouded in darkness. The demons, known for their brutality and bloodlust, revel in plunder and conquest. Their formidable stature and unimaginable strength are fearsome. Millions of years ago, the demons ruthlessly slaughtered countless individuals from both the human and demon races over territorial disputes, resulting in catastrophic losses for both sides. Eventually, the humans and demons united, sacrificing several extraordinary warriors to force the demons back into their current realm, suffering significant losses themselves. Unbeknownst to them, after millennia of recovery, the demons are making a resurgence. Soon, the news of the demon invasion sends shockwaves throughout the upper realm. The tolling of 3 ominous bells resonates from an unknown source, evoking a profound sense of dread. Even the neighboring demon territory feels the unsettling energy. The disciples of Jinyu Xianzong prepare to confront the enemy. The disciples of Yantian Xianzong rally to defend our homeland. The disciples of Yaoqi, as daughters, can also stand their ground. Who says women are inferior to men? Stand firm against the enemy. Since the establishment of Donghua Shiyuan, we have known no cowards. Millennia ago, our ancestors drove the demons away, and we shall protect our home until the end. To arms. The disciples of Xuanhua Shiyuan, heed the call. This battle may claim many lives, but fear not, for you do not fight alone. Countless compatriots stand beside you. I, the Haoyan clan. I, the Huangpu clan. I, the Jinling clan. I, the Situ clan. One inspiring voice after another resonates throughout the upper realm. Even the youngest children display unwavering resolve, showing no sign of retreat. This is the legacy of their bloodline, reminding them of the immense sacrifices their ancestors made to protect the human territory millennia ago. Chapter 101, The Immortal Realm. At the border of the human territory, millions of demons gather, their eyes filled with insatiable bloodlust, their voices rising in a cacophony of shouts. Exterminate the human race. Exterminate the human race. Delicious human lambs, I can hardly wait to taste them. What is the flavor of their flesh and blood? How thrilling. Ha ha ha, finally. I can unleash my fury upon the world. Observing the excitement of these demon soldiers, the leader of the demons is quite pleased. After millennia of recuperation, a new demon emperor has emerged, and with ample preparation, they choose to declare war on the human race once more and seize their territory. Amidst the demons' jubilation, the human cultivators swiftly arrive at the border. The war of races has officially commenced. Demon soldiers, commence your feast. The demon leader elegantly gestures to his soldiers. Ha ha ha, charge. Exterminate the human lambs, savor their blood. Delicious flesh and blood. Here I come. Ha. Ah. Even the air carries a delightful scent. Upon witnessing the demons' initial assault, the humans draw their weapons and rush to the battlefield. Fight. Humans shall prevail. Annihilate these vile creatures daring to wreak havoc in our territory. Let them return from whence they came. With my blood, I summon my ancestors. My sword rises and falls with the wind. Even if I bleed my last drop, I will withstand 1,000 troops. Half an hour later, both humans and demons incur losses, yet both sides find the outcome acceptable. On the demon side, dozens of demon kings charge toward the human immortal kings. Having fought for so long, the lower-ranked fighters need to warm up and stretch their muscles. They too cannot resist the allure of human flesh. Its taste intoxicating. Hee hee. Delectable human lambs, allow me to savor you. A demon king greedily fixates on a human immortal king, licking his lips incessantly. Soon, the battle ignites. The clash between immortal kings and demon kings reaches a fever pitch. Countless voids shatter, as if the heavens themselves are being torn apart. Just as the battle intensifies, a world-ending aura envelopes the entire battlefield, causing every individual to feel their hair stand on end, their blood racing within their veins, sensing the imminent danger. Even the yet-to-act powerful immortal sovereigns of the human race are stunned into disbelief by this overwhelming presence. This is the oppressive aura of an emperor. How can the demons possess a living emperor? This is an unimaginable outcome. It is known that even in the human realm, which enjoys such advantageous conditions, it is challenging to produce an immortal emperor, let alone in the demon realm, where the cultivation environment is harsh, spiritual energy scarce, resources limited, and even the laws of the heavenly Tao incomplete. The conditions here are incomparable to those of the lower realms, yet an emperor has been born. This is truly unfathomable. Suddenly, a towering figure appears in the skies above the demons, surveying the human territory. In an instant, countless human cultivators dissolve into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. How can this be? Is the human race truly facing annihilation? Despicable demons. Why has such a terrifying being emerged to slaughter the humans? Is this the demon emperor? Alas, the human race lacks a formidable adversary to confront him. Is today to be the day of our extinction? Oh heavens, open your eyes and witness. Who will save the human race? In this moment, countless wails resonate throughout the human territory, tears falling like rain. pleading for divine intervention to help them through this crisis. However, all of this is observed by the demon emperor, whose eyes betray a cold indifference. Yi understands while the sacrifices the demon race has made to attain his current power. For the future of the demons, he must bear this responsibility. Yi raises his hand, unleashing a world-ending attack upon the human territory. Thousands of cultivators witness this power, feeling helpless as they can do nothing but watch themselves perish under this onslaught. They cannot contend with an emperor. Yi extinguishes the lives of humans as if they were mere weeds. The human immortal kings and sovereigns, filled with rage, realize that if this continues, the human race is doomed to extinction. In the next moment, these human cultivators unite to cast a formation, a transparent shield enveloping the human territory. Upon seeing this, Yi halts his actions. He then observes as the human sovereigns, with a resolve to face death, charge towards him. You wish to annihilate my human race. Such a foolish dream. We shall go down together. An imminent doom awaits one of the sovereigns, who chooses to self-destruct in a desperate bid to grant the human race a glimmer of hope. Boom. The explosive force of this sovereign draws the attention of the human cultivators. Blood rains from the sky, as if the heavenly Tao itself weeps. Countless human cultivators' eyes shimmer with tears, their unwillingness palpable, as their fury rises to a boiling point. Unfortunately, this self-detonation fails to inflict any harm upon the demon emperor Yi. Pitiful humans, for the sake of the demon race's ambitions, you ultimately cannot escape the fate of extinction. Yi addresses the other sovereigns. To annihilate my human race is but a delusion. Do you believe this is the pinnacle of our power? Ji glares furiously at Yi. Ha ha ha. Even if your human race possesses formidable warriors, what does it matter? Before this emperor, they are but mere insignificant beings. To his astonishment, upon hearing these words, Yi burst into uproarious laughter, then disdainfully gazed upon the celestial lords before him. How audacious for a mere pseudo-immortal emperor to proclaim himself as this emperor. From whence does such confidence arise? At that moment, a voice resounded from the heavens. Upon hearing it, Yi's expression shifted, for the speaker uttered a truth he could not deny. He was not a genuine immortal emperor, but rather a false one, his powers artificially augmented by the ancient ancestors of the demon race employing a sacrificial secret technique, elevating him to the realm of the immortal emperor. Who dares to conceal themselves? Come forth before this emperor. Yi unleashed a barrage of terrifying attacks into the surrounding space. The clamor was deafening. Soon after, a palace materialized above the human territory. A series of menacing figures emerged, each exuding an ominous aura of quasi-immortal emperors, 24 in total. How could this be? Where did such an abundance of quasi-immortal emperors come from in the upper realm? As Yi beheld this assembly, disbelief washed over him. A mere collection of quasi-immortal emperors. How extraordinary could it be? As this voice echoed, the 20 quasi-immortal emperors parted to create a passage, revealing a silver-haired youth wielding a folding fan who stepped forward. Indeed, they were the core elders of the Huaxia sacred land, along with Lin Kai, the lord of the sacred land. Upon recognizing Lin Kai's cultivation, Yi's pupils dilated in shock. An immortal emperor. Indeed, Yi sensed the authentic aura of an immortal emperor emanating from him. He had initially believed that his sacrificially attained pseudo-immortal emperor powers would suffice to annihilate the human race and allow the demon race to dominate their territory. Yet now, not only did the opposing side boast 24 quasi-immortal emperors, but also a formidable immortal emperor to preside over them. How could he possibly secure a future for the demon race? This was clearly an invitation to demise. You are not from the upper realm. Could it be that you hail from the immortal realm? Yi sought to confirm his suspicions. However, the response he received was a devastating force of annihilation from the immortal emperor. Demon race, you foolishly aspire to extinguish my human race. I bestow upon you a death of ignorance. In an instant, a blinding golden light enveloped all the demons, reducing them to blood mist, leaving even Yi unable to escape this fate. As the golden light dissipated, not a single demon remained on the battlefield, only the humans persisted. When they witnessed the vanishing of all demons, they erupted in jubilant cries. We have won. Our human race has triumphed. Just as their elation surged, another voice reverberated across the human territory, illuminating the heavens. Manifest. Almost immediately, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded in the sky, as figures began to emerge from the ethereal images. Upon recognizing the faces of these figures, the crowd was rendered speechless in shock. All of them were those who had been slain by the demon race. At this moment, they had all returned to life. As these resurrected beings stepped forth from the images, disbelief clouded their minds as they realized they were truly alive once more. Every gaze was fixed upon the towering figure in the void. We express our gratitude to the immortal emperor for saving our lives. 5 years later, at the Huaxiao Sacred Land, within the main hall of the Central Temple, all high-ranking officials gathered. This was due to Lin Kai's recent announcement of a profoundly shocking revelation. He had discovered the passage to leave the upper realm and enter the immortal realm. Esteemed ones, the time has come. It is time to depart. Lin Kai's figure vanished from the hall, reappearing above Blood Soul Island. Once more, he utilized his divine powers to enclose the entire sacred land. Subsequently, Lin Kai tore apart the fabric of space before him and stepped inside. When Lin Kai reappeared, he found himself in a vast wilderness at the site of an ancient altar. Upon reaching the altar, Lin Kai unleashed the might of an immortal emperor, causing the entire altar to awaken autonomously. In the next moment, a void passageway materialized above the altar. Entering it would lead to the legendary immortal realm. Lin Kai stepped inside, murmuring to himself, "The immortal realm, how intriguing."